He has traversed into the body of Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, the twin brother of Itachi. Fully aware of the tragic future that awaits, he began to weave his plans from a young age, influencing his father with the wisdom of an adult, guiding his younger brother through the art of tea and accumulating prestige among the clan's commoners. His system of power is distinctly different from chakra. It originates from the realm of cultivation, employing the elemental principles of the five elements. By gathering gratitude and malice, he can elevate any ninjutsu into a technique that governs the rules. However, the serenity brought by the cultivation techniques seems to fundamentally clash with the intense emotional demands of awakening the Sharingan. In the intricate game between his clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, will he be able to uncover a third path? When the world of Hokage collides with other anime realms, what sparks will ignite? Chapter 1. A Family. Style my hair like Itachi's, don the handsome clan attire, and I shall surely surpass expectations at school. Uchiha Yu gazed narcissistically at his reflection, humming a tune he had adapted from his previous life while tidying his somewhat disheveled hair. The youth in the mirror donned a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's striking red emblem, paired with matching black casual trousers. His long, waist-length hair cascaded down, with two strands framing his face. His features were exquisitely crafted, bearing a resemblance that blended 3 parts childhood Sasuke with 7 parts Madara. His eyes were deep and composed, yet his lips curled with a hint of mischief, imparting an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the Fugaku lineage seems to have its quirks. Why do I resemble Madara so much more? Yu pondered, lost in thought as he scrutinized his reflection. You, hurry down for breakfast. A gentle voice called from downstairs. Understood, mother. Yu dismissed his musings, hastily setting down the comb and scampering down the staircase. In the living room, 3 figures awaited him. His parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, kneeling, and Itachi, seated at the dining table with a 1-year-old Sasuke cradled in his arms. Uchiha Mikoto cast a reproachful glance at you. If you dawdle any longer, you'll miss the start of school. Yes, mother, but I must make a good impression on my classmates and teachers. You playfully winked at Mikoto. You, a ninja's strength is paramount. Appearance is of no consequence to a ninja, Fugaku interjected sternly. Yes, you are right. Father, you shrugged, unwilling to argue with his stern father, opting instead for a dismissive response. Brother, come sit. After breakfast, father will take us to ninja school, sweet little Itachi called to you. At the same time, the tiny Sasuke extended his chubby hand. Brother, hold. You smiled softly as he approached Itachi, ruffling the young boy's hair. Itachi, you're as well-behaved as ever. He then effortlessly lifted Sasuke from Itachi's arms. Itachi's face flushed slightly at the loss, but recalling his brother's words, he shyly lowered his head. Fugaku observed Yu's light-hearted demeanor with disapproval. Despite being the elder brother born on the same day as Itachi, he found himself struggling to connect with Yu. From a young age, Yu had been headstrong, which left Fugaku feeling somewhat estranged from his son. Yet, regardless, he was still his child. With a slight huff, he chose silence. Mikoto, watching the 3 brothers interact, smiled warmly. You, please take good care of your younger brother at school. Of course, mother. I will look after Itachi, you assured her. With that, the 4 of them quietly enjoyed breakfast, adhering to the Uchiha family's basic etiquette of silence during meals, save for the occasionally rambunctious Sasuke. Once they swiftly finished breakfast, Yu, as usual, lavished praise on his mother's culinary skills. Mikoto smiled tenderly at Yu before gently rising to clear the table. At this, Yu quickly handed Sasuke back to Itachi and joined in the tidying up, while Fugaku silently took Itachi to the door. Watching the mother and son converse amiably while clearing the dishes, Fugaku felt both content and an unshakable concern. His eldest son had always been resolute, leading to disagreements over many principles that Yu did not accept. At times, Yu's words left him speechless, which diminished his sense of pride as a father. He wished to discipline him but felt a pang of reluctance, leading him to speak less in front of Yu. Lost in thought, Fugaku suddenly felt a gentle tug on his hand, realizing Itachi was trying to break free. He glanced at Itachi, who appeared eager to help. Fugaku quickly adopted a serious expression. Itachi, as a qualified Uchiha ninja, you must focus your energy on your training. Itachi looked between his stern father and the little Sasuke in his arms, then nodded earnestly. Understood, father. Hearing Itachi's response, Fugaku felt a slight relief. Thank goodness, Itachi has always been obedient. You rolled his eyes at their exchange, muttering, "What a patriarchal attitude." Makoto, carrying a bowl toward the kitchen, cast an exasperated glance at you. "He is your father. Now hurry to school. It's your first day. Don't be late." "Don't worry, mother. There's still time." With that, you expertly placed his plate in the sink, turned on the faucet, and stood on a stool to wash it. Makoto felt a mix of exasperation and warmth, recognizing that while her husband treated her well, it was her eldest son who truly understood her. It would be disingenuous to say she was not touched. Sensing Makoto's grateful gaze, you felt a sense of helplessness. Was it such a difficult task to assist his mother with chores? He felt no burden in doing so. Watching her bustle about the house, he could not help but feel compassion. In his past life, he had been an orphan, thus cherishing the love of his parents in this life. Though he did not share a close bond with Fugaku, it did not diminish his recognition of him as a father. After all, he possessed the mindset of an adult and could not behave like a child, lacking opinions and indulging in whims. Despite Fugaku's stern demeanor, he never grew to resent you for his distance. Itachi had always received everything he needed. No matter how much they argued, Fugaku had never laid a hand on you, a fact that surpassed the experience of 80% of fathers from his previous life. After a while, you wiped his hands dry and accompanied Makoto toward the door, where Fugaku and Itachi were still waiting patiently outside. Seeing this, a smile broke on Yu's face. Perhaps he was more complex than he appeared. "Let's go." Fugaku extended his other hand. You nodded and took hold of Fugaku's large hand. The three of them, a tall father and two small sons, walked toward ninja school, with Makoto cradling Sasuke, her gaze tender. As they strolled through the streets, you felt many unkind glances directed at him, yet he was accustomed to it. Unlike Itachi, who immersed himself in training daily, you often wandered the village, for his path to strength did not solely rely on diligent practice. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's reputation was only marginally better than that of Naruto, the Jinchuriki. As a reincarnated individual with an adult's mindset, he hardly cared for the slightest malice directed his way. In contrast, the sensitive Itachi kept his head down, appearing somewhat disheartened. You gently smiled at Itachi. "Don't let the gazes of others trouble you." Itachi's small frame trembled slightly. "Brother, why do the villagers dislike us so much? Who cares what they think? It has no bearing on us. We simply need to focus on ourselves." You shrugged nonchalantly. "I understand, brother," Itachi replied in a subdued tone. You felt somewhat helpless, as he lacked Naruto's formidable gift of persuasion. However, Fugaku tightened his grip on their hands, clearly dissatisfied with the current standing of the Uchiha clan within the village. "You, Itachi, the future bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village will rest upon your shoulders." "Yes, father. I will do my best." Itachi nodded earnestly. "Huh, father, the prejudices in people's hearts are like a towering mountain. To move such a mountain is not a task that my brother and I can achieve alone. Moreover, we are still just children. Is it reasonable for you to entrust such a heavy responsibility to us?" Fugaku furrowed his brow. "You, as the junior clan leader of the Uchiha, this is a responsibility you must shoulder from a young age." Hearing Fugaku's near reprimand, you chose not to argue. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village had become increasingly tense, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. He silently recalled the few chapters of Naruto he had read in his past life. He completely rejected the notion of Itachi slaughtering their entire clan in the future, recognizing that the villagers' attitudes towards the Uchiha were not solely born from the clan itself. The Konoha Elder Council, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the farcical will of fire, along with the treachery lurking in the shadows, were the true culprits driving the Uchiha towards annihilation. With this in mind, you exhaled a breath of frustration, revealing a hint of a cold smile. If they wished for his family to be destroyed, then let them try. The outcome would depend on each party's capabilities. You turned a glance, meaningfully, at Itachi. "Oh, my foolish little brother. How can I save you?" Itachi seemed to sense something, directing his gaze at his brother. Suddenly, he felt an odd intensity in Yu's stare. "Brother, is something wrong?" Itachi asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Itachi, you must listen to your brother from now on. Do you understand?" You responded, his words laden with implication. Itachi's face fell momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Brother, you're only half an hour older than me." He pouted. "Huh, a brother is still a brother. Are you planning to define me already?" You feigned a sorrowful expression. "And no, brother, Itachi replied, suddenly flustered, still very much concerned about his elder brother who was merely half an hour his senior. Then, tell me, will you heed your brother's words? At this moment, you displayed his skills in persuasion, his every gesture radiating disappointment for his brother's potential rebellion. Itachi, caught in a dilemma, glanced at their silent father before sighing in resignation. Brother, I will listen, he murmured. With his goal achieved, you instantly donned a look of satisfaction, releasing Fugaku's hand and affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. It seems my dear brother is still quite obedient. Itachi felt a twinge of discomfort, but recognizing you as his brother left him with little choice but to quietly squint his eyes, relishing the affection bestowed upon him. Chapter 2. Enrollment. The trio swiftly made their way to the Ninja Academy, as the Uchiha clan had yet to relocate from the heart of Konoha. Upon arriving at the school, they found numerous parents accompanying their children for enrollment. When the crowd caught sight of Fugaku and his sons, their reactions varied. Some expressed reverence, others disdain, yet most regarded them with indifference. After all, compared to commoners, many of those enrolling at the Ninja Academy were ninjas themselves. Commoners could harbor unfounded hatred towards the Uchiha, but ninjas would, to some extent, feel a measure of respect for this leading family of Konoha. You, feigning indifference, followed Fugaku through the throng and approached the registration desk. The ninja teacher at the desk appeared visibly tense, but you and Itachi quickly filled out their personal information. Then, under the teacher's solemn gaze, they received their class assignment. Noticing Itachi's displeased expression directed at him, you glanced at the assignment slip and understood the source of his brother's discontent. They had not been placed in the same class. Fugaku, observing this, said nothing further, only reminding them to study diligently and to never bring shame upon the Uchiha clan. He hurried off to the security department, as there were pressing matters requiring his attention. After bidding Fugaku farewell, you gently comforted Itachi, assuring him he would wait for him after school to return home together. This seemed to lift Itachi's spirits slightly. With the slip in hand, you parted ways with Itachi and headed towards his classroom. After a brief exploration of the surroundings, he noted that time was slipping away, with many students already settled in their classrooms. Upon reaching his classroom and pushing open the door, he was met with a sea of faces already seated. As he entered, all eyes turned towards him. Wow, another handsome boy has arrived, a girl whispered excitedly. Is he really from the Uchiha clan? That cool, aloof demeanor is so attractive. Hearing the whispers of admiration, you maintained a calm expression, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, children possess such innocent thoughts, devoid of the ulterior motives commonly found in adults. Wow, he looks so good when he smiles. So gentle. In an instant, a girl squealed. Truly, the Uchiha genes are remarkable. You mused internally, his gaze following the sound to find a pair of ordinary-looking civilian ninja girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration, but he held no prejudice against them for not being clan members or for their lack of beauty. Instead, he kindly nodded at the two girls, who immediately flushed with shyness. Glancing around the classroom, you realized that there were very few clan ninjas in his class, and even among the few, he recognized none. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, it suddenly fixed on a familiar figure. To his surprise, he spotted a frail-looking girl from the main branch gazing at him with excited eyes. With long black hair and a short purple top, her large eyes were accentuated by a distinctive black beauty mark beneath them. Chen? You exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Due to his presence, Itachi's early life had changed somewhat. He had not, as in the manga, begun contemplating the meaning of life at such a tender age, and thus had not crossed paths with Izumi. That he had first met Izumi on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, when he was caring for the infant Sasuke at home with Itachi. That was also the first crisis you faced upon arriving in this world. The thunderous roars that echoed throughout Konoha, the earth-shaking destruction, and the frantic escape with Itachi and baby Sasuke from their home. They had witnessed a colossal orange fox wreaking havoc across Konoha, its terrifying might making you, an ordinary person from Blue Star, grasp the perilous nature of this world. It was then that he encountered Izumi, who had just lost her family. After a brief exchange, you led the three of them towards the gathering crowd of evacuees. Throughout this ordeal, you demonstrated the maturity and composure of an adult, and with his innate abilities, he managed to rescue numerous children and women in distress. Thus, despite his mere 6 years of age, you held a considerable reputation among the Uchiha clan civilians. Regarding this gentle and understanding girl, you felt quite fond of her. Reflecting on this, he cheerfully waved at Quan, and the little girl shyly nodded at you before awkwardly averting her gaze. Not lingering any longer, you gently made his way towards Quan, not out of any particular intention, but simply because the only available seat in the classroom was next to Quan. Although children possess innocent thoughts, adults can significantly influence them due to this very innocence. In situations where options are limited, children often select friends based on their family circumstances. As he sat down beside Quan, you turned to her and noticed that apart from a slight shyness, she displayed no signs of bashfulness and met his gaze confidently. Quan, what a coincidence. I am very pleased to share class with you, Yukoin. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Quan, you remain as adorable as ever. You smiled gently. Yukoin. Quan hesitated, unsure how to respond, her face suddenly turning a charming shade of pink as she shifted her gaze away. Yukoin, how are Itachi and Sasuke doing? To mask her own embarrassment, Quan hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, one has become a chubby little fellow, while the other has begun to indulge in wild imaginings. You replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Huh, Yukoin, your words are always so amusing, Quan giggled, covering her mouth. Shall we take Itachi out for some dango after school? Oh, is Quan treating us today? You feigned surprise. Seeing Yu's exaggerated expression, Quan couldn't help but laugh again. Yes. I haven't properly thanked you and Itachi for last time. All right, let's find Itachi after school. He has been looking quite glum lately. We should sweeten his mood a bit. You did not refuse the girl's kind offer, knowing that Quan was a grateful little girl. He understood that rejecting her outright might lead her to overthink. Just don't overindulge, you reminded, aware that Quan came from an ordinary Uchiha family that wasn't particularly affluent. It was likely that she had saved her allowance for quite some time for this treat. Moreover, the girl's sincere gratitude from before had greatly benefited you. This brings us to Yu's unique advantage as a traverser. Like many others, he possessed a golden finger. His golden finger was derived from cultivation game he played in his previous life. Due to the possibility of his transmigration, this golden finger had become remarkably simplistic. In addition to the basic cultivation techniques provided by the game, he could also incorporate and modify certain ninjutsu into Daoist techniques. For instance, he had transformed the elemental ninjutsu of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth from his family's ninjutsu library into the 5 elemental escape techniques of Taoism. Unlike the ninjutsu, which required hand seals for casting, the 5 elemental escape techniques allowed for ultimate control over the 5 natural attributes. To illustrate, the water-based techniques were currently among his weakest, with the entry-level water technique allowing him to manipulate the flow of water in places where it existed, but not conjure water from thin air, and its range was limited to approximately 10 meters. Yet, this was merely the introductory stage of the Daoist water technique. Upon mastering it, not only would his control over water expand exponentially, but he would also effortlessly conjure water using his spiritual energy through a profound understanding of the way of water. Beyond this were 5 levels: ordinary, proficient, perfect, subtle, and extraordinary. Each level represented a qualitative transformation, with a deepening comprehension of the way of water leading to continuous refinement in its various manifestations, such as compressing water pressure, shooting high-pressure jets, or transforming water into ice or mist. As long as one's imagination was vivid and aligned with the principles of the way of water, anything was conceivable. Most importantly, as one's proficiency in Taoism advanced, elemental damage from the same category would diminish significantly, making it possible to embody the elements themselves that at present. You had achieved proficiency in fire and thunder elements, while he was merely at the introductory level with water and earth. To enhance these Taoist levels, apart from diligent practice and personal insight, you had 2 additional methods. One was to consistently collect various types of similar elemental ninjutsu, and the other was to accumulate gratitude points from others, including feelings of appreciation, recognition, and sympathy, or even malice, such as hatred and disdain. This concept resembled the legendary collection of willpower. Whether stemming from gratitude or malice, both represented forms of mental energy. However, these 2 types of mental energy served different purposes. Gratitude points could elevate the rank of techniques and skills, while malice could only enhance skill levels. You speculated that this might be related to his initial cultivation technique, as he had chosen a righteous path when playing that game. This necessitated a continuous investment of gratitude points to elevate his current techniques, reflecting a more positive mental energy. As for skills, they were ultimately just an application of power, devoid of moral distinctions. His introductory guidance technique, the Qingming, emphasized maintaining a calm and peaceful mind for profound progress. Any disturbance in thought would hinder his cultivation, and as his techniques advanced, his mental state became increasingly tranquil. This concerned you greatly, for at this juncture, he had yet to awaken his eyes, while he was aware that his younger brother had already awakened his during the Nine Tails turmoil. While awakening was related to mental fortitude, the Taoist cultivation methods emphasized a balance among essence, energy, and spirit. As Yu's cultivation reached the refinement stage, his spirit was rapidly elevating, yet there was still no sign of awakening in his eyes. Chapter 3. Self-introduction. However, Yu did not feel particularly anxious about this, as he discovered that with the enhancement of his spirit, his observational abilities were hardly inferior to those of the single-hooked Sharingan. Moreover, this observation was in perfect harmony with his physical form. The finer the observation, the greater his control over his body. One could say that the Daoist arts provide a holistic enhancement rather than emphasizing a singular aspect. As his cultivation progressed, the spiritual energy within him would significantly increase. This world is not solely defined by chakra. Spiritual energy permeates the air at all times, though ordinary individuals remain oblivious to it. Instead of referring to it as spiritual energy, you preferred a more scientific explanation, dark energy. However, discussing science in the world of Naruto seems rather comical. In comparison to chakra, which exerts a comprehensive strain on the body, spiritual energy might seem somewhat weaker in terms of offensive capability, yet it exponentially enhances one's lifespan. A relative weakness, indeed. As long as one deepens their understanding of Taoist principles, the outcome remains uncertain. Unlike the rapid cultivation methods associated with chakra, ordinary individuals would require decades to refine their essence into qi. Not to mention the subsequent stages of refining qi into spirit, returning spirit to void, and merging with the Tao. Each stage represents a significant historical leap within the ninja world. Fortunately, you had an advantage. Every time he advanced his cultivation, his progress would also accelerate, creating a reciprocal enhancement. Currently, the young girl beside him was continuously boosting his gratitude points. Just by sitting here for over 10 minutes, Yu's gratitude points surged by more than 50, meaning he only needed 20 more days to reach the 1,000 points required for enhancing his cultivation. Truly a treasure of a girl. And this was merely the gratitude from one person. Although gratitude points are more challenging to acquire than negative thoughts, their applications are limited. Uchiha could afford to wait for the opportunity to utilize gratitude points for enhancing his skills. Advancing the rank of a technique requires 3 boosts in gratitude points to enter the next tier, with the ranks classified as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The unscrupulous cultivation game had cleverly designed the system so that after each stage, the techniques would revert to their original lowest quality, meaning that now, after advancing the Qingming decision to the heavenly tier and reaching the spirit refining stage, you would have to elevate the newly advanced Qingming decision from the yellow tier again. Thus, reaching the next stage would require starting over with the technique's rank. One cannot deny that unscrupulous merchants are adept at exploiting players. In practical terms, progressing from refining essence into qi to refining qi into spirit would necessitate 12,000 gratitude points. Given the system's nature, each subsequent advancement would multiply the gratitude points required by 10, resulting in a staggering 120,000 points needed to transition from refining spirit to returning spirit to void. Thus, the advantage of Yu's system was not as substantial as it seemed. Otherwise, he would not have taken 2 years, starting from the age of 4, to progress from the mundane realm to refining essence into qi. Quietly, he opened his panel, Uchiha Yu Realm, refining essence into qi technique, Qingming decision yellow tier 2 ninjutsu, 5 elements ninjutsu fire, mastered lightning, mastered wind, ordinary water, beginner earth, beginner weapon manipulation, mastered basic fist techniques and body techniques, mastered refining tools, beginner refining pills, beginner planting techniques, ordinary formation techniques, ordinary gratitude points, 250 negative thoughts, 5,000 willingness points collection range. Konoha, please complete the exploration promptly. Yu's gaze lingered on the techniques section, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The journey ahead was indeed arduous. However, when he glanced at the negative thoughts, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Konoha truly was a splendid place. Just from attending school, He accumulated 4,000 negative thoughts and unexpectedly garnered another 1,000 from his journey home. This was precisely why he enjoyed aimlessly wandering the village. Yet upon seeing that elevating his fire ninjutsu mastery to perfection required 100,000 points, his expression darkened instantly. How many bothersome tasks must he undertake to elevate a ninjutsu to an extraordinary level? Yukuin, have you encountered something troubling? Inquired Izumi, who sat beside him. Noticing the fluctuations in his expression and unable to suppress her concern. Not at all, Izumi. I am merely lost in thought, you replied with a gentle smile. Observing the worry etched on her adorable face. Yukuin, if anything bothers you, feel free to share. We are friends, after all. Izumi insisted, still somewhat apprehensive. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yu shook his head in resignation. This girl was indeed sensitive to emotions. He had been feeling a bit down. But could he truly articulate the matter of his system? Yu shifted his gaze and gently addressed Izumi. Izumi, could you encourage Itachi to smile more? He is often so silent, resembling a brooding figure. Ah, Yukuin, how can you speak of your brother like that? But fret not, I shall help. Mother always says that a cheerful disposition invites good fortune, Izumi replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she smiled. Unable to resist, Yu reached out to tousle her silky hair. It seemed that Izumi was indeed a girl blessed with good fortune, especially when she smiled so adorably. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, yet she did not resist Yu's affectionate gesture. You're not much older than me. Why do you always seem so mature and gentle? Watching Izumi behave like a well-behaved kitten, Yu felt a surge of warmth within him. He often found himself wanting to play the role of a caring older sister to her, unable to resist the urge to pat her soft hair. Only those who have endured the rain will tirelessly care for the emotions of others. Such individuals are rare in any world. As the two interacted, Yu received another wave of negative thoughts. Without a doubt, he knew the source. Observing the envious glances directed his way, he couldn't help but reaffirm that he had indeed found a treasure of a girl. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open gently, and a somewhat disheveled teacher clad in a Konoha ninja jacket stepped inside, casting a brief glance at the restless students. Ahem. Greetings, everyone. I am your new teacher, Yaizu. Upon hearing the teacher's voice, the hushed murmurs quickly subsided, and Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand from Izumi's soft hair, feeling a pang of reluctance toward her endearing demeanor. Turning his attention to the new teacher, Yu observed as Yaizu wasted no time and swiftly wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk. Now, I would like each of you to come to the front and introduce yourselves. Please share your name, your interests, what you dislike, and what you aspire to become in the future. With that, Yaizu stepped aside, inviting the students to take turns introducing themselves. Yamakawa Hanako, I love mountain flowers, dislike insects, and wish to become a joyful gardener. Harakami Tashin, I enjoy, dislike, and aspire to. One by one, the classmates completed their introductions. True to their youthful nature, their thoughts were pure, with dreams of becoming Hokage, earning great wealth, or creating countless delicious dishes. Each aspiration reflecting humanity's most basic desires and whimsical fantasies. As it slowly came to Izumi and Yu's turn, she shyly approached the podium under the watchful eyes of her classmates. Hello, everyone. My name is Uchiha Izumi. I cherish a tranquil life, detest war, and aspire to be a happy wife in the future. With that, Izumi blushed and hurried back to her desk, casting a shy glance at Yu, who was preparing to stand. Yu smiled and nodded at Izumi, then calmly walked to the front of the classroom. Taking a moment to survey the various expressions of his classmates, some intrigued, others indifferent, and a few filled with envy. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Yu. I cherish a life of boundless freedom and harbor a disdain for the prejudices imposed upon me. As I speak of the future, my gaze inadvertently drifts towards a corner where Nakanai stands, and a surge of malevolence envelopes my thoughts. Surely, this must be the individual in question. After all, the mightier the person, the more potent their malice becomes. In the future, I yearn to witness the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth, to gaze upon the culmination of time, and to revel in the myriad hues of the endless cosmos, all while safeguarding that which I hold dearest. As my words resonated in the classroom, an overwhelming silence ensued. Nakanai's expression momentarily stiffened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those around me, I offered a slight bow and descended from the podium. I spoke not of grandiosity, rather, when I transcend numerous realms, shedding my mortal form to attain the sublime path of the immortal, the truths I speak will merely be commonplace. Yet, along this journey, I do not wish to forsake the treasures I currently hold dear. To cultivate the immortal is essential, yet so is the protection of one's home. These two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Chapter 4. The Will of Fire. Now that the self-introductions have concluded, let us open our textbooks to the first page and delve into the section on the Will of Fire. Nakanai clapped his hands, addressing the students below. As I perused the text on the Will of Fire, it struck me as akin to a disjointed treatise, utterly nonsensical. Listening to Nakanai's impassioned delivery, reminiscent of reading a sacred scripture, I found myself growing drowsy. Bored, I turned my attention to my panel for further study. My malevolence index had surpassed 5,000. While I could not perfect my mastered skills, I could elevate my water and earth techniques and advance several auxiliary professions to an ordinary level. Without hesitation, I focused my will on the water and earth skills and upgraded them. Instantly, a torrent of profound knowledge regarding these elemental arts flooded my mind, obscure yet mysterious, accompanied by a faint headache that made me furrow my brow. As I gradually assimilated the knowledge, I felt my mastery over these two elemental disciplines deepen significantly, akin to an extension of my own limbs. Subsequently, I also elevated my forging and alchemy skills to an ordinary level, inundated once more with the intricacies of crafting and medicinal herbs. Even though I had mentally prepared for this, the rapid influx of knowledge left my head throbbing. Thankfully, my mental fortitude was robust. Otherwise, I would have dared not to enhance multiple skills simultaneously. I recalled the initial days after acquiring my unique ability. As an ordinary child, I was unprepared and was overwhelmed by an influx of daunting knowledge that left me unconscious, causing great concern for Mikoto for an extended period. Meanwhile, Nakanai, who was elucidating the Will of Fire, noticed my occasional frown and mused that yet another staunch Uchiha had emerged. A flicker of disdain crossed Nakanai's eyes as he glanced at me, seated in the back row. During the commencement of classes, the third Hokage had emphasized the importance of observing this cohort of Fugaku's sons, while I was unaware of the other. This one was undoubtedly not a friend to the village. Contemplating this, Nakanai felt a wave of revulsion. On the night of the Nine-Tails assault, while the villagers largely blamed the Jinchuriki, he, as a frontline combatant, had witnessed the Sharingan glimmering in the eyes of the Nine-Tails. Thus, animosity towards the Uchiha clan was prevalent among many villagers, including himself. Despite his calm demeanor, he harbored considerable disdain for the young Uchiha, especially given my dismissive attitude towards the Will of Fire, which only intensified his aversion. The most tangible manifestation of this was the additional 100 points of malevolence I had accrued. Emerging from the labyrinth of knowledge regarding elemental techniques, I was startled to see my malevolence index increase further. I gazed at Nakanai, who was earnestly discussing the Will of Fire, and thought to myself, what is his issue? Have I wronged him in some way? A sardonic smile tugged at my lips as I observed the seriousness with which he presented the Will of Fire. It was evident that even the students of the village could not be treated equally, yet here he was, lecturing on the Will of Fire. Truly absurd. Noticing my expression, Izumi nudged me gently with her petite arm. "Yukuin, what troubles you?" she whispered, her voice low. Seeing Izumi, resembling a curious little cat, I smiled softly. "Izumi, I merely find the teacher's lecture quite fascinating. The Will of Fire, you see, has seen the leaves of Konoha burned through generations. Yet those who deserve to perish did not, while the innocent have met their end. It is indeed a passport for the base while serving as the epitaph for the noble." Listening to my rather profound words, Izumi nodded, seemingly grasping my sentiment. "Yukuin speaks so deeply. What if I don't understand?" She pondered, her lovely brows knitting in concern. Meanwhile, Nakanai, observing my whispered exchange with Izumi, felt a surge of irritation rise within him. Suppressing his frustration, he gently set down the textbook. "I expect my students to pay attention during my lectures. Uchiha, stand and elucidate what it means when the leaves of Konoha dance, and the fire is ever burning. This is crucial for your graduation assessment." I had intended to share amusing anecdotes with Izumi, ensuring she remained untainted by the indoctrination from above. However, upon meeting Nakanai's scrutinizing gaze, I leisurely rose to my feet, straightening my book. "Teacher, fire is ardent. When the leaves of Konoha encounter flame, they are swiftly reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. I have a question that has long perplexed me, and I seek your wisdom, if you would be so kind." I regarded Nakanai with a hint of amusement, and he furrowed his brow, reminding himself that it was his duty as a teacher to resolve students' inquiries. "Ask your question." "Thank you, teacher." I bowed slightly. "My inquiry is this. Within Konoha, who embodies the fire, and who represents the leaves?" Who ignites the flames that illuminate the village? And do those who light the way for others find fulfillment in their desires? Can the new sprouts truly thrive in a fair and just society? I often ponder whether merely emphasizing sacrifice can truly lead to the prosperity of the village. My questions were pointed, sharp enough to nearly shred the facade of peace that cloaked Konoha. To cite recent history, it was not the youthful fourth Hokage who survived the Ninetales rampage. When Konoha White Fang was vilified by public opinion, there were no heroes to rescue them. During the Third Great Ninja War, it was primarily the students of the Ninja Academy who perished. If this is indeed the will of fire, then it is a rather ludicrous notion. Nakanai's expression darkened considerably as he enunciated, Uchiha, are you questioning the will of fire as established by the first Hokage? Teacher, you misunderstand. This is simply a student-esque confusion. There is no intent to question, I replied calmly, bowing my head slightly while maintaining a composed demeanor. I kindly request your elucidation. Uchiha, is this truly your interpretation of the will of fire? Nakanai glared at me, his countenance grim. It is my understanding, teacher. The bearers of the flame must not be left to perish in the tempest. Since you entered this classroom, your gaze has not strayed from me. If you harbor any grievances towards me, feel free to express them. Should your discontent stem from my Uchiha lineage, there is no need to invoke the will of fire. The Uchiha clan has secured its position as the foremost family in Konoha due to our sacrifices and indelible contributions to the village's establishment. You have greatly benefited from the Uchiha, so what justifies your prejudice against us? Throughout the First, Second, and Third Shinobi Wars, did we not suffer significant losses? The robust and powerful words reverberated throughout the classroom, rendering the surrounding students mute as they stared at you, who stood his ground without flinching. In a corner, Yetzai's expression darkened further, his disdain for you unmasked. Do you think only your Uchiha clan has lost members? The arrogance of the Uchiha is common knowledge among the villagers. Rather than pondering why others harbor animosity towards you, perhaps you should introspect. If strict law enforcement is perceived as arrogance, then how should we address the rampant behavior of criminals? You retorted without hesitation, having spent ample time at the Uchiha compound. The supposed arrogance of the Uchiha merely manifests as a certain aloofness, and the enforcement division does not spare anyone's feelings. It is rare for the Uchiha to wrong the innocent. They disdain bullying the common folk. The uproar arises when some local ruffians, once apprehended, return to voice their grievances, a consequence of the higher-ups' negligence. At that moment, Yetzai felt as though he might explode with rage, yet he dared not act out of line due to Yu's status. He shot a fierce glare at Yu and slammed his hands on the desk, reprimanding the teacher and displaying blatant disrespect for authority. Yu, step outside and reflect on your actions, he commanded. Seeing Yetzai's anger, Yu couldn't help but smile victoriously. This class was not in vain. Not only could he vent his frustrations, but he could also enhance his abilities. At that moment, you noted that his malicious intent value had risen from a mere 1,000 back towards 5,000, elevating his spirits. Unexpectedly, Yetzai's fury had propelled his malicious intent to a staggering 1,000, signaling that there would be more opportunities to exploit in the future. With this thought, you glanced at the concerned Izumi and offered her a reassuring look before striding out of the classroom with a spring in his step. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi puffed on his pipe as he sat opposite Danzo and Tsunade, quietly listening to the reports from two Chunin instructors. What an audacious Uchiha! How dare they question the will of fire? How has Fugaku raised his son? Danzo scoffed, his arm and eye wrapped in bandages, gripping a cane. The third remained silent. While Tsunade rose to speak, Monkey, what is your take on this? Sarutobi brushed ash off his pipe, given the recent tensions at the borders with the Land of Lightning. It is unwise to provoke the Uchiha further. How is the relocation of the village progressing? He turned his gaze towards Danzo. A glint of malice flashed in Danzo's eyes. I will ensure they are given a suitable position. Do not go too far. Also, summon Shursui. Such intense opposition from the Uchiha is undesirable. However, that Itachi boy is quite remarkable. He comprehends the will of fire exceptionally well. Sarutobi smiled faintly as he spoke. Do not be deceived by the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi. Danzo glared at him in discontent. I know my limits, Sarutobi replied coolly, choosing to ignore Danzo and waiting for the Umbu to bring Shursui in. Lord Third. Shursui entered respectfully, bowing to Sarutobi. Ah, Shursui, welcome. How have your recent missions fared? Sarutobi greeted with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. All missions have proceeded smoothly. Shursui replied, touched by the Hokage's care. No need for such formality. I am your grandfather's peer. Just call me Sarutobi. But, Lord Hokage, you are the village leader. Shursui blushed slightly. What does that matter? We are all from the same village. I have noticed your mission success rate is quite impressive. I am considering transferring you to the Umbu. What do you think? Sarutobi regarded Shursui with a benevolent gaze. Thank you for your trust, Sarutobi. Shursui replied excitedly. The village has never had an Uchiha in the Umbu before. Given the current tensions between the village and the Uchiha, Shursui, the vital task of bridging the gap between the Uchiha and the village will fall to you. I hope you can carry on your grandfather's legacy and help the Uchiha integrate into the village. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will strive for peaceful coexistence between the village and the Uchiha. Shursui affirmed eagerly. You child, did I not ask you to call me grandfather? Why revert to Lord Hokage? Sarutobi shook his head in exasperation. Shursui scratched his cheek shyly. I am still getting used to it. Grandfather Sarutobi, he finally called out. Haha, you child. By the way, today marks the start of the Ninja Academy. Make sure to guide your juniors. The transmission of the will of fire within the Uchiha will rest upon your shoulders. Yes, Grandfather Sarutobi. All right, you may go and attend to your duties. Shursui left the Hokage's building, excitement coursing through him. Today is also the day you and Itachi enroll. I must celebrate their entrance. With this thought, Shursui made his way to the ninja tool shop. As he walked home from school, Izumi hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, Itachi remained silent behind him. What's wrong, Izumi? You beamed at her. Was it wise to confront the teacher like that today? Izumi asked, deeply concerned. What is wrong with that? That guy clearly harbors prejudice against us Uchiha. If he doesn't cause trouble for you today, he will surely do so tomorrow. Instead of cowering, it is better to strike back decisively. You responded nonchalantly. He was not a common ninja who needed to learn ninjutsu from the academy teachers. Moreover, he wished to teach. But the teachers must possess the ability to do so. His skills were entirely reliant on his unique advantages, and he was currently unable to refine chakra, leading him to walk a different path from that of a ninja. Techniques, such as the clone technique or the substitution technique taught at the academy, were still beyond his grasp. He wondered if this was due to those techniques not aligning with the principles of his own path, or if his current level was simply too low to comprehend the profound arts of transformation. Regardless, no matter how he contemplated, he could not fathom the essence of the clone technique. This left him feeling quite helpless. Had it not been for the prospect of graduating from the Ninja Academy and entering the ninja ranks to better gather malicious intent and gratitude points, he would have been reluctant to attend. Thus, he had no concern for offending the academy teachers. Brother, won't you jeopardize the relationship between our clan and the village? Itachi finally spoke, breaking his silence. You paused momentarily, then turned to Itachi with a smile. Itachi, all relationships are reciprocal, whether they be friends, family, or the bond between the village and our clan. Maintaining a harmonious relationship requires effort from both sides. Do you understand? Gently, you tapped Itachi's forehead, despite their similar heights. Itachi had never resisted his brother's affectionate gestures. However, brother, I wish to be the bridge between the Uchiha and the village. If we excel and become the village's celebrated geniuses, we can attract the attention of the higher-ups. As the son of the clan leader, perhaps we can use that connection to foster a more amicable relationship between our clan and the village. As he gazed into Itachi's resolute eyes, he let out a faint sigh, realizing that his younger brother was far too mature for his age. Such a small child, yet he bore the thoughts of a Hokage, perpetually striving to shoulder responsibilities that were ill-suited for one so young. You harbored a tumultuous mix of love and resentment towards Itachi. He cherished his brother's thoughtfulness and obedience, yet resented his unwavering commitment to the village at the expense of their parents. Itachi observed his contemplative brother, feeling a sense of unease within. His reliance on you stemmed not merely from their brotherly bond, but rather from the moments when you inadvertently exhibited a wisdom and maturity that seemed to justify every action he took. Itachi, we are but children, you implored. How can we bear such pressure and responsibility? At merely 6 years old, our understanding of the world is still so limited. Do not rush into decisions. Take time to observe and comprehend. The relationship between our village and clan is intricate yet simple, reduced to a mere game of power and the injustice of interests. Let us remain children for now, growing up healthy and happy. I hope you can smile more, little brother. You affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. At this moment, we ought to indulge in our childish whims. We cannot disappoint Izumi's good intentions. Itachi stared at his brother, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused as he recalled the day when he was 5, when their father had insisted on taking him to the battlefield, only to be met with Yu's vehement opposition. It was the first time he had witnessed his brother's fury. Yu, despite seldom training rigorously, possessed undeniable strength, a fact Itachi recognized, even as he himself had reached a stalemate with their father in the art of fire release. Chapter 6. The father-son duel. Itachi vividly remembered the day when their mother was unusually silent and subdued, while Yu held his small hand tightly. Father, what could possibly motivate you to bring a 5-year-old child to the battlefield? Yu's expression remained unervingly calm, leaving Itachi feeling profoundly uneasy beside him. He attempted to break free from his brother's grip, but to no avail. You know nothing. This is the destiny of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku cast a fleeting glance at you. Huh. Only the weak speak of destiny. The strong dictate their own fate. I will never allow such a young Itachi to step onto the battlefield. Itachi, stay behind me. Today, this incompetent father will not take you from my side. Itachi turned to face Yu, bewildered by his instinctive retreat behind his brother. It was as if the flames of fury igniting in Yu's eyes compelled him to seek refuge. It was the first time he had witnessed such an intense expression from Yu, who typically exuded calm and composure. Humph. Yu, who seldom trains, dare to speak of strength? Such is the folly of a child. Fugaku's expression hardened. He had nearly given up on his eldest son, disappointed that Yu had yet to master even the basic three-body technique, a far cry from Itachi's prowess. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he also found solace in the notion that perhaps not becoming a ninja was a blessing in this era. Father, let us test this. Let us see if I speak in vain. Upon hearing Yu's unwavering declaration, Itachi's small frame trembled with emotion, filled with concern. He knew Yu was strong, yet their father was the current leader of the Uchiha and the strongest among them. Brother, I am willing. Itachi, are you certain you want me to be a failed older brother? Itachi abruptly halted his words, staring blankly at his brother, who stood resolutely before him, shielding him from their father. For the first time, beyond the pressure of their father's expectations, Itachi felt a profound sense of security in being protected. Yu, are you sure? Fugaku's eyes flickered with disbelief and surprise. Beside them, Mikoto reached out to grasp Fugaku's hand but hesitated, torn between her trust in him and her respect for the head of their family. Her hand hovered in the air before retreating. Concern etched on her face as she watched Yu protectively shelter Itachi. There is nothing to fear. Itachi is my brother. It is a brother's duty to protect his sibling. Even if formidable enemies stand before us, they must first pass over my body. Itachi suddenly felt a warm droplet cascade down his cheek, salty yet reassuring. Then let us see your resolve. Yu declared, words are easy to speak. With that, Fugaku turned without hesitation towards the training ground in the backyard. Yu entrusted Itachi to their watchful mother, offering her a reassuring glance. Mikoto opened her mouth, wishing to dissuade her eldest son from taking such risks. But the sight of Yu's determined retreat silenced her. At this moment, words felt superfluous. The situation had escalated to this point, and all she could do was trust her husband, for after all, Yu was their son. Yu, unleash your true power, or retract your boasts. With that, Fugaku emanated an overwhelming aura. Standing at the door with their mother, Itachi suddenly felt a constricting sensation, his spine involuntarily curving. What kind of immense pressure was Yu facing as he confronted their father? Itachi stared at his brother, who remained steadfast, and felt an overwhelming sense of Yu's newfound stature. A blaze erupted from Yu, illuminating the dark sky and casting a warm glow upon Itachi's face. Yu stood at the heart of the flames, a fiery spirit emerging from the inferno, his body enveloped in swirling orange and yellow flames. Itachi's young face froze in awe, realizing that this was his brother's power. Fugaku's pupils narrowed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his eldest son, whom he had often underestimated, possessed such formidable mastery of fire release. The flames encircling Yu did not harm him, showcasing an extraordinary control. Yu, it seems I have underestimated you all this time. Let us see your true strength. Fugaku's expression shifted from silence to astonishment and then to sheer excitement. Is this the hidden power of Yu? Fire release, grand fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Fugaku's mouth, its searing heat instantly scorching the earth nearby. Watching Fugaku weave hand signs and unleash flames, Yu's lips curled into a smile. Fire release is not as cumbersome as one might think. In an instant, you vanished from sight, only to reappear within the immense fireball, seamlessly traversing through the blazing inferno to hover just above Fugaku's head. Fire Dragon Claw. You formed his right hand into a claw, pressing down slightly, as if commanding the flames around him. The massive fireball was swiftly drawn away, morphing into a colossal fiery claw that lunged towards Fugaku. What? An unmarked ninjutsu. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, but there was no time for contemplation. The azure flames of the gigantic claw threatened to ignite his hair and clothing. In a flash, Fugaku's eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Body flicker technique. Boom. The giant claw struck the ground, leaving behind a charred imprint on the training field, with wisps of azure flames rising from the cracked earth. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. Fugaku swiftly formed several hand signs in mere seconds, conjuring a massive fire dragon that spiraled in the sky, hurtling towards you, who stood oblivious, his back turned to the approaching inferno. Panic surged within Fugaku as he realized Yu's apparent inaction. "You move," he shouted, dashing forward with a body flicker technique, intent on using his own body to shield you from the impending fire dragon. However, the distance was too close. At this moment, even with the speed of Fujitake, he could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon lunged toward Yu's back. Instantly, the three individuals in the courtyard were on high alert. Yet, the explosive collision they imagined did not occur. When the fire dragon made contact with you, the flames maintaining its dragon form dissipated instantaneously, transforming into countless sparks that lingered in the air for an extended period. With a flick of his fingers, the sparks gathered swiftly into Yu's palm, forming a massive sphere. In that moment, Yu appeared as a divine being cradling the sun, gazing calmly at Fujitake, who wore an anxious expression. A hint of warmth finally crept onto his previously stoic face. "Father, shall we continue?" Yu's voice, though calm, carried a trace of lightheartedness. While his father was stern and patriarchal, it was undeniable that he loved him. Fujitake stared blankly at Yu, who was holding the blazing orb, his emotions a complex tapestry of worry, excitement, and a touch of pride. "Yu, is this your new bloodline limit?" Fujitake asked, uncertain. "Yes, though I'm not entirely sure. I believe flames are unlikely to harm me," replied Yu, manipulating the fireball into various forms. At times, it morphed into a lifelike fire dragon. At other times into a flaming lotus, as if he were a deity commanding the flames. This spectacle rekindled Fujitake's belief that his eldest son had awakened a bloodline limit beyond the Sharingan. However, recalling the day's events, Fujitake swiftly concealed his astonishment and regained his composure. Do not think that awakening a bloodline limit makes you exceptional. A ninja's abilities extend beyond ninjutsu. You must strive to train harder. If it weren't for my fire style, who knows how worried your mother would have been today. Yes, you extinguished the flames in his hand. For the sake of his obedient younger brother, he chose not to contradict his rigid father, yet he felt compelled to speak up. "What about Itachi's matter? That is enough." Fujitake interjected, waving his hand as he departed the training ground. Sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted, Yu muttered under his breath. As Fujitake paused at the entrance, his back turned to Yu. A barely perceptible smile escaped his otherwise impassive expression. This moment was witnessed by Makoto and Itachi. Makoto, too, revealed a gentle smile. It was this very scene that etched an indelible impression of strength upon young Itachi's heart. Chapter 7. Uchiha Shursui Itachi. "What are you thinking about?" Yu asked, noticing Itachi lost in thought, gently tapping his forehead to rouse him. "Don't daydream. Izumi has been waiting for quite a while." "Ah, brother, it's nothing. Let's head to the dango shop," Itachi replied, covering his forehead with a hint of embarrassment. "Izumi, let us go?" Yu turned to Izumi, who was looking at him with envy. "Yukuin, you truly are a gentle brother," Izumi said, leaning closer and smiling sweetly at him. Feeling the warmth of her breath near his ear, Yu shyly scratched his cheek. "If you wish, I can be your brother too." "I don't want to be siblings with Yukuin," Izumi replied, shooting him a playful glare. The three of them chatted as they made their way to Konoha's most famous dango shop, where they encountered a long line of children, most between 6 and 7 years old, with occasional adults accompanying them. After waiting for about half an hour, they finally reached the young owner dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform. "Izumi, are you here alone again today?" he asked. Izumi nodded, explaining that her parents were on a mission and that she was with friends today. "How wonderful. Izumi has made friends," he said, looking pleased. As usual, he continued, preparing the dango. Yukuin, do you prefer sweet or savory? Izumi inquired, glancing back at you. I'll have what Izumi is having, and for Itachi, add extra sugar. You replied casually. Upon hearing this, Izumi's youthful face lit up with a beaming smile, while Itachi tugged at Yu's sleeve. Brother, why didn't you ask me? Itachi said, somewhat discontented. You, little one, always frowning. Eat more sweets, and your mood will improve. You gently patted Itachi's head, his tone exceptionally tender. Itachi nodded silently, not opposing his brother's decision, obedient like a small puppy. Soon, the three received their dango from the owner. Considering Izumi's financial situation, Yu ensured that only she purchased 2 servings. With dango in hand, they happily made their way back towards their clan's residence. Yukuin, is it delicious? Yu took a light bite of his dango, finding it slightly sweet, but seeing Izumi's eager expression, he suppressed his discomfort and smiled warmly. It's very tasty. It seems you really enjoy sweets. Indeed, the 3-colored dango made by the owner is exquisite, soft, and chewy. Next time, let us come together again to eat dango, Izumi said, playfully inviting Yu as she walked backward, holding one hand behind her back. Sure, but next time, it will be my and Itachi's treat, so you mustn't refuse, Izumi. Yu replied with a playful glint in his eye. Izumi paused slightly, her large eyes blinking. However, upon noticing Yu's serious demeanor, she hesitated, ultimately agreeing somewhat reluctantly. Initially, she had wanted to treat Yu several times, but seeing his earnest expression, she understood that she would have to pay for the next occasion herself. Yu would certainly not agree to her treating him. Observing Izumi's slight disappointment, Yu smiled gently. Izumi, we are friends now, right? Izumi nodded. Friends should engage with one another. If you are inviting me and Itachi for dango out of gratitude, we appreciate your sentiment. However, I wish for it to be because you genuinely find me charming and desire to be true friends. After all, it's my first time making a friend as lovely as you. Yukuin. Izumi's face flushed, resembling a little apple, as she covered her cheeks and, like a startled rabbit, dashed away without looking back. See you tomorrow. Her voice echoed from a distance, tinged with delight. You felt a surge of appreciation value rising. Realizing that gentleness was indeed the greatest weapon of the Uchiha, he turned to see Itachi, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he enjoyed his dango. My dear brother, you are my invisible wings. Today, besides the treasure of a girl, this little brother of mine is also a significant source of experience. Appreciation value, 1000. Looks like I should treat Itachi to more sweets in the future. With a brother around, he will surely suffer much less. Yu mused to himself. Next time, I'll bring you to eat dango, Itachi. Brother. With that, the 2 brothers headed towards their family estate. Just as they were nearing home, Yu spotted the last person he wished to see, the figure standing in the middle of the road, the one who had greatly influenced Itachi since childhood. Apart from Fugaku and himself. Shursui, Itachi exclaimed excitedly. Itachi, you, I've finally caught up with you. Shursui waved cheerfully at them. Oh, isn't this our busy Shursui? You actually have time to see us today? You remarked. Shursui chuckled. It's your enrollment day? I should have sent you off this morning. But I was tied up with a mission. As soon as I finished, I rushed over. We know. The village's missions are the most important. Itachi has been waiting at the door for you all day. You quipped sarcastically. Brother, I haven't. Please don't make baseless accusations. Itachi, held back by you, quickly retorted. Understanding that his elder brother Shursui was working tirelessly for the village and family, and would not blame him for such trivial matters. Itachi, what do you know? Just look at his position. He is merely a special jonin. How could he possibly be that busy? Shursui was left speechless, feeling a mix of emotions. The village belongs to everyone, and each individual should contribute to its welfare. Yu immediately displayed an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, Indeed. With great power comes great responsibility. If everyone possessed Shursui's level of awareness, world peace would be within reach. And the village's decision to not appoint you as Hokage is nothing short of a slight to your capabilities. It simply showcases the blindness of the higher-ups in Konoha. While Minato became the 4th Hokage for his brilliance during the 3rd Great Ninja War, look at our Shursui, tirelessly working for the village, yet still just a special jonin. I must inquire, what have you accomplished? Did a dog eat your achievements? Yu's biting remarks were not born out of hatred for Shursui, but rather stemmed from the latter's unwavering loyalty to the Hokage, which had a profound impact on Itachi as well. Naturally, you felt a sense of injustice for Shursui. His loyalty, albeit misguided, was ultimately devoted to the village and family. Shui wore a complex expression, feeling a tinge of bitterness within. I'm sorry, you. I am not like the fourth. Haha, you acknowledge your difference. Who are you apologizing to? Do you realize that the one you owe the most to is yourself? What wrong have you committed? Rising early and returning late, bustling about like a dog. Yet what is the outcome? The village remains wary of you, and your clan harbors disdain, leaving you with nothing but dissatisfaction. How will you navigate through this? U.S. relentless questioning aimed to rouse Shui from his complacency. But as their eyes met, you only saw unwavering determination, causing him to sigh inwardly. You, complaining changes nothing. Shui placed a reassuring hand on Yu's shoulder. Where leaves danced in the air, and the fire of life continues to burn. We are all part of Konoha. Instead of lamenting the village's shortcomings, we should reflect on what we can do for it. Peace and stability in the village allow us to lead fulfilling lives within Konoha. My efforts are for the future, to spare you from facing the same predicaments I currently endure. Only when the village grows strong can we avoid the specter of war. And I trust you would not wish to witness the village's decline. Itachi will soon be on the battlefield. Observing Shui, whose aura radiated like a shining light, you felt a wave of discomfort. Once again, the will of fire, this notion seems insidious. A simple catchphrase is enough to ensnare the genius of the Uchiha, ultimately leading to a tragic fate. Chapter 8. Shui's gift in stark contrast to the philosophies of great figures from past lives and the indoctrination of various political parties. The will of fire in Konoha appears almost simplistic. However, you could comprehend that the world of Hokage is one steeped in intellectual barrenness. Thus, when a collectivist ideology emphasizing sacrifice and dedication emerged, proposed by the most powerful figure of the time and believed to be the truth, it shone like a beacon in this world. Yet understanding does not equate to acceptance, especially since such ideologies are built upon the ruins of his own family. He cherishes his gentle mother. While Fugaku may be stern, he is undeniably a good father. His younger brother is endearingly obedient, and there is also little Sasuke, who craves affection. As someone who was once an orphan in his past life, everything he possesses now is what he had longed for. From his initial discomfort upon entering this world to the fears of it being merely a dream, and eventually to his gradual acceptance of reality, you vowed to safeguard all that is beautiful in his life, determined never to let it slip away again. This is why he harbors disdain for Shui. His younger brother idolizes this youth too much. Seeing Itachi's earnest expression, you was filled with frustration. Though you had contemplated altering Shui's mindset, it was as futile as trying to turn a stubborn bull. Shui was resolute, unwilling to turn back. And you wished he could awaken the power of the Kodoama Tsukumi from his Mangekyo Sharingan to impart a glimmer of understanding to this bright-headed youth. Alas, such external assistance was unattainable. A wave of melancholy washed over you. Ever since binding himself to a golden finger, you had diverged from the path of the ninjas in this world. He had attempted to provoke his emotions in solitude, but the results were only touching. Besides glaring into the void, his eyes grew weary with no fruitful outcome. Perhaps with the enhancement of his cultivation, the spiritual energy might transform his body sufficiently to awaken his bloodline, but he sensed that his obstinate cultivation system would not grant him the Sharingan. Now at 6 years old, according to the timeline, there were still over 6 years until Obito incited Shui's eyes to be taken, leading his brother to the choice of clan annihilation. This 6-year period was crucial for his development. With his current strength, he could barely hold his own against Jonin. However, facing a Kage-level opponent was still a challenge. Yet you felt confident that within these 4 years, he could rise to the ranks of Kage-level strength, provided he advanced to the stage of Chi transformation, possessing sufficient spiritual power and mastering his elemental techniques to perfection. In the current Konoha, no one would stand against him, unless the first Hokage and Madara rose from their graves. Words are easy, but will your efforts be recognized by the higher-ups? It is merely a one-sided wish. Seeing Shui attempt to sway his brother once more, you swiftly pulled Itachi behind him, interrupting Shui's impending rebuttal. Speaking of which, you didn't come here without a gift, did you? You teased. Shui, who had intended to impart some grand philosophy, hesitated slightly, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. How could I? I was merely hoping to teach you more about the will of fire. With that, Shui retrieved 2 sealed scrolls from behind him, performing a release gesture. With 2 sharp sounds, 2 beautifully crafted swords, complete with deep red sheaths, materialized before them, perfectly sized for you and Itachi. You unceremoniously picked up one of the swords. Drawing it from its sheath, a cold gleam reflected on his face as he weighed the blade, finding it quite satisfactory. He glanced at Shui, who still appeared somewhat foolish. You've got some thoughtfulness, I suppose. Though my family has no shortage of chakra-infused weapons, considering Shui's circumstances, these swords likely cost him a substantial portion of his savings. This gesture is considerable, now that my crafting skills have reached a basic level. I could ask my father for some chakra metal to forge a low-grade magical sword without issue. My mother has probably prepared dinner. Would you care to join us for a meal? Yu's tone softened. No. It would be too much trouble for Aunt Mikoto. I still need to report my mission to the third shortly. Shui quickly declined, feeling a bit stifled at the thought of meeting the clan leader alone with you and Itachi. Yes. A busy person indeed. I shan't delay you any longer. I imagine Mother is growing anxious. We should head home now. With that, you hurriedly pulled Itachi, who still wished to say more to Shui, and they dashed towards their home. You, as stubborn as ever. Watching the two small figures recede, Shui furrowed his brow slightly, pondering who instilled such distrust towards the village in them. Could it be the clan leader? As confusion clouded his thoughts, Shui walked home alone. Brother, why do you always argue with Shui? Itachi voiced his dissatisfaction. Itachi, heed your brother's counsel and refrain from indulging in the lofty philosophies of tranquility. They offer you no true benefit. You looked earnestly at his younger sibling. Is it wrong to strive for peace within our village and family? A stubborn expression crossed Itachi's small face. There is nothing wrong with peace, but the means to achieve it are flawed. Itachi, the higher-ups in Konoha are not as benevolent as you might believe, you stated with caution. Is what you say truly the absolute truth? You suddenly felt a pang of unease. It was the first time Itachi had questioned him. He felt a surge of anger, but upon seeing the confusion in Itachi's eyes, his frustration dissipated instantly. Itachi, time will reveal all. Grant your brother a little patience. The Uchiha clan should not be in such a predicament. Yes, brother. I will await your answer. Itachi nodded solemnly. Seeing this, you chose not to elaborate further. If there ever comes a day when Itachi strays from the right path, his brother will use the iron fist of love to guide him back. As they approached the door, they spotted their mother, standing at the entrance like a figure wading through an endless autumn. Mother, we are back. You greeted Mikoto with a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. Did you make any friends at school today? Mikoto asked softly. Haha, today I made a delightful little sister. You teased. Mikoto covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Oh, I never imagined our little you would already have girls liking him at such a young age. Mother, you jest. I merely regard her as a sister. It was just that her purple attire was quite charming. Seeing his mother so happy, you couldn't help but join in the jest. Mother, do you believe I could find you a daughter-in-law from the neighboring Hyuga clan, and let you endure their disdain? Haha, you are the most mischievous. What about Itachi? Did he make any friends at school today? Mikoto turned her gaze to Itachi, who was being pulled along by you. I also made friends, just like brother. Itachi replied shyly. It seems Itachi is quite impressive too. Mikoto gently patted Itachi's little head, knowing well her second son's character. He was usually reticent at home, burdened with deep thoughts. It appeared you was taking good care of his younger brother. Mikoto cast a tender glance at you before heading to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks, preparing to serve dinner for the two brothers. Where's father? Why hasn't he returned yet? You asked, noticing that his mother had only taken 3 sets of utensils. The Hokage summoned him to discuss matters. Mikoto casually responded while handing the prepared rice to you and Itachi. Did he mention what it was about? Mother, you pressed. A hint of worry flickered in Mikoto's eyes, seemingly related to the clan's relocation. Yu's gaze sharpened. Was a significant event for the Uchiha clan approaching? A myriad of thoughts swept through him. Yet he chose to quietly relish the dinner prepared by his mother. There were some matters he preferred not to share with her to spare her worry. Perhaps it would be best to speak with his father when he returned. By the banks of the Nanga River, at the Uchiha clan's cemetery, you thought coldly. Chapter 9. Bloodline Mutation. You quickly finished his dinner, lightening his mother's mood with a few humorous anecdotes from his past life, eliciting soft laughter from Mikoto. Once Itachi had savored his meal, you helped clear the table and embraced little Sasuke, who had been calling for his brother to hold him from his stroller, before contentedly returning to his room. It was undeniable that without Fugaku, the atmosphere at the dining table was much more relaxed. Yet thoughts of the Hokage's discussion with his father darkened Yu's brow once more. Alas, If only I were a little older. Even if just at the age of graduating from the ninja academy. You sighed softly. Once I become a genin, I can participate in the clan meetings, and my words will carry some weight. This is one of the reasons I must become a ninja. I hope my father can persuade them, you muttered uncertainly to himself. Later, he settled onto his wooden bed, sitting cross-legged to open his system panel. Uchiha U Realm. Refining Essence into Chi Technique. Qingming Decision. Xian Level 2 Ninjutsu. 5 Elements Release Fire. Mastered Lightning. Mastered Wind. Ordinary Water. Ordinary Earth. Ordinary Artifact Control. Mastered Basic Martial Arts. Mastered Refining Techniques. Entry-Level Alchemy. Entry-Level Planting Techniques. Ordinary Formation Techniques. Ordinary Gratitude Value. 4250 Malicious Value. 8,000. You scrutinized his gains from the day, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Truly, he was blessed with a treasure of a little sister and the most adorable younger brother. The gratitude value they provided combined was sufficient for him to elevate his technique once again. With that thought in mind, you focused his spirit on the technique section. Upgrade. Boom. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward you, and the once thin mist of energy in his dantian thickened significantly. The energy began to circulate through his meridians, infusing his flesh and bones with a mysterious essence, fortifying his mortal body. Simultaneously, a cool sensation rushed to Yu's brain, plunging him into a state of profound enlightenment. Devoid of sorrow or joy, his understanding of the technique deepened under the heightened efficiency of his mind, akin to an awakening of clarity. Just as Yu immersed himself in this indescribable state of realization, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brow. In an instant, his facial muscles twitched, and he involuntarily gasped for air, jolted from his transcendental state. The intense pain was fleeting, and Yu quickly stood to inspect his reflection in the nearby mirror, anxious that his training had marred his appearance. However, as he rose, he immediately sensed a remarkable difference in his condition. Firstly, his vision sharpened, the world appeared much clearer, and even the minutest details around him became vividly discernible. He could even slow down the motion of these elements with concentrated focus. Could it be that I have awakened the Sharingan? A tinge of delight surged within him. Yet, after taking only a few steps, you noticed his body felt significantly lighter, as if he had shattered another layer of worldly constraints. He was brimming with explosive power, and this newfound strength felt entirely familiar to him. He sensed that he could not only unleash tremendous force to shatter a boulder, but also delicately grasp the bubbles a child blows, demonstrating an exquisite control over his power. Eagerly, you approached the mirror to inspect his eyes, filled with anticipation. To his disappointment, his eyes had not turned red. They remained as bright and black as ever, akin to a transparent gemstone radiating a profound glow. You felt a sense of disappointment. Perhaps he had been overly hopeful. However, just as he was about to return to his bed, he noticed a crimson appearing on his forehead. In that moment, staring at the gem-like mark, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Am I about to grow a third eye? You blinked, mentally berating his system for what seemed like a bizarre fate. Was it intent on turning him into a three-eyed monster? Why couldn't it simply grant him the desired Sharingan instead of leading him toward a non-human transformation? Although it was uncertain whether he was indeed to develop a third eye, you had a keen awareness of his body. The source of this red mark was an unknown force gradually converging toward his brow, guided by his technique. Though this convergence was slow, he was confident that with the next elevation of his technique's tier, the process would undoubtedly accelerate. He could only silently pray that this newly formed eye would be one that could open and close at will. Otherwise, having it perpetually ajar would be exceedingly peculiar, and he would surely be regarded as a monster. With a wistful sigh, you returned to his bed, contemplating how to explain this to his mother come morning. An inexplicable concern arose within this gentle mother, a true embodiment of the burdens of happiness. Once more, seated cross-legged, you observed that the Qingming Ju on his system panel had reached the earth level. With merely 6 more enhancements, he would ascend to the next realm, taking another step towards enlightenment and immortality. Clearing the myriad thoughts from his mind, you began to cultivate in tranquility. Originally, he intended to forge a magical artifact that night. However, his father's absence meant that the materials were not at hand. The chakra metal required for the great sword was insufficient even to form the embryo of a magical tool. Crafting such artifacts is no trivial matter, at the very least. One must use a precious metal that can resonate with spirits, and thus far, the only one you had discovered was chakra metal. Moreover, the quantity of chakra metal required for a complete magical artifact is substantial. Were it not for his status as the scion of the Uchiha clan, he might truly be unable to afford such endeavors. Immersed in his training, Yu entered a state of profound clarity. Although his progress in cultivation was not as rapid as the elevation of his techniques, every little accumulation could eventually coalesce into a vast ocean. The presence of external assistance did not serve as an excuse for laziness. Cultivation. First, one must cultivate the heart. If the heart is not just, all else is futile. This was the precept from the beginning of his Qingming Ju, which you found profoundly insightful. Should he ever lose his external assistance, he would become a mere shell incapable of self-guided cultivation. One must not be complacent. Foresight is essential. Time passed, though you could not ascertain how long, until the murmurs of conversation from outside jolted him from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. With a deep breath, he concluded his practice, raised his hands, and slowly pressed them down, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He stood up leisurely and made his way outside, aware that his father had returned. The full moon hung high in the sky, and upon glancing at the clock on the wall, you noted it was already 2 in the morning. It seemed the clan meeting regarding the relocation was not proceeding smoothly. In the living room, Five and Makoto were engaged in conversation when they abruptly halted, both staring blankly at the foot of the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Yu, still bleary-eyed, descended the stairs. Yu, why are you still awake? Makoto asked, her initial surprise morphing into concern as her gaze flickered to the red mark on his forehead. Mother, the cicadas outside are too loud, and I couldn't fall asleep. Father has returned. Yu replied lazily, turning to his father with a sweet smile. After all, he needed to charm his father before making a bold request. It was tough being a child, relying solely on innocence. Makoto hastily approached, gathering Yu into her arms, her gentle hand brushing against the ruby-like mark on his forehead. Yu, what happened to your forehead? Did you bump it while sleeping? Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. Who would get a ruby on their forehead from sleeping? Yet, seeing Makoto's worried expression stirred a faint warmth within him. It was this meticulous maternal love that gradually melted the ice around his once isolated heart. It's nothing, mother. It just appeared on its own. It might be related to my bloodline limit. Today, while refining chakra, I suddenly felt a pain in my forehead, and this red mark emerged. My vision and perception have also improved significantly. You replied with a sweet smile, radiating joy, attributing the anomaly to his bloodline limit. Makoto, however, remained unconvinced, her brow furrowing as she looked at her husband. Five, taken aback, realized that he was aware of his eldest son's bloodline mutation. Unlike Itachi, who had awakened his Sharingan early, he had not noticed any peculiarities in Yu's abilities until now, perhaps overshadowed by concerns for Itachi. Yu, what specific changes have you experienced? Five asked, his tone grave. Father, my vision is exceedingly clear. Right now, I can see tiny insects on your face, creatures invisible to the average person. I can also slow down the perception of moving objects, akin to the bullet time in the Matrix, you explained. Five's expression grew serious. Yu, have you awakened the Sharingan? No, I haven't. Yu blinked innocently, gesturing for Five to observe his eyes, confirming that he had not awakened the Sharingan. Could it be that Yu's bloodline was so advanced that he could wield abilities akin to the Sharingan without actually possessing it? Five mused, excitement bubbling within him. Both of his sons were remarkable talents. The prosperity of the Uchiha clan rested upon his shoulders. With this revelation, Five's eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at Yu. Yu, this matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to outsiders. Yu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, father. I understand. Seeing her son was unharmed, Makoto felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yu, if you're fine, go back to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow, she said gently. Father, I have one more thing I wish to discuss. Yu interjected eagerly. What is it? Five inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, for it was rare for his eldest son to seek his counsel. Could you provide me with 100 pounds of chakra metal? Yu ventured tentatively. Five's demeanor shifted, his expression serious. Can you explain why? Instead of reprimanding Yu for his audacity, Five sought understanding, a testament to his paternal nature. Regardless of Yu's missteps, Five would never chastise without imparting wisdom. I wish to forge a chakra longsword that is uniquely mine, Yu admitted shyly. Bear in mind that 100 pounds is no trifling amount. Even the Uchiha clan, despite its stature in Konoha, would find this a considerable burden, Five patiently explained. Yu, quick on his feet, devised a compelling argument. Father, my bloodline limit has another function. the ability to control chakra metal weapons, not merely in a rudimentary sense, but with a level of command akin to an extension of my will. Any chakra metal weapon forged in my flames can connect with my spirit. What? Fyake's surprise was palpable, his calm facade crumbling. Are you certain? Father, if you doubt me, once I forge it, you will see for yourself, you declared confidently. Fyake gazed at you, momentarily speechless, before rising and making his way outside, clearly resolved to support his eldest son. After all, you sought not mere grams, but a substantial 100 pounds, necessitating a visit to the clan's treasury. In truth, such silent trust made you's heart swell with emotion. Paternal love is often unvoiced, and one cannot always expect it to mirror the nurturing nature of a mother. Little one, are you pleased now? Your father is once again running about for your sake. You must learn to respect him more and not act so thoughtlessly. He has just returned, exhausted, Mikoto remarked, affectionately ruffling Yu's nose as she gazed at Fyake's departing figure with concern. I understand, mother, you replied earnestly. That night, within the opulent Uchiha estate, the residence was ablaze with light. In the grand living room, several Uchiha clan members sat kneeling on plush cushions. Clan leader, to what do I owe the honor of your late-night visit? Inquired an elderly man with white hair, his demeanor exuding warmth. Elder Ryuji, I apologize for the late hour. But as you oversee the clan's resources, I seek to requisition 70 pounds of chakra metal. I will compensate at market price, Fyake stated, his expression unwavering. The first elder, Longxi, felt a slight frown on his face. Surely the clan leader could not be jesting. 70 pounds of chakra metal was no trivial sum. With the family currently under pressure from the higher-ups in Konoha, the clan's finances were already strained. The leader was putting the elder in a difficult position. Elder, I shall strive to shoulder the responsibilities of the clan leader and reverse our family's standing in the village, Fugaku said resolutely, gazing steadfastly at Longxi. Longxi remained silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather that I cannot justify it to the other elders. 70 pounds of chakra metal amounts to millions of ryo. It would be exceedingly difficult to explain such a substantial allocation of resources. Is there perhaps a compromise, elder? Fugaku inquired, his eyes flickering with hope. Longxi's eyes sparkled for a moment before revealing a hint of consternation. You are aware that several of the elders' descendants currently lack positions. The village's distrust of the Uchiha clan is growing increasingly severe, and there are simply no roles available for our clan members. We cannot expect our talented youths to undertake mundane tasks as mere shinobi, Longxi lamented, sighing once more in resignation. In an instant, Fugaku comprehended the underlying implications. Were it not for his son's excessive request for chakra metal, he would not have sought the elders' counsel. The competition for clan interests was already fierce, and the factions were intricate. Should he use his authority to allocate positions not designated for the clan to the main and faction, the hardliners would undoubtedly retaliate. Although it appeared that he, as the clan leader, held sway over the security department, wielding considerable power, he was merely a mediator balancing the distribution between the factions. In truth, he possessed little authority, or else this matter would have been resolved with a mere word. Though chakra metal was valuable to the Uchiha clan, it was simply a burden. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku spoke slowly. Elder, I can offer you positions for 2 individuals in the security department at most. Anything beyond that is beyond my jurisdiction. Longxi's expression darkened slightly. Leader, I have heard that there are currently 3 vacant captain positions in the security department. Is that truly insufficient? He tapped the tea table before him. Elder, if you wish to avoid a conflict at the clan meeting tomorrow, I believe it prudent for you to reserve 1 captain's position for the hardliners. After all, your faction has already secured a considerable advantage. The discussions regarding the relocation of clan lands are imminent, and our focus should remain on maintaining peace within the clan. Having said that, Fugaku ceased speaking, instead observing the fluctuating expressions of Elder Longxi. Sigh. Since the leader has spoken, I shall heed your counsel. Longxi sighed deeply, then summoned a young Uchiha. Whispering a few instructions, the young Uchiha promptly vanished into the night. Fugaku, burdened with a heavy box, glanced at the opulent estate, feeling an overwhelming weight in his heart. Was this truly the Uchiha clan of old, once the most esteemed family in Konoha? He felt a profound weariness wash over him. Upon returning home, he noticed the lights still illuminating the living room, and his mood lifted slightly. As he entered, he found his eldest son nestled comfortably in his wife's embrace. A sense of solace filled Fugaku's heart, he could finally assert his paternal authority before his eldest. "Father, you have returned," Yu exclaimed, quickly breaking free from his mother's grasp. He had long wished to escape her hold, for he possessed the thoughts of an adult. However, no matter what, Mikoto refused to let go, akin to a cat owner reluctant to release their beloved feline. Indeed, Fugaku nodded gravely, placing the heavy box onto the table. "You, are you ready to forge now?" Fugaku asked uncertainly. "Yes." Yu nodded earnestly. He did not require genuine sleep. He was eager to craft his artifact to experience the exhilaration of sword flight. It was a romantic notion frequently dreamt of by enthusiasts of the Shinsha genre. "May your mother and I observe?" Fugaku inquired, curious about how you would manipulate the chakra metal. Yu pondered briefly. "Of course. After all, they are my closest kin, and there is no risk of exposing my secrets. Even if I forge before them, they would not comprehend the intricacies due to the differing systems, ultimately attributing it to the nature of our bloodline limits." With that, Yu glanced at Fugaku. "Father, can you assure me that there are no spies among us?" Fugaku's expression faltered momentarily as he quickly expanded his sensory perception, then nodded at Yu. "Rest assured, Yu, no spies have infiltrated the Uchiha clan leader's estate." He felt pleased with his son's cautious demeanor. Seeing this, Yu refrained from further discussion, opening the large box that Fugaku had placed on the table. However, he found himself in a dilemma. He had initially assumed he would require 100 pounds of chakra metal, thus requesting what seemed an extravagant amount, only to discover that his father trusted him so thoroughly. This was no trivial matter. 100 pounds of chakra metal was significant. Typically, chakra metal weapons were weighed by the gram, with the finest examples weighing no more than a couple of pounds. One could only imagine the immense value of chakra metal within the shinobi world. Nonetheless, there was no turning back. He would forge first and worry about the quantity later. With that thought in mind, Yu summoned his spiritual energy, making the chakra metal levitate. As Fugaku and Mikoto observed the floating metal, their expressions grew serious, even activating their three-tomo Sharingan, their eyes fixed intently on Yu's movements. Boom! A burst of azure-green flames ignited in Yu's palm, the flames flowing like water as they swiftly enveloped the levitating chakra metal. Witnessing Yu's intricate control over the flames, both parents could not help but express their astonishment. Under the intense heat, the chakra metal quickly transformed into a liquid resembling molten lava as Yu skillfully purified it, extracting the impurities. As wisps of impurities evaporated into gas under the high temperatures, beads of sweat began to form on Yu's brow, a testament to the mental exertion required for the task. Forging was a profession that demanded immense mental fortitude. Its outward simplicity belied the concentration needed to discern the variations in material quality. Yu felt fortunate, had it not been for his recent advancements in technique. Enhancing his mental acuity and observational skills, this forging endeavor might have indeed failed. As he observed the swirling liquid, the vibrant elemental particles rapidly transforming into pure azure elements, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The initial purification appeared successful. Next, he manipulated the flames to divide the purified liquid into 5 portions, preparing for the most crucial stage, shaping. As Yu connected his spirit with the flames, the 5 portions were gradually elongated, forming 5 double-edged swords reminiscent of those wielded by legendary heroes. The sword blades were elongated as the flames erupted in a series of explosive bursts, hammering the nascent sword forms, producing a symphony of crisp and resonant sounds. Continuously compacting the material of the 5 swords, Yu ensured they became denser and more robust. Soon, intricate scales began to emerge along the surfaces of the blades. This entire process consumed nearly half an hour, and Yu's complexion grew increasingly pale, causing Mikoto to worry. As the flames dissipated, 5 crimson-hued long swords stood upright in the air. Yu gently formed a hand seal, and a sphere of clear water appeared from thin air, exuding a chill. Following Yu's droi, the water swiftly enveloped the 5 long swords. Sizzle! A thick plume of white smoke billowed forth, wafting throughout the room like mist. As Fugaku beheld Yu's graceful manipulation of the water release technique, his astonishment reached unprecedented heights. He could not fathom the nature of the bloodline limit his son had awakened. In addition to effortlessly controlling flames, he was now able to command water elements as well. However, this was not the moment to inquire further into such matters. Fugaku noticed Yu's pallid complexion, understanding that utilizing his current powers was immensely taxing, and it would be best not to disturb him unnecessarily. When the mist dissipated, 5 glistening long swords stood poised in the air. These swords, rather archaic in design, bore minimal ornate embellishments, with spiral-shaped hilts and elongated blades adorned with rows of naturally mysterious scale-like patterns. Upon sighting the 5 blades, both Fuyuki and Mikoto instinctively took a step back, as the sharp aura emanating from the swords made them feel as though they were on the verge of being sliced apart, even from a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Has the forging been completed? Fuyuki inquired uncertainly. Yu shook his head slightly and promptly seated himself, seeking to restore his internal spiritual and mental energies. Sensing this, Fuyuki swiftly refrained from further questioning. Approximately half an hour later, Yu finally stood up, his complexion visibly improved. The next crucial step was to inscribe the mystical talismans onto the swords, endowing them with enigmatic powers. Yu began to form intricate hand seals, reciting enigmatic syllables that were largely incomprehensible. A flurry of 5 distinct colors of small seals rapidly emerged from his mouth, hovering in the air. As Yu slightly opened his eyes, he cast a satisfied glance at the floating seals, clearly noting the greater complexity of the red and black seals compared to the other 3. With a flick of his hand, the 5 talismans darted toward their respective swords, and in an instant, the room was awash with a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. As the brilliance faded, the long swords, now glowing in red, black, green, blue, and yellow, appeared before the trio. Gazing at the finally forged artifacts, Yu's lips curled into a sigh of relief as he turned to his astonished parents, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, it is complete." The simplicity of his words jolted them back to reality. "Yu, are these the chakra weapons you forged?" Fuyuki reached out to touch one of the swords, only for it to emit a sharp, piercing sound, igniting in flames. Fuyuki's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly withdrew his hand. "Father, these swords are linked to my spirit. Any contact will result in a backlash," Yu explained, glancing at Fuyuki, who had narrowly avoided being scorched. With a gesture, the 5 swords swiftly returned to Yu's side, hovering behind him. "Yu, what abilities do these swords possess?" Fuyuki asked incredulously. "Father, why not try them for yourself?" Yu replied with a hint of mischief. Fuyuki nodded in silence, and they once again made their way to the training ground in the backyard. "Let us begin. Yu, show your father your new bloodline limit. Father, take heed." With that, Yu waved his hand, sending the 5 swords, each embodying a different element, hurtling toward Fuyuki at varying angles. The air was filled with sharp whistling sounds as the blades sliced through it. Fuyuki swiftly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, exclaiming, "So fast!" With no time for contemplation, he narrowly evaded one of the swords, only to find himself caught off guard as the fiery red blade erupted into a ferocious phoenix of flames. The intense heat singed his hair and clothing. Without a moment to spare, Fuyuki's eyes spun rapidly, taking on a pinwheel formation. Susanoo, a rudimentary skeletal form materialized around him, providing some measure of protection. However, to his dismay, this rudimentary Susanoo was insufficient to withstand the scorching flames of the fiery phoenix. Before the flames could reach his body, the searing heat rapidly dehydrated him, leaving him in a state of imminent desiccation, while simultaneously draining his chakra in the process. At that moment, the other 3 swords transformed into distinct divine beasts, charging at him. The lightning sword morphed into a Qilin, the earth sword into a colossal tortoise, and the water sword into a azure dragon. The 3 divine beasts unleashed their furious roars, attacking with remarkable speed, either pouncing, pressing down, or biting. Realizing he could no longer hold back, Fuyuki solidified his somewhat ethereal Susanoo, enveloping himself in a semi-skeletal form. A series of resounding explosions reverberated throughout the Uchiha clan, awakening the slumbering clan members, who cast puzzled glances toward the source of the commotion. Could it be an enemy attack? Numerous Uchiha swiftly donned their gear, leaping onto rooftops to ascertain the direction of the explosions. From the direction of the clan leader's residence, a massive cloud of dust billowed into the air. Meanwhile, Itachi hurriedly descended the stairs, rushing toward the training ground. As the dust settled, he found Yu and Fuyuki locked in battle, the latter appearing somewhat disheveled, although uninjured. His lips were cracked, and his hair was slightly singed. "Father, how do you fare?" Yu inquired, standing atop one of the long swords, floating effortlessly in the air. At the moment Fuyuki summoned his Susanoo, Yu had wisely ceased his attacks, understanding that this was not the time for an all-out confrontation. seizing the opportunity amidst the dust. Fuyuki retracted his semi-susanoo, aware that revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan would certainly provoke the apprehension of Konoha's higher-ups. Now was not the time to display his true strength, and fortunately, it was late at night, with few ninjas observing the Uchiha compound. You have become a formidable ninja, Fuyuki exclaimed, a blend of pride and melancholy washing over him. He felt proud of his eldest son's excellence, yet disheartened that such a remarkable child was not raised under his tutelage. What are the names of these 5 swords? Fuyuki asked in a solemn tone. You picked up the fire sword, gently caressing the blade. Let us name them the 5 Emperor's swords. As soon as you spoke, the 5 swords emitted a harmonious resonance. Chapter 12. A gentle strike from you rushing to the training ground. Itachi observed the pockmarked remnants of the explosions, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of vigilance. Mother, have enemies arrived? Noticing her younger son brandishing a kunai defensively, Mikoto couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, Itachi, enemies have come. Mother, fear not, I will protect you. With that, Itachi positioned himself protectively behind Mikoto, activating his double Tomo Sharingan for the first time in front of anyone other than his father. Mikoto was both moved and amused by this display. Oh, my dear Itachi, how adorable you are. The enemy I mentioned is just your mischievous brother. She gently patted Itachi's head. Itachi, momentarily taken aback, understood the situation once the dust had completely settled and he overheard the exchange between his brother and father. He turned to glance helplessly at his mother, then cast an envious look at his brother, longing for similar praise from their father. This moment did not escape Yu's notice. Upon seeing the double Tomo in Itachi's eyes, he paused momentarily before gracefully descending from the sword he was standing on. Itachi, you have awakened, Yu softly inquired. At that moment, Fuyuki approached, his expression equally astonished upon witnessing the double Tomo in Itachi's eyes. Itachi, your eyes. Ha ha ha. Well done, Itachi. You are truly my son. Fuyuki could no longer contain his joy, bursting into hearty laughter, overwhelmed by the delightful surprises his 2 sons had bestowed upon him. Receiving praise from his father, Itachi, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened, let a faint smile grace his small face. However, upon glancing at his silent elder brother, his heart skipped a beat. Brother, what is the matter? Itachi inquired uncertainly, wondering if his brother was unhappy due to their father's commendation of him. Itachi, it seems that your brother has been less attentive to you lately. You sighed softly, then gazed tenderly at Itachi. I am sorry, Itachi. Such things will not happen again. Yu's tone grew increasingly gentle. Itachi, who had been contemplating whether his father's praise had upset his brother, was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had just heard their father declare that his brother was already a formidable ninja, and for a fleeting moment, he too felt a pang of disappointment. Brother, why do you say that? Itachi asked, his gaze evasive. Yu reached out to stroke Itachi's head, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. You are but a 6-year-old child, untouched by the brutalities of war, who is yet to lose any dear ones. What kind of stimulus could possibly provoke such a young soul to awaken the double Sharingan? Yu sighed lightly, pausing as he caressed Itachi's hand. I have always known you to be an exceptionally intelligent child, Itachi. It is this very intelligence that burdens you with responsibilities not befitting your age. Do not shoulder all the burdens alone. The village, the clan, and your father and brother are here for you. What kind of responsibility weighs so heavily on you that it has driven you to awaken the double Sharingan? While I remain oblivious, a bittersweet smile flickered across Yu's lips. Itachi, do you think I am an unworthy brother? No, brother. Itachi quickly shook his head. Yet, you did not allow Itachi to continue and spoke earnestly. Itachi, please trust your brother. Such things will not occur again. Since you are so concerned for our family and village, I, as your brother, will steadfastly stand before you. Itachi, I will not let you stand alone in the darkness, lost and confused. This time, please forgive me. With that, you gently tapped Itachi's forehead with his finger. At that moment, Itachi's eyes brimmed with tears, and as Yu's finger made contact with his forehead, he could no longer hold back his emotions. Itachi's feelings erupted like a torrential flood, and the system notifications in Yu's mind incessantly chimed with gratitude values. In the background, Mikoto's eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved by the tender scene between her eldest son and Itachi. Yu, aware of the system notifications ringing in his mind, felt a pang of guilt. Not only had Itachi's emotions burst forth, but their mother was not faring much better. Fugaku stood beside you, momentarily stunned. His joyful laughter faltered, and he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, only to meet his wife's reproachful gaze. Suddenly, he felt inadequate as a father compared to you as a brother. He knew well the arduous journey of awakening the Sharingan required intense emotional stimuli. While he had reveled in Itachi's growing strength, he had overlooked the painful process behind it. You gently wiped away Itachi's tears. Why are you crying? You should smile more. Come, we must return to face the wave of questions awaiting us. After we explain everything, I will treat you to some dango at school. At these words, Itachi felt tears welling up again, but recalling his previous embarrassment in front of his brother, and with you urging him to smile more, he fought to suppress his emotions, presenting a comical expression that teetered between laughter and tears. The future god of the Uchiha clan, the emotionless boy, found himself utterly defenseless in front of his brother's gentleness, allowing himself to be molded by Yu's affection. Father, have you thought about how to explain tonight's events? You turned to Fugaku, who was standing frozen, lost in thought. Fugaku, snapping back to reality, fell into contemplation. He knew he could not disclose that this was a result of his battle with his son. The Uchiha clan was already under immense pressure from the village's higher-ups, akin to a powder keg. If news of such formidable power within the clan were to leak, chaos would surely ensue, especially with the impending relocation of the clan, which had yet to be announced to the clan members. Once revealed, the unfair treaty would undoubtedly incite unrest among them. Moreover, with Yu's extraordinary talent emerging, Fugaku's thoughts raced, leading him to suggest that a group of unfamiliar ninjas had invaded the Uchiha territory. You did not press further, after all. It was not the first time Konoha had been attacked by unknown ninjas. As long as they held on to this excuse, the clan members would likely harbor little suspicion. Moments later, several elders in their 60s and 70s, accompanied by a throng of clan members, appeared at their doorstep. A rapid series of knocks echoed, and Mikoto gently rose to open the door. Leading the group was Elder Uchiha Hokage, who strode in briskly, disregarding the three members of the family across from Fugaku. Clan leader, what has transpired? Uchiha Kyudai asked in a grave tone. Apologies for worrying the elders. It was merely a rat that scurried in from the gutter. Fugaku replied nonchalantly, kneeling on the soft mat in the living room. Elder Hokage and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically. How audacious! Who dares to treat the Uchiha clan with such contempt, to attack the clan leader's residence in the dead of night? The Uchiha clan members glared with fury, their eyes turning crimson as they regarded their leader, who bore evident signs of battle. I do not know. The enemy is quite mysterious. I discovered them, but they fled after exchanging only a few blows. The clan must remain vigilant, Fugaku stated. Did even the clan leader fail to apprehend the enemy? The expressions of the Uchiha clan members darkened. Could it be that the rogue Uchiha from the Ninetales incident has returned? The clan members' countenances shifted, filled with trepidation. If it were proven that this was the Uchiha responsible for the Ninetales chaos, it would clear the clan's name in the eyes of the village. All eyes turned to Fugaku with a glimmer of hope. I cannot be certain. The enemy did not reveal any traits indicative of the Uchiha bloodline or ninjutsu, he replied. Enough. Let us not indulge in wild speculation. We must enhance security around the clan territory to prevent such incidents from recurring, Fugaku interjected, cutting off the elders who wished to speak further. Yes, clan leader. The elders reluctantly turned and departed. Chapter 13. Fugaku's reflections watching the clan members leave. Fugaku rubbed his brow and turned his gaze to his two sons, cradled in Mikoto's arms. Itachi, there is nothing to worry about. You should go to bed now. It is getting late. You nodded, taking Itachi's hand as they left their mother's embrace and headed upstairs under Mikoto's reluctant gaze. Reaching their doorway, you looked at the ever-obedient Itachi and asked, Itachi, would you like to sleep with your brother tonight? Itachi pondered for a moment before nodding without hesitation. The two brothers had always shared a bed, only recently having been separated into different rooms. That night, the two brothers lay quietly in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a mystical veil over the room. Neither brother felt inclined to sleep. One was hardly in need of it, while the other was burdened with thoughts. Itachi, what dreams do you have for the future? You asked softly. After a moment of silence, Itachi replied, Brother, I hope for our village to remain in peace. Peace, is it? Truly a weighty topic, you mused quietly. Itachi, if one day you had to choose between the clan and the village, what would you do? You posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Itachi furrowed his small brow and replied, "Brother, can't the village and the clan coexist peacefully? I'm merely speculating. I never said it would definitely happen," you responded helplessly. "I would intervene to stop both sides, brother," Itachi answered resolutely. You let out a slight sigh of relief, realizing that in Itachi's heart, the significance of the clan and the village remained equal. Haha, what can a little child like you possibly do to make such grand declarations? Go to sleep. Peace is far beyond the concerns of kids like us. Let us first graduate from the Ninja Academy, he said, closing his eyes. It had been over a year since he had truly slept. Itachi, may you have sweet dreams tonight. Though he wished to counter his brother's earlier words, seeing him with closed eyes made Itachi hold back his retort. Good night, brother, he said, also shutting his eyes. The next morning, as dawn broke, you awoke, finding the feeling of returning to sleep far less refreshing than during his meditative practices. His head felt a bit heavy. Indeed, only through cultivation can one find true joy, he mused. Glancing at the still slumbering Itachi, you chose not to disturb him and quietly descended the stairs. In the kitchen, he found his mother already busy with her morning tasks. After exchanging a quick good morning, you hurried toward the backyard. By the time Makoto turned back to respond to the noise, he had already vanished from sight. That child, Makoto shook her head in resignation. In a remote part of the backyard, you discovered a square plot of land divided into 4 sections, enclosed by a wooden fence. This was where he cultivated his precious medicinal herbs. Since awakening his 4 auxiliary professions, you placed considerable importance on them. Both weapon forging and potion brewing required rare materials, which, at his young age, he was unable to acquire through physical training. However, the arts of formation and planting differed. The former required only the continuous practice of various restrictions, while the latter allowed him to gain experience from every plant he nurtured. Thus, he developed a fondness for farming from an early age. It must be said that Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, had a sufficiently large backyard. Aside from the training grounds, there was ample space left over. The 4 plots combined covered around 7 to 8 acres, nearly filled with the flowers and herbs you had collected over the years from the wilderness. Of course, these plants were not gathered haphazardly. Each possessed unique medicinal properties. With the guidance of the herbal compendium provided by his planting techniques, you could discern the functions and medicinal qualities of each plant with clarity. However, the potency of herbs in the ninja world was quite low, requiring him to gradually cultivate them with spiritual energy to enhance their foundational power, making them suitable for potion crafting. Upon entering the garden, you first checked the spirit gathering array he had set up with talismans to ensure it had not been compromised by insects. After a thorough inspection, he sighed in relief, noting that all the restrictions were intact. Setting up such formations was a time-consuming endeavor. The talisman-based spirit gathering array was particularly fragile and vulnerable to pests. Lacking any formations to dispel insects or imbue lethality, daily checks of the array's integrity became routine. As he gazed at the vibrant and flourishing plants, his mood brightened considerably. Soon, these plants would be ready for potion crafting. Although they were merely basic potions, they would serve as crucial life-saving resources for him, given his current limited spiritual energy. You meticulously tended to the soil around each plant according to their specific needs, occasionally using the water release technique to nourish them with gentle rain. Every movement was filled with focus and diligence. Unbeknownst to him, Fugaku stood silently at the window, observing his every action. When did my son develop such a hobby? Fugaku pondered thoughtfully. He recalled when he was just over 3 years old. He vividly remembered returning home after a long day's work, only to find his eldest son holding up a weed he had picked from the roadside, asking to be held. As he laughed, you cheerfully declared his desire to plant in the backyard. Back then, he had looked at Makoto with confusion, only to find her wearing a similar expression of helplessness. Initially, he instinctively hesitated to agree, but upon seeing the pleading look in Yu's eyes, he had readily consented, even playfully rubbing his beard against Yu's small face. It seemed that their bond had not always been distant. Whenever he lifted Yu as a child, it brought him immense joy. However, as Yu turned 4 and began ninja training, their relationship gradually grew estranged. Itachi trained diligently, following his commands without question, while Yu was mischievous, seemingly engaged in endless pursuits beyond basic training. This lack of effort and casual attitude towards being a ninja had prompted Fugaku's change in demeanor. Whenever he reprimanded Yu for his attitude, the child would argue back, and more often than not, Fugaku found himself outmatched in debate by a mere 4-year-old. At that time, he felt both helpless and disappointed, wanting to be a stern father and destroy Yu's distractions. Yet, the thought of the sadness it would bring the child made him relent. Gradually, their communication fell silent, and Fugaku assumed the role of a stoic and authoritative father. As Itachi's performance improved, he began to let go of his earlier frustrations. After all, who could guarantee that every child would be exceptional? He grew tolerant of Yu's seemingly frivolous hobbies, even at times considering it a blessing that his eldest son lacked the burdens of a ninja's path, understanding the weight of such a life. Fugaku, what are you thinking about? Mikoto's gentle voice broke through his reverie as she approached from behind, wrapping her arms around him. Nothing much, Mikoto. Thank you for your hard work, he replied, regaining his composure and holding her hand resting on his waist. What hardship do I endure? Today's clan meeting will surely put you in a difficult position, Mikoto responded with understanding. There's no choice. The village is pressing too hard. And it's only natural for the clan to be angry. If only the fourth were still here. Fugaku frowned and sighed. I wonder how Kushina's child is doing. Having lost both parents at such a young age. I hope he is well, Mikoto asked with a hint of sadness in her voice. That child was the offspring of her dear friend. Sighing deeply, Fugaku refrained from directly answering his wife's question. As the head of the security department, he was well aware of Naruto's situation, yet what could he do? The village now treated the Uchiha as if they were enemies. May Itachi and you grow quickly. With their talents, they shall surely change the village's fate, he concluded, and the couple quietly watched their son, busy in the backyard, their faces reflecting a sense of contentment. It's time for the boys to eat. After a while, as he was nearing the end of his tasks, Mikoto spoke softly. Fugaku nodded and walked toward a nearby grove, knowing that Itachi was likely training in secret. Time for dinner. As you finished tending to the last herb. He heard his mother's call from the window. Okay, I heard you, mother. You swiftly placed the small hoe beside the fence of the medicinal garden and performed a cleansing spell from the 5 Elements Dao to remove the dust from his body. He dashed towards the living room. For nothing is more important to a child than the call of a mother announcing mealtime. Yu was no exception. He was in a period of growth, and while he had yet to reach the phase of fasting in his cultivation, meals remained exceedingly significant for practitioners. A missed meal could leave one feeling famished, and it is futile to argue that the grains of the earth bear no benefit to cultivation. Mere mortals know little of the path to transcendence. Moreover, this was prepared by his mother, and you typically needed to consume 3 bowls just to feel somewhat satiated. For the essence refined during cultivation also draws upon the essence of food. As usual, under the gentle guidance of Mikoto, you indulged in 4 bowls of white rice. Patiently waiting for Itachi to savor his meal before rising to assist his mother in tidying the table, then joyfully took Itachi to school. Today promised to be a fruitful day. With his younger brother in tow, he arrived at the door of Izumi's home and knocked gently 2 or 3 times. The small figure of Izumi appeared, peeking out from behind the door. Upon seeing you, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, quickly replaced by a glimmer of excitement. Yukuin. Good morning. Izumi, good morning. Shall we go to school together today? You replied with a warm smile. Izumi eagerly nodded and opened the partially ajar door. Stepping out with a lively demeanor, the 3 of them walked towards the school, with the villagers casting glances of curiosity at you and his companions. Yukuin, what made you think of waiting for me to go to school together? Izumi playfully inquired. Because I want to be friends with the adorable Izumi. Did we not agree yesterday? Friends should naturally attend school together, you stated, and at that moment, a notification chimed in his mind, signaling a count of 10. You could not let his precious girl slip away. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, remarking, Yukuin, you are quite the smooth talker. Haha, Izumi. I speak only the truth. You are inherently charming. Itachi observed the lively exchange between the two and felt a pang of melancholy, as if his beloved brother were being whisked away, rendering the stares of the villagers, which once concerned him, rather inconsequential. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the members of the Konoha 4F group sat across from one another. Sarutobi shook his pipe and inquired, has the cause of the battle that erupted at the Uchiha compound yesterday been determined? Not yet. The skirmish was too brief, and given the late hour, no one could ascertain the specifics, Danzo replied, his expression grim. Sarutobi nodded. I assume the Uchiha clan meeting has convened by now. I wonder how their discussions are unfolding. Humph. Do they dare refuse to move? Danzo retorted. The turmoil from the Nine-Tails incident has scarcely subsided, and the Uchiha suspicion remains ever present. On this account alone, they would not dare to oppose the village. Sarutobi sighed. I hope the Uchiha can comprehend the village's predicament. Sarutobi, you are too soft-hearted. Why extend courtesy to the Uchiha? You witnessed the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails that night, and now the rumor circulating is that a mysterious individual attacked their clan leader's residence again. This is absurd. Such slander cannot be dispelled in this manner, especially that young one from the Fugaku family, devoid of any spirit of fire. I believe we should intensify surveillance on the Uchiha to preempt any potential uprising. Sarutobi took a moment of silence, inhaling deeply from his pipe. You shall handle this matter, Danzo, but be mindful of the repercussions. The village is still embroiled in conflict. We must avoid any blunders that might invite ridicule from outsiders. With a discontented snort, Danzo gripped his cane and departed from the Hokage building. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan meeting hall, following Fugaku's proposal to relocate the clan, the atmosphere became charged with fervent debate. Sitting at the head table, Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Why must we relocate to the banks of the Nakanokawa? This is not relocation. It feels more like exile. Leader, I vehemently oppose this. An elder rose in indignation. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy from the higher-ups. Indeed, we absolutely refuse to move. The crowd echoed, raising their voices in unison. Silence. Fugaku's commanding shout silenced the assembly momentarily, as the clan members glared at him with fiery eyes. Clearly this matter had touched many a nerve. It must be noted that the clan's mainstay jonin had all been dispatched to the border with the Land of Clouds, regardless of their protests. They were powerless to resist the village's decree. As Fugaku's words settled, a semblance of calm returned, albeit briefly. Nevertheless, we cannot move. I refuse to believe the village would dare to enforce such a relocation upon us. Following the Nine Tails incident, our Uchiha clan has already been marginalized in terms of power. Now they seek to push us to the fringes of the village. Is this an attempt to isolate us completely? A radical elder bellowed, reigniting the tumult within the meeting hall. The discord persisted until the conclusion of the clan meeting, prompting Fugaku to propose that they reconvene later that evening. Upon returning home from school, Yu, Izumi, and Itachi sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere of their clan. The Uchiha clansmen passed by with solemn faces, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. After bidding farewell to Izumi, Yu and Itachi entered their home, only to find their father sitting at the dining table with a gloomy expression. Unlike other days, when their mother would have already prepared a meal, the table lay bare, devoid of any food, and their mother was nowhere to be found. Father, is something amiss? Yu inquired, kneeling beside Itachi on the soft mat, his voice solemn. You are becoming a formidable ninja. You shall accompany me to the clan meeting tonight. Fugaku, bearing the weight of immense stress, felt compelled to leverage his prodigious son to assert influence within the clan. Yu understood the matter at hand, merely the relocation of the Uchiha clan. Although he was uncertain how the original narrative unfolded, he was resolute that his involvement would ensure that the third Hokage and others could not simply brush this issue aside. The Uchiha clan would not be easily coerced into relocating. Understood, father, Yu replied, his eyes shimmering with determination. Meanwhile, Itachi appeared somewhat anxious, eager to join as well. Fugaku seemed to sense Itachi's desire and, after a brief pause, acquiesced. Very well, Itachi may come too. However, you cannot enter the meeting. You shall listen from outside. Itachi nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. He was aware of the clan's regulations, which mandated that one must prove their strength to the clan members. Although he had achieved the rank of genin, it was still insufficient to merit his father's exception. It appeared that he would need to strive diligently, much like his elder brother Shursui, to graduate from the ninja academy early and demonstrate his capabilities to both his father and the clan. Chapter 15. Displaying one's skills. After Fugaku concluded the discussion, their mother, with a worried expression, brought out the dinner, clearly aware of the turmoil surrounding the proposed relocation. The burden of having their 6-year-old son shoulder such immense pressure weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her uncertain whether this was right or wrong. After dinner, under Mikoto's concerned gaze, Fugaku led Yu and Itachi toward the meeting venue. The three were enveloped in silence as the clan meeting location was quite a distance from their current residence, situated atop a mountain in South He. Upon their arrival, a considerable number of clan members had already gathered beneath the clan meeting sign. As Fugaku approached with Yu and Itachi, the clansmen parted to create a path. their expressions filled with unspoken questions about why Fugaku had brought two young children along. However, as Fugaku offered no explanation, the gathered clansmen refrained from asking. Reaching the entrance, Fugaku turned to Itachi. Itachi, you shall remain at the entrance, welcoming our clansmen into the assembly hall. Yes, father. Itachi clenched his small fists, feeling a tinge of discontent. He was acutely aware of his brother's superiority, yet he yearned to stand beside him. Fugaku patted Itachi's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fret, Itachi. You are also a son of great merit." "Indeed, father, I understand." Itachi nodded earnestly. As they approached the assembly hall, Yu cast a furtive glance at the somewhat disheartened Itachi, then hurried to keep pace with Fugaku. Today was not merely about attending a gathering. It was a significant opportunity for him. Upon entering the hall, the clansmen filed in, arranged according to their ninja prowess. At the elevated podium, Fugaku took his place. While directly before him sat Uchiha Hokage, who had assisted two generations of clan leaders, alongside Uchiha Rihoho, the current leader of the hardliners, followed by several elderly elders. Behind them were numerous clansmen arranged by their respective strengths. Uchiha Hokage cast a surprised glance at Yu, puzzled by the chief's decision to bring his eldest son. However, with the meeting about to commence, he refrained from inquiring further. Soon, all clansmen were present, and as the grand doors closed, the clan meeting officially began. Clan leader, after discussions over lunch with the elders, we have decided to oppose the relocation. Although the village proposes to manage the new clan grounds, can the South Haipan River compare to the heart of Konoha? Not to mention, it takes half an hour just to buy groceries. How can we explain this to our clansmen? The ancestral lands of the Uchiha have always been here. The village cannot dictate our heritage. The first to voice his dissent was indeed the fiery elder Rihoho, his demeanor akin to an agitated cat, brimming with anger. Yes, we absolutely refuse. The other clansmen echoed in agreement. Fugaku, witnessing this, turned his gaze towards the previously moderate elders. Yet, at that moment, even Uchiha Hokage, who had unwaveringly supported Fugaku's rise, chose silence. They advocated for peaceful coexistence with the village, but that did not imply they were selfless individuals willing to sacrifice for it. Fugaku, feeling helpless, closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them to address the agitated clansmen. Silence. This is a clan meeting, not a marketplace. Must the loudest voice always be right? Gradually, the clamor subsided, and the clansmen fell silent, awaiting his decision. Fugaku surveyed the assembly, eventually fixing his gaze upon the still calm Yu. "Yu, what is your opinion?" Yu paused, pondering how to respond, but recalling the purpose of his father's bringing him here, he straightened his posture, preparing to voice his thoughts. However, before he could speak, Elder Rihoho, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Clan leader, have you forgotten the rules of the assembly? How can a mere child, who hasn't even awakened a single tomo, speak here?" Yu's expression darkened, but he refrained from retorting, instead waiting for his father to clarify. Fugaku revealed his Sharingan, gazing intently at Rihoho. "Elder, I am well aware of our clan's regulations. Yu, my eldest son, possesses strength approaching that of a Chunin." This assertion was not unfounded. It had been demonstrated during their previous sparring session. While he had not exerted his full strength, the Five Swords assault was far beyond what an ordinary Chunin could withstand. However, noting his son's considerable fatigue, he conservatively described him as approaching Chunin. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the gathered Uchiha clansmen. "Huh, are you jesting, clan leader? A child who has yet to awaken even a single tomo, and you claim he is approaching Chunin level? Have you lost your mind over your prodigious son?" Rihoho laughed mockingly. "You old fool, is your worth measured solely by your eyes? Without them, do you even possess the strength of a Chunin?" Before Fugaku could express his ire, Yu remained composed, gazing disdainfully at the rough elder. "What? You ignorant child. Do not presume that being the clan leader's son grants you the right to speak as if you are the next leader of the Uchiha. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on respect." With that, Rihoho swiftly performed a series of hand seals, invoking fire release, fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon spiraled through the assembly hall, lunging towards Yu, indicating Rihoho's intent to strike hard, as he had vehemently opposed Fugaku's rise to leadership. "Huh. A mere trivial skill dares to display itself before me." Yu slammed his palm on the table, and amidst the anxious gazes of the clansmen, extended his small hand. Just as the fire dragon was about to make contact with Yu's hand, vibrant orange flames erupted from his palm. With a mere gesture, The furious flames halted just a centimeter from his palm, as though he had effortlessly caught the scorching dragon in midair. This astonishing spectacle left the Uchiha clansmen gasping in disbelief. How can this be? That is the scorching fire dragon technique. How could a mere mortal accomplish such a feat? The glances exchanged among the clansmen were filled with incredulity. Concurrently, Yu's mind was flooded with notifications of gratitude and malice. Malice value, 1,000, 10, 100, 1,000. Gratitude value, 10, 100, 1,000. You felt an exhilarating rush. Old man, perhaps you should be more mindful of your words in the future. As for your attack, you gently stroked the dragon's head, then expressed his disdain. Quite ugly. It lacks the form of a dragon or a serpent. Go back and practice a few more years before embarrassing yourself. With a flick of his wrist, you sent the fire dragon spiraling towards the elder Rihuo. Rihuo's eyes turned icy as he hastily performed hand seals, summoning Earth Release. Earth Barrier. A semicircular earthen wall enveloped him entirely. Seeing this, you smirked disdainfully. Huh. With a flick of his hand, the fiery orange flames surrounding him surged towards the descending fire dragon, transforming its yellow hue into a brilliant orange, imbuing it with life. Resembling a living ruby crystal dragon, the intense heat radiated like a falling sun, causing the Uchiha clansmen to retreat in discomfort. As the red dragon neared Rihuo's earthen barrier, the wall visibly reddened from the searing heat. Within the barrier, Rihuo caught a whiff of something burning, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the assembly hall. Rihuo quickly retracted the earth barrier, attempting to utilize the body flicker technique to escape the onslaught. However, it was too late. The fire dragon did not collide with the barrier, but instead circled it. This was the reason behind Yu's earlier smirk. Had the elder chosen to evade from the outset, you might not have easily overpowered him. Yet, Rihuo insisted on taking the blow. You had no desire to go too far. He constrained the flames to a manageable level. Otherwise, with his mastery of fire release, Rihuo would have been incinerated. After singeing the elder's beard and hair, you dissipated the fire dragon. Casting a glance at the now disheveled Rihuo, who was drenched in sweat and covered in soot, glaring daggers at him. Do I now possess the right to speak? You spread his arms wide, calmly addressing the assembly of Uchiha clansmen. Chapter 16. A display of eloquence. As Yu's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, the atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers. The young clan leader is magnificent. The young clan leader is magnificent. The resounding applause filled the entire hall. At this very moment, the system notification chime for you resounded incessantly, aside from occasionally observing a string of numbers exceeding 1,000 in malevolent points. The majority of this moment was dominated by vast amounts of gratitude points. Within the span of merely 10 minutes, you had amassed nearly 20,000 gratitude points, whilst malevolent points also accumulated to over 10,000. With approximately 200 members attending the clan meeting, it was evident that most of the audience acknowledged him, as demonstrated by the overwhelming gratitude he received. Even the young clan leader called out, which was not merely Yu's self-proclamation, but a testament to the recognition from the clan members. Should this state persist, it would be inevitable for Fugaku to relinquish his position, effectively making Yu the undisputed leader of the Uchiha clan. Observing the fervent crowd below, Yu nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand slightly, bringing about an immediate silence. Casting a glance at the fiery elder who regarded him with disdain, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He hoped such sentiments would endure. With a casual gesture, Yu directed a five-element gathering technique towards the kneeling elder, and in an instant, the elder's burnt arm was enveloped in a radiant, multicolored light. The wound healed visibly at a remarkable speed, scabbing and falling away. As for the elder's beard and hair, Yu chose to ignore them. That was his punishment. After all, such a valuable asset should not perish due to Yu's fiery toxins. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan members, they witnessed their young clan leader effortlessly casting a healing technique towards the unprepared elder, whose previously charred right hand rapidly regenerated into tender flesh. This miraculous scene caused the pupils of the assembled clan members and elders to constrict in astonishment. At that moment, their gaze fell upon the tranquil youth seated at the lower end of Fugaku's dais, akin to beholding a rare treasure. It is worth noting that while many within the Uchiha clan excelled in fire and lightning techniques, few were adept in medical ninjutsu, particularly of the caliber exhibited by Yu, who could restore life to the lifeless. Yu, however, felt no particular sentiment regarding this. The five-element techniques were not mere offensive spells. They represented a comprehensive doctrine of elemental manipulation. As long as you grasped the principles of the various elements, these spells would naturally yield to his command. The elder, glancing at the youth on the platform, seemed to wish to convey something, yet merely pursed his lips, retreating to his seat in silence. The most immediate manifestation of this was the system panel reflecting a sudden reduction of his malevolent points from 1,000 to 500. You smirked, looking down at the elder. Oh, elder, I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Clearing his throat, Fugaku observed the restored calm of the hall and coughed twice. Since there are no objections, let us heed the opinions of our young clan leader. At this moment, Fugaku's heart brimmed with joy. Initially, he merely intended for his son to showcase his talents, leveraging his elder son's prowess to intimidate the ever-opposing radicals. Unexpectedly, his son had solidified the position of the next clan leader through his impressive mastery of fire control techniques. Although his current standing was not entirely secure, he believed that as long as his son continued to excel, that position would soon be as stable as a mountain. You surveyed the attentively watching clan members. The oppression faced by the Uchiha clan from the higher-ups was widely acknowledged, and continuous acquiescence would be a display of weakness. However, given the present reality, they lacked the strength to oppose the entire village, thus making submission an unfortunate necessity. Initially, many assumed that the words of the clan leader's son would align with his father's perspective, yet as they listened, confusion set in. If not for Yu's earlier demonstration of strength, it was likely that some would have already erupted in dissent. Thus, in light of these circumstances, unity was the most crucial aspect for the Uchiha. Relocation of the clan was unavoidable, and they could not contest the village's decision based on moral grounds. This was not solely an Uchiha issue. All families in the village faced adjustments. If the Uchiha alone protested, it would portray them as lacking in broader perspective. Nevertheless, the inequitable reality remained. As the original center of the clan, Konoha's decision to relocate them to the remote banks of the South Hechuan demanded adequate compensation for the injustices faced by the clan members. It was unacceptable for the Uchiha clan to make sacrifices simply due to the village's current wartime status or heightened tensions along the land of lightning borders. Were there not Uchiha ninjas bleeding for the village? Had the Uchiha clan not rendered significant contributions to the village? Why should they endure both bloodshed and tears, sacrificing their lives on the front lines, only for their families and children to face further losses? This was the very reason the Uchiha would not acquiesce. The principle of the one who gathers firewood must not be left to freeze in the snow is a simple truth. If the Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha failed to comprehend this, then the Uchiha clan could not be blamed for rising in rebellion, as it was the village's injustice that predated their actions. Thus, a united Uchiha is a powerful Uchiha. This is my proposal. We must seek compensation from the village. Without adequate compensation, the Uchiha clan will not relocate. Are there any other opinions? As Yu's impassioned words gradually subsided, the assembly hall fell into an eerie silence. With all clan members below gazing in rapt attention at the youth on the stage, they had long been aware of the village's injustices and the machinations of the higher-ups. Yet none could articulate such a coherent and principled stance. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before someone finally spoke up. I support the young clan leader. Yes, we must demand compensation from the village. It was Uchiha Hokage, who had remained silent for a long time, now looking earnestly at Fugaku. Me too. Another elder rose to express his agreement. Me as well, came the chorus of affirmations. And soon 6 out of the 7 elders of the Uchiha clan had risen in solidarity. To everyone's surprise, even the staunch elder, whom many believed would not support the motion, stood up without hesitation, directing a gaze filled with astonishment at Fugaku. Fugaku, I must admit you have struck gold in having such an exceptional son, he remarked, casting a look of appreciation at you. You felt a pang of dismay. He longed for the elder's previous rebellious demeanor. What was this newfound recognition worth? He truly preferred the elder's original, defiant self. Fugaku gradually regained his composure. Yet upon hearing the elder's words, his expression darkened. Since the clan elders are in agreement, I shall report the outcomes of this clan meeting to the Hokage. As for the results, it all hinges on the Hokage's decision. Fugaku had no desire to refute the elder, for he had already lost face enough for one day. It was essential to grant the elder a measure of dignity. Chapter 17. The Eye of Delusion. Upon exiting the clan meeting, Fugaku, along with Yu and Itachi, walked in silence. You had no inclination to ponder Fugaku's thoughts, instead choosing to quietly open his system panel. Upon seeing his gratitude points had reached 35,000, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. Although his malevolent points had decreased slightly to 12,000, it was worth noting that a significant portion of these had been bestowed upon him by a certain elder. Yet, the realization of having lost a substantial asset filled you with self-reproach. He should not have been so overt. Ultimately, he was just too remarkable. As you contemplated these matters, Fugaku halted in front of him, his back turned. You was left wondering what his father intended to do at that moment. As you and Itachi paused to gaze at Fugaku, a somewhat suppressed voice resonated. You performed admirably today. Take Itachi back home. Father is heading to the Hokage's office. With that, Fugaku vanished before the two brothers in a flash of body flicker, leaving them bewildered. Fugaku dashed towards the Hokage building, unable to contain his laughter. For today was undoubtedly one of his most exhilarating days. The thought of Uchiha Reika's dismal demeanor brought him joy, and he couldn't help but revel in his son's constrained expression. During the struggle for the clan leadership, Reika's son had faltered against him, allowing Fugaku to ascend. This old man had always regarded him with disdain, but due to the broader perspective required of a clan leader, Fugaku had endured. Yet, Reika often behaved like a jester, consistently opposing him. Though reluctant to admit it, you had indeed displayed a remarkable composure during the clan meeting, far surpassing his own capabilities with reasoned arguments. As he pondered this, Fugaku felt an unexpected urge to retire early, but remembering Yu's tender age, he shook his head and decided to shoulder the responsibilities for a few more years. With his enhanced hearing, a gift from his training, you caught the distant sound of laughter and couldn't help but pout, recognizing the hypocrisy in his father's demeanor. Brother, what are you talking about? Itachi inquired, leaning in with an adorable expression that made Yu's heart melt. Just lamenting our irresponsible father, leaving two 6-year-old children alone on the street at this hour. Not fearing that kidnappers might snatch us away, Yu was well aware of the many unscrupulous individuals lurking within the Hokage's domain, with Orochimaru being a notorious expert in this regard. Uchiha Madara was no exception, nor was his protege, Obito. Brother, you jest. It is precisely because you are so formidable that father trusts you so much. Itachi's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at you. He had witnessed his brother's impressive display of strength and inspiring words at the clan meeting through a crack in the door. Although some of Yu's ideals conflicted with his own, Itachi's admiration for his brother remained untainted. Touched by Itachi's shining gaze, you felt a surge of accomplishment and affectionately ruffled his brother's fluffy hair. Itachi, you too shall become an exceptional ninja in the future. Yes, I will catch up to you, brother. As the moonlight elongated their shadows, the two little ones soon reached their home. Upon knocking, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal Makoto, who sighed with relief and enveloped both Yu and Itachi in a warm embrace. Welcome home, Yu. Itachi. Are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you? She asked gently, stroking their little heads. No need, mother, we're not hungry. Yu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Seeing her son's untroubled expressions, Makoto's anxious heart finally settled. After comforting her worried mother, Yu quickly ushered Itachi to his room before eagerly retreating to his own. Settling onto his small bed, Yu swiftly crossed his legs and activated his system panel. Uchiha Yu Realm, refining essence in a Chi technique. Qingming method, refining Chi earth techniques. Fire, mastered lightning, mastered wind, average water, average earth, average weapon control technique. Mastered basic physical arts, mastered refining technique. Average alchemy, average planting technique, average formation technique, average gratitude value, 35,000 malicious value, 12,000 gazing at the unprecedented surplus of malicious value. You felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, he desired nothing more than to enhance his cultivation swiftly. Despite his impressive display at the clan meeting, he was acutely aware that if it weren't for the confrontation with that old man Reika, he would have been at a disadvantage in a guerrilla battle. The insufficiency of his spiritual energy had always been his Achilles heel. Although the intensity of his skills had increased, he found himself drained after just a few uses. This was the predicament you faced now. He silently prayed that elevating his cultivation would resolve this issue. System, allocate all my gratitude value to my techniques. As soon as Yu's words fell, a torrent of powerful spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions. The energy flowed into his body like nectar, traversing through the 12 meridians, reaching the 8 extraordinary vessels, and ultimately converging in his dantian. The mist within his dantian rapidly compressed, transforming into crystalline droplets that gradually coalesced into a pond, which, with the continuous influx of spiritual energy, evolved into a vast azure sea. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from his dantian, resembling the rising sun, and transformed into a dazzling spectrum that shot towards Yu's mindscape. In an instant, he felt a violent explosion within his consciousness. His tense spirit entered a state of clarity, as countless profound aphorisms appeared in his mind. Simultaneously, 3 petals, blue, green, and red, unfurled at the back of his head, emanating an aura of transcendent wisdom. As Yu immersed himself in the mysterious and unfathomable aphorisms within his mind, the blood within him rapidly converged at his brow, culminating in an intense, piercing pain that abruptly jolted him from his ethereal state. Pain. This was the only sensation Yu could discern, as if something were attempting to break through his skull from within. Clutching his brow tightly, his body convulsed, cold sweat streaming down his face, with blood seeping through his fingers. Biting his teeth, Yu felt an overwhelming urge to scream, but his powerful will held him steady. Knowing that revealing his anguish could expose his secret, it was not a matter of mistrusting his mother or Itachi, but rather the uncertainty of how to explain the current situation if his truth were unveiled. He couldn't possibly tell that gentle woman that he hailed from another world. The agony compelled Yu to roll back and forth on his bed, vowing that if this bloodline mutation did not yield satisfactory results, he would rather forego it. After approximately half an hour, the pain gradually subsided. Now lying limply on his bed like someone pulled from the water, Yu found himself drenched in cold sweat. Trembling, he rose and wobbled over to the mirror, where he beheld his reflection, his face pale, with a crooked blood scar adorning his forehead. As the blood scar slowly fell away, a fine golden vertical line resembling a birthmark appeared on Yu's brow. The golden line emitted a soft glow, adding an air of mystery to his already handsome visage. As Yu carefully contemplated this newly emerged mark, a vague piece of information flooded his mind, and he instantly understood the significance of the vertical line on his brow. It was the Taoist Eye of Law, said to be activated in those of profound magical ability, revealing the third eye within the human brain. The external manifestations of this third eye varied. Some could perceive spirits, while others could foresee the future or possess the power to suppress all malevolent entities. Yu's Eye of Law was named the Eye of Broken Illusions, capable of perceiving the true essence of reality. According to the feedback received, mastering it would allow one to ascend to the heavens and delve into the depths of the earth, transcending time and space to comprehend the ultimate truths of existence. Seeking traces of the Tao, however, all of this still feels quite distant from you for the time being. As for the present, he can only see through all illusions, directly assaulting the spiritual origins of others, perceiving the spatial dimensions of this world, and glimpsing into the future for 3 seconds through the river of time. Yet even so, Yu feels that the half-hour of suffering he endured was worthwhile. It is important to recognize that these 4 abilities, seemingly simple, are immensely powerful within the realm he inhabits. Not to mention the significance of being able to foresee the next 3 seconds in battle. The ability to see through all illusions and attack the spiritual core of others serves as an exceptionally formidable trump card. Understanding the spatial dimensions of the world is even more critical. It is a powerful auxiliary means for mastering spatial laws in the future. To perceive means to touch, and this plants within him a seed for comprehending the divine arts of space and time. One must understand that among the many laws of the Tao, few can grasp the principles of space and time, for they simply exist or do not. Hence, the exaggerated expressions of space hold supremacy and time reigns as emperor. Chapter 18. External Avatar. Yu suppressed the excitement within him and slowly returned to his bed, carefully contemplating his newfound cultivation. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown gradually unfolded, and at that moment, Yu sensed a faint connection to this world. Henceforth, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Through this manifestation of the 3 flowers, a bridge had been established with the world, allowing him to continuously replenish his spiritual energy even in battle. However, this bridge is still somewhat narrow, and in the future, he must gradually widen it to achieve the state of unity between heaven and man, which refers to the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void. Once he fully attains the state of refining the spirit and returning to the void, he will no longer need to concern himself with the recovery of spiritual energy keeping pace with his output at that time. The entire universe will become his domain of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, you discovered that he now possessed divine consciousness. Even with his eyes closed, he could observe the world through this consciousness. This observation is all-encompassing, more detailed and clear than what his eyes could perceive, though its range is somewhat modest, only extending 1,000 meters in diameter. However, this is merely a comprehensive observation. If he were to condense his divine consciousness into a single line, this distance could envelop half the diameter of Konoha. Furthermore, use panel displayed new changes. Uchiha U Realm, refining Chi into Spirit Technique. Qingmingju, refining the Spirit Chapter Yellow Tier 2 Technique. 5 Elements Ninjutsu Fire, Mastered Lightning, Mastered Wind, Ordinary Water, Ordinary Earth, Ordinary Artifact Control, Mastered Basic Body Techniques, Mastered External Avatar, Beginner Refining Tools, Ordinary Refining Pills, Ordinary Planting Techniques, Ordinary Formation, Ordinary Gratitude Value, 9,000 Malice Value, 12,000 Observing his gratitude value returning to 4 digits. You felt indifferent, as this enhancement was substantial. His gaze shifted to the newly emerged skill of External Avatar. In an instant, he comprehended why he had previously been unable to master techniques such as Shadow Clone and Clone Jutsu, not due to a lack of intelligence or an inability of the system to convert, but because he had not possessed divine consciousness at that time. After all, the external avatar in the realm of Tao is intricately linked to spirit and divine consciousness. Insufficient mental power makes it easy to create an external avatar, risking mental fragmentation. Lacking divine consciousness means that the avatar cannot connect with the primary self, resulting in a clone that could easily become a separate entity. Moreover, the external avatar in the Tao is not something that can be summoned out of thin air merely with spiritual energy. It must be accompanied by artifacts. The higher the quality of the artifact, the stronger the power of the external avatar it can bear. Use 5 low-tier artifacts are perfectly suited for creating external avatars, although they can currently only embody 3 layers of use strength. In contrast, use external avatars are not the fragile products of shadow clones that burst easily. The external avatar can learn and cultivate independently, serving as an external brain for you. As long as the divine consciousness is connected, you can split his mind into 6, undertaking 6 different tasks simultaneously. This is an excellent exercise for both spirit and divine consciousness. In terms of offensive capability, it is equally impressive, connected through divine consciousness. If the avatar cannot match an opponent in physical combat, it can transform into an artifact. This means that you could, while seated at home, target enemies 1,000 miles away, transmitting spiritual energy through divine consciousness to unleash the artifact's original might and strike down foes from afar. Upon understanding the capabilities of the external avatar, you swiftly elevated its level to ordinary. He then quickly summoned the 5 Emperor Swords, imprinting his divine consciousness onto each one and performing the necessary hand seals. He felt his spiritual energy surge within, infusing the 5 swords, which began to radiate a halo of light. 5 figures, identical to himself, appeared before him. As he linked his consciousness, the previously expressionless faces of the avatars became animated. There were no words exchanged, but you felt as though his thoughts had split into 6 distinct entities. In truth, all 5 were merely extensions of himself, with the primary self bearing the main consciousness. He had not genuinely severed his spirit, but had tightly connected it through divine consciousness, akin to a single entity sprouting 5 tendrils. Every movement of the avatars could be communicated back to the primary consciousness through these 5 tendrils. Furthermore, this connection is unilateral. You can sever it at any moment. Such autonomous avatars are far beyond the capabilities of a mortal-level cultivator like you. Even if achievable, they would be uncontrollable. In contrast, the shadow clones in Naruto only relay information back to the primary self upon their destruction, a practice that is exceedingly dangerous in the realm of cultivation. Should a malevolent practitioner cast a curse on a clone, the original would perish when the clone is destroyed, as one cannot actively sever this connection. Not to mention, if the clone remains intact or the primary self does not actively observe it, the actions of the clone would remain entirely unknown, rendering it utterly uncontrollable. Only in a world devoid of Tao, like that of Naruto, could ninjas act so recklessly. If such techniques were employed in the realm of cultivation, one would quickly discover the consequences of their folly. Contemplating these matters, a hint of mischief crept onto Yu's lips. Such methods are not exclusive to the dark path. The righteous path possesses them as well. Although spells that bind and slay the soul are not mainstream, they certainly exist. Once he masters such techniques, those who rely on shadow clones for their daily activities will surely face dire consequences. However, he must find a way to acquire the sealing book of Konoha. Without the techniques of this world as a vehicle, you cannot learn Dao techniques out of thin air. The sealing techniques of Konoha, whether sealing arts or various elemental ninjutsu, as well as the space-time flying thunder god technique, are all urgently required by you. He must either find a way to eliminate that old thief Sarutobi and elevate his father to power, or take the position himself. Nevertheless, pondering these matters now serves little purpose. Shaking off the myriad thoughts in his mind, you began to meditate in silence. Hokage building. Sarutobi gazed at the document presented by Fugaku, flipping through its contents, his expression slightly darkening. Fugaku, is this truly the request of your Uchiha clan? Indeed, Lord Third. Fugaku replied, maintaining his composure. The clan members are quite incensed regarding the proposal to relocate from our current territory. This has been a topic of extensive discussion. Very well. I understand. You may return. I will confer with the Elder Council and provide you with an answer tomorrow, Sarutobi responded, his tone tinged with displeasure. Understood, Lord Third. With that, Fugaku departed the Hokage building. Before long, Danzo, Narashikaku, and Mito gate and walked into the Hokage building. As Sarutobi observed the assembled individuals, he shook off the ashes from his cigarette and handed over the document in his hand. Take a look at this. It represents the demands of the Uchiha clan. The expression on Danzo's face darkened as he perused the contents of the document. As expected, the Uchiha are nothing but ungrateful wolves. They actually expect the village to provide relocation compensation at market rates. How is that even conceivable? The situation at the borders of the Land of Lightning is becoming increasingly dire, and the village's finances are already strained. This is nothing more than a delusion. Danzo slammed the document onto the third Hokage's desk, his tone sharp and cutting. Chapter 19. An ambush enough. This is not the time for anger. Danzo, I called you here to devise a solution. Given Fugaku's attitude, this must reflect the consensus of the entire Uchiha clan. If they disagree, the Uchiha will undoubtedly cause a ruckus with the village. The third Hokage spoke with a frown, his voice filled with discontent towards the Uchiha's lack of understanding. Let them cause a ruckus. With the current state of the Uchiha clan, filled with the elderly, the weak, and the injured, what qualifications do they have to negotiate with the village? A flicker of disdain passed through Danzo's eyes. Danzo, do you wish to see the ninja forces at the borders diminish? The third Hokage admonished sternly. Do not forget that the village is still embroiled in conflict. If the Uchiha were to withdraw or slacken their efforts over relocation matters, how would we defend the borders of the Land of Lightning? Danzo's countenance grew even more sullen. Yet he refrained from opposing Sarutobi's words. The defection of the legendary three was a pressing concern, and the only one still loyal to the village, Jiraiya, was contemplating his own path. Were it not for the ongoing conflict at the borders, he would likely be off gathering materials elsewhere. What do you propose we do? Danzo retorted stubbornly. Sarutobi fell silent, drawing deeply from his pipe. It was then that the young Kumoi stepped forward, suggesting, why not agree to their demands for now? We can always change our stance later. The other's eyes brightened at this suggestion. The following day, the third Hokage summoned Fugaku to discuss the outcome of the Elder Council's deliberations. Fugaku nodded thoughtfully as he listened. Fugaku, this is the situation. You may leave now. However, as Sarutobi looked up from revising a document, he noticed that Fugaku had not yet departed. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Fugaku recalled the words of his eldest son from that morning. Father, if you meet with the Hokage and he agrees to our relocation plan, be sure to obtain a written document signed by him. Why? Fugaku inquired, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Because, his son had replied with a smile. We need tangible proof. Returning to the present, Fugaku addressed the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, I would appreciate it if you could provide a written document. Sarutobi's expression darkened. Fugaku, do you not trust me as the Hokage? It is not that, Lord Hokage. Having the document would allow me to adequately explain the situation to my clan. Fugaku responded respectfully. The third Hokage cast a glum glance at Fugaku, who still stood there, and sighed, alas. It seems I have neglected my duties as Hokage by forgetting such an important matter. He then grabbed a blank document and swiftly began to write. soon finishing the letter and stamping it with the Hokage seal before handing it over to Fugaku. Fugaku examined the document, found it satisfactory, and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit the office. At that moment, Saratobi's expression finally darkened in frustration. From the shadows behind Saratobi, a figure emerged. "The Uchiha clan truly cannot be trusted. Have you gathered all the necessary information regarding the Uchiha clan's assembly?" Danzo nodded. "The one demanding compensation is Fugaku's eldest son. They have played their cards well, uniting as one. Isn't that little brat only 6 years old? Do the proud Uchiha truly heed the words of a mere child?" Saratobi asked incredulously. This is why I say the Uchiha have ulterior motives. If it weren't for our informants revealing the truth, we would never have known that Fugaku, usually so docile, had such a hidden agenda. It is said that his eldest son defeated the hardliners at the clan meeting, seemingly awakening a new bloodline limit. A cold glint flickered in Danzo's eyes. It is indeed a time fraught with troubles. Saratobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a sigh as the smoke curled in the air. "Danzo, we must test the strength of this little wildling." Danzo's gaze bore into Saratobi, cold and unwavering. After a long silence, Saratobi warned, "Do not take it too far." Danzo fell silent, gradually fading into the shadows. That night, a pale crescent moon hung in the sky as you led Itachi and Izumi along a secluded path in the Uchiha territory, each holding a skewer of dumplings. "Yukuin, why is yours different from mine?" Izumi pouted slightly, her curiosity piqued. "It's because yours is too sweet. I suddenly craved something salty," you teased in response. Izumi's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "No way. I want to eat the salty ones too." With that, she opened her mouth wide to take a bite of the savory three-colored dumplings in Yu's hand. Yu did not withdraw his hand, but instead looked at her affectionately as she puffed out her cheeks. "If you want to eat, then indulge yourself." Itachi quietly observed the scene, glancing down at the three-colored dumpling in his hand. Suddenly, he felt that even the one with double the sugar was not as overwhelmingly sweet as he had thought. Abruptly, he sensed a strong feeling of being watched and halted in his tracks, unleashing a powerful aura of perception in the surrounding darkness. For ninjas wearing cat-faced masks lurked in the shadows. "Brother, what's wrong?" Itachi asked, puzzled by Yu's sudden stop. Yu smiled slightly at the confused expressions on Itachi and Izumi's faces. "Itachi, I left something at school. I need to go back and get it." He fabricated a casual excuse to deflect. "We will wait for you, Yukuin." Izumi blinked her big, innocent eyes. However, just as he was about to decline Izumi's request, he noticed the 4 ninjas springing into action. "Enough. Itachi, stay alert. We have enemies," Yu shouted, and in an instant, the 5 Emperor sword within him transformed into 5 shadowy figures, encircling Izumi and Itachi for protection. At that moment, Itachi activated his Sharingan, and indeed, he saw 4 figures rushing toward them with astonishing speed. Boom. Before Itachi could react, he witnessed his brother engulfed in flames, his crimson eyes blazing like fire, and his hair billowing as if carried by a scorching wind. In an instant, a wave of heat, reminiscent of a sweltering summer, surged forth. "Humph." A pack of rats in the gutter. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yu's eyes. Initially, he had intended to allow Itachi and Izumi to retreat, but the enemies clearly lacked the patience for such considerations, dismissing the two as trivial. "Enough talk. Kill him." With that, the 4 masked ninjas swiftly drew kunai and hurled them toward Yu, the weapon slicing through the air with a sharp, deadly whistle aimed at his vitals. Yu regarded the incoming kunai with disdain, making no attempt to evade them as the flames surrounding him blazed even more fiercely, illuminating the area for dozens of meters. The intense heat enveloped Izumi and Itachi, making them feel as though they were being scorched by the sun. Before the kunai could reach him, they melted into molten iron. The 4 root ninjas were struck with terror at the sight. What kind of technique is this? But there was no time for further contemplation. Yu raised a hand to form a single seal, and a tempest erupted, stirring the flames around him. Sparks began to dance through the air, creating a surreal and dreamlike spectacle, as if a shower of stars had descended upon the earth. This breathtaking scene left both Itachi and Izumi utterly entranced. "So beautiful." Izumi gasped in awe. As the fiery clone swiftly emerged beside Izumi, it quickly encircled both Itachi and Izumi, urgently instructing them to remain within the confines of the circle. The clone recited an incantation, and the protective fire barrier materialized, encircling them with a multitude of intricate symbols. Instantly, The oppressive heat that had been suffocating both Itachi and Izumi dissipated, bringing them a welcome relief. At that moment, you cast a cold glance at the cat-faced ninja charging towards him, invoking the elemental technique: wind, forest, fire, mountain. With a resounding explosion, the scattered red embers in the sky surged violently, as if animated by a heartbeat. The once tiny sparks rapidly expanded into a vast sea of flames that engulfed the entire street, leaving only the protective circle around Itachi and Izumi untouched. The inferno ensnared all the root ninjas present, and those who had previously dismissed the falling embers now found themselves facing a conflagration that spread like a raging volcano towards them. The scorching heat ignited their garments, setting their bodies ablaze. "This is bad. We need to get out of here," screamed the lead root ninja, realizing the gravity of the situation. The remaining root ninjas abandoned their pursuit of you, hastily employing the body flicker technique, while one ninja hurriedly formed hand seals for a water technique. "Water release, water barrier," he exclaimed, hoping to extinguish the flames consuming him. However, to his horror, the water barrier did not douse the violet flames as he had anticipated. Instead, the flames boiled violently upon contact, producing a suffocating cloud of steam. In an instant, the overconfident root ninja was scalded alive, emitting a heart-wrenching wail before succumbing to unconsciousness. His crimson form gradually sank into the volcanic inferno, reduced to ash amidst the relentless flames. The others fared no better. Those touched by the embers found the fire intensifying, rolling on the ground in agony as they attempted to extinguish the violet flames consuming them. Yet, aside from leaving clusters of residual purple fire on the street, they merely created charred craters in the ground, rendering their efforts futile. They could only watch helplessly as the flames methodically incinerated them, enduring a tormenting process. The flames you summoned were no ordinary fire. While not quite at the level of true celestial fire, they approached the formidable intensity of the 6 Ding Jia fire, a flame sought by practitioners for alchemical and weapon-forging purposes. Its heat was excruciating, and once it clung to its victim, there was no hope of extinguishment without specific countermeasures. At this point, 3 of the cat-faced ninjas had perished, leaving only the root captain, who had initially infiltrated to gather intelligence using shadow clones. Hidden in the shadows, the root captain's pupils constricted as he witnessed the scene, a chill creeping up his spine. Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan? Truly a monster. I must return swiftly to report to Danzo-sama. Unbeknownst to him, a stray ember had drifted to his concealed position. You smirked coldly, recognizing that the profession of ninja paled in comparison to the might of a true practitioner. The hidden root ninja, believing himself to be well concealed, was utterly exposed under Yu's formidable perception. You won't be returning, he mused. Let that old fool Danzo flounder for a while longer. With that thought, Yu vanished in an instant. Just as the root captain turned to flee, a spark that had once been no larger than a fingernail suddenly swelled before him. An avatar engulfed in flames emerged from the inferno, its fiery hand swiftly grasping his throat. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air as disbelief filled the captain's eyes. When had it come to this? Yet, in mere seconds, the searing agony overwhelmed his senses, and he could no longer suppress a scream of despair. With a final cry, the root ninja quickly disintegrated into a cloud of charred ash in Yu's grasp. A group of self-important fools. Yu gradually retracted the flames enveloping him and the inferno consuming the battlefield. Had such an assault occurred before the clan meeting, he might have struggled, but now, taking down a jounin felt as effortless as squashing an ant. Itachi and Izumi stood within the protective barrier, awestruck by the scene unfolding before them. Itachi's youthful throat involuntarily moved as he whispered, "Brother, you're incredible. Is this truly my brother? At such a young age, he can easily defeat foes that terrify me, and he does so against 4 opponents. What's wrong? Are the 2 little ones in a trance?" You chuckled lightly at their dazed expressions. "Yukuin, you've grown so strong." Izumi murmured in disbelief. "Brother, who are these enemies? Are they spies from other villages?" Itachi quickly recovered and inquired. You patted Itachi's head gently. "Did you not see? Only Umbu wear such masks. How could Lord Hokage do such a thing?" Itachi's small eyes reflected skepticism. "Leave the affairs of adults to them. Let us return home. It has been a while since any Konoha ninja arrived." This was merely a test. As he spoke, a hint of coldness crossed Yu's face. Has Konoha become incapable of accommodating even a 6-year-old child? He silently derided. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage observed the earlier events through a crystal ball, his demeanor grave. Across from him, Danzo was equally troubled. We cannot allow this rogue to remain. His ruthless methods against our village's ninjas could lead to disaster in the future, he insisted. What do you propose we do? Eliminate him? Are you certain the Uchiha won't retaliate? Sarutobi cast a sidelong glance at Danzo. Before Danzo could respond, the third Hokage interrupted. For now, we must refrain from acting against the Uchiha. Sarutobi, we cannot simply ignore this. Danzo shouted. Feeling a wave of frustration, Sarutobi replied, What do you suggest we do? A glint of malice flashed in Danzo's eyes. In a year or so, we should find a way to expedite his graduation and send him out into the field. He then made a gesture across his throat. Sarutobi's hand trembled as he flicked away the ash from his cigarette. What if he refuses? He is only 6. Isn't the second son of Fugaku rather fond of you? If his brother is reluctant, let that young one graduate early. Danzo's face bore a sinister smile. In time, the Uchiha's pride will not allow them to tolerate being surpassed by a younger sibling. Upon returning home, you took advantage of his mother washing the dishes to recount the ambush he had faced to Fugaku. Fugaku's pupils narrowed slightly. Are you unharmed? You shrugged nonchalantly. Do I look injured? You mentioned it was the umbu. Fugaku's mind was still trying to process the information. Indeed, father, you replied calmly. Fugaku's gaze hardened. I must confront the third Hokage about this matter immediately. He began to rise. Father, it's pointless. You want to obtain any answers. And you might even be accused of attacking the umbu. When the time comes, who will the village's ninjas believe? Lord Third or you? You spoke leisurely. Having learned the insidious nature of the Konoha Elder Council from his previous life's experiences. Fugaku paused, slowly sitting back down. What are your thoughts? He asked, looking earnestly at his exceptionally talented eldest son. How can I think, as long as the heart of Uchiha remains unyielding, father? Do you still harbor hopes for the higher-ups of Konoha? You cast a piercing gaze at Fugaku. Fugaku's expression stiffened. After all, he is the Hokage. Father, should I label you as indecisive or lacking in conviction? To be so constrained by the mere title of Hokage. Is it not evident that the higher-ups of Konoha aim to suppress us? You spoke with a tone of exasperation. Fugaku's face darkened. This is all a misunderstanding. The Uchiha ultimately live in Konoha. Indeed, the Uchiha reside in Konoha. Thus we should fight for the interests of our clan against the higher-ups. Observing Fugaku's increasingly somber demeanor, you resolved to make his obstinate father understand today. Father, do you know what it means to boil a frog in warm water? Fugaku, who was about to speak, was interrupted by Yu, who looked at him in bewilderment, not grasping the connection between the village, the Uchiha, and a frog. Fugaku sat in silence, awaiting Yu's further explanation. Yu glanced at his prideful father, rolled his eyes, and continued, A frog thrown into boiling water will jump out immediately. But if placed in lukewarm water that is slowly heated, it will remain oblivious to its peril until it perishes. Are we not akin to that frog? The third Hokage is gradually cooking us alive in warm water. The new Uchiha clan grounds are indeed a splendid location. Flanked by mountains and not far from the barrier unit, if it were to serve as a burial site, it would be ideal with its scenic beauty. You see, you looked at Fugaku, whose expression had grown even darker, and brushed his long hair back before continuing. If war breaks out and the barrier is activated, would not our entire Uchiha clan be easily buried in that picturesque spot? Father, do you still not comprehend such an obvious grave? Upon hearing Yu's final stern words, beads of sweat began to form on Fugaku's forehead. How has it come to this? Now somewhat convinced, Fugaku inquired with a suppressed expression. Father, you have never grasped one crucial fact. Our true adversary is not the entire village, but rather the Konoha Elder Council led by the third Hokage. They are the genuine enemies of our Uchiha clan, so never mistake the third Hokage for the entire village. Fugaku's expression froze, as if his thoughts had transcended a barrier. When the fourth Hokage was in power, the Uchiha had never fallen to such depths. Not to mention the second Hokage, who harbored suspicions towards the Uchiha. The clan's reputation was never as tarnished as it is now. It is only under the third Hokage that the Uchiha have been nearly ostracized from the village. The more he pondered, the darker Fugaku's gaze became, and at that moment, he seemed to grasp something important. Chapter 21. The Art of Spiritual Training. You surpass me in excellence. Fugaku was that type of person. Though he valued his pride, he would readily acknowledge when others excelled him. What should we do next? At this moment, Fugaku no longer viewed you as a mere child, but rather with a serious demeanor, sought his counsel. A smile played at the corners of Yu's lips. Father, to adapt is to endure. Do you know why I insisted on bringing the relocation of our clan grounds to the attention of the Hokage? A glimmer of depth shone in Yu's eyes. Fugaku, not dull-witted, quickly understood Yu's implication. You mean to say the third Hokage might renege on their promise? Fugaku's eyes widened. Father, do you think, amidst the pressing situation at the borders, that the village has the resources to compensate us for relocating the Uchiha clan grounds? You spoke with an air of nonchalance. Fugaku fell into contemplation, shaking his head after a moment. After all, he had lived through the second and third shinobi wars. Wars are fought over resources. Why would the village demand the Uchiha's relocation at this time? Instantly, a chill coursed through Fugaku's body. The village has intended from the start to make the Uchiha relocate without offering anything in return. Ding dong. It seems father is not entirely foolish. You teased. Fugaku's expression hardened. Mind your tone, or I may just inform your mother. Yu's face stiffened, then he realized. I never expected father to be one to report me. How embarrassing. Humph. Mikoto is my wife. If you refuse to listen, it is only natural for me to have her discipline you. Yu was momentarily speechless, taken aback that his usually solemn father could jest about his own wife, and how he managed to remain so serious while doing so. However, it was unavoidable. The greatest weapon against the Uchiha is gentleness, and Yu's mother's tenderness is equally lethal. Watching Yu, who was momentarily dumbfounded, Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. Now you know the weight of your actions, you little rascal. No matter how exceptional you are, I am still your father. Well then, father, I believe the course of action is clear. Once the higher-ups choose this path, we must respond with resolve. The village will not openly sever ties with us just yet. Our current situation necessitates a struggle without severance with the higher-ups, you stated with a serious expression. Fugaku nodded silently in agreement. I will take my leave to rest. Without waiting for Fugaku's response, Yu swiftly ascended the stairs, feeling utterly embarrassed for being outmaneuvered by his father. Observing Yu rush upstairs, Fugaku's lips curled into a smile of contentment. He was genuinely pleased with his eldest son, who possessed both courage and wisdom. What more could he ask for? With that thought, Fugaku sauntered towards the kitchen. Mikoto, busy with her tasks, was momentarily taken aback by her husband's entrance, particularly when Fugaku picked up a nearby plate to assist her. Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise. Fugaku, is everything all right today? She asked with concern, which left Fugaku feeling somewhat helpless. Mikoto, I sometimes think you is right. Perhaps I am a bit too much of a traditionalist. You have borne so much in these years. Mikoto, touched, gently caressed Fugaku's cheek. You are my husband. The storms outside are yours to bear alone. The pressures of the clan must have weighed heavily upon you. And what are these household matters compared to that? As for being a traditionalist, it is merely Yu's way of showing care for me. Do not take it to heart. In that moment, Fugaku gazed quietly at Mikoto, this woman who had never once complained to him, and chose not to speak further. Fugaku stepped forward and embraced Mikoto, and the couple savored this moment of tranquility together. Meanwhile, upstairs, Itachi wore a troubled expression. He had not intended to eavesdrop on his brother and father's conversation, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he found himself pressed against the floor, listening intently. At that moment, he felt a wave of anguish. He believed that both his brother and father were too narrow-minded, failing to grasp the broader perspective of the village's stance. Yet, they were his beloved brother and father. With youthful eyes glistening with unshed tears, he clenched his fists and slowly returned to his bed, lying there with his eyes wide open, lost in thought. The following day, Yu rose early as usual, but today he had no intention of attending the ninja academy. His initial enrollment had been for the purpose of obtaining a ninja graduation certificate to integrate into this world. Now, equipped with 5 shadow clones, he saw no reason to return to such a mundane place. With the clones, you could gather gratitude and malevolent energy without needing to lift a finger. He could simply direct his clones to do so, as they were all connected to his spiritual essence. As long as the 5 clones remain within the bounds of his spiritual awareness, they operate as if he were physically present. Controlling these avatars simultaneously proves immensely beneficial for honing his consciousness. With this thought in mind, Yu began to make arrangements. According to the limits of his spiritual range, he decided to send 1 clone to the back mountain of the Uchiha clan to identify some herbs. Another clone was assigned to accompany Itachi and Izumi to school, for he would not forget the steady stream of rewards available there. After all, the school provided a consistent harvest of resources that required daily collection. In moments of leisure, he would indulge in playful banter with Izumi, and by day's end, he could amass thousands of points of negative intent, not to mention that Izumi was his treasured girl. He could hardly bear a day without her. The remaining 3 clones would stay, one at the clan grounds, while the other 2 ventured into the village to perform good deeds and accumulate gratitude points. As for Yu himself, he opted to remain home, diligently cultivating his skills. Being the primary entity, he knew that relying solely on his clones without putting in personal effort was merely a dream. A single day without training would hinder his progress, especially now, as he had reached a stage where time was essential for his development. As time passed, this self-cultivation would only increase, for the breadth of knowledge he aspired to master as an all-encompassing practitioner was vast. Once the arrangements for his clones were complete, Yu settled cross-legged on his bed, immersing himself in intense training. Early in the morning, Itachi, waiting for his brother to help their mother with household chores, sensed a distinct change in Yu. Compared to his usual serene demeanor, this brother exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a gentle breeze. In an instant, Itachi understood the reason. One of the 5 clones summoned by his brother yesterday radiated the same energy. Itachi attempted to speak, but upon meeting Yu's gaze, he felt an inexplicable distance between them. Ultimately, he remained silent until Yu took his hand. A flicker of melancholy washed over him as he sensed his brother drifting further away. Time flew by, and under the blazing sun, Yu emerged from his meditative state, reflecting on the busy activities of his clones. Gratitude points and negative intent had surged once again, filling his heart with delight. Of course, the consumption of his spiritual energy was rapid. During the process of controlling the clones, he realized that while managing 1 or 2 might not be taxing, directing all 5 necessitated pausing 1 or 2 clones to recuperate before sustaining this multitasking state. However, the gains far outweighed the drawbacks. The mere act of employing and recovering his spiritual energy had expanded his range by half a meter over just half a day. If he continued this practice for a full day, he estimated he could achieve an increase of 1 meter. Given time, through this method of training, he would eventually uncover all the secrets of the Hidden Leaf Village, and even the coveted sealing techniques he yearned for would no longer pose a challenge. Moreover, in just half a day, he had accumulated 600 gratitude points and 3,000 points of negative intent. Over the course of a day, this would amount to 1,200 gratitude points, and, assuming the negative intent remained constant, 6,000 points of the latter. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he would require 100 days to advance in his cultivation and return to the void. The path to greatness awaited. You felt a surge of excitement. While others might toil for decades, he needed merely 100 days, and that was under normal conditions. Should any significant events transpire, especially if he could stir emotions during those moments, his progress could be halved. Yet, just as you anticipated a typical day ahead, upon leaving school, a resolute young man accompanied by 2 others intercepted you, Itachi and Izumi. Is that you, Reborn? You remarked nonchalantly, observing the 3 youths emerging from beneath the trees. Uchiha, you must know why I am here today, exclaimed the brown-haired youth wielding a katana, his countenance resolute. Let me guess, Reborn. You aren't here to reclaim honor for your grandfather, are you? You stroked his chin, gazing indifferently at Uchiha Reborn. At the clan meeting. If it weren't for my grandfather underestimating his opponent, he wouldn't have lost to a mere child like you. A flicker of disdain crossed Uchiha Ryang's eyes. Underestimating. On the battlefield, enemies won't grant you the luxury of such an opportunity. If that's all you wish to say, I suggest you step aside. My friends and I need to return home for dinner. You remained calm, his gaze steady upon the infuriated Uchiha Reika. Uchiha, it is said that you are referred to as the young clan leader at the clan meeting, but I do not acknowledge that title. If you have the courage, let us spar. If you win, I shall recognize you as the young clan leader and serve you. As he spoke, his eyes transformed, revealing the swirling crimson of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The newcomer was a renowned Uchiha genius, the grandson of the fierce Uchiha Hokage, known for competing for leadership with Five. Uchiha Ryang's eyes were filled with malice, his chilling gaze fixated on you, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. In the ninja world, those possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan carried a terrifying reputation. Most ninja would flee at the sight of one, and even in a 2-on-1 scenario, there remained a slim chance of victory. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Itachi swiftly drew the small blade gifted by Shui, positioning himself protectively in front of you. Narrowing his eyes, Itachi stepped back. This is my battle, You gently placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder, urging him to stand behind. He glanced back at Itachi, signaling him not to reveal his Sharingan. With a slight pout, Itachi sheathed his blade, his heart filled with reluctance, yet he refrained from opposing his elder brother. He tugged at Yu's sleeve, signaling his understanding. Raiyang, are you certain you want to duel here? You gestured towards the crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle. Uchiha Raiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, the previously overwhelming aura dissipating. Choose a place, he replied casually, retracting his Sharingan. Let us go to my training ground, you said. His expression placid as he began to walk toward his home. You did not exploit his age in this confrontation. In the face of the Uchiha clan's future leadership struggle, only by demonstrating true strength would he earn the respect of his clan members. This was a challenge he had to confront. The group swiftly arrived at Yu's residence. As Mei-Chin opened the door, she was surprised to see you accompanied by 4 or 5 others. Initially, she assumed they were his friends, but upon noticing their solemn expressions, she sensed something was amiss. Mother, these are my friends. They have come to train together today, Yu explained, flashing a broad smile. Mei-Chin nodded silently and opened the door wider. As Uchiha Raiyang entered, he offered a slight bow to Mei-Chin. Good day, Aunt Mei-Chin. I apologize for the intrusion. Mei-Chin returned a gentle smile. Raiyang, I hope you and you get along well. Uchiha Raiyang cast a glance at Mei-Chin, assuring her, do not worry, Aunt Mei-Chin. It will be a friendly spar. Then I must trouble you, Raiyang, to look after our Yu. Despite appearing to be a devoted homemaker, Mei-Chin's words subtly highlighted the age difference between Raiyang and Yu. Uchiha Raiyang's expression darkened slightly. Rest assured, Aunt Mei-Chin. With that, he fell silent and quickly caught up to Yu, feeling an anxious urgency within him. After all, his father had lost, and he was determined not to be defeated. Mikoto gazed at the departing figures, her eyes particularly glistening with affection as she beheld the adorable Izumi. Izumi, why don't you stay with your aunt? What is there to see in a man's battle? With that, Mikoto gently pulled Izumi, who had been lingering at the back, and cradled her tenderly in her arms. But aunt, I want to see you. I'm worried about him. Izumi replied, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Mikoto, filled with maternal love, inquired, is Izumi home alone again today? Izumi nodded slightly. Then, you shall stay at aunt's house today, and I will prepare something delicious for you. Mikoto affectionately stroked Izumi's back. Is that all right? Am I not a burden to you, aunt? Izumi timidly responded. Haha, do you really think your aunt cannot afford to feed such a little mouth? No, thank you, aunt. At that moment, Izumi's cheeks resembled rosy apples, making her all the more endearing. If only Izumi were my daughter, Mikoto thought, her heart softening at the sight of the blushing girl. It was this cursed war that had torn apart a once happy family, leaving parents to send their young daughter home alone. Mikoto silently lamented, recalling how Izumi's parents had been on the front lines for over half a year, hoping they would return safely. In the training ground of the backyard, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. Uchiha Raiyang, armed with a katana, coldly regarded the 6-year-old Yu across from him. Draw your weapon, Uchiha Yu. I shall show no mercy. Oh, is brother Raiyang preparing to compete in swordsmanship with me? Yu, fully concentrating his spirit into his wind sword clone, was ready to defeat this provocateur in his area of expertise. All that is irrelevant. Winning is what truly matters. Uchiha Raiyang felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Here he was, a 14-year-old prodigy who could rival Uchiha Shursui, now challenging a much younger clansman. However, he could not disregard his grandfather's words. If he granted Uchiha Yu a few more years, his chance of victory would diminish significantly. The expectations from his grandfather and father were the driving forces behind his audacious challenge today. For the sake of victory, had brother Raiyang forsaken the pride of the Uchiha? Yet, none of that mattered now. Today, I shall give brother Raiyang a perfect finale, Yu declared, summoning a crimson long sword that swiftly flew from his room into his hands. It has been quite some time since I fought an adversary with a sword. Uchiha Raiyang, today, you shall be the one to test this blade. With that, Yu pointed his fiery sword directly at the now pale-faced Uchiha Raiyang. Stop boasting, kid. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Raiyang transformed into an afterimage and charged at Yu with great speed. Yu snorted dismissively, meeting him head-on without flinching. In an instant, their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Raiyang employed a direct approach, utilizing his speed to dart around Yu, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. Yu, akin to a small boat adrift in a storm, moved with ethereal grace, attuned to the flow of wind around him, defending against Uchiha Liuyang's relentless onslaught with impenetrable precision. The more Uchiha Liuyang attacked, the more alarmed he became, feeling as if every strike was effortlessly anticipated by this young opponent. Each blow, whether in technique or angle, was exceptionally cunning, leaving him with deep cuts if he let his guard down. "Brother Liuyang, is your honor confined to this?" You challenged. "If we are rivals, then let us fight with the name of Uchiha." As he defended against Uchiha Liuyang's assault, you countered, leaving a faint scar across Liuyang's abdomen as he withdrew his sword. Uchiha Liuyang's face twitched in discomfort as he regarded you with a serious expression. Uchiha Liuyang felt as though he had swallowed a fly. His mind intensely focused as he observed Yu's forthcoming attack, realizing he had not unleashed his full strength. Just as Uchiha Liuyang's concentration wavered, you bent backward, dodging his strike, and pivoted to leave a fresh wound on Liuyang's thigh, blood spurting forth. Ignoring the pain, Uchiha Liuyang immediately distanced himself from you. However, Yu was not one to let him escape that easily, moving like a weightless specter, pursuing him relentlessly. With his lowered sword, Yu aimed for Uchiha Liuyang's abdomen. The urgency surged within Uchiha Liuyang as his instincts, honed from years on the battlefield, heightened his senses. His Sharingan activated, spinning wildly as he desperately sought to evade this lethal blow. With a swift sound of fabric tearing, Uchiha Liuyang barely avoided the fatal strike. Yet a shallow wound marred his abdomen, blood seeping from it. He halted a short distance away, gazing warily at the unchanged Yu. A glint of bloodlust shone in Uchiha Liuyang's eyes as he glanced at his bleeding wound. "Kid, you have truly angered me." He tore a strip from his clothing and swiftly wrapped it around his injury. "I acknowledge that this duel embodies the concept of the strong oppressing the weak. But for the future of the Uchiha clan, this battle is not fought for personal shame, but for the very future of our lineage. I will offer my apologies after winning this fight, but for now, let me demonstrate my true strength." Uchiha Liuyang activated his Sharingan, enhancing his perception sharply. A palpable aura of murderous intent fixated upon you. Yet, you remained unfazed. The pressure of such intent was merely a mental strain, and Yu's spirit soared, claiming that no Uchiha could match him. "Haha, seeing Brother Liuyang like this, I thought we would separate life and death along with victory and defeat. However, it is rather inappropriate for clansmen to harm one another. Thus, I shall adopt a more serious demeanor." As he spoke, you gently caressed the flames on his sword, which flared to life at his touch. "Come forth, Brother Liuyang." You brandished the blazing sword, beckoning Uchiha Liuyang with a gesture. "Humph, do not be arrogant. I concede you are a genius, yet without awakened eyes, you shall find yourself ensnared by mine." Uchiha Liuyang exuded confidence, despite the intimidating sight of Yu's flaming sword. You experienced the true pride of the Uchiha. Before the awakened Sharingan, even the most arrogant genius will find themselves lamenting their lack of these eyes. A smile curled at the corner of Yu's lips. "Is that all you have to say? If so, I shall begin in earnest." In Uchiha Liuyang's incredulous gaze, you hurled his long sword high into the air and raised 2 fingers. Thousand sword technique. A multitude of fire swords erupted from the sky, splitting into hundreds, standing poised above like a forest of blades. This astonishing spectacle left all present in awe. You addressed the stunned Uchiha Liuyang. "I wonder if your eyes can perceive the trajectory of all my fire swords." With a subtle flick of his fingers, the myriad swords surged into motion, shooting towards Uchiha Liuyang from all directions like missiles guided by an unseen force. Uchiha Liuyang, caught in a relentless downpour of swords, found himself in an increasingly precarious situation. Each time he attempted to advance towards you, a searing flame sword would manifest, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, as you deftly danced his fingers, Uchiha Liuyang resembled a jester, manipulated at will, forced to leap left, while the right was fraught with peril. Sitting beside their mother, Itachi observed the frantic movements of Uchiha Liuyang, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. His brother was truly formidable. Even without those eyes, his strength was terrifying. Could he ever hope to surpass such a sibling? "Liuyang, focus your attention and unleash your true power. This time, my longsword will carve into your right shoulder. Please, don't lose your concentration. I do not wish to bear the burden of our clan's demise." "Curse it, you brat, don't presume that this guarantees your victory." Uchiha Liuyang, gritting through the pain, shouted at you, his face contorted in anguish. Despite the agony, he evaded Yu's fierce onslaught, desperately searching for an opening. As a prodigy with the 3-tomo Sharingan, he had not encountered such a dire predicament in a long time. Yu's attacks were astoundingly bizarre, hundreds of flame swords seemed to possess an intelligence of their own, anticipating his every move, more Uchiha than the Uchiha himself. For a moment, he questioned the authenticity of his eyes, wondering if Yu's gaze, as cool and profound as the ocean, was the true Sharingan. No, he could not allow Yu to dominate the battle completely. He needed to calm himself, to observe closely. What were these swords? And how did they manage to evade his attacks? The more he scrutinized, the more he felt compelled to curse. Chapter 25. The breakdown of Uchiha Liang. Even as Uchiha Liang's urgency mounted, years of battlefield experience taught him that in moments of crisis, one must endure. His body was riddled with wounds. He could hardly sustain himself. He concentrated, seeking out the fleeting gaps in Yu's assault, and with a swift movement, he began forming hand seals. Fire style, dust concealment technique. Uchiha Liang expelled a torrent of black dust, enveloping the training ground in a shroud of darkness. This tactic was remarkably astute, obstructing Yu's line of sight while cloaking his own presence. With the aid of his Sharingan's formidable dynamic vision, he hoped to level the playing field once more. However, disappointment awaited him. Unbeknownst to him, Yu, with eyes closed, was even more formidable than when they were open. Observing Uchiha Liang's cautious movements within the black mist, you had to concede that this adversary was indeed skilled in battlefield tactics. But alas, he was matched against you. Kid, let us see what else you have. As Uchiha Liang stood frozen in the fog, a surge of hatred coursed through him, increasing Yu's disdain level significantly. Grasping a kunai from his ninja pouch, Uchiha Liang hurled it at Yu without hesitation, eager to make this insufferable brat experience the taste of evasion. However, when his Sharingan fixated on Yu, his pupils constricted in alarm. With a mere tilt of his head, Yu sidestepped, evading all of Uchiha Liang's kunai. At that moment, the fire swords hovering above Yu's head seemed to sense blood like ravenous sharks, their tips poised ominously. Fear, tension. Uchiha Liang felt akin to a monkey trapped beneath a giant's hand, unable to escape Yu's control. In an instant of distraction, a fire sword, like a shooting star, accurately sliced through his right shoulder. As blood splattered, it was instantly vaporized by the flames, releasing a scent of charred flesh. Uchiha Liang had no time for further actions as the speed of the fire sword sent him tumbling, completing a full 360-degree spin before crashing heavily to the ground. As a gentle breeze swept over, the training ground regained clarity, and onlookers stared in shock at Uchiha Liang, sprawled in the dust. Silence enveloped the training area. Uchiha Liang forced himself to gather his senses, hearing the distant chirping of insects and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Yet, he could not hear Yu's calm, crystalline voice. A wave of desolation washed over him, as if he were trapped in a cage, the world rejecting him. No, I refuse to lose to such a mere child. Anger and frustration clawed at Uchiha Liang's nerves. The three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, almost forming a circle. As his emotions surged, the whirling motion abruptly halted, morphing into a pinwheel shape. Under the influence of his overwhelming feelings, Uchiha Liang managed to rise, feeling the world sharpen into focus once more. A faint awareness illuminated Uchiha Liang about what had transpired. The rage that had once consumed him now bore a hint of madness. Haha, Uchiha Yu, I must thank you. Without you, how could I have awakened these eyes? Prepare to witness the ultimate power of the Uchiha. You will regret not awakening these eyes yourself. Oh, so it is the Mangekyo. I did not expect you to harbor such resentment upon your defeat. You regarded Uchiha Liang with indifference. Had it not been for the abundant negative energy this fool had provided, you would not have kept him around this long. Yet, how delightful it would be to shatter his pride at this moment. A smirk graced Yu's lips. However, Yu's dismissive demeanor only deepened Uchiha Liang's wounds. Uchiha Yu, I will not lose this time. Mangekyo Sharingan, instant flash. In an instant, Uchiha Liang vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was at Yu's back, brandishing a katana high above, poised to strike down upon him. Yet, you did not turn around. A fire sword in the sky swiftly interposed itself in the path of Uchiha Liang's attack. Clang! The sound of clashing blades echoed throughout the training ground, sending a fragment of the blade soaring into the air. This scene caused the taut nerves of Mikoto, Itachi, and Izumi to loosen momentarily. Liang, I am deeply disappointed in you. As a Uchiha, how could you lose your wisdom in battle? Look at yourself now. Madness and obsession have consumed you, leaving no trace of a true ninja. Is this what you consider your pride? I always believed that the Uchiha's strength stemmed from their inherent power, not merely their eyes. It seems I have misunderstood. Since you place such faith in your eyes, allow me to demonstrate the true disparity between us. One that cannot be bridged by mere ocular prowess. Uchiha Liang stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand, bewildered as he looked up at you. How is this possible? I have awakened the Mangekyo power, my speed rivaling the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique. With such velocity, Uchiha, you could evade my attack? Draw your weapon and let me feel the pressure. The same tools wielded by different hands yield varying degrees of power. Why were our ancestors, the Uchiha, so formidable? It was never the Mangekyo but the strength of the individual. With that, you commanded the 5 fire swords to lunge at Uchiha Liang without hesitation. Panic-stricken, Uchiha Liang activated his Mangekyo ability once more, disappearing behind you. Holding half of a samurai sword, he advanced towards you. Is this your eye's ability? I must admit, it is quite effective, yet you, who rely solely on its power, have not even tapped into a fraction of its potential. What good is speed if you cannot wield the sword swiftly enough to sense even the slightest breeze? With a single strike, he parried Uchiha Liang's feather, effortlessly directing the fire sword to leave another mark on Uchiha Liang's body. The more formidable the ability, the greater the individual required to master it. Calm yourself and contemplate how I wield my sword. As you spoke, with Uchiha Liang grimacing in pain, he grasped the approaching fire sword, harmonizing hand and foot, elbow and knee, shoulder and hip, spirit and intention, intention and energy, energy and strength. With each pronounced word resonating through the training ground, regardless of Uchiha Liang's evasive maneuvers. The blazing sword followed him like a shadow, always poised at his throat. Watching from a distance, Itachi and others stood in stunned silence. Uchiha Liang's expression gradually morphed into one of despair. In a final attempt to evade Yu's assault, the long sword, akin to a fiery serpent, once again found its way to his throat. Uchiha Liang closed his eyes in desperation, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Why is this happening? Why are you so powerful? Chapter 26. Conviction. Strength does not reside in the sword, but within the heart of the person wielding it. You looked at the bloodied and battered Uchiha Liang with a calm demeanor. His eyes held no mockery, disdain, or triumph over the vanquished. They merely reflected a serene indifference. Yet, it was this very gaze that made Uchiha Liang acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them. Had he emerged victorious, he would likely be reveling in unrestrained pride at this moment. Perhaps out of respect for the unfairness of this match, he might have suppressed such feelings, but afterwards, he would undoubtedly boast about it within the clan. Why are you so strong? Uchiha Liang asked, bewildered as he gazed at you. You met Uchiha Liang's crimson eyes directly, stating, because I have always believed in myself, rather than merely in my eyes. Uchiha Liang fell silent. Why do you not submit to me? You inquired quietly. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Liang lifted his gaze to you and replied, because I believe that only through resisting the village to the bitter end can the Uchiha clan find hope, rather than yielding endlessly like Patriarch Fugaku. As his son, you possess immense potential and will inevitably inherit your father's will. Thus, I assert that our battle has never been a personal vendetta. It is a wager on the future of the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing Uchiha Liang's defiant expression, you felt a flicker of disappointment and a hint of frustration at his stubbornness. Is this truly your belief? Is it not? Uchiha Liang met Yu's disappointed gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease within. Then let me ask you differently. Am I strong? Uchiha Liang nodded. And how do I compare to the Hokage? After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Liang honestly replied, of course, the third Hokage, revered as the strongest Hokage in the ninja world. In the wake of Uchiha Liang's astonished expression, you nodded. In that case, what of the Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, and the leaders of the various clans in Konoha? Are they strong? Uchiha Liang fell silent. The figures you mentioned were the very pillars of Konoha, and having experienced the Third Ninja War, Uchiha Liang understood their prowess. Yu is indeed formidable, but facing any one of them would not be an easy feat. Moreover, these individuals operate as a collective for Konoha's interests. Given Yu's current strength, it is still insufficient. You claim that the Uchiha must be resolute. I do not dispute this. However, your extreme and obstinate stance has forced the village to contemplate the annihilation of the entire Uchiha. How then shall we confront this potential extinction? What should we do? Uchiha Liang exclaimed, nearly shouting, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Observing Uchiha Liang's complete disregard for decorum, you could not help but sigh softly. Only by fortifying oneself can one resolve all matters. This applies to individuals as well as clans. Look at the current Uchiha. Where is the vigor reminiscent of the Warring States era? If our ancestors were to witness our present state, they would likely mock our impotence. Instead of attributing blame to external forces, we must confront the reality that the Uchiha currently lack the capability to resist. Uchiha Liang sank to the ground in resignation. Yu's direct comparison weighed heavily upon him, rendering him almost oblivious to his own pain. Reflecting on the former Uchiha and observing the current state of their clan, he could not deny the truth in Yu's words. But is true strength truly so easily attained? Uchiha Liang looked up at Yu once more. Huh, brother Liang, have you not grown significantly stronger? Observing the subtle smile on Yu's lips, Uchiha Liang momentarily lost focus. Indeed, he had awakened the eyes of his ancestors. It was not impossible to face the village in the future. However, simply being strong would not suffice. Their enemies were closely watching from the shadows. The only way forward was to unite all Uchiha, amass strength, and strike decisively when the enemy revealed a weakness. Do you understand? Yu's eyes, cold and piercing, bore into Uchiha Liang. Is our enemy the village? Uchiha Liang asked with a newfound excitement, sensing a kinship with Yu. Naturally, it is the Council of Konoha Elders. Uchiha Liang's expression shifted to one of disappointment upon hearing Yu's response. You look rather disheartened. Yu chuckled lightly. Isn't it Konoha? Uchiha Liang hesitated, realizing that they had long demanded to resist the village. Yet, when he attempted to name their adversary, he found himself at a loss. This encapsulates your ignorance. The Uchiha's true enemy has never been the village as a whole. Without the village, where would we go? Our only adversaries have always been the disciples of the second Hokage. Their obstinacy is the primary cause of the discord between the Uchiha and the village. As Yu articulated his understanding, Uchiha Liang felt as if a fog had been lifted, revealing the sun above. He gazed at the young clansman before him, who stood at half his height, in astonishment. Thus, the Uchiha must recognize who their true enemies are and not recklessly assume that the entire village is against them. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the easier the journey becomes. This has always been true. Those who possess the path receive assistance, while those who lose it find themselves alone. Now, do you submit to me? Yu smiled, observing Uchiha Liang's dazed expression. After a moment, Uchiha Liang's demeanor grew serious, as if he had made a resolute decision. He rose, enduring his pain, limping as he retrieved the two broken halves of the samurai sword from the ground. Then, kneeling on one knee, he raised both hands before Yu. I, Uchiha Liang, shall henceforth follow the lead of the clan's young master, Uchiha Yu. Yu regarded the now loyal Uchiha Liang, gently grasping the broken blade, a surge of warmth coursing through his hand. In Uchiha Liang's puzzled gaze, Yu withdrew his hand, stating, I have no desire to wield an incomplete blade. Now it is whole. It has become stronger. With a hearty laugh, Yu erupted into mirth. Uchiha Liang glanced at the now pristine sword in his hands and at Yu's jubilant expression, as if suddenly grasping the significance of the moment. He immediately lowered his head and declared, I shall become the strongest weapon in the hands of the young master. Chapter 27. Rise, brother Liang. With a gentle touch, Yu helped the kneeling Uchiha Liang to his feet. Young clan leader, I beseech your forgiveness for my previous actions, Uchiha Liang said, bowing solemnly. Yu smiled slightly, brother Liang. How could I harbor resentment towards one who is devoted to his clan? Let us strive together to restore the former glory of the Uchiha. Indeed, how could one blame such a towering figure? Just from this confrontation, he had garnered nearly 10,000 points of disdain, especially the final blow that overturned Uchiha Liang's thoughts, which yielded a staggering 5,000 points of gratitude. With that, Yu quickly gathered his spiritual energy, enveloping Uchiha Liang in a radiant, multicolored aura. As Uchiha Liang felt warmth spread through his body, tears mingled with the blood on his face. At that moment, his feelings of regret reached an unprecedented height. He perceived himself as a fool, having once wished for the demise of such a magnanimous youth in his early years. Had he succeeded, he would have been the greatest sinner of the Uchiha. Young clan leader, I am deeply sorry. Uchiha Liang gazed at Yu with a mix of admiration and shame. Yu gently patted Uchiha Liang's shoulder. All of this is for the noble revival of our clan. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? It is of no consequence. Let us change into new clothes and share a meal together. He handed Uchiha Liang the new clothes his mother had brought. Brother Liang, the hearts of our clan are currently divided. In my youthful form, I lack the strength to unite our kin. I implore you to make greater efforts to reconcile the fragmented Uchiha. Only by achieving unity can we stand firm against future upheavals, ready to advance or retreat as necessary. You looked earnestly at Uchiha Liang. For now, do not disclose to your grandfather that I defeated you, lest it affect your standing in the clan. The future of the Uchiha rests with our generation. Uchiha Liang felt a pang of emotion. Power and reputation were the lifeblood of the Uchiha. Yet you had willingly set aside his own for him. This was you, both gentle and formidable. Brother Liang, will this not be too much of a burden for you? Brother, what we do, our individual honor and shame, is of little consequence. I am still but a child, no matter how powerful, in the eyes of the older generation. I am merely a young lad. But you, Brother Liang, are not just a powerful ninja. You are a leader among our youth. Thus, the responsibility of uniting our younger generation falls upon you. Yu's expression turned serious as he regarded Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang stared blankly at you, emotions swelling within him that he could scarcely articulate. Young clan leader, I am at your service. I, Uchiha Liang, will dedicate myself to your noble cause. With head bowed in fervent loyalty, he felt a sense of camaraderie akin to the phrase, a warrior dies for a true friend, even if he did not fully understand its meaning. As night fell and Fugaku returned, he was met with an astonishing sight. His adversary's son was serving you with the adoration of a devoted acolyte. Every gesture was steeped in respect. When the others noticed Fugaku's return, the jovial atmosphere at the dining table fell silent. Uchiha Liang quickly led his two subordinates in a deep bow towards Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku. Fugaku stood momentarily stunned, unable to grasp what had transpired. When had his longtime rival's son begun to show him such deference? However, the seasoned clan leader maintained his composure, merely nodding towards Uchiha Liang and his companions, turning to his smiling wife with a puzzled expression. Mikoto raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence and indicating that they would discuss it later. Fugaku suppressed his curiosity and numbly took a seat beside his wife. After bowing to Fugaku, Uchiha Liang turned his attention back to you. Young clan leader, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall return with Tian and Zhongshuan. Please take good care of your health and do not overexert yourself for the clan's affairs. You observed Uchiha Liang, who was now excessively respectful, and a hint of exasperation crossed his face. Brother Liang, allow me to see you off. As he rose to his feet, Uchiha Liang insisted, please, young clan leader. This is a precious moment for you to reunite with your parents. I would not wish to intrude. Seeing Liang's serious refusal, you could only shake his head in resignation. This was the Uchiha. As long as one demonstrated superiority and offered ample respect, one's life would be theirs. Watching the trio depart, you felt a pang of nostalgia. They now represented a genuine force within the Uchiha clan, particularly with Uchiha Liang having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. They possessed a formidable strength that would be a vital asset in his future endeavors to lead the Uchiha. Fugaku calmly observed this scene until the three figures disappeared from view, then turned to you. You, is it not time for an explanation? Seeing Fugaku's feigned calmness, you smiled. Ask my mother. She knows everything. Right now, I must escort Izumi home. With that, he turned to the now bashful Izumi. Izumi, shall we go? Izumi shyly nodded. Remaining silent, clearly overwhelmed by Fugaku's presence, Fugaku felt a surge of frustration, but upon seeing Izumi's bashful demeanor, he bit back his words, glaring as you held Izumi's small hand while exiting the hall. This time, Itachi did not follow, his small face weighed down like a droplet of water, quietly picking at his rice, lost in thought. As you and Izumi walked along the quiet path, gazing at the bright full moon and the myriad stars above, they both remained silent. One could not help but marvel at the untainted sky of the ninja world. The vast expanse above evoked awe. As they looked up at the starry night, twinkling brilliantly, in that moment, you felt an increasing sense of tranquility. Izumi, do you wish to fly? You asked unexpectedly. Yukuin, how can we fly? Izumi's cheeks flushed, clearly caught in the enchanting atmosphere created by you. Shall we ascend to the heavens to gaze upon the moon and stars? You looked at Izumi with a playful glint in his eyes. Izumi lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her voice. Can we really do that, Yukuin? As long as you wish. There is nothing I cannot accomplish, you teased lightly. Izumi's head dipped even lower, this being their first moment alone under the starlit sky. As a sufficiently mature girl from Konoha, she unconsciously slipped into a romantic mindset. I want to, she whispered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. A teasing smile graced Yu's lips. Then as the dragon, I shall grant your wish." With that, he summoned the fiery sword from his consciousness. The sword floated gently beside him before suddenly expanding, transforming into a platform. You scooped up the bewildered Izumi and leaped onto the fiery sword. Her small frame soft and fragrant. "Ah!" Izumi exclaimed in surprise as you stepped onto the fiery sword, channeling his energy into it. The sword ignited in flames. Resembling a phoenix, and in an instant, they shot into the sky like a meteor. Despite the swift speed of the flying sword, neither you nor Quan felt much wind pressure upon its surface. The gusts generated by the sword's flight were entirely shielded by the ethereal phoenix image enveloping its exterior. Yujun, am I dreaming? We are truly soaring. After initially experiencing panic, Quan, feeling as if they were breaking through the heavens and heading towards the moon, was suddenly filled with excitement and exhilaration, completely unaware that her petite form was still half reclining in Yu's embrace, gazing at the increasingly large moon. The adorable features of Quan's face betrayed a look of fascination, her wide eyes seemingly reflecting the myriad stars above. How beautiful! Yujun, how wonderful it would be if life could always remain like this. Quan gazed at you with a hint of dazed admiration. Do not worry, Quan. I shall shoulder the responsibilities of our clan and protect you and our kin. Yu's expression was remarkably calm, as if everything were within his grasp. Quan stared at Yu's profile. Yujun, I believe in you. She gently rested her little head on his shoulder, quietly admiring the resplendent full moon. In that moment, time felt exquisitely serene. Mom, there's a big bird flying in the sky. A child in the village, who loved gazing at the stars, suddenly shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment as he seemingly spotted someone atop the avian figure. Mom, I want to fly too. Yeah, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would be flying in the village at this late hour? Hurry up and sleep. You need to choose your ninja dog tomorrow. Yeah, nearly 3 years old. Wore an eager expression, desperate to prove himself. Mom, it's true. I really saw a big bird flying, and there was someone on it. Yeah. Do not make me spank you. It is time to sleep. His mother approached helplessly, glancing at the defiant Inazukiya, casually casting a glance out the window. The large round moon hung in the sky, devoid of any figures. In her memory, only a handful of ninjas from the village could fly, let alone a colossal summoned beast. Yeah, children who lie are not good. I am not lying. After declaring this, you rushed to the window, scanning the sky with his large eyes. However, to his disappointment, the fiery red bird had vanished, leaving a hint of dismay on his small face. Mom, I truly did not deceive you. Ya's face displayed a sense of grievance. All right, dear child, now you must learn to sleep obediently instead of being a little liar. His mother admonished sternly. Humph, once I find my ninja dog, I will definitely fly with it. Ya scoffed defiantly, and under his mother's disapproving gaze, he obediently lay down in his small bed, covered himself, and drifted off into a sweet dream. In his dreams, he envisioned himself riding a magnificent giant dog, soaring past the enormous moon. Returning home, you found Five still seated at the table, his expression one of deep contemplation. After hearing his wife's explanation, Five's thoughts were complex. Although he had listened to his eldest son's analysis regarding the Elder Council's attitude towards the Uchiha clan, a part of him still harbored hope for Konoha and did not wish his son to draw too close to the radical faction. You, come sit down, Five said softly. You silently moved to sit across from him. Father, is there something troubling you? You, do you genuinely wish to contend against the Hokage? Five queried solemnly. Father, I believe I have expressed myself clearly. It is not us who wish to clash with the Hokage's faction, but rather the Elder Council, whose desire to extinguish the Uchiha clan's spirit remains unyielding. I hope you will not harbor any misplaced optimism regarding this matter, as it could jeopardize not only yourself, but the entire clan. Yu's demeanor was unusually serious, far removed from his usual lightheartedness. Five hesitated, wishing to find a reason to persuade you against such extremism, but after searching, he found not only a lack of justification, but also realized that he himself had been swayed by recent events. Setting aside the Hokage's umbu testing his son, he felt increasingly uneasy about the recent relocation of their clan's territory. Enough, father, as the clan leader. I hope you can adopt a more resolute stance rather than being indecisive. Such hesitation only serves to depict your incompetence. A true man must know when to act and when to refrain. Once we understand who the enemy is, we must respond accordingly, rather than wavering between extremes. Your ambiguity has only fostered division within the clan, giving rise to both moderate and radical factions. He was tired of explaining the need for the Uchiha to adopt a more aggressive or a gentler approach towards the village. He had expressed from the beginning that their strength should be directed not against the village but against the Hokage's faction. Yet, people in this world persistently conflated the village with the Hokage, forever trapped in this bizarre cycle. Five fell into a profound silence, observing Yu's impatient expression. He suddenly felt a wave of failure wash over him. Was this truly the impression he projected before his eldest son? "You go to bed. I will make a decision." Five responded somewhat disheartened. "Father, I may have spoken rather harshly tonight, but some matters cannot be achieved through mere wishful thinking. You should also rest early and not overexert yourself." Yu, seeing Five's despondent demeanor, offered words of comfort. You have grown. It is time for me to trust you more." Five, initially crestfallen, felt a flicker of joy at Yu's reassurance. This was the first time he had cast aside his paternal authority in front of his son, not counting earlier years. "Father, I am only 6 years old. Far from being grown," Yu replied with a gentle smile. Five's expression of contentment turned into a frown as he shot Yu a glare. "What does age matter?" During the Warring States period, clan members were going to battle at 8 years old. You are merely 2 years younger than them. Seeing Five return to his usual self, Yu yawned lightly. "All right, father, that was the Warring States period. Times have changed. I am off to sleep, as I have school tomorrow." Being a child yet burdened with adult concerns is truly unfortunate. Without waiting for Five's response, Yu trotted upstairs, eager to review the day's harvest. After a long day of hard work, only the rewards brought him genuine joy. Each day, he aspired to grow stronger. This fulfilling and diligent life was what he cherished most. "You little rascal, lamenting your childhood. Are you implying I am an incompetent father?" Five murmured to himself, suddenly feeling somewhat like a complaining spouse, forcing him to halt. There was no denying that his son was exceptionally gifted. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yu possessed the potential to become Hokage, given his adept leadership skills, sharp intellect, and formidable strength, all of which instilled great confidence in Five. Upon returning to his familiar small bed, Yu eagerly opened the system panel. Uchiha Yu Realm, Chi Refinement Technique, Qingming Decision Refinement Chapter Yellow Level 2 Ninjutsu, 5 Elemental Ninjutsu Fire, Mastered Lightning, Mastered Wind, Ordinary Water, Ordinary Earth, Ordinary Artifact Manipulation, Mastered Basic Fist and Body Technique, Mastered External Avatar, Ordinary Weapon Refinement Technique, Ordinary Pill Refinement Technique, Ordinary Planting Technique, Ordinary Formation, Ordinary Gratitude Value, 20. 200 Malicious Value, 27,000. As you gazed at the once again abundant gratitude and malicious values, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Only the Uchiha, with their propensity for extremism, could provide such a wealth of both gratitude and malice in a single instance. Removing the original gratitude value of 9,000 and the malice value of 11,000, along with the day's various activities in the village, the total gratitude value gained in that day reached 11,200, while the malice value reached 16,000. Among these, the contributions from Uchiha Liang alone accounted for a total of 20,000. After toiling tirelessly throughout the day, not a single clan member provided more data than this. Henceforth, it would be prudent to cultivate more such high-quality resources. With this thought in mind, Yu turned his attention to his skills. Now, the gratitude value could enhance his martial arts twice, elevating them to the Shin Stage 1. As for his skills, achieving full mastery was a distant goal, but he could at least elevate all skills to proficiency, thus providing him with multiple trump cards when facing adversaries. Currently, he had only revealed his proficiency in fire release. Once the enemies grasped his abilities, he could unleash lightning, wind, water, and earth release, undoubtedly leaving them with a plethora of expressions. Enduring another wave of painful enlightenment, Yu gazed at his current status panel, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Uchiha Yu Realm, Chi Transformation Martial Art, Qingming Decision Refining God Chapter, Shin Stage 1 Technique, 5 Elements Ninjutsu Fire, Proficient Lightning, Proficient Wind, Proficient Water, Proficient Earth, Ordinary Artifact Manipulation, Proficient Basic Body Technique, Proficient External Avatar, Ordinary Refining Technique, Ordinary Alchemy, Ordinary Planting Technique, Ordinary Formation, Ordinary Gratitude Value, 200 Malice Value, 7,000. You had once again become financially destitute. However, he was not overly concerned, as he had a substantial number of resources at his disposal. And with an additional individual focused on cultivating his network, it would only be a matter of time before he gathered Liang's associates for a significant harvest. With this in mind, you gracefully settled into a meditative position, entering a state of cultivation once more. Chapter 29. Cancellation of relocation funds. As time passed, you felt an increasing sense of oppression within the clan's territory. He understood the cause. A month had elapsed since the last relocation was scheduled. However, the promised relocation funds from Konoha's upper echelons had yet to be dispersed. The new clan territory, constructed under immense labor, was now more than halfway complete, with the relocation date looming ever closer. Concerned clan members had raised this issue several times in clan meetings, and Fujitaka's inquiries to the Hokage yielded nothing more than a request for patience. During this month, aside from his relentless pursuit of gratitude and malice values, Yu's life had remained largely unchanged. The only notable shift was Itachi's attitude towards him. Observing his silent brother following him, Yu sensed an unexpected rift between them. This estrangement left him uncertain of how to bridge the gap. Whenever he attempted to converse with Itachi, he either received silence or merely a polite nod in response. Yet, this obedience felt different, as if Yu had lost one of his cherished companions. "Itachi, are you dissatisfied with me, your elder brother?" he casually inquired. No. Why would I be dissatisfied with you, brother? You are so exceptional." Itachi replied, his expression calm. You turned to face the serene Itachi. "Is that how you feel? But lately, it seems as though I am on the verge of losing you as my brother." "Brother, please don't joke. You are my esteemed elder." Itachi smiled broadly. You scrutinized Itachi. "You know, that smile of yours seems rather forced. If you genuinely wished to smile, it would carry a hint of shyness, not this overt display." Feeling the weight of his brother's gaze, Itachi averted his eyes. "Isn't this how I always smile?" he replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. "That is precisely why I say your smile feels insincere, for it belongs to me, not the true Itachi." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether his brother truly understood him so well. "Itachi, I reiterate, if you have any grievances, please voice them. I promise I will not hold it against you." You gently tapped Itachi's forehead. Gazing into his brother's warm eyes, Itachi felt a whirlwind of emotions. He longed to share his thoughts, yet he knew you would have 100 reasons to counter him. Ultimately, he felt powerless against his elder brother's influence. But was his perspective truly erroneous? The Uchiha clan's arrogance and the village's rejection, was it merely an issue stemming from the Hokage's faction? He was aware that his brother Shisui had entered the Umbu and had been promoted to the Hokage's elite guard. This level of trust indicated that the Hokage did not harbor the biases you suggested against the Uchiha. The clan's issues stemmed from their own hubris, neglecting the village's needs. Observing Itachi's dazed expression, Yu sighed softly. In that moment, he felt powerless against Itachi's silence. If it were as before, with Itachi arguing about everything, Yu could address the matter directly. He feared most the prospect of Itachi concealing his true feelings. Shaking his head in disappointment, Yu concluded that Itachi no longer trusted him as a brother. "Itachi, I am saddened," he said, turning away toward home. Itachi watched his retreating brother, murmuring, "Brother, I am sorry. I cannot agree with your viewpoint, but you will always be my brother." He hurriedly followed Yu's figure. Not far along, they encountered a crowd of clan members gathered around the village notice board, their tempers flaring like ignited powder kegs. "Why must our relocation funds be cancelled simply due to the tense situation at the front? Even if the front lines are strained, why not merely delay? What reasoning is there for outright cancellation? Have the higher-ups considered offering us compensation? This is nothing but a deception." As you observed the agitated clan members, a cold smile crept across his face. Were they finally prepared to lay their cards on the table? Had they determined the fate of the Uchiha clan? You refrained from pushing into the crowd, instead hastily guiding the dazed Itachi home. However, before they had gone far, a commotion erupted behind them. "Are you gathering here to incite trouble?" A ninja wearing a cat-faced mask appeared above the notice board, shouting at the enraged clan members below. "Humph. Do not presume that your status in the Umbu grants you the right to speak to the Uchiha clan in such a manner. Why has the village rescinded our relocation funds?" A Uchiha Chunin angrily emerged from the throng, confronting the Umbu ninja. This is a decision made by Konoha's upper echelons, and the reasons have been clearly outlined. The Umbu ninja replied coldly. "That is nonsense. The front lines are tense, and yet we, the Uchiha, must bear the brunt of it." Have we not bled and suffered ourselves? Humph. You spout foolishness, while the village faces turmoil. You refuse to consider its peace and dare to incite unrest. Do you wish for me to arrest you for disturbing the village's order? The Umbu ninja's eyes gleamed coldly as he gazed at the Uchiha Chunin. Oh, since when is maintaining order in the village your Umbu's responsibility? A clear, cold voice emerged from the back of the crowd. The gathered Uchiha clan members stirred, parting to make way. Youthful clan leader, this matter does not concern you. You should return. You must advocate for us. The clan members clamored as they saw you approach. Due to Yu's heroic actions during the Ninetales incident, he had earned significant respect among the civilian Uchiha, further bolstered by his display of prowess in clan meetings and recent covert efforts by Uchiha Liang to promote him among the younger generation. Thus, the current admiration from the clan members was well-deserved. Yu nodded towards his eager clansmen, then turned his gaze to the Umbu ninja on the notice board. Are you intending to arrest my clansmen for disturbing the village's peace? Yu inquired coldly. Uchiha Yu, son of Minister Fugaku, please correct your demeanor. Do not stir up trouble for no reason, the cat-faced ninja warned, wary of the boy before him. Well aware of the fate that befell his colleagues who had previously tested you, none returned. My demeanor is grounded in reality. Not to mention that Konoha's higher-ups have breached their promises. Now they are forcefully imposing charges upon my kin. Is this not an affront to the Uchiha clan? Is this not a disadvantageous situation? Yu's resolute stance undoubtedly garnered him waves of gratitude from his clansmen, who looked at him with expressions of appreciation. Humph, sharp-tongued brat. In a time of crisis, instead of uniting with the village, you only contemplate your own interests. This is precisely why your Uchiha clan is despised by the villagers. Brother, should we not return? Let us avoid further conflict with the village. Just as you prepared to retort, Itachi tugged at his sleeve from behind. You turned to glance at Itachi, suppressing his frustration with his foolish younger brother. The higher-ups of Konoha were practically hovering over them. Yet he still wished to evade such conflict. Itachi, feeling the weight of Yu's silent gaze, bit his lip and sealed his lips tightly. You turned back to the Umbu ninja. Ha! Sharp-tongued, you say? Who is truly sharp-tongued? It is the negligence of the village's higher-ups that should be questioned. Are we Uchiha demanding relocation against our will? If the village fails to deliver the promised relocation funds, we Uchiha shall simply refuse to move. After all, we are quite content with our current residence. You declared coldly. Instantly, the Umbu ninja fell into silence. Humph. This matter is not for you Uchiha to decide. A chilling voice interjected suddenly. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, ambled forward. You narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance. And who might you be, old man? Humph. Such blatant disrespect. Is this how Fugaku has raised you? Danzo glared at you with malevolence. How my father raises me is of no concern to you, old man. You retorted disdainfully. Although he lacked the strength to confront Konoha alone, he was unafraid of Danzo or Sarutobi, knowing that unless facing a combined assault from the Hokage level, the outcome remained uncertain. Lord Danzo. At this moment, the Umbu ninja on the notice board hurriedly leapt down and knelt before Danzo. Danzo nodded, and the Umbu ninja respectfully followed him. You insolent brat. The decisions of the higher-ups are beyond your questioning. Danzo approached slowly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized you. Such decisions are nothing but nonsense. The village belongs to everyone. If the higher-ups cannot honor their promises, they should cease discussing relocation. Why should the sacrifices fall only upon the Sarutobi or your clan, the Uchiha? You shot back without hesitation. Danzo's expression darkened. You little brat are questioning the decisions of the higher-ups. Seize this ignorant child and bring him back. If Fugaku cannot teach his son, let the village do so. Instantly, dozens of root ninjas emerged, encircling you. Just as the tension reached its peak, a powerful voice rang out. I dare anyone to take away our Uchiha clan's young leader. A group of youths adorned in Uchiha garb, led by Uchiha Rion, rushed forward, drawing their blades aimed at the root ninjas. Young leader, are you unharmed? It's my fault for arriving too late and letting you suffer. Uchiha Rion spoke apologetically to you. You attempted to pat Rion's shoulder, only to realize he was too short to reach. Awkwardly, he began to retract his hand. Before he could, Rion knelt partially, declaring, Today, we shall uphold the dignity of our young leader. Yes, Captain Rion. The group of youths responded excitedly, having long admired their captain's tales of you. Especially now, witnessing the young leader confront Konoha's upper echelon at merely 6 years old, their admiration only deepened. You felt a surge of emotion, realizing with such followers, He had little to complain about. He gently patted Rion's shoulder and turned his cold gaze back to Danzo. Danzo squinted, perplexed by how, at such a young age, Uchiha Yu had garnered such respect among his clan. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation. Humph, are you plotting a rebellion? Hell, old man. Whether there's a rebellion is not for you to decide. We seek merely to demand justice from the Hokage. Why must the relocation funds for our Uchiha clan be revoked? Moreover, why are we being forced to relocate? Such actions compel us to question the Hokage's credibility. My father possesses a document issued by the Hokage in black and white. Do the higher-ups intend to renege? As soon as you uttered these words, the surrounding clansmen erupted in an uproar. Yes, we demand justice. Why break the agreement? Justice. We implore the Hokage for an explanation. Yet, you failed to notice that Itachi had already vanished from his side. As the situation escalated, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Even if justice were to be demanded, it was not something a sharp-tongued brat like you could accomplish. Summon Fugaku. I wish to see what he seeks in terms of justice. You shall see. But, Lord Danzo, do you still intend to obstruct us? Danzo glared coldly at the seemingly jovial Yu. What are you planning? Nothing much. We merely wish to hear the Hokage's explanation. Do you intend to prevent us from doing so, Lord Danzo? Danzo surveyed the armed youths surrounding Yu, then glanced at Yu's feigned smile. At that moment, he felt an urge to command the execution of this group. However, should he act, these impulsive youths would not relent, leading to a complete fallout between the village and the Uchiha, which was not his desired outcome. Uchiha Yu, you will regret the decisions you make today? With that, Danzo coldly stepped aside. You revealed a bright smile. Regret? We shall see about that when the time comes. Come, clansmen. Let us go to the Hokage Tower and inquire why this is happening. With a vigorous gesture, hundreds of Uchiha clansmen fell into line behind him, marching towards the Hokage Tower. Halfway there, you encountered his father's most trusted aide, Uchiha Hakadai, accompanied by a group of guards from the Uchiha clan. Both parties exchanged no words, silently proceeding towards the Hokage Tower. The villagers on the streets watched, puzzled, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. At the named shrine, Uchiha Fugaku knelt alone before the ancestral tablet of the clan. In the dim light, Fugaku's shadow flickered uncertainly, mirroring the turmoil in his eyes. Suddenly, the shrine's door swung open, and a small figure rushed in anxiously. Father, it's bad. Brother has brought people to confront the higher-ups of Konoha. Itachi, do not speak. Be quiet. Fugaku interrupted before Itachi could finish. The father and Itachi's relatives were engulfed in anxiety, torn between their love for their elder brother and their loyalty to the village. Fugaku stood resolute, his voice heavy with authority. Itachi, I have commanded silence. Under Fugaku's imposing demeanor, Itachi felt a surge of helplessness and reluctantly took his place behind his father, casting his gaze toward the ancestral shrine. As Itachi waited anxiously, Fugaku finally moved, leisurely exiting the ancestral hall and descending the stone steps toward the mountain's base. Itachi hurriedly followed, pleading, Father, you must intervene and stop my brother. If we delay any longer, he will incite a conflict between the clansmen and the village. Fugaku lowered his gaze to Itachi's anxious face, questioning, what is there to prevent? Has your brother and the clansmen committed any wrongdoing? He is the junior clan leader. Have you not noticed the respect the clansmen have shown him this past month? Fugaku's relentless inquiries left Itachi momentarily speechless. Although he disagreed with his brother's ideology, he had indeed sensed the growing deference toward him among the clansmen during their commutes to and from school. Was this the reason his brother had returned to confront the Umbu ninjas who threatened to oppress their clan? Itachi recalled his brother's sigh when he had turned away. Father, are we to stand idly by? This will only escalate the conflict between our clan and the village. Seeing Itachi's puzzled expression, Fugaku sighed. Do you understand the difference between you and your brother? Itachi's eyes flickered. Fugaku continued. He comprehends the village's significance, but he also knows that the clan is his foundation. In matters concerning the village and the clan, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter, a quality even I, as his father, cannot surpass. This is why the clansmen hold him in such high regard. Does that mean you will not intervene? With my brother's extremism, it could lead to a large-scale conflict with the village. At that moment, Itachi grew increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why his father, who had instilled in him ideals of peace during his childhood, would permit his brother to provoke a confrontation with the village. Itachi, you underestimate your brother. He will not act recklessly, at least not until he possesses absolute strength, Fugaku remarked, his eyes glinting. Sometimes, he believed he understood his eldest son, who remained low-key and unambitious. Yet within the confines of the ninja academy, he wielded tremendous power while remaining free of the label of a prodigy. However, he often felt he could not fully grasp the boy. When faced with clan issues, he exhibited a fierce and aggressive nature, akin to a hunting wolf, lying dormant in the grass, only to strike with lethal precision when on the move. Chapter 31. Escalating conflict. Does my father trust my brother so implicitly? A flicker of disappointment crossed Itachi's eyes. Ah, Itachi, you underestimate your father. How could I allow your brother to bear this burden alone? I have already dispatched your 8th-generation uncle to assist him. Fugaku's lips curled into a slight smile. However, this revelation did little to comfort Itachi. Rather, it felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath him. His father was aware of the entire situation, so why had he not acted sooner to prevent it? Itachi suddenly questioned loudly. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, believing Itachi was merely concerned for his brother's well-being, yet Itachi's reaction seemed rather peculiar. What nonsense are you speaking, Itachi? This is merely a test of the Hokage. Fugaku admonished sternly. A test? What kind of test does Lord Hokage require? Do you not know that Brother Shisui has already joined the Umbu? Itachi retorted, frustration evident in his voice. The bridge between our clan and the village has already been established. Is this not what you once hoped for? Observing the pained expression on Itachi's face, Fugaku was at a loss for words. Was his son overly sympathetic to the village's cause? Fugaku's demeanor grew serious. That bridge is merely one-sided access. After stating this, Fugaku ceased further discussion, hastening toward the Hokage building to observe the situation closely, lest this test transform into a genuine conflict. Itachi felt a chill in his heart, recalling Shisui's words during their time together. Itachi, you must keep a close watch on your brother. Unlike you, he harbors deep-seated suspicions toward the village. As his younger brother, you must counsel him in a timely manner to prevent him from straying down the wrong path. Yet now, it seemed not only his brother but even his father's previously amicable stance toward the village was gradually shifting, leaving Itachi feeling increasingly oppressed. At the Hokage building, you had assembled the clansmen below, but unlike the anticipated uproar, the Uchiha displayed remarkable discipline, with ninjas shielding ordinary clansmen. They stood silently, awaiting the Hokage's explanation, while the surrounding common folk shifted from confusion to a complete withdrawal, leaving the area desolate. It was undeniable that the Uchiha name was steeped in infamy. The mere sight of their procession elicited reactions akin to those of enemies. You felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially believed that upon learning of the injustices faced by the Uchiha, some citizens would rise to their defense. Instead, they treated the Uchiha as adversaries. No wonder the higher-ups in Konoha felt emboldened to act without fear of public outrage. At times, you couldn't help but ponder what the Uchiha had done to warrant such disdain from the villagers. Despite his musings, he could not uncover the truth. While he acknowledged the Uchiha's emotional volatility, he noted that even the most ordinary villagers, despite their animosity, would only harbor a slight negative sentiment, while the clansmen's feelings swung dramatically from gratitude to hatred, often in extreme measures. Yet, despite this, the Uchiha had never oppressed the common folk. They were relatively insular, with interactions primarily limited to those who had committed crimes or those who had exhibited arrogance before the common ninjas. How had this led to their being loathed by the villagers? You felt that the Uchiha's perceived malevolence held little weight in the eyes of the villagers. After all, shifting animosity onto an innocent newborn was beyond comprehension. Even from the original narrative, the Uchiha's demeanor toward Naruto was notably neutral. Though lacking in warmth, they bore no malicious intent. As you pondered these matters, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the notifications of negative sentiments. Negative sentiment value 10,000. Negative sentiment value 5,000. Negative sentiment value 2,000. Yu's expression froze as he began to search for the source of such substantial rewards. He soon spotted 3 elders in their 60s or 70s, Tono Kamaki, Danzo, and Mito Menyen, leading a group of Umbu ninjas. As he met Danzo's cold gaze, Yu instantly recognized the source of this overwhelming animosity. A smile crept across his lips. Ah, is that you, Lord Danzo? What a coincidence to encounter you twice in a single day. You brat. Yu once again felt a wave of intense malice directed toward him, and his heart surged with excitement. What a bountiful harvest. Was this the Uchiha's attitude? They had sent a child to stir trouble at the Hokage building? Kamaki regarded you with indifference. Master Kamaki, you jest. This is our esteemed junior clan leader, and the clansmen follow him here out of trust, the 8th generation Uchiha quickly interjected, standing in support of Yu's title. Do you Uchiha understand the gravity of your actions in disrupting the Hokage building? Kamaki ignored you entirely and focused on the 8th generation Uchiha. Disruption? Uchiha Hakadai was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening as he cast a disapproving glance at the elder. Torikane Koharu. Surely, Elder Koharu, you must be mistaken. The village has unjustly rescinded our clan's relocation funds, and yet we are not permitted to inquire? Hakadai's voice gradually rose in intensity. The clansmen, upon hearing this, began to fervently wave their arms and echo his sentiments. Indeed, on what grounds has this been cancelled? We demand a reasonable explanation. Noticing the escalating unrest, Koharu furrowed her brow. It was evident that mere words could no longer placate the Uchiha clan. It was infuriating that this unruly youth had incited such chaos. She cast a frustrated glance at Yu, who was well protected by his fellow clansmen under the auspices of Uchiha Ritsuyu. Yu merely smiled, reveling in the turmoil, relishing the prospect of accumulating more power. As the uproar intensified, a sharp snort cut through the clamor. An explanation? This matter cannot be allowed to fester any longer. I shall handle it from here. As he spoke, Danzo's ire surged at the sight of the smirking youth. He then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Hakadai. While Konoha stands in confrontation with Kumogakure, you lot seem more inclined to stir trouble at the Hokage's office rather than contribute to the village. How dare you demand an explanation from us? Danzo's words were laced with an insidious cunning, deftly shifting the blame onto the Uchiha clan. Hakadai's expression froze, his demeanor hardening. The village's betrayal cannot be blamed on our clan's dissent. Our kin fight valiantly on the front lines while the village exploits their vulnerable and elderly. If the village fails to provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect the Uchiha clan to retreat quietly. Danzo regarded the now subdued Uchiha clansmen with a cold gaze. At that moment, numerous root ninjas emerged from the shadows, and the Uchiha warriors instinctively drew their weapons, their Sharingan activated, the crimson eyes scanning the surrounding ninjas warily. Yu, noticing Ritsuyu about to unleash his Manjikyu Sharingan, quickly seized his arm, shaking his head to signal restraint. Although the atmosphere was charged with tension, Yu was acutely aware that a conflict would not ensue. Both Sarutobi and Fugaku lurked in the shadows, ready to intervene. Despite not grasping Yu's intentions, Ritsuyu obediently heeded his directive, his eyes dimming. Does Elder Danzo intend to deny us an explanation? Hakadai radiated a palpable aura of menace, embodying the pride inherent to the Uchiha as one of the clan's elite. Though he leaned towards the village's more moderate faction, he recognized that this situation transcended mere ideological disputes. It was about the very welfare of their clan. A dangerous glint flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. Wind release, vacuum wave. Without uttering further words, Danzo decisively formed hand seals, unleashing a razor-sharp gust akin to a scythe, aimed directly at Uchiha Hakadai. The gale swept forth, the formidable wind blade sharper than any sword. Koharu's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. Danzo, what are you attempting to do? As her furious cry echoed, the wind blade swiftly approached Hakadai. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting Danzo's decisive aggression. Faced with the imminent threat, he clenched his fists, knowing that should he retaliate, the already volatile emotions of his clansmen would erupt into chaos. Yet, he had faith in his clan leader. From the shadows, Sarutobi and Fugaku exchanged alarmed glances, both sides no longer concealing their intentions and swiftly prepared to act. Concurrently, Yu teleported in front of Hakadai, his expression alarmed as he attempted to halt the reckless maneuver. The death of the clan leader's son would irreparably fracture their relationship with the village. Danzo's expression darkened. Was this child courting death? He acknowledged his desire to eliminate this troublesome youth, but he did not wish to do so overtly. Should you perish by his hand, Danzo would undoubtedly become the scapegoat in the eyes of the Uchiha. As tensions reached a fever pitch, Yu grasped the wind blade, which had the power to sever even the most resilient materials, as if it were a tangible object, and gently crushed it between his fingers. Have you all had your fill of chaos? If the village seeks to shed blood with the Uchiha clan, then we shall oblige. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the bewildering scene. With a slight exertion, the wind blade shattered like brittle parchment, dissipating into the purest elements in the air. Sarutobi was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat. You, do not assume the higher-ups are so indifferent. This is all merely a misunderstanding. He hastily attempted to placate you, then turned to the ominous figure of Danzo. Danzo, who gave you the audacity to strike at the villagers of Konoha? Danzo, with a chilling demeanor, merely scoffed, refraining from retorting. After chastising Danzo, Sarutobi turned his attention back to you. This is my fault for not adequately clarifying matters with the lower ranks, leading to this misunderstanding. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Yu's eyes as he smiled slightly. Since the esteemed third Hokage has said so, it must indeed be a misunderstanding. However, certain individuals recklessly attacking the village's ninjas are unworthy of their title as elders. I hope the third Hokage can discern this. Sarutobi, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, replied, "You, given the pressing situation at the borders." Elder Danzo merely wished to resolve matters swiftly to assist the front lines. I hope you can understand. He then refrained from further discussion with you, redirecting his focus to the suddenly present Fugaku. Fugaku, you have arrived. Fugaku, wearing an expression of contrition, remarked, "All of this is my failure for not keeping my clansmen in check, leading to this debacle. Were it not for Yu's awareness of Fugaku's ulterior motives, his seemingly earnest demeanor might have deceived others. Fugaku, this is not your fault. The village's financial strain, exacerbated by the ongoing conflict, has necessitated the delay in the Uchiha relocation funds. As Hokage, I feel immense regret, and I hope you can understand," Sarutobi replied, adopting an expression of contrition that was genuinely heartwarming. You observed as some Uchiha clansmen displayed signs of sympathy, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Fugaku immediately adopted an expression of fear and trepidation. "So it is. I had misjudged the situation. Given the ongoing war, it is clear we cannot resolve this quickly. Even post-war, the village will need to prepare for recovery, and financial constraints will persist. Perhaps," he cast a hesitant glance at Sarutobi, "perhaps the Uchiha should postpone our relocation?" "Absolutely not. This cannot be allowed. Under no circumstances." A chorus of vehement objections erupted. Fugaku, glancing nervously at Danzo, Koharu, and Sarutobi, felt a chill run through him. He recalled Yu's words from that fateful night. The elders of Konoha will never cease their machinations against the Uchiha. The revival plan was a crucial element for the village's future development and could not be neglected. Sarutobi quickly recognized his abruptness and amended his tone, speaking with righteous fervor. "Certainly, the demands of the Uchiha clan are indeed reasonable. The village shall not neglect any of its citizens." After a brief moment of contemplation, Sarutobi declared, "Very well. The newly developed large shops in the center of Konoha will serve as financial compensation for the Uchiha, to atone for the village's debts to them." It was evident that Sarutobi was making a significant concession, for these were prime commercial properties in the heart of Konoha. Once the war concludes, merely auctioning off one of these establishments, given Konoha's current standing in the ninja world, could fetch several tens of millions. Not to mention, these are fixed assets. If the Uchiha clan utilizes them wisely, elevating their standard of living would be easily achievable. Yet, Five felt a twinge of unease. The village's willingness to incur such costs to relocate the Uchiha was clearly not devoid of ulterior motives. "Then we shall heed the Hokage's words," Five responded. "All right. Please escort your clansmen home," Sarutobi said nonchalantly. Moreover, Five arranged for your clan to vacate the premises swiftly. With that, Sarutobi departed swiftly with Danzo and Tsunade, leaving the Uchiha clan members behind. Their gazes converged on Five, awaiting his command. With a faint sigh, Five addressed them, "Everyone, please disperse. I will send someone to oversee the acquisition of those shops. As for the subsequent distribution, I shall consult the clan elders and draft a regulation to inform you all later." The clan members gradually dispersed, their grievances significantly alleviated by the third Hokage's performance. You observed the departing clan members and tugged at Uchiha Itachi's sleeve, gesturing for him to lean closer. Sensing Yu's motion, Itachi promptly bent down, eager for Yu's instructions. "Wait for me at the designated location tonight." Itachi nodded eagerly. Five, noticing Yu's subtle gesture, felt a wave of calm wash over him. With such an exceptional son, the Uchiha clan still had a path forward. Once Itachi and the others had completely departed, Five approached Yu slowly. "You, let us return home." "Yes, father." Upon arriving home, they found Itachi sitting silently at the table, cradling little Sasuke who was peacefully asleep in his arms. Five addressed Itachi. "Itachi, you should take your brother to rest. I need to discuss some matters with your brother." Itachi lifted his gaze indifferently. "Father, I wish to stay." This was Itachi's first act of defiance against his father, causing Five to feel a flicker of irritation. Just as he was about to respond, you interjected gently, "Since Itachi wishes to remain, let him stay. There are certain matters he ought to be aware of to prevent unnecessary worries." Five, unable to refute his eldest son, nodded in agreement. Itachi obediently carried Sasuke back to his room and returned to sit beside you. Yu's gratitude towards Itachi surged. Gratitude level, 1000. You nodded in appreciation. Chapter 33. Yu's education of his brother. The three sat across from each other, Uchiha Five wearing a serious expression as he addressed you. "You. What do you believe is the third Hokage's true purpose in this affair?" Clearly, his compensation has surpassed all expectations. You smiled calmly, "Father. Do you still harbor hopes regarding the third Hokage? It is evident that he does not have our best interests at heart. What is beneficial for him may very well be detrimental for us. I cannot believe there are no strings attached to those shops. Through this incident, I trust you have perceived the upper echelon stance towards us, Father." Five nodded. "I simply did not anticipate the third Hokage would act so ruthlessly, leaving no opportunity for the Uchiha. Father, hoping for mercy from our enemies is akin to being cruel to ourselves. Since the third Hokage has made his move, we shall respond in kind. It may alienate some, but the Uchiha clan is no stranger to debt," you replied calmly. Observing Yu's composed demeanor, Five suddenly felt that keeping such a talented son at the ninja academy was a waste of potential. After a moment of hesitation, Five solemnly proposed, "You, why not assist me in the guard division? Given your current abilities, remaining in the academy would only squander your time." You considered this, nodding in agreement. For the guard division would undoubtedly yield greater opportunities for acquiring gratitude and negative values compared to the academy. "I consent to join the guard division. But what position will you assign me? And you cannot expel me from the academy. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Not to mention my precious girl is still at school." "Why is that?" Five inquired, perplexed. He was aware of Yu's ability to create clones. Hence he refrained from questioning how you could transition from the academy to the guard division. You merely smiled, remaining silent. Five's expression shifted, as if recalling something, and he shot you a disapproving glance. "At such a young age, you lack seriousness." You was momentarily taken aback, wondering what he had said to warrant such a remark. Soon, he realized what Five meant. That girl was indeed admirable, and he should not let her down. You was astonished, thinking, "I am only 6 years old. Why are they thinking so far ahead? Is my intent so transparent?" He mentally scoffed. Five stood up in silence, declaring, "Be punctual at the guard division tomorrow. Your position is tentatively set as my assistant." With that, Five disregarded Yu's stunned expression and leisurely departed. Once Five had completely left, Itachi calmly addressed you. "Brother, why do you harbor such deep-seated prejudices against the village? I recall you once said that human bias is akin to a towering mountain. Why, despite understanding this truth, can you not let go of the mountain in your heart?" Gazing at Itachi's impassive demeanor, Yu's expression turned serious. "Itachi, why do you believe your brother's bias stems from personal emotions rather than objective realities?" Itachi remained silent, instead retrieving a book from his waist pouch, prominently inscribed with the words "Will of Fire." "I believe you should read this book more often. It might alleviate your biases against the village," he suggested. You accepted the book from Itachi, flipping through a few pages casually, noting that Itachi's disapproving frown indicated his dissatisfaction with Yu's lack of care. You glanced sideways at his brother, "Itachi, this must be the textbook issued on the first day of school, correct?" Itachi nodded. "I had one too. But I only glanced at it once before allowing it to gather dust beneath my coffee table in my room, as it was the perfect height to stabilize the uneven table, thus justifying its cost. Why do you belittle the will of fire so much? Do you possess some new understanding of it?" Itachi questioned, his tone tinged with indignation. You lightly tapped Itachi's head with the book. "Oh, my naive brother. How can I educate you to realign your heart, which has strayed so far? You have read this book countless times, so tell me, what does it specifically convey?" Itachi winced from the tap, rubbing his head, and retorted, "The will of fire teaches us to achieve greatness through the sacrifices of the small self. Only by sacrificing oneself like falling leaves to ignite the flame can we illuminate the entire village. New sprouts can only grow, mature, and prosper in a peaceful and stable environment. The current relationship between our clan and the village mirrors that of the greater self and the smaller self. Sacrificing some small personal interests for the sake of the village's prosperity and stability. Why must you take it to such extremes?" You was rendered speechless, gazing at this suddenly unfamiliar brother. "Itachi, when you utter those words, do you not feel any guilt? Are you honoring the parents who raised you? Are you honoring the trust of your clansmen?" "You are correct," Achieving greatness through the small self is a commendable ideal, yet such sacrifices must be mutual. For the sake of the village's peace, the Uchiha clan members perished on the front lines. Shouldn't I, as part of this greater entity known as the village, take care of the families and friends of these fallen warriors? Yet, what I witness now is a village that not only desires the sacrifice of its frontline warriors, but also demands the sacrifice of their families, a voracious appetite that consumes flesh and gnaws at bones, seeking to extract marrow. You dare to tell me this embodies the will of fire? What twisted reasoning is this? Itachi, taken aback by his brother's sudden outburst, found himself momentarily stunned. Itachi, do you consider this bias? If one day the village's higher-ups send your brother to the front lines, and I sacrifice myself, will the village then demand your sacrifice? And if you two fall, will they expect Sasuke to sacrifice himself as well? How will you navigate such a village? Do you still believe this is bias? Let me remind you, during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's ninjas lost their parents and sons. Yet those old fools who proclaim they fought for Konoha still live on, not just surviving, but thriving alongside their clans and descendants. They promise to protect the saplings. Yet it is often the younger generation that pays the ultimate price. I must question, why are they not the ones sacrificing? Why not their kin, their sons, their mothers? Does such a village truly embody the will of fire? Venture out and observe. Do not presume that reading a few books grants you the right to stand atop others' suffering, questioning why they have yet to sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Itachi, your brother is profoundly disappointed in you. Such words should never have escaped your lips. When you utter such phrases, I feel as though I have failed in my duty to guide you, leaving you unaware of who has raised you. Now perched in the Uchiha clan leader's estate, yet casting your gaze toward those who are irrelevant to you. The intensity of Yu's reprimand reverberated throughout the room, prompting Makoto, who had been resting, to hurry down the stairs, only to find Itachi's tear-filled eyes swirling with emotion. For the first time, Itachi felt the weight of his brother's anger, a sorrow that he could not refute with a single word. As Makoto descended, Itachi caught sight of her worried expression, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to leap into her embrace and weep. Yu, noticing their mother's arrival, felt his anger gradually dissipate. Observing Itachi's forlorn demeanor softened his heart. He truly cherished this obedient younger brother, or else his rage would not have been so fierce. Itachi, go home and reflect on what I have said today. This book, I shall take back. It is not suited for you. With that, Yu turned to his mother and offered a serene smile. Itachi, pouting and glancing at the book in Yu's hand, recognized his brother's lingering ire reflected in his calm expression. Hesitant to speak further, he replied, "Yes, brother," with a choked voice. He then walked slowly towards his mother, glancing back periodically. Makoto sighed in relief. Relieved to see Yu's anger had reached its peak, she had never witnessed him this furious before. Gently, she took Itachi's hand and observed Yu, who appeared calm yet unfocused. Yu, if Itachi has erred, please address it with him. As an older brother, do not hold his faults against him. Understood, mother. Yu redirected his gaze to the downcast Itachi beside Makoto, suddenly breaking into a smile. Mother, please offer Itachi some comfort. I am fine. I merely wish for my brother not to tread a path of despair. Makoto felt a wave of relief wash over her. She knew that if her eldest son were genuinely angry, he would not wear such a smile, but would instead display a chilling demeanor. She had witnessed such a countenance only once before when they had gone grocery shopping, and a drunken man had attempted to harass her. At merely 4 years old, Yu had emanated a chilling aura that left the man drenched in cold sweat, instantly sobering him, rendering him speechless as he watched them depart. Chapter 34. Yu's reflections unbeknownst to Makoto. This was the true nature Yu exhibited toward his foes, a potent spirit contained, transforming into an intense killing intent. Thus, when you sought to eliminate an adversary with lesser mental fortitude, his formidable spirit alone could suffocate them, akin to confronting one's ultimate nemesis. Itachi, led upstairs by his mother, could no longer contain his grievances, collapsing into her embrace and weeping profusely. Makoto patiently caressed Itachi's back, trusting that he would eventually share the events that transpired between him and Yu. Gradually, under her gentle reassurances, Itachi recounted the ordeal, lifting tear-filled eyes to his mother. Mother, have I truly erred? This marked Itachi's first display of vulnerability before his parents. One must realize that while Itachi may someday become overly attached to his brother, for now, he remained merely a younger sibling under his brother's influence. From a young age, Itachi had perceived Yu as invincible. At just over 2 years old, When he was utterly helpless, you had assisted in changing his diapers and dressing him. By 3, he was already helping their mother with chores and caring for Itachi. At 4, he dared to argue with their strict father. At 5, he battled their father to protect Itachi, earning his father's respect. Each of these instances carved an impression of invincibility in Itachi's heart, leading him to feel greater despair in the face of Yu's wrath than he ever did with their father S. As he wept uncontrollably, Mikoto nearly laughed at the sight. In that moment, Itachi resembled a genuine child, seeking comfort in her embrace when sorrow struck. Itachi, Yu is your brother. His anger signifies that you have faltered somewhere. How could you not trust your brother, who has cared for you since childhood? Mikoto replied softly. But Brother Shisui mentioned building bridges for the village. I didn't want his efforts to be in vain, so I sought to advise my brother, Itachi responded, feeling a sense of injustice. Shisui, Mikoto began. He has his own path to follow. Yu has his own journey as well. He carries the will of his grandfather. As the trusted young clan leader, he bears the weight of the clan's expectations. Shouldn't you be more understanding of your brother? At his young age, Itachi could not grasp the distinction. Mikoto smiled gently. Let me explain it this way. Shisui is pursuing his dream. If he fails, it is merely his dream that is lost. However, your brother shoulders the responsibility of his clan's hopes and trust. Should he falter, it is not just his failure, but that of the entire family. His misstep could burden the entire clan. At this moment, a glimmer of pity shone in Mikoto's eyes. Itachi, staring blankly at his mother, began to empathize with his brother's position, and an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him, leaving him breathless. He suddenly understood that the warm smiles of their clansmen on their way home weighed heavily on Yu's shoulders. No wonder you had returned that day despite having already departed. Was it not because of the burden of unfulfilled expectations? Itachi felt a profound sadness, not for himself being reprimanded, but for his inability to empathize with his brother, who was merely his age. Perhaps, in Itachi's heart, Yu has always represented an insurmountable mountain, leading him to believe that the burdens he currently bears are justified. At this moment, however, Yu is preoccupied with the impending meeting with Uchiha Reborn that evening. Through his confrontation with the third Hokage, Yu has realized that the path of fostering mutual understanding to integrate the Uchiha clan into the village is futile. This issue extends beyond the higher echelons of Konoha. It also encompasses the villagers' indifference towards the Uchiha. While Yu does not wish to delve into the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha, he comprehends one undeniable truth. The Uchiha have never wronged Konoha. The notion that a group steeped in prejudice could genuinely embrace the Uchiha is, without a doubt, a delusion. To avoid being oppressed, the only recourse is to continuously grow stronger. This strength must encompass not just himself, but the entire clan. After all, he has parents, relatives, and potentially a future spouse and children. Relying solely on his own limited energy could lead to vulnerabilities being exploited by adversaries. The solution lies in relentlessly enhancing both his and his family's prowess. Since the path of a king proves inaccessible, he must tread the path of a conqueror, overpowering the entire Konoha with the strength of his clan. In such a scenario, those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Ultimately, do not the people of the shinobi world yearn for peace? Yu is capable of achieving this. He could indeed emulate the path of Qin Shi Huang. With his extended lifespan, as long as he remains in the shinobi world, chaos shall not ensue. To realize this ambition, you must possess formidable and loyal allies, which necessitates prerequisites such as alchemy and formation techniques. The essence of the Sharingan lies in spiritual energy and powerful emotional stimuli. Both of these components are within Yu's grasp, and the recent events have granted him a substantial influx of malevolent energy, which he can utilize to enhance his formations and alchemical skills. In due course, he will seek a clandestine base to establish a grand heart-forging formation, imprinting the ideology of loyalty to his clan upon his kin. As for the spiritual aspect, that is even simpler. The herbs in his medicinal field are ripe for harvest. After tonight, he shall collect them and concoct pills to elevate mental acuity. First, he will uplift the younger generation of Uchiha Reborn, then subject them to the heart-forging formation's relentless trials, ultimately presenting himself as a figure of redemption within their illusions, subtly instilling a sense of loyalty towards him. He believes that soon, a multitude of kaleidoscopes will emerge within the clan. With such a Uchiha, he doubts any family in Konoha would dare to challenge him. As for the ordinary clansmen, given the current employment strain, he will delegate them to cultivate herbs for him, compensating them generously. Eventually, he will refine some health-enhancing pills or beauty-enhancing elixirs, which are not of great importance to cultivators, selling them through the newly acquired shops in Konoha. This forms a perfect closed loop. Upon contemplating this, a cold smile crept upon Yu's lips. Sarutobi, Danzo, what do you have left to contend with me? I shall make you witnesses to Konoha transforming into my image, and you shall become nothing but mere chaff. As for the commoners of Konoha, if they are provided ample opportunities yet remain obstinate, you will ensure they experience firsthand the inviolable majesty of a king. Chapter 35. Shizuku and Itachi having clarified his thoughts. Yu prepared to take action. Without hesitation, he allocated the malevolent energy he had acquired today towards alchemy and formations. A surge of knowledge regarding alchemy and formations flooded Yu's mind, transforming his previously rudimentary understanding of the basic gathering formation into a diverse array of techniques, including illusion formations, killing formations, and defensive formations, significantly rectifying the inadequacies in his mastery of formations. Is this the distinction between the ordinary and the proficient? Indeed, the disparity is substantial. Yu mused. Although these are merely foundational formation diagrams, formations are lifeless, whereas humans are animated. The combination of various basic formations results in an entirely new grand formation, with the most fundamental elements being the most crucial. All powerful formations are built upon a robust and comprehensive foundation. Furthermore, under the strong control afforded by the system, mastering a mere heart-forging formation is child's play. The same applies to alchemy. Originally limited to healing and body-enhancing formulas, he has now acquired categories for recovery and mental cultivation. Observing the newly developed mental cultivation formula, a mischievous smile graced Yu's lips. His earlier thoughts gained newfound confidence, and fortuitously, one of the primary ingredients for the mental cultivation pill is abundantly found in his backyard. Yu recalls that he discovered those herbs by a river near the Uchiha's back mountain, where a sea of flowers reminiscent of poppies still lingers in his memory. Initially, he merely perceived the herbs as related to mental enhancement, never anticipating they would become the key ingredient for the tranquil pill. One must admit that all that comes effortlessly is destined, as it appears that the Uchiha shall dominate the entire shinobi world. After digesting the wealth of knowledge in his mind, the time had come for Yu to rise and step out. It was time to take his significant stride. Today, as he steps out, the Uchiha will embrace their true ruler. However, shortly after Yu exited, the previously calm Itachi rushed down the stairs, only to find the living room empty, a hint of melancholy crossing his delicate features. Is his brother still upset with him? Itachi felt a pang of sadness. His troubled heart desperately yearned for someone with whom to share his feelings. Thus, he ventured alone towards the entrance, followed by Makoto, who, upon witnessing Itachi's forlorn silhouette, could only shake her head in resignation. This child, though seemingly composed and mature, is also quite impulsive. It's not as if he cannot see his brother. Why such disappointment? Apologies can be offered at any time, she thought with a sigh. As Itachi walked beneath the dim streetlights, he soon arrived at a familiar courtyard. Gazing at the closed gate, he contemplated before approaching to knock. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp knocks echoed, followed by the sound of footsteps from within the courtyard. Shizuku opened the door to find a dejected Itachi, his expression instantly shifting to one of concern. Itachi, what troubles you? Itachi hung his head, momentarily silent, unsure whether to confide in Shizuku about his brother's situation. Seeing Itachi's silence only heightened Shizuku's anxiety. He held great hopes for this young descendant of the clan. Itachi, is there something you cannot share with Shizuku? Shizuku crouched down, gazing at Itachi with warmth. Brother Shizuku, Itachi hesitated, observing Itachi's state. Shizuku quickly deduced that it likely pertained to the clan's affairs today. He had only just returned from a mission when he learned of the situation. Remembering how the third Hokage had expressed guilt over the matter, Shizuku felt a twinge of indignation. He had not anticipated that the clansmen would confront the higher-ups in Konoha, with Yu, the clan leader's son, at the forefront. Upon hearing this news, he was filled with shock, and witnessing the third Hokage's remorse only deepened his guilt. Had he not been dispatched by the Hokage on a mission, he surely could have intervened to prevent Yu's impulsive decision. Gazing at Itachi, who seemed hesitant to speak, Shizuku gently ruffled Itachi's hair. The clan's matters do not concern you, so there is no need to be so distressed. Itachi lifted his gaze to Shizuku. Brother Shizuku, today, I had a quarrel with my brother. Itachi revealed something that left Shizuku utterly speechless. He was well aware of the deep bond shared between the two brothers, who were inseparable companions. Whenever Itachi found himself in solitude and spoke of you, his eyes would brim with admiration. Yet, It was surprising that even such a close-knit pair could engage in quarrels. Shui fell into silence. Could it be due to today's events? Itachi nodded in affirmation. Shui cast a complex glance at Itachi, astonished by his unwavering stance on the matter, as he dared to contradict his elder brother, whom he had always respected. Shui recognized that Itachi's thoughts resonated closely with his own. Could you share the reasoning behind this with your elder brother? Shui inquired patiently. It is all my fault for failing to understand brother's feelings, leading to his profound disappointment, Itachi confessed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing Itachi on the verge of tears filled Shui with a wave of panic. In his mind, Itachi was a peer, a figure with whom he shared a bond of both mentorship and friendship. Yet, this same Itachi was now crying due to today's incident. A significant blow to his tender heart over a conflict with you. Itachi, could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation? Shui urged gently. As Itachi composed himself, he recounted the events that had transpired, his expression filled with anticipation, hoping Shui would offer a different perspective. After listening, Shui fell into a deep silence, unable to question the truth and use words. Indeed, among the clans in Konoha, it was undeniable that some families thrived under the Elders' Council. He had frequently teamed up for missions, yet opportunities to collaborate with the Sarutobi and Nara clans were scarce. Both were ninja families. Yet while others were compelled to undertake missions for survival, the Sarutobi and Nara clans remained comfortably within the village. It was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. But it was precisely this that made Shui's heart ache as he noticed Itachi's eager expression awaiting his response. He could talk to Itachi about the will of fire, discuss the shortcomings of their clan, but he could not deceive this younger brother who idolized him with falsehoods. Itachi, I cannot refute your brother's statements. Shui finally admitted after a long pause, searching for flaws in Yu's words. Itachi's face registered disbelief. Was everything his brother said truly accurate? At that moment, Itachi felt as though his worldview had been entirely reconstructed. However, the Uchiha clan is different from the Sarutobi and Nara clans. Those two clans enjoy a standing in the village that allows them to integrate, unlike us who are marginalized, Shui clarified, noticing Itachi's puzzled expression. Itachi fell into contemplation. Is it because we cannot penetrate the upper echelons of the village? Shui nodded. Therefore, our foremost task now is to gain the third Hokage's trust, to forge a genuine bridge for the Uchiha clan into the village. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan will forever remain on the outskirts. Upon hearing Shui's explanation, Itachi quickly grasped the underlying reasons, nodding in agreement. To ascend within Konoha's hierarchy, they must earn the Hokage's trust. A new pathway seemed to open in Itachi's young mind, and his gaze towards Shui radiated admiration once more. All right, Itachi, let us seek out you together. After all, he is your beloved brother, Shui gently suggested, seeing Itachi's spirits restored. Yes, Itachi affirmed with a firm nod. At the edge of the forest near Konoha, a quaint wooden villa stood aglow with lights. Inside the living room, a group of youths clad in the traditional blue and black garb of the Uchiha clan, emblazoned with the emblem of a flaming fan, knelt in two neat rows, their expressions tense and solemn. Uchiha Ryu glanced at the clock, noting the impending arrival of the young clan leader. Prepare to welcome the young clan leader. Yes, the assembled youths responded in unison. A sudden flash of fire erupted at the entrance, causing a collective tightening of expressions. Uchiha Ryu swiftly approached the door, peering through the crack to see a youthful, delicate face outside, and promptly swung the door open. The young clan leader has arrived, he announced, turning his back to the assembly. Yu paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of his neatly arranged clan members, all bowing deeply in deference. Welcome, young clan leader. They chorused in unison. Yu, witnessing such a display, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, particularly at the sight of Uchiha Ryu, who stood like a devoted sentinel. Brother Ryu, there is no need for such formality. When has the Uchiha clan ever embraced such ceremonial displays? Young clan leader, this is merely the respect our clan members wish to convey, especially after witnessing your remarkable defeat of the old man Danzo's wind release technique, Ryu replied earnestly. You chose not to dwell on the matter further and proceeded directly to the main seat. As he strolled to the position prepared for him by Ryu, he casually settled onto the cushion, turning his gaze toward Ryu, who had taken a seat beside him. Brother Ryu, whose estate is this? In response, young clan leader. This is a property I purchased temporarily for our gathering, Ryu replied respectfully. Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his loyal subordinate was quite affluent. Yet, it made sense. being the grandson of the Uchiha clan's second elder and the sole heir. Your consideration is appreciated, Brother Ryu. I shall surely compensate you once I acquire my own assets. You smiled lightly. For the sake of the young clan leader's family endeavors, this is but a trivial matter. So please do not mention it again, Ryu insisted. You slightly parted his lips, realizing that the Uchiha clan members possessed an inherent loyalty. Once they were made to feel secure, they would fervently support him. As he observed the eager expressions directed at him, Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, this fervor is likely only superficial. Ultimately, this world speaks through strength. Although at the tender age of 6, he had established a formidable reputation at the clan meeting, leaving the elders in disarray. In defeating a prodigious jonin, he had also endured a clash with a shadow-level powerhouse, while contending with disputes between clan members and the upper echelons. Not to mention being the son of the clan leader. All these factors alone were sufficient for an Uchiha to gain renown within the clan. Combined, they rendered the notion of his surpassing the legendary Uchiha Madara not merely flattery, but a tangible truth. Yet, you understood that such feats alone were insufficient. They could only incite superficial enthusiasm among the proud Uchiha, and to truly earn their allegiance, they must experience firsthand his genuine strength. Thus, you resolved to bypass further pleasantries and delve into the matter at hand, for with his success, the Uchiha clan could not only seize control of Konoha, but potentially ascend to royal status in the future. At that point, all else would pale in comparison. You surveyed the youths gathered before him, allowing his mental energy to overflow slightly, creating an atmosphere of pressure felt by all present, including Uchiha Ryu. I trust everyone is aware of the current stance towards our Uchiha clan by Konoha. We have reached a point where resistance is imperative. Otherwise, in the not-so-distant future, we may find ourselves mere pawns within the upper echelons of Konoha. Upon hearing Yu's words, the youths straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed intently on him. I know that most of you are drawn here by my strength. For that, I, Uchiha Yu, am honored by the trust you place in this young child. Let us begin with a simple self-introduction, so that I may become acquainted with you all. Yes, young clan leader. The youth of the Uchiha responded in unison. I am Uchiha Xian. I have met the young clan leader. I am Uchiha Jingjia. I have met the young clan leader. I am Uchiha Shikuma. I have met the young clan leader. One by one, the youths respectfully introduced themselves, each conveying their names. With his remarkable memory, you promptly committed their faces and characteristics to memory. Once the introductions concluded, you calmly spoke. Esteemed guests, the challenges faced by our Uchiha clan are undoubtedly felt by you all. What I wish to convey is this. If a family is not united in spirit, any endeavor will falter. To stand against the higher-ups of Konoha, we must first unite as a family. I hope that there will no longer be any factions of radicals or moderates within our clan. Furthermore, our immediate goal is to eliminate these two divisions. Henceforth, our clan shall speak with one voice, and that voice shall be mine. Can you accomplish this? You cast a penetrating gaze at the assembled Uchihas. Instantly, several youths changed their expressions, their fervent looks towards you diminished. You had anticipated this reaction. This was the Uchiha clan, where each individual held their own stubborn convictions. Only through formidable strength and undeniable facts could they be made to genuinely believe in him. Unperturbed by the shift in the room, you awaited their responses. I am Uchiha Liang, and I shall adhere to the young clan leader's will. The first to step forward was undoubtedly Uchiha Liang, who had been swayed by Yu's strength. What about you all? You nodded at Liang before casting his gaze upon the others. Young clan leader, I acknowledge your brilliance. A genius not seen in our clan for a century, comparable even to our ancestor Uchiha Madara. However, is it not rather presumptuous to seek to control the will of the entire clan? One of the youths stepped forward, challenged by Yu's formidable aura, his eyes flickering. He had initially thought that a leader so revered within the clan would possess a rational demeanor, but he had clearly misjudged. The arrogance in Yu's tone was slightly off-putting. After all, even our ancestor Uchiha Madara could not fully command the thoughts of the entire clan. You need not understand my methods. I simply wish to know if you agree with my previous words. You replied with a faint smile. I find it difficult to comprehend. If the young clan leader holds such views, how is this any different from our ancestor Madara? Liang, I take my leave. With that, the Uchiha youth swiftly rose and departed. Liang's face darkened. He had meticulously selected this group, only to have someone leave at the outset, which was a clear affront to him. You, however, remained unfazed and calmly inquired, is there anyone else wishing to depart? In an instant, over 10 more hesitant Uchiha youths hurriedly bowed to Liang and made their exit. They had come to hear the insights of a youth likened to their ancestor Madara, only to be met with such dictatorial declarations. Out of pride, they had refrained from being the first to leave, but with someone leading the way, they too had no choice but to follow suit. You gazed deeply at the departing clan members, having no intention of retaining too many of them today. Given the limited resources, it was essential to first filter out those with divided loyalties, leaving only those who firmly believed in him as his initial cadre. This would conserve resources. After all, there were only so many herbs available. It was unrealistic to elevate all present. Rather than allow those who followed him to feel unfairly treated, it was wiser to first identify the most loyal among them, establishing a hierarchy. Once resources become plentiful, they could be allocated based on seniority, and those who left today would surely come to regret their decision. When only 12 clansmen remained, you nodded with satisfaction. Liang, do not feel guilty. Loyalties may shift. Once we achieve results, the clan members will know who is right and who is wrong. You cast a languid glance at the now sullen Uchiha Liang. Young clan leader, it is my failure in selecting the right individuals. Will this impact your future plans? Uchiha Liang inquired with a slight bow. It will not. Their departure was anticipated. Now, let me outline our next steps. You replied plainly. Yes, young clan leader. The remaining members responded in unison. Chapter 37. Only you can save the Uchiha clan. Young clan leader, do you truly possess those formations and elixirs you mentioned? When you shared his vision, the Uchiha youths gazed at him in astonishment, their throats involuntarily tightening. Naturally, there is no need for me to speak falsehoods. A glimmer of wild joy appeared in Uchiha Liang's eyes as he envisioned the future you had described, a clan of Uchiha, all wielding the Sharingan. Such a Uchiha would be immensely powerful. With this thought, Uchiha Liang's expression turned slightly anxious as he looked at you. Young clan leader, are the materials required for those elixirs and formations expensive? You smiled faintly. Brother Liang, you need not doubt, since I claim that the entire clan can achieve the Sharingan. The issue of materials will not pose a problem. However, to achieve our goals, we must work in unison. Yes, I shall go through fire and water for the young clan leader. Uchiha Liang immediately bowed his head, his body subtly trembling. The other clansmen were not faring much better, each gazing at you with wild, fervent eyes. Very well, I can understand your sentiments, but to safeguard this secret, certain measures must be taken. With that, you directed a sharp gaze at the gathered clansmen. Young clan leader, please command us. The Uchiha responded in unison, bowing their heads. If actions are not conducted discreetly, success will elude us. Open your hearts and do not resist. With that, you concentrated his chakra and inscribed several mysterious runes in the air. This matter requires your utmost confidentiality. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather one of our clan's survival and prosperity. Should this information be leaked, we would face annihilation. These runes serve not only to prevent you from revealing secrets, but also to protect you. If anyone attempts to forcibly delve into your mental memories, this serves as a mental bomb. Should you perish, so shall the enemy. Are you prepared to sacrifice everything for the great revival of the Uchiha? Yu's tone was cold and unyielding. We are willing to serve the young clan leader unto death. A flicker of determination shone in their eyes. Excellent. Truly, you are worthy sons of the Uchiha. Rest assured, these runes are merely to prevent you from disclosing secrets. They do not control your lives. With a wave of his hand, 12 runes were imbued into the minds of the seated Uchiha youths. All felt a sharp pain in their minds. And upon understanding the rune's purpose, their loyalty and fervor towards you intensified. These runes were not merely for confidentiality. They were also a form of powerful mental attack ninjutsu. Any Uchiha possessing this rune could rapidly unleash 3 mental shocks upon an enemy, and the runes would grow stronger as their mental prowess developed. In the future, as their mental strength increased, the mental energy radiating from these runes would render enemies with weaker minds utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, a golden vertical mark, reminiscent of Yu's Byakugan, appeared on their foreheads, albeit fainter and shorter than Yu's. You felt a surge of satisfaction. The gratitude he received from these 12 individuals was nearly 1,000 per person, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. All right, Brother Liang, here's a list of materials. Please procure what I need as soon as possible. We will gather here again in 3 days. After speaking, you handed the list of the required quantities of vermilion and yellow talismans to Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang solemnly accepted the list, glancing at it intently before placing it into his waist pouch, without a blink. Is there anything else you require, young clan leader? Uchiha Liang asked, a hint of concern in his eyes as he looked at you. Although the materials you needed were numerous, The cost of the vermilion and yellow talismans was relatively modest, merely a trifling sum for him, the only grandson of an elder. However, he understood that the formation involving thousands of yellow talismans and hundreds of pounds of vermilion was undoubtedly a monumental task, one that would require the effort of this mere 6-year-old boy. The labor involved was simply unimaginable. For now, nothing else. If everyone has time later, they could arrange for their relatives and friends to gather or cultivate the medicinal herbs I require. The clan's finances are currently strained, and many ordinary clansmen lack a stable income. Once my father takes over several shops in the center of Konoha, I will refine some common elixirs for sale, and the proceeds will be distributed to everyone at a fair price. I believe everyone's lives will gradually improve. Young clan leader. The onlookers gazed at the young boy with tear-filled eyes, not out of sentimentality, but because not all Uchiha ninjas were affluent. Despite their status as ninjas, many had relatives and friends who were not, and survival was a struggle for the clan's ninjas, let alone the ordinary Uchiha. It was evident that if life were truly prosperous, they would not harbor such fierce resentment against the current state of Konoha. They did not despise the Uchiha ninjas, but rather the entire Uchiha clan. Enough with the false modesty. Focus on the tasks I have assigned. I believe that each of us in the Uchiha will have a bright future, and soon the entirety of Konoha will be ours. Yes, young clan leader. The youths responded with voices trembling with excitement, their uncertainty about the future dissipating. Everyone disperse. Remember to return and train diligently. Yu waved his hand calmly, though his heart raced with exhilaration. Indeed, today, he had made significant progress. Yu increasingly found himself fond of his clan, as their support had been overwhelmingly generous. His gratitude had nearly reached its peak, compared to the effort he had put into helping the elderly cross the street or finding lost pets, which had earned him only incremental gratitude points. This brief interaction with his clan had amassed nearly 50,000 points. How long would it take him to accumulate such a sum through mere hard work? As he watched his clan members turn back with lingering glances, Yu silently mused about their shared promising future. Young clan leader, allow me to escort you home. Just as Yu reveled in his joy, he noticed Uchiha Liang looking at him earnestly. Yu shivered slightly and replied, Brother Liang, there's no need for that. I can return on my own. Young clan leader, that's out of the question. While your strength is formidable, there are those in Konoha who might seek to trouble you. After all, the village has its share of unsavory characters who prey on children. Recently, while working in the guard department, I've received numerous reports from villagers about missing children. Uchiha Liang stated seriously. Seeing Uchiha Liang's unwavering conviction, you found it difficult to argue. Very well, I appreciate your company, Brother Liang. Haha. It is my honor to escort the young clan leader, Uchiha Liang replied with a simple, hearty smile, feeling fortunate for having pledged his loyalty to this young boy. Everything felt like a dream. He firmly believed that only you could save the Uchiha clan. Chapter 38. A night encounter. As they departed from the outskirts of Konoha, the hour approached midnight. The resplendent full moon illuminated the village, casting a serene ambience. Sparse figures traversed the streets, hurrying along their way. Yu and Uchiha Liang walked in unison, and to an outsider, they might appear to be a young master accompanied by his servant on a late-night stroll. Brother Liang, you mentioned that many children have gone missing in Konoha recently. Have there been any leads? Yu inquired softly, gazing at the empty street. There are some leads, however. Whenever we reach a critical point, the trail seems to vanish, Uchiha Liang replied in a low tone. Why is that? Yu asked, puzzled. I don't know. It seems as though someone is intentionally concealing information. The consensus within the guard department points toward ninjas from outside the village. Almost daily, villagers create a commotion outside the guard department, and this situation has left the members of our clan there feeling quite anxious. Uchiha Liang sighed, furrowing his brow. You fell into deep thought. Tomorrow, I will accompany my father to the guard department. Please share these materials with me then. Oh, the young clan leader is joining the guard department? That's wonderful. Clan leader Fugaku should have done this long ago. Keeping the young clan leader in the ninja academy is simply a waste of time. Uchiha Liang exclaimed excitedly. Well, we can't entirely blame my father. My age plays a role in this decision. Had it not been for my recent displays of strength, he might not have made this choice. After all, we must also consider the feelings of the clan members. You replied somewhat awkwardly. Don't worry. If anyone dares to disrespect you, let them come to me, Uchiha Liang, and see what happens. Who would dare to show disrespect to the young clan leader? Anyone who does so is directly opposing me. And even those who cannot defeat me would dare to speak out against you. Such ignorance. Uchiha Liang declared, his eyes shimmering with fervor, clearly holding you in an irreplaceable position in his heart. All right, brother Liang, please retract your Mangekyo. Our clan members are not enemies, you said with a hint of exasperation. By the way, how is your Mangekyo developing? Have you awakened your second ocular technique? Hee, I have indeed awakened it, young clan leader. My second ocular technique is time reset. However, the cost of using this technique is quite steep. With my current ocular power, using it once would cost me both eyes. Uchiha Liang chuckled foolishly. You gasped, realizing the magnitude of such a temporal ability. Was it true that the Uchiha possessed such formidable powers? Or was it simply that the laws of time in this world were too simplistic? Brother Liang, how did you come to possess such a technique? You quickly inquired, suppressing his astonishment. Uchiha Liang scratched his head awkwardly. If it's inconvenient for you to answer, there's no need to force yourself. I'm just a bit curious, you replied with a gentle smile. No, young clan leader, this technique was born from your existence. I cannot fathom an Uchiha without you. If you ever encounter danger, I will use this jutsu to reset time, even at the cost of my own eyesight. For you have shown me hope for the Uchiha. Uchiha Liang immediately refuted, revealing his reasons. You was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the earnest expression of Uchiha Liang. At that moment, he was unsure of how to respond. Was this the extremism of the Uchiha clan? Rest assured, brother Liang, time reset is a powerful technique. Once the elixirs are ready, I will expedite your spiritual power enhancement, and I hope you can soon evolve to the eternal Mangekyo. I would not want to awaken one day only to find that you, brother Liang, have lost your sight. Seeing Uchiha Liang suddenly lost in thought, you could not help but shake his head. Let us go? Hee. Uchiha Liang quickly fell and stepped beside you. As they approached the Uchiha clan territory, two figures suddenly appeared ahead on the road not far from them. In the stillness of night, two figures stood facing each other, one large, one small. You gazed at Shui as he held Itachi's hand, a frown darkening his face. In his absence, chaos had ensued at home, a lapse that had allowed their dwelling to be invaded. Brother, Itachi suddenly called out, breaking free from Shusui's grasp and dashing towards you. As Itachi approached, mere half a meter away, you raised his small fist and delivered a solid punch to Itachi's head. Instantly, pain shot through Itachi, who instinctively cradled his head in his hands, tears welling in his eyes. What are you doing wandering about at this hour? What will mother think? You admonished, feigning sternness. I was just worried about you, brother. I wanted to find you. Itachi replied, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. And you ended up gallivanting with this esteemed jonin. You retorted, a slight smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. But brother, I wanted to explain. Itachi stammered, his eyes darting around in desperation for a suitable excuse. Well, now that you've found me, let us return home together, you said, a note of resignation in his tone. I'm sorry for today, Itachi murmured, lowering his gaze. You owe no apology to me, Itachi. It is the trust of our clan that you have betrayed, you replied. His voice grave. I understand now, brother, Itachi whispered, standing there with his head bowed. Seeing this, you decided not to press Itachi further. Just remember, such behavior should not be repeated. Come, we must not keep mother waiting any longer. With that, you extended his hand. Itachi's face brightened, and he quickly grasped Yu's hand with a smile. You are too harsh on Itachi, Shui interjected, stepping forward to lightly chide you. Were it not for your incessant indoctrination of unhealthy ideas into Itachi's mind, I would not be so stern. You shot a glance at Shui, who was devoted to serving the village. I acknowledge the village's shortcomings, but we cannot entirely dismiss its merits, Shui patiently explained. It seems you are not entirely blind to the truth, yet you fail to grasp the crux of the matter. It is not merely our clan that faces disdain, but the higher-ups of Konoha who have wholly rejected us. Do you still not comprehend this? You responded, his irritation palpable. Shui opened his mouth, but fell silent. Caught in thought, you observed him and contemplated the necessity of a more earnest discussion with Shui, for he was not entirely aligned with the village's interests. Gaining his support could ease the path for any future endeavors you might undertake. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us converse on the rooftop, you suggested. Very well, Shui nodded in agreement, though he harbored his own frustrations, feeling that few in the village understood his plight. He often concealed his doubts, especially around Itachi, for whom he bore both mentorship and brotherly affection. Since their acquaintance, you had never regarded Shui as a mere child. Rather, he perceived him as a worldly adult. Despite their differing views, Engaging with you always left Shui with a sense of clarity. Upon reaching the rooftop, the expansive view welcomed them. The starry sky above and the solitude ensuring their conversation remained private, a perfect venue for candid discourse. Please, have a seat. Standing while I gaze up at you is rather uncomfortable, you jested, settling against the railing in a relaxed position. As the last month of summer drew to a close, the gentle night breeze tousled Yu's hair, imparting a languid charm. Shui, wearing a wry smile, found a comfortable spot to sit cross-legged, while Itachi obediently nestled beside you. Leaning closer, "You, I must concede that the village has indeed transgressed in many ways, but does that absolve our clan of its faults? Consider the Nine Tails incident. It stands as the most significant point of contention against us, not to mention the poor reputation of the security department. We must first adjust our own attitudes if we wish for the village to gradually accept us," Shui articulated earnestly. You sighed, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "Shui, I must convey a stark reality. Even with a humble attitude, the village will continue to ostracize us. You speak of the security department's reputation. Yet can you pinpoint any wrongdoing on the part of our clan? What have we done to warrant such contempt that children spit at us in the streets?" Shui opened his mouth, but no words emerged, caught in a web of uncertainty. Have we committed heinous acts? Have we abused our power to oppress ordinary villagers? Surely, such actions would be beneath any self-respecting member of our clan. You may criticize our prideful demeanor, but it is this very pride that prevents us from stooping to the level of petty scoundrels. Even so, does that justify the level of animosity we face? Shui, you are a reasonable man, and I do not believe I can deceive you with fabrications. You claim I entirely dismissed the village. But are some truths not worthy of rejection? The evidence is laid bare before us. If the Uchiha have fallen to this state, can anyone truly believe it is solely due to our own missteps? The root of the issue lies in the biases harbored by the Konoha leadership, particularly the third Hokage. It is not about how we, the Uchiha, must change, but rather how we can eradicate this prejudice. If given the choice, none of us desire to reach this juncture. Who relishes bloodshed, especially against those with whom we share our village? Living in this great melting pot, how many Uchiha are truly alone? We have friends among the ordinary villagers, and we share bonds with the village as a whole. Yet, what is the current reality? It is as if the winds conspire to push the Uchiha down the path we dread the most. The bias does not originate from the third Hokage, but from Danzo. Shui quickly countered, though his conviction faltered as he spoke. While he adhered to the will of fire, he was not blind to the injustices around him. He had felt the sting of having his contributions minimized despite the valor he displayed during the Third Great Ninja War. His upbringing had conditioned him to view matters through the lens of the village as a whole. Yet, his affection for his clan ran deep, as did his concern for the younger generation who looked up to him and the elders who had cared for him. This was the reason he could not forsake his clan. He believed it to be an inseparable part of the village. Rather than oppose the village and deepen the rift between them, he sought to integrate more fully within it. However, he remained uncertain about how to achieve that vision. All he could do was strive tirelessly, aiming to demonstrate the Uchiha's efforts and contributions, hoping to inspire his clanmates with his ideals. However, in the end, reality diverged from expectations. The prejudices harbored in people's hearts were not so easily dispelled, and despite the immense effort expended, the conflicts between the village and the clan only intensified, leading to a hopeless dead end. It is easy to imagine the depth of his anguish. For even with the awakening of the Byakugan, he could not single-handedly alter the will of all. Thus, despair took root in Shui's heart. He withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and turned towards Shui, who wore a face of anxious determination, seeking answers. Brother Shui, this is not merely a matter concerning two individuals. The three generations, the Council of Elders in Konoha, and that old relic, Danzo, all believe they have inherited the will of the second Hokage. They regard our Uchiha clan with suspicion and wariness. Yet they have failed to embrace the open-mindedness that the second Hokage showed in accepting our clan as disciples. You met Shui's gaze directly. This incident reveals their unwillingness to grant us even a sliver of leeway. Surely, you are aware of what lies along the banks of the Southie River? To the left looms the mountain, and not far off is the barrier squad. Should they turn their hands against our Uchiha clan, we would find ourselves utterly defenseless. How can we tolerate such a situation? If we continue to harbor illusions about them, one day the Southie River will become our grave. Shui stared blankly at you, momentarily lost in thought. What do you intend for me to do with these words? Do you wish for me to support the radicals? You smiled faintly, rising slowly. Brother Shui, Do you not find the division between the moderates and radicals within our clan somewhat amusing? The enemy already oversteps their bounds. Yet they continue to debate between being radical or moderate. Brother Shisui, join us. I will show you a brighter future where the village and clan are no longer a concern. You extended his small hand towards Shisui, who sat cross-legged. Shisui looked at you, puzzled. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? I simply desire to clarify the world for all, to ensure everyone has a bright future. This world has been shrouded in fog for far too long, preventing many from looking up and appreciating the beauty of the night sky as I do now. Do you not find this a tragedy, Brother Shisui? Come and assist me. You often perceive the village as a grand perspective. Yet once you step outside and view Konoha from a broader vantage point, you will realize that what you call a village is merely a minuscule plot of land in this world. And the conflicts between the clan and the village are trivial in the grand scheme of things. Shisui remained transfixed by Yu's calm demeanor, as if struck by a hammer. His thoughts transitioned from the clan to the village, from the village to the land of fire, and then from the land of fire to the entirety of the shinobi world. Suddenly, he recognized the foolishness of his previous notions of peace between the clan and the village. He was reminded of the third great ninja war, of a small village in the land of rain, where despair reigned in orphans, dressed in rags, huddled in dilapidated huts, trembling with cold. They looked at Konoha's ninjas as if they were beasts from ancient times. A heaviness settled in his heart. Is this your measure? Measure? You shook his head. I have merely glimpsed the light. Brother Shisui, a confrontation between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha is inevitable. This cannot be prevented. However, the outcome of this clash will determine the future of both the village and the clan. Should the village's upper echelons prevail, the clan will be utterly annihilated, relegated to mere tools for the enemy's experiments. Conversely, if the Uchiha triumphs, Konoha will truly inherit the will of fire, giving rise to a new sprout, distinct from those of this world. This sprout, nourished by the remnants of the past, will inevitably grow into a towering tree, embodying the true will of fire. And we are that new sprout, carrying the hopes of the world. Yu's gaze was resolute as he looked at the increasingly anxious Shisui. Brother Shisui, what are you still hesitating for? Do you not wish to see such a magnificent tree flourish? Will you allow this old, withering tree to transform into mere nourishment? Is your understanding of the will of fire truly limited to this? Yu's trio of questions cornered Shisui, who had never contemplated the will of fire in such a manner. Must we truly proceed in this way? Shisui suddenly asked, a hint of pain in his voice. Indeed, it is imperative. Yu replied without hesitation. Yet upon hearing Yu's response, Shisui felt an overwhelming sense of deflation, as if all his strength had been drained away. Yu, can I truly witness the growth of a new tree? Looking at Shisui's bowed head, Yu felt a surge of relief. It seemed he was close to achieving his goal. Of course, as long as you can escape that narrow mindset, you will see that new sprouts are continually growing, only to be destroyed time and again. The likes of White Fang and the fourth Hokage, Minato, are but examples of this. Yet ironically, the very ones who speak of the will of fire, the third Hokage and the Council of Elders, are the true destroyers of these sprouts. On this already withered tree, I have witnessed generation after generation of sprouts being extinguished. It is never the elders who burn, but rather the children with dreams. What hope can there be for such a will of fire? At that moment, Uchiha Ryusei, Itachi, and Shisui stared, dumbfounded, at Yu, who sighed towards the heavens. Yu, can you break through this darkness? Shisui asked, bewildered. I am willing to try. What about you, Brother Shisui? Yu replied lightly. I too wish to try, but right now, I am more eager to test your strength, Yu. Shisui declared, a newfound determination shining in his eyes. Certainly, I am also curious to see how strong you have become. Brother Shisui, let us act swiftly, otherwise, my father will come looking for me soon. A 6-year-old child has no rights and cannot be late returning home. Yu said with a hint of exasperation. Shisui smiled and suggested, let us head to the training ground where Itachi secretly practices. It is far enough from the village for us to fight freely. Agreed. Yu replied resolutely. In an instant, Uchiha Ryusei and Itachi were filled with excitement. At last, we can witness the young clan leader in action. We must teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Are you going to duel with Brother Shisui? Itachi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The three prepared to depart, only to be halted by Yu's voice. Wait, running will be too slow. Let us fly. Their enthusiasm momentarily stilled. The trio turned to Yu in unison. Yu smiled mischievously and extended his right hand, calling out, Sword, come. Instantly, a gleaming sword surged through the air, landing gracefully in Yu's outstretched palm. Gripping the wind sword, you performed a dazzling flourish, then executed a simple hand seal. In an instant, the wind sword transformed into a massive blade, hovering before the trio. You lightly leapt onto the sword and beckoned to his awestruck companions. Come aboard. What are you waiting for? Shui, uncertain, gingerly stepped onto the enormous blade that could accommodate four. He was baffled. How could a normal sword suddenly grow to such size? Even chakra-infused metal weapons could not achieve such a feat. Touching the sword's surface, he found it to be remarkably real, cool to the touch, as if a refreshing breeze swept through his fingers. Shui suddenly envisioned what would happen if you used this colossal sword to strike an enemy. They would likely underestimate it as a mere ordinary sword, only to be taken aback when it transformed into something immense. The heart of Shui quivered, and he looked at you with a perplexed expression, realizing that he could no longer comprehend this younger cousin, who was 6 years his junior. Amidst the astonished, bewildered, and incredulous gazes of the three, you slightly raised his 2 fingers, infusing his wind sword with chakra, and in an instant, a gentle breeze swept past. We are taking off. Please steady yourselves, you kindly advised. The trio felt a slight sway in their bodies, followed by a powerful sensation pushing them forward. As the enormous sword soared rapidly into the sky, the speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, the buildings of Konoha below shrank dramatically, revealing the entire layout of the village within the confines of their pupils. It was their first experience gazing down upon Konoha from such a height, where even the round moon in the sky appeared magnified several times over. What kind of ninjutsu is this, you? Shui murmured in disbelief. Haha, brother Shui. This is a secret, you replied with a light laugh. Shui recognized his own impulsiveness. After all, ninjutsu was not something one could easily divulge. Silently surveying the entire village, he no longer felt the same confidence he had earlier regarding the upcoming match. Itachi stared blankly at his brother, suddenly realizing how little he truly understood about him. As for Uchiha Ryu, his eyes were filled with admiration. He now comprehended the severity of his earlier bout with the young clan leader. Understanding that had the latter employed this very technique to soar through the skies and utilized his mastery over the sword, Ryu would have been utterly helpless against him. Knowing well that the young clan leader possessed hundreds of such swords, this scenario rendered any non-flying ninja powerless, and at such speeds, escape was nearly impossible. In just a matter of minutes, the group felt as if they were momentarily dazed, arriving at the forest where Itachi often trained in secret. It was known that even a high-ranking ninja could not traverse from the center of Konoha to this uninhabited forest in less than 20 minutes at their top speed. At this moment, the four were left speechless. All right, brother Shui, let us begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Shui smiled wryly. Yu's confidence in his abilities was palpable. However, Shui was no ordinary ninja, and he would not allow a mere flying technique to undermine his self-worth. He regarded Yu with a serious gaze. Yu, let me see just how strong you truly are. Only then can I have faith in the future you speak of. Brother Shui, I will not disappoint you. I am fully prepared. Yu replied with a smile. For the Uchiha, strength ultimately spoke volumes, Yu mused quietly. Chapter 41. Subduing Shui. The two stood facing each other, forming opposing hand seals. Shui then turned his gaze toward Yu. Since you're so confident, it seems I must unleash my full power. With that, Shui's eyes transformed, first into the 3-tomo pattern, then swiftly spinning, forming a pinwheel shape. Yu watched Shui's actions with slight astonishment. Was Shui truly preparing to unleash its Tsukuyomi? Such a decision would only lead to his own suffering. Yet, this was merely Yu's playful jest in his mind, not to mention that Shui was not the type to act recklessly, should he choose to do so. The first to suffer would undoubtedly be Shui himself, for Yu's Byakugan was not to be taken lightly. One mental backlash could render Shui incapacitated. Brother Shui, it seems you have many secrets hidden, Yu remarked casually. To think that you, so young, already understand what those eyes signify. Shui's attitude toward Yu grew more cautious. Huh, so what if it's a Mangekyo? Uchiha Ryu muttered disdainfully from the side. Does having a Mangekyo make you proud? You were just defeated by our clan leader without any means to fight back. Shui naturally heard Ryu's murmurs and turned in surprise to look at him. He hadn't realized that the zealous Uchiha Ryu had also awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. In that moment, all hope dissipated from Shui's heart. He gripped the twin swords at his waist tightly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the casually standing Yu. However, with that glance, he suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing down on him, as if Yu were an insurmountable mountain, radiating an unassailable aura of dominance. You exuded his formidable mental energy, quietly observing Shui, who struggled to draw his twin swords. Brother Shui, it's time for your performance to begin. Yu's eyes were calm, like a placid lake devoid of ripples. For any Uchiha daring enough to challenge him, Yu intended to first dismantle their pride. Only then would they truly submit, both in heart and body. As time stretched on, beads of sweat began to form on Shui's forehead, accompanied by labored breaths, as his hands trembled slightly. He wished to draw his swords, yet an overwhelming fear surged within him at the mere thought, as if death itself were watching him. Shui's throat tightened, and the Mangekyo in his eyes spun frantically, desperately attempting to escape Yu's immense mental pressure. His pride would never allow him to be bested by Yu, unable even to unsheath his blades. In an instant, a powerful resolve surged within him. He swiftly drew his swords, a glint of cold light flashing as his figure vanished. Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. After all, Shui was still Shui. Relying solely on mental pressure had evidently underestimated him. A fierce gust of wind from Shui's strike passed through where you had just stood, as you effortlessly stepped forward, reappearing 50 meters away. Shui's decisive strike missed entirely. How fast? What technique is this? Shui's pupils constricted slightly. Under the powerful gaze of his Mangekyo, Yu's single step appeared as if the earth around him had contracted instantaneously. By the time Yu reappeared, he was already beyond Shui's reach. Truly impressive, Shui. Your speed is remarkable. Yu turned slightly, a smile of admiration gracing his face. Compared to you, what I possess pales in comparison. I never imagined that an Uchiha could master Earth style to such an extent. Yu, I must concede that you are the most exceptional talent our clan has seen in centuries. A bitter smile crossed Shui's face. The ability to compress the surrounding terrain to achieve instantaneous movement was likely beyond even the Hokage of a Wagakure. Brother Shui, this is just the beginning. By the way, a friendly reminder, do not use Jinjutsu on me. I fear I might inadvertently harm you. You kindly advised. The power of the Byakugan was immensely potent, far beyond Yu's current capabilities. Should he ever fully awaken that eye, his chakra would be drained instantaneously. This was why he had refrained from using it since acquiring it. 1 second was the limit he had once tested. However, even without actively opening his eye, the Byakugan's passive counterattack would still activate automatically. If anyone were to launch a mental assault against you, the backlash would be beyond his control. Shui was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend how Yu anticipated his next move. Nevertheless, the intention to employ Jinjutsu was quickly abandoned, and he looked at Yu with a hint of resignation. Can you enlighten me as to why? Because some techniques lie beyond my current control. If you were to launch a mental Jinjutsu against me, my mental counter would strike directly at your soul. Brother Shui, I do not wish to harm you. You replied with a wry smile. After all, having too much power was not necessarily advantageous. Ultimately, one must wield strength within their own grasp. Bloodlines are distinct from techniques. Even though Yu has mastered his body to an intricate degree, his control over the eye of deception cannot be fully enhanced through the system alone. He must gradually familiarize himself with the newly emerged powers of his bloodline. However, this presents a conundrum. He can only wield the eye of deception for 3 seconds, a result of his intense training that has exhausted his spiritual energy. To rapidly elevate his bloodline's power, his current recovery rate of spiritual energy is far from sufficient. Shui nodded in silence, trusting that you would not deceive him regarding this matter. Yet, even if he could not employ illusionary techniques, Shui was not inclined to concede easily. Beyond illusions, he possessed skills in blade techniques, body flicker, and ninjutsu, making him a versatile ninja in his own right. In an instant, Shui launched a fierce assault against you once more. The two figures darted across the training ground, and each time Shui struck with intensity, you seemed to anticipate his movements, deftly evading with uncanny precision. Each attack felt as futile as a paper caught in the wind, missing Shui's blade by mere inches, which only heightened Shui's concern. One must understand that his speed was comparable only to that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his swordsmanship was inherited from the second Hokage. With this combination, he was confident he could engage even shadow-level opponents without fear of defeat. Yet, against you, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The ability to manipulate the very earth beneath their feet, combined with Yu's evasive prowess, rendered Shui's strikes ineffective, as if he were merely slashing at air, devoid of strength. Shui lost count of how many times he had swung his blade, realizing he had been utterly bested in physical technique. A wave of disappointment washed over him. It was disheartening to be surpassed by a cousin 6 years his junior. He quickly distanced himself from you, forming hand seals with haste. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, twin water dragons technique. Combining these ninjutsu, he unleashed the twin serpents playing with pearls. Instantly, a colossal fireball surged forward, accompanied by 2 intertwining water dragons, hurtling towards you. The intense heat, coupled with rapidly expanding mist, effectively obscured you's line of sight. You smiled slightly, inhaling deeply before gently exhaling towards the approaching fireball. Divine wind of Samadhi. A powerful gale erupted, slicing through the fireball as if it were made of nothing, extinguishing it in an instant. The fierce wind continued unabated, sweeping the 2 water dragons into the air until they vanished. The battlefield fell silent, the trees swayed chaotically, and a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Jishui stood in shock, staring at the blade pressed against his throat, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes wide with disbelief. When did this happen? He looked incredulously at you. He had replaced his true self with a shadow clone amidst the mist, yet you somehow discerned his actual position. Jishui, do you wish to continue? You asked with a gentle smile. Feeling deflated, Jishui lowered his head. It seems you have surpassed me. Then what will be your decision? Brother Jishui? You inquired. Jishui raised his gaze to you, his expression turning solemn. I hope you can lead me towards the light. You tilted his head slightly, smiling as he withdrew the sword from Jishui's throat. Welcome, Brother Jishui, to join us. You extended a hand. Jishui hesitated for a moment before firmly grasping Yu's hand. Chapter 42. Entering the guard department as you heard the gratitude value of 3,000 resound in his mind, his heart swelled with joy. He turned to see Itachi and Uchiha Rayong staring in astonishment, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us return home. The 2, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. Want you say anything more to me? Jishui called out as you turned to leave. You glanced back at Jishui. There is not much to say. Brother Jishui, continue to do what you have always done, earning the trust of the 3rd Hokage and others. Relay any messages to me as needed. All right, so you want me to be a double agent in the village? Jishui chuckled ruefully. Haha, Brother Jishui, you jest. What you are doing is not so different from before. You are merely aligning your heart with the clan. This can serve as a bridge between the village and our family. The sacrifice will no longer be our Uchiha kin, but rather the decaying filth of Konoha. Jishui stood rooted in place for a long time, shaking his head helplessly once you and the others had departed. Is this truly your most genuine thought, you? It is indeed harsh. However, if, as you say, it can eradicate a piece of the rot within Konoha, perhaps it represents a new beginning. Jishui shook his head in bitter amusement, realizing he had been rather naive in the past. Political strife had always been a matter of life and death. Yet, a trace of softness remained in his heart. May the 3rd Hokage hope you are not as you suggest. With that, Jishui's figure vanished amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Upon returning home, you found his mother and father seated at the dining table, patiently awaiting his and Itachi's return. Upon seeing the brothers, Mikoto's face lit up with joy, clearly. The 2 had reconciled. Itachi, come, dinner is ready, she called gently. Fugaku remained silent, merely nodding at his 2 sons. Meanwhile, Sasuke crawled out from his crib, giggling as he approached his brothers, tugging at Yu's clothes as he attempted to climb into his embrace. You promptly lifted Sasuke into his arms. Welcome home, little dove. The little one stammered slightly. You playfully poked Sasuke, marveling at how quickly time had passed. In just a few months, Sasuke would be 3 years old. You mused silently before handing the eager little Sasuke over to Itachi, who cradled him like a mother, gently swaying him as they settled at the dining table. Observing this scene, a smile crept onto Yu's face. Soon, the family enjoyed dinner in a tranquil atmosphere. After assisting his mother in clearing the table, Yu was summoned to his father's room. Yu, why have you returned so late tonight? Fugaku inquired, his tone serious. Yu paused, then replied, nothing much. Just dealt with a fellow who keeps trying to lure Itachi away. Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, and after a few moments, he comprehended Yu's words. You mean you fought with Jishui? Yu looked at his father in surprise, realizing that Fugaku was not as indifferent to their relationships as he had assumed. Yes. Yu nodded gently. Is it related to Itachi's situation? Your mother informed me about your matters. While Itachi's thoughts may be extreme, you, as the older brother, must exercise patience. Fugaku advised, softening his demeanor. Yu shot Fugaku a sidelong glance, noting that while Itachi's extreme views were indeed influenced by Jishui, his father was not blameless either. An awkward silence enveloped Fugaku, who quickly cleared his throat. All right, remember to report to the guard department on time tomorrow. Now off to bed. You nodded, refraining from further comment as he headed straight to his room. Today had been eventful, yet the rewards were substantial. He had amassed nearly 60,000 gratitude points in a single day, an astonishing figure that made him wish for more days like this. Yet, you understood that this was merely the beginning. Once the initial excitement and gratitude waned, the emotions of his clan members would stabilize. Every day, the harvest, if fortunate, amounts to merely tens of thousands. If unfortunate, it hovers around a few thousand. Furthermore, you cannot meet all the grateful clansmen daily and can only engage in targeted collection. Glancing at his data panel, you unhesitatingly allocated all gratitude points to enhancing his cultivation. Instantly, an invisible surge of spiritual energy began to flow towards him, filling him with a profound sense of comfort, revitalizing his previously fatigued spirit. Indeed, the pursuit of immortality brings unparalleled joy. As you observed the technique section, he noted that the Qingming Ju had advanced from yellow rank 2 to earth rank, igniting a wave of excitement within him. If he could replicate such explosive growth a few more times, perhaps he might directly break through to the realm of spirit refinement and void return. However, you also understood that some opportunities are rare and cannot be forced. The following day, you accompanied Fugaku to the security department early in the morning, sending one of his clones to attend the Ninja Academy with Itachi and Izumi. Meanwhile, the other clones began concocting elixirs, and Yu's clone, Uchiha Liang, proceeded to set up formations at a private gathering. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Were it not for the technique of manifesting external avatars, you would not have dared to expand his operations so widely at once. As they traversed several streets, you caught sight of a rather whimsical building. Its earthy yellow facade bore a round, feline visage, with blue semicircular windows resembling cat eyes and a protruding section reminiscent of a cat's nose, while the two doors below formed the cat's mouth. Although the overall appearance was somewhat antiquated, it imbued the otherwise serious Konoha security department with a touch of charm. However, upon entering the building with Fugaku, you felt an oppressive atmosphere. While clansmen occasionally greeted Fugaku and you, their expressions were often stoic and unwelcoming. In the first-floor office, the faces of the personnel seemed etched with the message of "Do not disturb unless necessary," exuding an air of aloofness. You sighed softly, understanding the sentiments of his clansmen. The security department had but a single minister, perhaps a deputy minister, and 6 major team leaders, totaling roughly a dozen officials. In stark contrast, the Uchiha clan boasted 20 to 30 high-ranking ninjas, leading to a palpable sense of inadequacy. For the sake of survival, some upper ninjas were forced to patrol the streets or stand guard at the security department, breeding resentment among the clan members. Upper ninjas in smaller villages often held positions as leaders or second-in-command, yet in Konoha, they were relegated to mundane patrol duties, a disheartening reality. As if that were not enough, they were also expected to bow and scrape before civilians, which was hardly conducive to morale. Chapter 43, Initial Feedback Following Fugaku. The two meandered through the security department before heading straight to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the minister's office, you casually surveyed the surroundings, noting the immaculate organization. Apart from a bookshelf and some filing cabinets, there were 2 desks, a large one, presumably for his father, and a smaller one occupied by a young boy. Upon closer inspection, you recognized the boy, recalling that he was the one who had led the departure from a private gathering with Uchiha Liang. As their eyes met, the boy's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. "Minister, young clan leader," he greeted, bowing respectfully. Fugaku nodded and took his seat, while you offered the boy a friendly smile, which was met with indifference. "You, please proceed to register with Zhongnan," Fugaku instructed. "Yes, father." You nodded slightly. Zhongnan said nothing further, leading you directly to the Human Resources Department. You was not inclined to force camaraderie. He had acquaintances within the security department, but today, Captain Liang was occupied with the tasks you had assigned him and was absent. After a brief walk, you and Zhongnan arrived at the Human Resources Department, where the staff greeted you warmly, showering him with compliments that made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Zhongnan stood aloof, observing the scene with a cold demeanor. Since that day, his admiration for the young clan leader had waned considerably. As a moderate, he could not tolerate a radical as the next clan leader. When you stated that the clan should have but one voice, Zhongnan felt a surge of discontent. As Fugaku's deputy, he held the minister in high esteem, which justified his attendance at Yu's private gathering, but it did not imply he would unconditionally adhere to Yu's ideologies. Nevertheless, he harbored a lingering sense of disappointment towards Yu. Watching Yu approach, seemingly unperturbed after completing his registration, Jingnan's expression turned icy. "Congratulations, young clan leader. It seems you have effortlessly attained my position thanks to your father," he remarked. Yu paused, turning to the somewhat cold-faced youth. "Are you harboring resentment towards me? Is it due to my strength or something else?" he inquired calmly. "While I acknowledge the young clan leader's strength, I find your perspective rather narrow-minded," Zhengnan retorted defiantly. Those who criticize others for narrow-mindedness often possess a touch of that same narrowness within themselves. "I understand your viewpoint, but I am not inclined to elaborate further. For the truth will reveal all. In the face of reality, all words become insipid," Yu replied with a wry smile as he walked past Zhengnan. Jingnan's expression darkened, and he glanced at Yu's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. Was he suggesting that he only spouted empty rhetoric? Contemplating this, Zhengnan clenched his fists, determined to discover the truth Yu spoke of. They re-entered the minister's office, and the group fell into silence, attending to their respective tasks. However, it must be said that work in the security department was monotonous and tedious, often involving trivial matters. Whether it was a lost pet that required the department's assistance or a dispute between civilians that needed mediation, Yu found it to be a waste of time. Swiftly processing the documents on his desk, he disregarded the presence of the two others and began meditating. Yet his nonchalant demeanor irked Zhengnan, who had not anticipated that the young clan leader would be so arrogant and lazy in his work. Fugaku glanced at Yu, who had closed his eyes in meditation, his brow furrowing slightly. "Yu, have you completed your tasks?" he asked, picking up the document beside Yu. He noticed that one of the forms pertained to searching for lost pets, with Yu suggesting that it be assigned as a C-rank mission to the Konoha Task Department. As Fugaku continued to read, he saw that Yu had delegated simpler tasks to the Task Department, reserving only those matters requiring force for the Security Department. Moreover, he had insisted on strict adherence to Konoha's legal provisions, regardless of the party's attitudes. Interrupted from his meditation, Yu opened his eyes, feeling slightly displeased to find Fugaku scrutinizing his document, his expression growing darker. "Yu, why are you transferring security department matters to the task department? You must understand that the villagers expect us to handle these issues without charge, meaning all associated costs are borne by the security department." Yu cast a fleeting glance at the puzzled Fugaku. "Father, matters devoid of criminal responsibility should not fall under the purview of our security department. The citizens of Konoha are fully aware of this, which is precisely why they bring trivial issues to us. This practice is utterly unacceptable. It squanders the resources of our department. In the future, we must categorically refuse to address such matters. Our security department is primarily tasked with criminal prosecution, and we must uphold the integrity of our office with a strict and serious demeanor. When faced with disputes over interests, we ought to administer justice fairly and impartially according to the laws of Konoha, rather than indulge the villagers' baseless grievances. If every trivial matter can be reported, then in the event of encountering such frivolous complaints that have no bearing on reality, our security department should arrest these individuals for wasting the police force of Konoha. Yu, might this approach be too stringent? Fugaku inquired uncertainly. Having experienced various incidents recently, he was reluctant to dismiss Yu's ideas so readily. "Father, our Uchiha clan has reached a point of being despised by the populace. Rather than stoop to address every petty issue and allow ordinary villagers to mock us, it would be wiser to maintain our distance and preserve the mystique of our clan. We should establish a unique ethos for the Uchiha through the authority and fairness of the law." Fugaku's eyes brightened as he seemed to grasp something profound. Yet he remained uncertain about the underlying reasons, so he continued to regard Yu calmly. Yu understood his father's nature and pressed on. "As long as we ensure fairness in cases of interest disputes and uphold the dignity of Konoha's laws, the villagers will come to understand that reporting incidents is not to be taken lightly. Once they realize that such actions could lead to legal ramifications, they will regard the Uchiha Security Department with a sense of reverence, knowing that our judgments can determine their fate. With that reverence, they will no longer dare to openly criticize us, unlike the current situation where we seem to cater to every whim, appearing as if we are part of the same community, while those who benefit remain oblivious, labeling us as mere servants or slaves. The members of our clan dispatched for duty exhibit no better demeanor, as dignified Uchiha ninjas. They are reduced to aiding commoners with menial tasks such as farming or chasing after stray animals, diminishing their own status. This dual compromise yields no meaningful benefit for our security department. Hearing Yu's explanation, even Uchiha Seinen, who had been scribbling nearby, paused and turned his attention to Yu. At that moment, he began to question whether his previous understanding had been too one-dimensional, realizing that a gentle approach might not always be the best course of action. Fugaku fell into deep thought, gradually unraveling the intricacies of Yu's reasoning. By maintaining distance and mystery, while ensuring the Uchiha Security Department wielded the public power to uphold legal fairness, the status and stature of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rise. Transitioning from a mere focus on familial interests to becoming the guardians of Konoha's laws and partners in justice was a revelation he had previously overlooked. Why had I not considered this sooner? Fugaku mused internally. Chapter 44. Transformation. Seeing the two men in a stupor, you could not help but smile faintly. If one were to inquire about the fear that commoners in ancient times held towards their local magistrates, it would be a fear that bordered on terror. As for whether they respected the local officials, one could only say that if they were unafraid of death, they could freely insult the magistrates as inept. While the Uchiha clan could never attain the authority of a magistrate, once they grasped the interpretative power of the law, it would be a simple matter to deal with those who bite the hand that feeds them. The villagers would soon learn what it truly meant to face the wrath of the Uchiha. Instilling fear alongside virtue. This is the path you sought for the security department. To say he held any fondness for the villagers of Konoha would be an understatement, whether from his past life in anime or the world he now inhabited. He harbored no favorable sentiments towards them, a group that forgets great righteousness for petty gains. Would the third Hokage agree to this? Fugaku questioned, returning to reality with uncertainty. If we had not taken on these responsibilities voluntarily, they would not have fallen under our jurisdiction. Besides, the security department was entrusted entirely to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. The third has no grounds to interfere with our internal affairs. Furthermore, should we cease to accept these trivial matters, the task division would see an increase in C-rank missions, creating a win-win situation. I believe the third would not oppose this. Fugaku pondered this and realized it made sense. Initially, he believed the Uchiha needed to gradually integrate into the village, which led him to tolerate the villagers' unreasonable antics. However, the outcome had proven to be his own naivete, as the disdain from the villagers towards the Uchiha only grew due to the attitudes of his clan members. Then let us proceed as you suggest. I will convene a meeting shortly to communicate this decision. From now on, aside from criminal disputes, homicides, and crimes, the Uchiha Security Department will not engage in any other trivial matters. Upon hearing Fugaku's resolution, Yu breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his rigid father might cling to outdated beliefs. However, there was one point he felt compelled to remind him of. Father, once we eliminate these trivial matters, our clan members will have leisure time. It is imperative that they familiarize themselves with the laws of Konoha. We cannot afford to leave any room for criticism at the higher echelons. As Yu's words settled, Fugaku furrowed his brow. While the clan members would undoubtedly train without hesitation, encouraging them to read books presented a more significant challenge. Noticing Fugaku's dilemma, Yu smiled gently. Father, why not recruit some clerical personnel? Those clan members who are disinterested in studying the law could serve as sentinels. Entrusting case resolutions to ordinary young clan members could also alleviate the employment issues within our clan through public funds. Fugaku's eyes lit up. The reason the security department had not recruited ordinary clansmen was not due to a lack of funds. Rather, the minimum requirement for joining was that one must possess the strength of a genin, effectively barring ordinary clansmen from entry. Without certain benefits from the clan, many would have faced dire circumstances. Public funds could not be easily reallocated, but if the security department were to hire clerical staff, that issue would be resolved. This proposition could be justified before the third Hokage, and if any clan members objected, they could simply be reminded of their obligation to understand Konoha's laws. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to admire Yu once more. The following day, the announcement of the security department's reform was posted on the bulletin board in Konoha. Initially, many commoners were displeased and gathered to protest outside the security department building. However, under the stern demeanor of the department, the protesters were forced to disperse awkwardly, lest they provoke the Uchiha, who would arrest them for disrupting lawful operations. As Sarutobi surveyed the reform plan laid out on his desk, he found himself perplexed by the Uchiha's intentions. Nevertheless, he did not oppose it. After all, the security department had consumed a significant portion of the village's C-rank tasks. and this reform would provide the task division with more missions for lower-ranking ninjas, which would contribute to the stability of the village. Considering the annual influx of newly graduated genin, they too needed to sustain their livelihoods. Regarding the proposal to add clerical personnel to the security department, Sarutobi contemplated and ultimately agreed, as the expenditure was negligible. However, aware of the Uchiha's apprehension about the village's oppression, he recognized their reluctance to allocate public funds for clan welfare. The budget for the security department, set by the second Hokage, was considered excessive, and the third Hokage was hesitant to make cuts. Though the third Hokage had been contemplating adjustments in this regard, he realized that agreeing to this condition would complicate any future reductions in the department's funding. With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi resolved to summon his old allies to discuss the situation further. Soon, several individuals arrived at the Hokage's office. Receiving the documents handed over by Sarutobi and began to scrutinize them. Could it be that the Uchiha have severed their ties with the village? Questioned Nara Shikamaru, perplexed by the contents of the documents. Isn't that just splendid? It will be much easier to suppress the Uchiha who have abandoned the village. Danzo remarked with a cold laugh. But why would the Uchiha take such actions? Mito Minyan also expressed his confusion. What other reason could there be? Those extremist individuals must believe that assisting the villagers will not facilitate their integration into the community and thus have chosen to abandon that notion. They fail to reflect on their arrogant attitudes. Danzo scoffed disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement. Now the Uchiha have not only offended the villagers, but have also created rifts with several other clans in Konoha due to the compensation received from the last relocation. Hence, the Uchiha clan finds itself completely isolated from the heart of Konoha. We have finally fulfilled our teacher's long-cherished wish. Danzo's sinister face twisted into a cruel smile. However, his elation was short-lived. Soon after, the Uchiha shops opened for business, and the goods sold stirred envy within him. At this moment, in the private courtyard of Uchiha Relien, he observed 12 clan members oscillating between laughter and tears within the grand formation he had arranged, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. After consuming the pills crafted by you, they stepped confidently into the formation, acutely aware of the significant elevation in their mental state. On the verge of breaking through to the next level, originally possessing only 2 tomo, they could now see the rapid rotation of the double tomo within the heart refining formation, the third tomo faintly emerging. A painful scream erupted as one youth abruptly widened his eyes, the 3 tomo stabilizing completely within his gaze, tears of agony streaming down his cheeks. Uchiha Relien, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists in excitement. Young clan leader, we have succeeded, he exclaimed, looking at you, who remained composed beside him. Indeed, rest for a while. Once your chakra replenishes, you should be able to attempt the Mangekyo breakthrough again, you replied calmly. All credit goes to the young clan leader. He has been by your side these days, witnessing firsthand the complexity and arduousness of the formation setup. Over the past few days, the young clan leader has been tirelessly alternating between arranging the formation and recovering, he continued. Uchiha Relien lamented his own ineptitude for not being able to share the burden with the young clan leader. How is your mental enhancement progressing? You turned to Relien, smiling at his flushed face. Young clan leader, your elixir is incredibly potent. I have never felt my eyes so invigorated. My ocular power has increased by at least 10%. Good. During your free time, make sure to traverse the heart refining formation multiple times. The formation can only be activated 3 times a day, and after that, a 2-day wait is necessary for the spiritual energy to recover. Furthermore, this matter must remain strictly confidential. We cannot allow your activities to expose this location. It must be guarded rigorously. In the event of an unexpected situation, destroy the formation without hesitation. You instructed with a grave demeanor. Understood, young clan leader. The restored youths replied in unison, their eyes devoid of doubt, filled instead with unwavering determination. All right, proceed with your preparations. Additionally, here is a blueprint for the medicinal herbs. Kindly arrange for your relatives and friends to gather and cultivate them, as they will prove immensely useful in due time. Simultaneously, you produced a collection of simple spiritual energy array plates, distributing them among the youths. Remember, when cultivating the herbs, ensure this array plate is placed at the center of the field. Only then will the herbs yield the desired results. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask. You reiterated to the group. The youths listened attentively, having experienced the effects of the elixirs, their diligence in following the young clan leader's directives unwavering. Yes, young clan leader, we will swiftly teach the elders of our clan to fulfill your tasks. The 12 Uchiha youths bowed respectfully. Now that the clan has largely relocated, our time is limited. We must exhaust every effort to grow stronger. If you have any close clan brothers or cousins, even those with a single tomo, bring them to me for consideration. Choose wisely, and come to me only when you are certain, you stated, his expression serious as he gazed at the assembly. The other youths quickly agreed to use request without hesitation. The prospect of rapid enhancement, even under the young clan leader's control, was an opportunity too good to pass up. Acquiring the mental imprint was immensely beneficial to them. They felt compelled to share this opportunity with their friends and family rather than wait for others to claim such a remarkable benefit. Observing their enthusiastic and flushed faces, you smiled slightly. The Uchiha clan was set to embark on an extraordinarily swift path to advancement, and this formidable family would soon speak with a singular voice, embodying unity. He was confident that the future of the Uchiha would extend far beyond the confines of Konoha. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the new year approached. For you, the past 6 months had been uneventful, aside from aging another year and celebrating an incredibly joyful birthday with his family and subordinates. Subsequent days unfolded without any significant events, and the conflict at the borders of the Land of Lightning was nearing its conclusion. Sasuke had turned 3, now capable of running, jumping, and speaking fluently. However, compared to his clinginess at 2, he had grown increasingly attached to Itachi, harboring a touch of fear and a greater admiration for his older brother. In contrast to the changes within Yu's household, the villagers exhibited a more pronounced transformation in their perception of the Uchiha clan. Nowadays, it was rare to hear ordinary citizens daring to gossip about the Uchiha behind their backs. Since the restructuring of the security department, the patrolling guards enforced the law with increasing rigor, and the establishment of the legal department by the clerical staff played a significant role. Faced with the previously chaotic enforcement by the Uchiha, the current enforcers would not indulge in pleasantries, adhering strictly to legal statutes. They would first present the facts, then the evidence, followed by the legal provisions. Any grievances were to be directed to the legal department of the security department for appeal. Should one present compelling evidence, they could succeed in litigation. Failure to do so while causing disturbances would lead them straight to the detention center. If anyone had objections to the legal statutes, they were advised to consult the third Hokage, as the security department maintained no jurisdiction over such matters. Everything was conducted with reason and evidence, devoid of personal sentiment. Under this strict enforcement attitude, the villagers began to develop a sense of reverence towards the Uchiha security department members. Whenever an Uchiha guard questioned a villager, the interrogated felt a twinge of guilt, fearing they might have committed an offense. Meanwhile, the fairness of the security department began to spread throughout Konoha. In the past, when the Uchiha faced civil disputes, many clan members would either offend both parties or end up entangled, resulting in no favorable outcome. Now, security personnel were typically stern-faced while clerical staff handled legal negotiations. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance in the courtroom, they would be swiftly charged with disrupting law enforcement. Without resorting to physical punishment, they would be detained for a couple of days, only to be released once they could communicate properly. If disruptions continued, it was unfortunate. Regardless of the merits of the case, the judge could easily exploit loopholes, ensuring no benefits would accrue to the troublemaker. Discontent was rife. Please provide evidence before speaking. The Ministry of Justice is right there. Those who wish to resolve matters through unrest must follow the legal process. By the time the results arrive, they will regret their actions, lamenting that they should never have caused such a ruckus. Meanwhile, the lives of the entire clan have undergone significant changes. At Yu's suggestion, his father, despite opposition, decided not to sell the several shops located in the center of Konoha directly. Instead, they were transformed into commercial spaces. In total, there are 4 shops, with the best one reserved for Yu's use. Currently, a third of the clan members are engaged in cultivating medicinal herbs for Yu. And once these herbs are ready, this shop will be swiftly put into operation. Yu has imparted some basic alchemical techniques to his loyal clansmen. Though the results may not rival the miraculous effects of elixirs, they certainly surpass many medicinal products in the ninja world. While the healing methods of ninjas are formidable, common folk cannot afford to visit the Konoha medical department for every minor ailment. Yu believes that once his clan members master these relatively simple medicinal powders and ointments, They will become the exclusive remedy for the ordinary populace. When the herbs reach maturity, the alchemists trained by the clan will fill this gap immediately. At that point, the Uchiha clan will robustly enter the medical field, securing a foothold in both high-end and low-end markets, liberating themselves financially from the village's control. The question of whether the Uchiha need the village will then arise. The other three shops are thriving as well: a restaurant, a milk tea shop, and a general store, all operated according to Yu's business principles from his previous life. It must be noted that the Uchiha genes are remarkably attractive. Even those unable to awaken the Sharingan possess striking features. Can you imagine the sensation of being served by beautiful maidens? Some appearing as innocent as young girls, while others exude the charm of mature women, with personalities ranging from regal to tender, coupled with a variety of culinary delights distinct from the ninja world and refreshing decor. The Uchiha restaurant in Konoha has rapidly become one of the hottest spots. A must-visit destination. The milk tea shop has become an essential beverage for children, and the general store boasts an impressive array of products, nearly fulfilling every wish of its customers. Through these three establishments, it can be said that no Uchiha member faces the threat of unemployment. Currently, no clan member desires to confront Konoha's higher-ups. They are too busy making money. If Konoha does not provide jobs, the Uchiha will create them. Moreover, the wages offered are far superior to those of a ninja. With the Uchiha controlling the security department, a formidable force, no one dares to cause trouble. Even if they do, they must first contend with the formidable power of the three-tomo Sharingan at the entrance. Chapter 46. Sarutobi's Concerns under Yu's Training Regimen. There are already 20 young Uchiha clan members with three-tomo Sharingan, even in the absence of elixirs. However, those who have trained in this manner face certain drawbacks. Primarily a prolonged state of physical exhaustion. Fortunately, some nourishing herbs can still be procured in Konoha. After several days of research, Yu has formulated a revitalizing soup that addresses this issue. Yet, this remedy merely replenishes physical reserves. The lingering effects on their mental state remain. Consequently, those who have rapidly enhanced their abilities exhibit diminished ocular power, and prolonged use of the three-tomo puts significant strain on their bodies. For now, there is no solution, and they must wait for the spiritual herbs to mature for a complete recovery. Nonetheless, the three-tomo Sharingan is still unparalleled, a level of power beyond that of ordinary ninjas. This power is not limited to the members with three-tomo. The 12 young clan members who initially followed you have all awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, each now possessing strength comparable to that of elite ninjas. Once they become accustomed to their Mangekyo, surpassing even that level of power is merely a matter of time. With such formidable strength, Konoha's attempts to suppress the Uchiha through force have become nearly impossible. Yu is now unequivocally recognized as the next clan leader among the Uchiha. However, due to the presence of Fugaku as Yu's father, the impetuous younger clan members hesitate to demand his abdication. At this moment, Yu observes Itachi training 3-year-old Sasuke in the courtyard, while a noticeably more mature Izumi carefully slices an apple into small pieces for him, gently offering a bite with a toothpick. Yu, with a fond smile, accepts the apple she presents. "Yukuin, is it sweet?" Izumi asks, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Sweet. Just like you, Izumi." Yu replies with a grin. "Yukuin, you're so charming with your words," Izumi teases, glancing at the training duo of Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke is truly dedicated to his training. Haha, with two outstanding brothers like that, if I were Sasuke, I would have been lounging around, relying on my brothers instead of working so hard. My proud little brother. Yu chuckles at the sight of Izumi's gentle laughter, leaning in closer, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. "What are you doing, Yukuin?" she whispers. Izumi's smile is enchanting. Suddenly, like a magician, Yu produces a purple scarf from his hands. "Happy New Year, Izumi. This is your New Year's gift," he declares, draping the scarf around her neck. A warmth spreads through Izumi's heart, but she feels a twinge of disappointment. "Yukuin, I haven't given you a New Year's gift yet. You beat me to it." "Haha. Then you must prepare something special for me when you return." Yu replies, admiring the scarf now adorning Izumi's neck. The girl's delicate features, though youthful, are accentuated by a beauty mark, lending her an air of maturity. Dressed in a purple coat paired with a bear-patterned scarf, her rosy cheeks render her irresistibly cute. "Big brother, you gave Izumi a gift, but didn't prepare anything for me." At that moment, Sasuke, who had been training with Itachi, rushed over, feeling left out. All right. Stinky little brother, who said your big brother hasn't prepared a gift for you?" Yu retorts, helplessly pulling a small dagger from his sleeve and handing it to Sasuke. It had been a school gift from Shursui, now perfectly suited for Sasuke. Itachi furrows his brow slightly. Big brother. Is it too dangerous to give Sasuke a weapon at this age? Yu casts a casual glance at Itachi, sighing, Itachi, you're becoming less endearing as you grow up. Now you dare to argue with your big brother. Itachi's expression darkens. You are only half an hour older than me. He counters. And what of that half hour? A brother is always a brother. Dare you deny it? Yu feigns anger. It wasn't me. Itachi quickly looks down, avoiding Yu's gaze. Yu cannot help but smile at Itachi's transformation. He is no longer the innocent child he once was. Though merely a year has passed, Itachi's maturity has surpassed that of his peers. Here, this is your big brother's New Year gift for you. Yu produces a golden bracelet and hands it to the still downcast Itachi. Itachi raises his eyes slightly, uncertain about the significance of the bracelet. Yet he understands that whatever his brother gives him is no ordinary trinket. This is a bond ring. It belongs to our family, including Izumi. Within it lies a shield ninjutsu, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from S-rank ninjutsu. In the event of danger, your elder brother can sense your location through this bracelet. Yu explained softly. Itachi solemnly accepted the bracelet and without hesitation, adorned it on his wrist. How thoughtful his elder brother remains. Itachi gazed at his unchanged brother, momentarily lost in thought. Over the past year, the transformations have been overwhelmingly numerous. The changes within the Uchiha clan alone have been monumental. The smiles on the faces of the clan members have gradually increased. Complaints about the village have diminished, and as long as his brother is present at clan meetings, harmony prevails, devoid of the previous disputes and chaos. All these changes stem from his brother. Even the villagers' gazes towards them have shifted, though still distant. The expressions now carry a semblance of respect rather than disdain. But why did the third Hokage have to say such things? Itachi recalled the encounter before the winter break, when the third had sought him out alone. Itachi, you have become an exceptional ninja. I have been watching over you, the third Hokage said kindly. Looking at the young man before him, he had felt compelled to seek out Itachi earlier than planned, originally intending to wait another half a year. However, the changes within the Uchiha had been so immense. First, rumors of the Uchiha's fair enforcement of justice circulated in the village, followed by the noticeable improvement in the lives of the Uchiha clan members. Initially, he had hoped that the 4 shops would render the Uchiha even more detestable in the eyes of other clans. While he achieved the same, at least the clans of Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Inazuka remained filled with aversion towards the Uchiha. Those shops were meant to be compensation promised to their families. Yet after the Uchiha's upheaval, they ended up belonging to the Uchiha clan. Such immense gain was bound to incite jealousy. Others would be fortunate to acquire even one. Yet the Uchiha had obtained for all at once. Although the third Hokage later replaced 3 training grounds, could training grounds compare to the utility of shops? Their clan members were not as numerous as the Uchiha. While well-equipped training grounds are pricier, it ultimately depends on who benefits from them. The other clans already had training grounds. One was sufficient, and having more would go unused, but shops were different. If utilized well, they could significantly improve the clan's livelihood, thus benefiting the Uchiha without reason. The third Hokage had initially thought that the Uchiha's proud nature would prevent them from engaging in commerce, as they were too haughty to delve into business strategies. In the end, spending some money might have allowed him to reclaim a few shops. Whether to aid his clansmen in business or to reward those loyal to his family, it would have been a mere transfer from one hand to the other. Instead, the Uchiha thrived, and now, visiting the Uchiha estate felt as if one were surrounded by affluent individuals. This transformation left the third Hokage and his companions astounded. Although the improved life of the Uchiha meant less unrest, this was not the state they had hoped to witness. With the Uchiha no longer causing disturbances, how could Sarutobi and the others keep them in check? An unsettling feeling began to rise within them. The Uchiha were slowly detaching from Konoha's control, as they no longer seemed reliant on the village. They had acquired wealth and created their own positions and jobs, aside from needing Konoha's protection for their clansmen. The entire family appeared to desire nothing from Konoha. Chapter 47. Use family status. Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. Itachi replied shyly. Itachi, do you have any thoughts about graduating early? You have little room for improvement at the Ninja Academy now. The third Hokage gently ruffled Itachi's dark hair, inquiring kindly. Itachi's eyes brightened slightly. Lord Third, is it truly possible for me? He asked uncertainly. Of course. Given your current performance, You are nearing the strength of a chunin. Upon hearing the third S response, Itachi felt a flicker of joy, but then lowered his head. However, what about my brother? He hasn't yet decided to graduate from the academy. The smile on the third's face faltered momentarily, leaving him at a loss for words. Itachi, the village is currently experiencing a shortage of personnel due to the situation at the borders of the Land of Lightning, and it urgently requires fresh blood. Moreover, the third sighed lightly. Lord Third, what is it? Itachi asked earnestly, looking up at him. Alas, the misunderstanding between the Uchiha and the village is deepening. Itachi, you embody the will of fire as a Uchiha, just like my comrade Kagami, and you are filled with love for the village. I truly do not wish to see the rift between the village and the Uchiha grow to this extent. The third glanced at the students of the Ninja Academy, who were gradually being dismissed. Lord Third, is there a misunderstanding? Very few clan members are complaining about the village now. A hint of confusion flickered in Itachi's eyes. The third's heart sank. He suddenly felt speechless, gazing silently out the window, his mind racing as he contemplated his next words. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in the third's eyes as he turned to the puzzled Itachi. Itachi, this is why I hope you can graduate early, because the village and the Uchiha desperately need a bridge for communication and understanding. Itachi lifted his head to look at Sarutobi. Lord Third, I believe my brother would be the most suitable choice for this bridge, as he is currently held in high regard by our clan members. Itachi, do you think I have not considered this? Sarutobi replied, but Yu's biases against the village are too deeply ingrained. Only you possess the true spirit of the will of fire as a Uchiha. Sarutobi's gaze was resolute as he looked at Itachi. Itachi was deeply moved. For the first time, his thoughts and convictions were affirmed by another. He felt an overwhelming urge to immediately agree to the Hokage's request. Yet, when he thought of his stern brother, a shiver ran through him, and the words he had prepared to say were instantly lodged in his throat. Lord Third, I apologize. I cannot agree to your request at this moment. I must first seek my father and brother's consent. Itachi's head drooped in disappointment. Seeing this, Sarutobi's expression darkened. As he gazed at the bowed Itachi, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Could he not even convince a young Uchiha child? However, Lord Hokage, I will find a way to persuade my father and brother, Itachi declared, raising his head with determination. Sarutobi immediately adopted a gentle demeanor. Itachi, do your best. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha rests upon your shoulders. Once you graduate from the academy, you will directly enter the Umbu. I believe that under the guidance of the Umbu seniors, you will swiftly become an exceptionally skilled jonin. Yes, Lord Third. Itachi stood beside you. Contemplating his conversation with the third Hokage, you noticed his brother lost in thought and couldn't help but thump Itachi's head lightly with his fist. Itachi, you can't even express gratitude to Lord Hokage now? Itachi felt a sharp pain in his head, enough to bring tears to his eyes despite his current state. He quickly covered his slightly swollen head and cast a resentful glance at you, expressing his gratitude with a reluctant, "Thank you, dear brother." Beside him, little Sasuke shrank back at the sight, realizing that his elder brother's punches were particularly painful. It seemed that even with minimal force, they inflicted an extraordinary amount of hurt. After being playfully struck once, Sasuke had no desire to experience it again. Moreover, his brother had whimsically dubbed his punch the Iron Fist of Love, with each blow reflecting his affection for his younger sibling. Sasuke, however, was not keen on receiving such love from his elder brother. And even when his beloved second brother was struck, he dared not speak up, for it was his elder brother who dealt the blow. You always lost in thought. You should learn from little Sasuke. Look how happy he is receiving a New Year gift from his big brother. You directed his gaze at the shrinking Sasuke, who immediately brightened up, responding eagerly, "Yes, big brother, I am very happy." Itachi, witnessing this, donned a bitter expression. "Big brother, I was just thinking." He momentarily failed to grasp the situation. "Humph, you are always so preoccupied with your thoughts. I wonder what your little mind wanders to all day." You let out a soft huff. "Big brother, I wish to graduate from the Ninja Academy early." Itachi mustered his courage to say to you. You looked at Itachi, perplexed. "You've only been in school for a year. Why are you already thinking about graduation?" "I want to gain the recognition of our father and our clan," Itachi replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. You scrutinized Itachi for a long moment, until Itachi lowered his gaze, before slowly speaking. "Itachi, you ultimately cannot lie." A hint of a smile graced Yu's lips. "Now, tell me, has someone been saying things to you?" Yu's expression grew stern. Itachi trembled slightly. Big brother. Is it wrong for me to want to graduate? If Itachi's desire stemmed from his own thoughts, you would not object. However, if someone was misleading Itachi, that was another matter. Should Itachi lie to his brother? You asked calmly. Itachi wrestled with himself internally, aware that if he were to be truthful with his brother, you would undoubtedly disapprove. After all, in Yu's eyes, the position of Hokage was tantamount to an enemy, and his disdain for the third Hokage was scarcely less than that for Danzo. With his mouth tightly shut, Itachi wished to neither deceive his brother nor reveal the truth. Opting for silence in defiance of Yu's imposing nature, Yu exhaled softly, observing the silent Itachi, his eyes harboring a chill not directed at Itachi, but rather towards the higher-ups of Konoha. Since you have made your choice, as your brother, it would be impolite for me to interfere. Itachi, I hope you do not regret your decision. With that, you took the still concerned Izumi by the hand and departed the courtyard. Itachi let out a small sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, overwhelmed by the pressure of his brother's gaze. Sasuke, watching nearby, deepened his impression of his elder brother's imposing demeanor. He had been too afraid to breathe, let alone speak a kind word for his second brother. In their household, their mother was the gentlest. Their second brother showered him with affection, and their father carried a touch of authority, yet wore a smile in the presence of his elder brother. However, the usually easygoing Yu, when angered, silenced the entire household. Chapter 48. Prelude to Retaliation. As Yu exited the courtyard, he encountered Fugaku and Mikoto. Observing Yu's somber expression, Fugaku felt a pang in his heart. Yu, some things you must learn to let go of. You stared at Fugaku in shock. You knew. Fugaku nodded silently. Yu's expression darkened further. Since you have consented, what use is my opinion as an elder brother? With a sense of gloom, Yu led Izumi out of the house, pondering if he had erred in his actions. He had aimed to prevent a tragedy, yet events unfolded contrary to his intentions. After dealing with Shursui, he hadn't anticipated matters would evolve in such an undesirable direction. Yu felt a subtle heaviness in his heart, even the flow of his practiced techniques momentarily faltering. Fugaku noticed Yu's lowered head and hastily tugged at Mikoto's sleeve. Mikoto cast a reproachful glance at her husband before observing Yu with Izumi, gently stating, Yu, return home on time for dinner tonight. Yu paused slightly, the weight on his heart lightening a bit. Understood, mother, he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Forget it. Given the current strength of the Uchiha, if Itachi truly reaches that point, let him witness the darkness of the village. Some individuals will only turn back when faced with the harsh truth, Yu concluded, feeling his spirits lift significantly. Izumi, who had been worriedly following behind, now bore a relieved expression. Yu's recovery was palpable, and Izumi's small face reflected a budding smile. Watching Yu depart, Fugaku sighed helplessly, pondering if his son was perhaps too forceful. Mikoto shot Fugaku a disapproving look, asserting that if Yu were genuinely domineering, he wouldn't have agreed to Itachi's request, indicating there must be a deeper reason for his anger. Fugaku chuckled awkwardly. Isn't the family atmosphere improving? With the third Hokage wishing to elevate Itachi to the Umbu, he saw it as an opportunity to mend relations with the village. Is that why you hurriedly brought me here? Mikoto looked at her husband incredulously. Fugaku blushed. Isn't it because Yu has always listened to you? He didn't want to exacerbate the family tension, knowing Yu's temperament all too well. Mikoto sighed, observing her increasingly relaxed husband. If you all communicated properly with you, he might not be so upset. After all, he is generally quite amiable. Yes, very amiable. But when he becomes stubborn, even I get hit. Fugaku jested, though it appeared the family's affairs rested in his hands. The trust the clan members had in Yu far outweighed their faith in him. Fugaku accepted this reality. The clan would eventually be handed over to Yu, and whether it happened sooner or later made little difference. Thus, he and Mikoto found themselves here at this moment. Fugaku glanced at Mikoto, who was watching Itachi and Sasuke train. How about we have another daughter for you? Perhaps having a sister will soften his disposition. Mikoto playfully glared at Fugaku. It's still broad daylight. Young clan leader. Young clan leader. After escorting Izumi home, Yu arrived at the secret meeting place. Upon seeing Yu's figure, many clan members rose to greet him. Yu nodded. How is the training of the clan members progressing? He asked Uchiha Relien, who stood nearby. Young clan leader. Today, 2 more clan members have advanced to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Relien replied with a faint smile. Excellent. Encourage the clan members to intensify their training. They may prove invaluable soon. Yu affirmed. Yes, young clan leader. By the way, how is the investigation into that matter the security department was tasked with? You continued his inquiry. Reporting to the young clan leader, the majority of the missing children point to a secret base outside the village, heavily guarded by Umbu. Relian responded with a serious expression. As swiftly as possible, uncover their clandestine connections within the village. Provided the evidence is sufficient, do not hesitate. Immediately dispatch members of the security department to initiate a thorough sweep against the underworld in Konoha. This case has lingered for far too long. It is time to provide an explanation to the parents of the missing children. A cold smirk graced Yu's lips. Humph. Third Hokage. Your good days are coming to an end. Indeed. Young clan leader. A glint of cold light flickered in Uchiha Ryang's eyes. In the early morning, the streets of Konoha were enveloped in a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Children frolicked and played along the road, while nearby vendors vociferously hawked their wares. Suddenly, the once bustling ambience fell silent. The playful children hastily retreated behind their parents. In the distance, a large contingent clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with the prominent Uchiha clan emblem, appeared with an air of indifference, marching down the main thoroughfare. A palpable tension gripped the faces of the onlookers. The villagers of Konoha anxiously observed this unfolding scene. Suddenly, a member of the Uchiha security department approached a pig vendor and halted. The commanding Uchiha captain waved his hand, ordering, "Surround this area, let not even a mosquito escape." "Yes, captain," the Uchiha shinobi responded. In an instant, they swiftly fanned out, drawing their weapons and casting red-eyed glares at the jovial pork vendor, who was now ensnared under the scrutiny of dozens of piercing gazes. "What do you want?" "I am a legitimate merchant of Konoha, operating under a business license issued by the Hokage Tower." The pork vendor's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The Uchiha captain snorted disdainfully. "Recently, we have received reports from villagers regarding a significant number of missing children. We suspect your involvement in these cases, potentially as a trafficker. Here is the arrest warrant issued by the security department. We must take you in for questioning." His voice boomed, echoing throughout the street. The crowd erupted in a clamor of disbelief. "This is impossible. Wuxia is an honest man. He never cheats customers, and his prices are lower than elsewhere. How could such a good person be a trafficker?" Villagers quickly rose to defend him. Yes. Could the security department be mistaken? Please do not arrest an innocent man." The villagers voiced their concerns in unison. Silence. The security department operates with due evidence. Once the case is clarified, all will be made known on the announcement board. A voice imbued with chakra drowned out the tumult. The villagers gazed in shock at the now visibly trembling pork vendor, struggling to reconcile the image of this seemingly kind-hearted man with that of a ruthless trafficker. "Seize him," the Uchiha captain commanded coldly. "Damn it, cursed Uchiha." At that moment, the pork vendor could no longer conceal his fear. He knew that if captured by the security department, he would reveal all his secrets. The Uchiha had been methodical in their investigations for the past 6 months, and it was clear they lacked substantial evidence to conduct such a brazen arrest. This was precisely why the villagers dared only to voice their concerns but did not intervene. The thought of facing the Uchiha's Jinjutsu and torment sent shivers down his spine, distorting his previously amiable expression. In a fit of desperation, he overturned his stall, brandishing a 2-meter-long cleaver, and charged toward the densely packed crowd with murderous intent. The Uchiha captain merely smirked. "Resisting arrest only adds to your crimes." With that, he activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with the charging pork vendor, who froze in place. In that moment, the villagers realized something was amiss, their eyes widening in horror. Chapter 49. The enforcement of the security department arrest him and search his house thoroughly. There may be more recently abducted children. "Yes, captain." 2 Uchiha swiftly restrained the vendor, binding his upper body and checking for any concealed poison. The operation unfolded seamlessly, showcasing the professionalism of the security department. Meanwhile, several Uchiha forcefully kicked open the door to the pork vendor's premises, their eyes alert for any accomplices. The villagers were kept at bay by the remaining Uchiha, their expressions shifting from shock and disbelief to anger as they anxiously watched the security department search the premises. However, none dared to breach the barricade set by the Uchiha, for the punishment for interfering with a lawful operation, a 3-day confinement, was well known and instilled a deep-seated fear. Under the keen observation of the Uchiha Sharingan, it did not take long to uncover something amiss within the room. One Uchiha struck a wall that had been poorly patched, creating a large hole and revealing a concealed chamber. Shadow clones advance. Yes. Instantly, 2 Uchiha formed hand seals, and 4 shadow clones rushed into the hidden chamber. The dimly lit room contained several iron cages, each housing a number of slumbering children. Situation confirmed. Hostages discovered. The clones shouted from within the darkened chamber. Without hesitation, the Uchiha surged inside. Moments later, the 10 children, ensconced within the iron cages, were brought forth before the villagers. At that moment, the crowd could no longer contain their fury, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon the gagged and bound pork vendor. "You scoundrel! Is that not the boy from the Yamashita family who was just playing nearby? I thought he had gone home. Reiko, that is my daughter Reiko. I called for her to come home. How could she be here? Please, esteemed members of the security department, return my daughter to me." The distraught parents cried, kneeling in desperation. The scene erupted into chaos. The Uchiha captain frowned slightly. Enough. The situation is confirmed. The evidence is irrefutable. If any parents or neighbors recognize the children in the cages, bring sufficient proof to the security department to reclaim them. The security department did not immediately return the children to their parents or relatives, but required them to follow protocol at the department. Firstly, to reinforce the authority of the security department, and secondly, to prevent any possibility of further trafficking. The Uchiha swiftly lifted the cages, leading the vendor away toward the security department. Given the stringent enforcement displayed by the Uchiha over the past 6 months, even the most anxious parents refrained from obstructing the Uchiha's procession. Instead, they hurried home to gather evidence and witnesses to prove their children's identities. However, scarcely had the Uchiha departed when a group of masked Umbu ninjas, adorned with cat-faced masks, obstructed their path. The lead Umbu ninja stepped forward. "Surrender the individual in your custody. We suspect he is a spy from another village." The authoritative tone of this Umbu ninja clearly provoked the pride of the Uchiha, and a rebuttal arose. "On what grounds? This individual was apprehended by our security department, and we have him red-handed. If he is indeed a spy, why did you not act sooner? Now you wish to snatch him from us. Are you out of your mind?" Instantly, the atmosphere between the two factions grew tense. The Umbu captain drew a kunai from his waist, its pale blue chakra crackling ominously, radiating a potent aura. "What do you intend? Do the Uchiha have some hidden secrets with this spy?" The Uchiha captain smirked coldly. "Who are you trying to intimidate? Anyone with eyes can see we are apprehending a trafficker of missing children in our village. With mere baseless accusations from your Umbu, do you truly believe you can tarnish the honorable Uchiha clan? Are you jesting? Who granted you the audacity to impede the lawful duties of the Uchiha Guard? The laws of Konoha shall not be defiled." In an instant, dozens of Uchiha clansmen unveiled their Sharingan, the 3 tomo glimmering ominously. They lowered their iron cage and unsheathed their blades, a formidable aura surging forth, overwhelming the Umbu ninjas. It is essential to note that for this operation, Uchiha Relien had meticulously arranged for a full team of Sharingan wielders to execute the mission. Given the gravity of the task assigned by the young clan leader, Relien could not afford to be careless. Hidden in the shadows were 2 clan members with Mangekyo Sharingan, yet even with such backup, Relien felt a lingering unease. Were it not for his pressing subsequent engagements, he would have led the team himself. The Umbu captain was engulfed by an unprecedented fear. When did the Uchiha amass such a multitude of 3 tomo Sharingan? This information had not reached the Hokage building. Stand aside. Should we later uncover that this individual is a spy from another village, we will hand him over to the Umbu. But for now, the Uchiha are executing the law. Anyone who obstructs us shall be treated as an accomplice. The authority of the law is not to be undermined. With that declaration, the Uchiha captain advanced towards the Umbu leader, his long blade poised menacingly. His comrades followed closely behind. As the Uchiha approached, the Umbu captain felt an overwhelming pressure. This was a contingent of over 10 3-tomo Uchihas. How could his small Umbu team contend with them? "This is an order from Lord Hokage." The Umbu captain, desperate, shouted. "My guard operates as an independent entity, not directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction. Should the Hokage desire an individual, let all matters adhere to the village protocols. Now, step aside. We must take the suspect for interrogation. There are countless parents awaiting news from our guard regarding their lost children. As the enforcers of Konoha's peace, we cannot allow child abductions to proliferate. Such occurrences are a desecration of our Uchiha pride. I warn you once more, we are executing our lawful duties. Should anyone interfere, we will consider them accomplices." Furthermore, you Umbu wear cat-faced masks. How can we trust that you do not harbor accomplices among you? If the suspect were to die or escape midway, how would we explain it to the citizens of Konoha? The villagers, who had not yet departed, nodded in agreement with the guard's captain's words. The Uchiha's diligent enforcement over the past 6 months had unknowingly fostered immense trust among the citizens of Konoha. Every crime reported to the guard had been resolved, albeit with varying durations. Compared to the previous lackadaisical approach, the current Uchiha still evoked fear and distance among the villagers. Yet in matters of justice, they gradually developed trust in the Uchiha's commitment to accountability. Indeed, how dare the Umbu presume to demand individuals without just cause? Parents of lost children vociferously echoed the sentiment. Yes, over the past 6 months, the guard has apprehended numerous criminal ninjas, even for offenses as minor as voyeurism. And we believe in the guard's sincerity in their enforcement. The crowd erupted in fervor. Many parents of lost children had previously stormed the guard's office and the Hokage building, only to be told by the ninjas there that the matter fell under the jurisdiction of the guard. Now that the guard had finally uncovered leads, the Umbu sought to interfere. How could this be justified? It was clear to all that the guard represented the last hope for these anguished parents. Numerous ordinary ninjas who had gathered were informed of the situation by the civilians, and they cast disapproving glances at the Umbu. They detested such acts of seizing credit. The pressure on the Umbu ninjas mounted. As the blades of the Uchiha drew nearer to their masked faces, the Umbu captain could no longer bear the tension. Shouting at his subordinates, he commanded, "Step aside." Instantly, the Umbu ninjas parted to clear a path. As the Uchiha captain strode past, the Umbu leader coldly remarked, "I hope you exhibit such resolve when you explain to the third Hokage." "Huh, the third Hokage? We are merely executing our lawful duties. May I ask, which of our actions contravenes the laws of Konoha? When the third arrives, we shall assert the same." With that, the Uchiha captain dismissed the threatening Umbu and, alongside his comrades, swiftly carried the children from the iron cage towards the guard's headquarters. Chapter 50. The incident exposed young clan leader. We have apprehended the individuals. Yu, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination sparkling within. Quickly pry open their mouths and secure all evidence. Then deliver a thunderous strike to those old geezers. Yes, young clan leader. Uchiha Aurelian bowed his head, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. By the way, how is the preparation for the medical facility coming along? Who is overseeing it? You inquired softly. In response, the young clan leader. Those alchemists we trained have entered production mode. Once your elixirs are ready, the medical facility can open tomorrow, with the primary overseer being Sosuke of the 12 Guardians. You smiled slightly. Sosuke, a composed Uchiha, very well. After this matter concludes, let us grandly inaugurate the facility. It is time to showcase a different side of the Uchiha to the world. Indeed, young clan leader, I have no doubt that once your elixirs are released, the entire ninja world will be taken aback. Uchiha Aurelian felt an intense anticipation for the Uchiha's future. He yearned to witness how far the Uchiha could ascend under the guidance of this near-divine youth. So much so that a dull ache began to throb in his right eye. At the root headquarters, Danzo sat with a grim expression, listening to his subordinate's report. So, you failed to retrieve the individuals? Lord Danzo, I am incompetent. The root ninja knelt before Danzo, afraid to even breathe. What was the specific reason? Danzo's eyes glinted with malice as he pressed for answers. The Uchiha executing the law comprised over 10 three-tomo Sharingan. The captain sensed defeat. And with public sentiment against the Umbu, he could not withstand the pressure and thus allowed them to pass. The root ninja briefly recounted the scene. Danzo shot up from his seat, exclaiming, "What? You mean the Uchiha enforcing the law are all three-tomo Sharingan users?" A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Yes, Lord Danzo. Had it been the previous guard personnel, the captain would not have regarded them with any concern. This cannot stand. I must speak with Sarutobi. The Uchiha have completely extricated themselves from Konoha's control. Without further ado, Danzo disregarded the kneeling root ninja and hastily made his way to the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage building, he found Tsunade and Mitarashi Anko already present. Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan has become excessively arrogant. You must not indulge them any longer. Danzo disregarded the silent trio and voiced his thoughts. Sarutobi did not respond immediately. Instead, he silently puffed on his pipe, enveloping the meeting room in an eerie atmosphere. Danzo, this is no longer about whether we can suppress the Uchiha. It is about swiftly finding a way to clean up your mess. Danzo, tell me honestly, are the missing children in the village linked to you? At that moment, Sarutobi's voice was profoundly grave. What do you mean? Human experimentation. Are you implying that I consented to this? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it is all my fault. I should never have agreed to this. Yet you dared to use the village's children for experimentation. As the conversation reached its climax, Sarutobi's pent-up fury finally erupted. Everything was for Konoha, for the village. What did a little darkness matter? Danzo stubbornly insisted. Very well, this is what you call doing it for the village. Sarutobi hurled a stack of documents at Danzo's face. Danzo picked them up and noticed that every page bore the seal of the security department, while the contents made his pupils involuntarily constrict. Why is the security department acting so swiftly? Danzo asked incredulously. Meanwhile, beside the bulletin board of the security department, a crowd had already gathered in outrage. Today, the actions of the security department were monumental. Nearly half of Konoha's villagers were aware of the situation, a large-scale crackdown on human traffickers that extended beyond just the marketplace. The security department had dismantled no less than 5 trafficking dens, apprehending dozens of criminals, some of whom fiercely resisted, resulting in several intense clashes. However, under the leadership of the nearly entire Uchiha clan, not a single trafficker managed to escape. Over 30 children were rescued, some of whom belonged to ninja clans. Such a significant operation could hardly be concealed. Thus, when the security department concluded their mission, a large crowd of citizens followed closely behind. Initially, it was believed that uncovering the truth would take some time, yet within half a day, the results were announced. The Uchiha clan's rapid resolution of the case was linked to the presence of 12 members with Mangekyo Sharingan. One such member possessed the ocular technique known as Kagura's mirror, a form of infinite hypnosis. Regardless of whether the criminals knew the power of the Uchiha Sharingan, the moment they closed their eyes to resist confessing, they succumbed to the invisible hypnosis, revealing all their crimes. The Uchiha Security Department recorded all testimonies and, through these confessions, uncovered a complete child trafficking network. With all evidence pointing towards the higher echelons of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had no intention of covering for Konoha's upper management. They directly disclosed all criminal proceedings and submitted an arrest proposal to the third Hokage. At that moment, near a small hill not far from the village, a large number of Uchiha ninjas surrounded a hill within the Forest of Death. Behind them were numerous clan ninjas and some civilian ninjas. The Uchiha did not conceal their actions. After announcing the facts, a substantial number of security department guards promptly rushed to the scene. Captain Ririo, after reconnaissance, "This is the location," reported an Uchiha to Ririo, who stood at the scene. "Dispatch clan members with strong sensory abilities to locate the entrance as quickly as possible." Ririo commanded coldly. Understood. The Uchiha clan members sprang into action. Under the tense gazes of the surrounding ninjas, the Uchiha swiftly discovered the entrance to the secret base. Without hesitation, Ririo led the main force into the secret base. Other clan ninjas exchanged glances but followed suit without hesitation. They still could not believe that those involved in child trafficking were connected to Konoha's upper management. Yet the evidence presented by the Uchiha was so overwhelming that it left them no room for rebuttal. Moreover, they could not ignore the fact that several clan children were imprisoned in cages. These were the very children who had mysteriously disappeared over the years, for whom each clan had mobilized considerable resources in search, only to find the trail leading to external ninja forces, ultimately resulting in a dead end. However, upon entering this experimental base, they were met with a horrifying sight. Cylindrical glass tanks stood in an expansive hall, each filled with green liquid, submerging small bodies. This included children from the Oil Woman clan, the Mountain clan, and the Hyuga clan, virtually encompassing all clans of Konoha. There were also numerous civilian children. Counting them revealed no fewer than 100 corpses. This scene plunged all present, clan and civilian ninjas alike, into silence. Particularly, Hyuga Hisashi felt a shudder upon seeing a small Hyuga girl dissected into a specimen within a slot. He recalled how a relative from the main family rushed over, frantic about his missing daughter, causing quite a stir in the clan. Despite a year-long search, there had been no news. To this day, this incident remained a festering wound for the Hyuga clan, while the disappearance of branch family members was not deemed significant. As the main family was not overly concerned about their bloodlines being plundered, the main family was a different matter entirely. However, Today Hisashi found himself staring at his own niece, gazing at the dismembered girl and her two missing eyes. A wave of rapid breaths surged through him as he clenched his fists tightly. He could hardly bear to imagine the suffering his niece had endured here. Chapter 51. Questioning Sarutobi, who dares to intrude upon Konoha's confidential grounds. Just as the Uchiha team was preparing to delve deeper, dozens of ninjas wearing cat-faced masks leaped into view. Their sudden appearance instantly darkened the expressions of the clan ninjas present. However, upon seeing them, Ririo's eyes gleamed with determination. Subdue them. We cannot allow this group of accomplices to escape. In an instant, all Uchiha clan members drew their weapons, not granting the root ninjas a chance to speak as they advanced, activating their Sharingan. One clan member, marked by a golden vertical scar on his forehead, swiftly spun his three-tomo Sharingan, forming the windmill shape. Kagura's mirror. Not good. Close your eyes. A root ninja shouted suddenly. Yet it was too late. Those who had once wielded weapons fell into a stupor, their kunai clattering to the ground. This unexpected turn of events shocked the clan ninjas behind them, who had been prepared for a fierce battle alongside the Uchiha. Instead, the Uchiha had merely used a genjutsu to incapacitate the enemies present. They gazed in terror at the Uchiha member covering his eyes, unable to comprehend how the Uchiha clan's genjutsu had grown so formidable. Seize them. Ririo commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the Uchiha ninjas moved forward to apprehend the group of root ninjas. Ririo approached the Uchiha member covering his eyes. Hitaki, you've done well. Ririo, everything is for the plan of the young clan leader. Hitaki replied with a serious expression. Ririo nodded, saying nothing further. Continue onward. Yes. Not good. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha have stormed our 14th secret base. Just as the Hokage office was enveloped in a heavy silence, an Umbu ninja burst in, panic-stricken. What? The previously quiet office was shattered by Danzo's exclamation. Sarutobi cast a dark glare at the intruding Umbu. Danzo, look at the mess you've created. Sarutobi bellowed. Instantly, he summoned all Umbu to accompany him to the scene. At that moment, he could no longer afford to reprimand Danzo. He needed to rush to the site, for otherwise, this matter would inevitably entangle him. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him, as the good reputation he had maintained for years was on the brink of destruction. A fate more painful than death. Danzo's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, fully aware that the situation had become dire. If he did not devise a plan to address it, he would have no refuge within the village. With that thought, Danzo hastily left the Hokage office. Heading towards the route, he needed to concoct a foolproof strategy. When Sarutobi arrived at the scene, the personnel from the security department were already engaged in the grim task of clearing the bodies from the laboratory. The ground was littered with countless corpses, numbering in the thousands, arranged meticulously by the Uchiha clan. Surrounding the area were several ninjas, weeping over the lifeless forms. As Sarutobi made his entrance, all eyes turned toward him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lord Hokage, can you elucidate the nature of this situation? Why does our village harbor such a vast facility for human experimentation? A civilian ninja asked, his voice subdued yet chilling, like the essence of eternal frost. Sarutobi glanced around, taking in the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, before observing the busy Uchiha clan members. I have just arrived, and am equally in the dark regarding what transpired here. Sarutobi replied, his expression heavy with sorrow. Who is the person in charge here? Sarutobi demanded. It is I. Uchiha Rion replied calmly as he approached. Why did you bring a large contingent from the security department to breach the barrier without the village's consent? Sarutobi's expression darkened as he scrutinized Uchiha Rion. Uchiha Rion remained composed. The security department submitted a warrant for apprehension to the Hokage's office, but received no timely response. To prevent the perpetrators from tampering with the scene, we activated an emergency protocol, conducted the initial investigation, and planned to report to the Hokage's office afterward regarding the procedural actions taken. This does not justify the Uchiha's incursion into the barrier without the Hokage's approval. If every Uchiha were to act in such a manner, would it not imply they could also approach the village's Jinchuriki without consent? Sarutobi felt a growing anxiety, hoping that more pressing matters would overshadow the implications of this situation. I believe you have misunderstood, Lord Hokage. The security department did not act recklessly. We have gathered ample evidence, which has been submitted to the Umbu for the Hokage's review. Yet, the Hokage has been slow to provide directives. As the law enforcement agency responsible for maintaining Konoha's order, We are justified in acting preemptively based on the evidence at hand. Should you seek to hold us accountable later, you may certainly recount the events, for the evidence remains irrefutable. Upon hearing Uchiha Rion's words, the surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement. Sarutobi, feeling anxious, noted the approval from the other ninjas, but found it challenging to pinpoint any fault in the Uchiha's actions. They had indeed conducted themselves meticulously. If he pursued this matter seriously, it could ultimately reflect poorly on his own leadership as Hokage. Since when did the Uchiha become so obstinate? Where's Fugaku? Sarutobi inquired suddenly. We are currently notifying the minister. This situation was entirely uncovered by the investigative team of the security department. After discovering the leads, we mobilized all available security resources to pursue the suspects, leading to the breakthrough in case 414, Uchiha Rion replied, neither submissive nor arrogant. Sarutobi's face displayed a flicker of confusion. When had the security department established an investigative unit? This is a self-reorganization of our security department, which was reported to you. Lord Hokage, perhaps you overlooked it, Uchiha Rion suggested, reminding Sarutobi of a document that had indeed been submitted previously. Sarutobi, preoccupied with seeking Itachi, had neglected to review it, and upon returning, had cast it aside, his thoughts consumed by Uchiha matters. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the other ninjas, Sarutobi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Is that so? How is the investigation proceeding? We must provide all victims with a fair response. Moreover, this matter must be kept under wraps to avoid detrimental effects on the front lines. Lord Hokage, once the case is clarified, we will disclose the truth. The citizens of Konoha have the right to know the full extent of this matter, Uchiha Rion stated, a hint of difficulty crossing his features, though inwardly he reveled in the situation. Sarutobi's expression darkened instantly. Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Consequences? What consequences, Lord Hokage? The Uchiha are merely conducting their investigation. As long as we apprehend the criminals and provide the public with a reasonable truth, will the citizens truly harbor any dissatisfaction? Uchiha Rion feigned ignorance, scratching his head. Sarutobi gazed intently at Uchiha Rion, unsure whether the Uchiha genuinely did not grasp the implications or were merely pretending ignorance. Lord Hokage, you must provide an account to the public regarding the presence of the Umbu here, especially given that under my Uchiha Jinjutsu's interrogation, these Umbu pointed directly at Konoha's higher-ups. Sarutobi's expression tightened. This was something he could not readily address. While the Umbu are under my command, I cannot dictate their autonomy. Uchiha brat, are you questioning the Hokage? Tsunade Komatsu, standing behind Sarutobi, interjected sternly. Certainly not, Elder Komatsu. Uchiha Rion hastily replied, lowering his head. I merely noticed that some Umbu exhibited such doubts. Let it be known that the village's current state is a result of whose efforts. Just as Tsunade Komatsu finished her statement, Fugaku approached swiftly with you. Lord Hokage, Fugaku exclaimed, bowing hurriedly. He had only just learned of the significant events that had transpired while he had been engaged with Mikoto. The awkwardness of being interrupted by you was overshadowed by the urgency of the situation, and he shot you a sharp glare before hastening to Sarutobi's side. Fugaku, is this how you oversee the security department, allowing them to challenge the Hokage? Tsunade Komatsu turned her stern gaze upon Fugaku. Fugaku's heart sank. He was still unclear about the extent of the situation's developments. The security department had long since fallen under Yu's influence. If you wished to keep something from him, apart from his loyal subordinates, no one dared to inform him. From top to bottom, the personnel had developed an almost fanatic loyalty to you. Initially, Fugaku had not paid much attention, but as he realized the situation, he chose to step back, believing that one day it would all belong to his son. What difference did it make whether he knew sooner or later? If you were capable of taking over, Fugaku would actually welcome it, as his desire for power was never particularly strong. How amusing, Elder. Mistakes are part of being human. The involvement of the Umbu is an undeniable fact. Is questioning the Hokage truly problematic? You remarked, glancing at his father, who seemed at a loss for words. Be silent, child. This is no place for you to interrupt adult discussions. Tsunade Komatsu chastised without hesitation. Well, whether I'm a child or not is irrelevant. I am currently the assistant minister of the security department, inherently part of its structure. Elder Komatsu, this is not the time to question my identity, but to uncover the truth and clear the Hokage's name. Tsunade Komatsu was about to retort when she noticed the busy Uchiha clan had gathered around, their gazes turning hostile. This scene had not gone unnoticed by the family ninjas present, and each clan's members began to exhibit varying expressions. They observed that this group of Uchiha reacted indifferently upon seeing Fugaku, but their demeanor shifted to one of excitement upon encountering Fugaku's son. Especially when Tsunade Komatsu scolded Fugaku's son as a child, the Uchiha's eyes glinted with hostility, and several displayed their Sharingan. Though Tsunade Komatsu felt a twinge of unease under the scrutiny of so many Sharingan, her years in a position of power made her momentarily forget the potential repercussions. She was about to reprimand the Uchiha, questioning whether they were plotting rebellion. As I listened, Sarutobi suppressed his voice, declaring, "Enough, Koharu. You are right, you. The most crucial task now is to uncover the truth." He then cast a benevolent gaze towards the newly arrived you. "Is that correct, you? Have you managed to ascertain who is responsible for this? Have the Uchiha extracted any information?" You glanced at Uchiha Reiyang, who had positioned himself behind her. "Reiyang, did the Umbu ninjas provide any insights?" Uchiha Reiyang stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Young clan leader, they have been bound by a tongue curse. If we attempt to extract secrets through Genjutsu, their heads will explode instantaneously." A collective gasp resonated among the ninjas present. "Bring them forth," you instructed softly. "Yes, young clan leader," Uchiha Reiyang commanded, and two Uchiha proceeded to escort an Umbu ninja forward. Ignoring the Umbu's protests, one Uchiha forcefully grasped the Umbu's chin and yanked out his tongue. Surrounding ninjas gathered closer, and one of them, upon noticing the curse on the Umbu's tongue, involuntarily narrowed his eyes. "This is the tongue calamity seal. If I'm not mistaken, this is a technique developed by the second Hokage. The caster applies this curse on another's tongue, rendering the afflicted not only under their control, but also incapable of revealing any secrets. Should they dare to disclose anything, they would suffer paralysis and excruciating pain, or worse, death." At this revelation, the members of several prominent clans felt a chill run down their spines. They had previously believed that sending their exceptional offspring into the Umbu was a path to glory. Now, it appeared that this shortcut was merely a descent into a dark abyss, where one could easily lose their freedom and become a puppet. However, this technique was deemed too cruel and domineering, making it susceptible to misuse, and had long been prohibited by the second Hokage, sealed within the scroll of forbidden techniques. The ninja who spoke was from the Nara clan, and he fell into deep contemplation, recalling how members of his clan had begun to act strangely shortly after joining the Umbu. At that moment, his exceptionally high intelligence began to race. Could it be that those clan members were ensnared by this very technique? Not only he pondered this, but many representatives from various clans began to arrive at the same conclusion, their expressions darkening as they turned to observe the third Hokage, Sarutobi. The latter felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Danzo. Sensing the increasingly hostile gazes around him, Sarutobi steeled himself and declared, "We must investigate thoroughly to uncover who has stolen the sealing technique." The crowd's demeanor softened upon hearing the third Hokage's resolute tone. "Indeed, we must unearth the perpetrator. This must be the work of a high-ranking individual, otherwise it would be impossible for it to go unnoticed. We must pursue this to its conclusion. Having such an enemy hidden within the village is utterly terrifying. Who would dare send their descendants to the Umbu if this remains unclarified?" Kujaku turned to the agitated Hachi. "What are you doing? How can you point fingers at the higher-ups?" Hachi's expression grew cold. "Kujaku, you just mentioned this as a technique from the Forbidden Scroll. Aside from the third Hokage, only the Konoha Elder Council could discreetly record such techniques from the scroll. Remember, my nephew, Yamashiro Tsuya, joined the Umbu this year." At these words, Kujaku fell silent. Although the Ino-Shikicho trio were the most loyal supporters of the Hokage, no one wished for their clan's offspring to become puppets of others. As Sarutobi observed the furious ninjas, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over him, as if he were about to be stripped bare by their collective fury. Oh, so it was the second's technique. How truly ruthless. At that moment, a flippant voice interrupted, silencing the enraged ninjas. Everyone turned to regard you, who wore a light smile. Fugaku's expression tightened, his heart racing as he comprehended the situation. This was merely an act of revenge from you for the third Hokage's manipulation regarding Itachi's early graduation. Hearing Yu's flippant remarks, he knew his son was about to escalate matters further. Is that all? It seems the second's vision was limited, resorting to such a technique to control the village's ninjas. Little brat, do you even comprehend what you're saying? The second sacrificed himself for the village. At this moment, Tsunade and Mito, standing behind Sarutobi, appeared particularly incensed. Even the third Hokage's countenance darkened. You, the second, is the village's shadow. Heh, have I uttered anything incorrect? There are myriad ninjutsu techniques, yet the second developed such a nefarious one. Is this truly the shadow of Konoha, which prides itself on the will of fire? This world is utterly tainted. No wonder the seeds of prejudice were sown from the very beginning. A mere forbidden technique cannot thwart the Uchiha. Little brat, anyone can boast. The second acted for the village's sake, and you, who have contributed nothing, dare to question the intentions of Tobirama-sensei. What is the Uchiha clan's true motive? Mito narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing glare at you. You simply smiled faintly. Whether it is mere boasting can be ascertained, can it? A flicker of disdain crossed Yu's eyes as he compared the intricate formations of the sealing technique to the simplicity of a miner's sealing jutsu. With that, Yu summoned forth an azure glow in his hand, deftly grasping the struggling Umbu's tongue. His chakra transformed into delicate threads, intricately dismantling the internal structure of the tongue calamity seal. Gradually, as you released the Umbu's tongue, the curse mark previously inscribed began to fade, until it vanished entirely. This spectacle caused the pupils of every ninja present to constrict in disbelief. Particularly, Hinata Hayashi, standing beside Hinata Hizashi, felt his body tremble with excitement, his gaze towards you glimmering with admiration. How is this possible? How could a mere child dismantle my master's technique? At this moment, Sarutobi and the others were taken aback. However, you paid no heed to the three elderly figures and instead turned to Uchiha Watanabe. Watanabe, let us commence. With the curse lifted, let us hear from everyone who the true mastermind behind this incident is. Upon hearing Yu's words, Sarutobi and the others tensed. Yu, this concerns the village's secrets. We must proceed with caution. Sarutobi interjected hastily. Lord Hokage, we are interrogating a criminal. This is entirely unrelated to the village's secrets. The individuals present were eager to learn the truth, and only the criminal's words could carry sufficient credibility. Regardless of whether the Uchiha interrogated them privately or they were taken back to the Umbu for secret questioning, there would be ample time to conceal the truth. Indeed, the young clan leader of the Uchiha speaks wisely. Lord Hokage cannot delay. Yes, Lord Hokage must swiftly uncover the true culprit harming the village. What if the perpetrator escapes? In an instant, the ninjas present began to rally in support of you. Sarutobi felt a chill within, knowing he could only plead with these individuals not to implicate him in this matter. Uchiha Watanabe disregarded the third Hokage's demands. The moment his name was called by the young clan leader, he moved without hesitation. A wave of concealed mental energy emanated, and instantly, the previously struggling Umbu fell into a state of tranquility. The pupils of Uchiha Hata gradually fell into a state of stupor, and a windmill pattern began to surface in his eyes. Upon witnessing this emblem, many of the clan ninjas present felt a tightening in their hearts. This was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Numerous ninjas familiar with the Uchiha clan gasped in shock, for the implications of this pattern were utterly terrifying. The third Hokage cast a grim gaze at the retreating figures of Uchiha and Hayu. However, he did not immediately question Uchiha. Instead, his eyes flickered with contemplation. Tell me, who is truly orchestrating this laboratory from behind the scenes? Uchiha Hata asked calmly. All of this is for Konoha, Lord Danzo. We must not expose Lord Danzo, replied an Umbu with a distant gaze. Yet, upon hearing that name, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, causing them to search frantically for answers. However, the ever-present Danzo, who usually stood alongside the third Hokage, was conspicuously absent today, further convincing everyone of the Umbu's claims. A subtle smile played on Yu's lips as he mused. So it is that old rascal Danzo. It was clear he was no virtuous man. His demeanor exuded malice, and it seems he has concealed so much filth beneath the surface. Upon hearing Yu's jest, the expressions of Sarutobi and his companions turned quite grim. Though Tokunai Komatsu wished to say something in defense of his comrade, the oppressive atmosphere compelled him to seal his lips tightly. Next, one person's testimony is insufficient. We must interrogate everyone. Understood, young clan leader. Fugaku observed his son amidst the crowd, exuding calmness and composure, and he was momentarily lost in thought. He could not comprehend why a clansman with a kaleidoscope Sharingan would still be so obedient to his son, something he himself could not achieve. Only those who had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan understood the immense power it wielded. If a clan member truly possessed it, given the clan's pride and strength, they would likely disregard him even as the clan leader. Yet, the reality was that the one who had awakened the Uchiha's mightiest I maintained a humble demeanor before you. A notion Fugaku could hardly grasp. As the captured Umbu were brought forth for questioning, their responses were largely uniform. Yet the revelations they provided chilled the hearts of all the clan ninjas present. Conducting human experiments on villagers was one thing, but they had also exploited the bloodlines of various clans to study would release. They had even desecrated the corpse of the first Hokage, as well as those of the Senju clan. Had Tsunade been present, this alone would have shattered the bond between Sarutobi and her as mentor and disciple. Such a monumental issue could not be believed to have escaped Sarutobi's notice. After all, the sheer quantity of human resources involved could not have been amassed by Danzo alone. Yet, out of respect for Sarutobi's long-maintained image, no one dared voice their suspicions. Still, many clan ninjas began to regard Sarutobi with a different gaze. Sarutobi clenched his fists tightly, lowering his eyes in silence, his heart in turmoil. He realized that the illustrious image he had upheld for decades had been irrevocably tarnished. Now, he pondered how to gracefully resign from the Hokage position, glancing at the ever-composed Uchiha, whose serene smile made Sarutobi's breath quicken. He never anticipated that he would fall to the hands of the Uchiha. Lord Hokage, the investigation has reached a conclusion. Do you have any further instructions? If not, my security division will commence arrests. You spoke in a calm tone, yet a hint of coldness permeated his final words. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened, and after a lengthy silence, he sighed. I never imagined Danzo would resort to such actions. This is entirely my failure as Hokage. Now that the truth has been unveiled, let the security division proceed according to protocol. Faced with Yu's insistence, though he remained reluctant to abandon his former comrade, the brutal reality left him searching for an explanation that eluded him. He understood that if he dared utter a word in Danzo's defense, the surrounding enraged ninjas would likely disregard his status as the third Hokage. You nodded. In that case, I hereby announce that due to Danzo's heinous actions, which have severely jeopardized the village, I, in the name of the security division, declare Shimura Danzo no longer an elder of Konoha, but a criminal of the utmost depravity. Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Now, the Uchiha shall mobilize all available forces to apprehend this foul criminal and restore truth, justice, and fairness to all citizens of Konoha. Security division, move out. Arrest him. Yu's fervent declaration ignited a wave of passion among the Uchiha clan members. As the young man redefined the Uchiha from a despised clan into the valiant guardians of Konoha's laws, now standing as champions against malevolence. This transformation was monumental. Even the Leaf Ninjas, who previously harbored reservations towards the Uchiha, now regarded them with a newfound respect. While they may not have fully embraced them, they silently cheered for the Uchiha in their hearts. Few dared to exert such pressure on the third Hokage, yet you had done so, leaving Sarutobi speechless. Chapter 54. The shift of offense and defense the Uchiha set forth, followed by the village's ninjas. Only Sarutobi and his two companions remained behind. At this moment, Sarutobi felt a profound sense of despair. He understood that this matter was far from over. It was merely the beginning. The repercussions of the entire affair would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Konoha. For now, the ninjas suppressed their fury out of respect for his authority. But soon the rising tide of public outrage would become the real challenge he would face. Monkey, what shall we do? Tokunai Komatsu asked anxiously. What else can we do? We must take it one step at a time. If it comes to it, I shall resign in shame. Sarutobi sighed in response. That won't do. The Uchiha are becoming increasingly arrogant. If you step down, who will keep them in check? You saw the eyes that boy used. They are definitely connected to the Ninetales incident. Komatsu exclaimed passionately. Sarutobi's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Indeed, Sarutobi, you cannot retreat. We can leverage this situation to compel the Uchiha to reveal the true culprits behind the Ninetales incident. Everyone has witnessed this. The Uchiha cannot evade accountability. Mito Gate Inan chimed in eagerly. Sigh. Very well, for the sake of the village, I shall endure a little longer. I hope the situation at the Land of Lightning concludes swiftly and Jiraiya returns soon. Sarutobi's expression regained a measure of resolve, reminiscent of his younger days as a formidable ninja. In this critical moment for the village, he was prepared to rise once more. On the bustling streets of Konoha, you marched forward, flanked by a throng of Uchiha clansmen clad in uniform, their kunai at their sides, exuding an imposing aura. As they traversed the thoroughfare, the citizens of Konoha parted in fear. It was the first time they had witnessed such a formidable display of Uchiha presence, each member bearing serious expressions, strides imbued with purpose, unmistakably formidable. Brother Riryu, have we pinpointed the location of Danzo's base of operations? You inquired with an air of tranquility. Young clan leader, rest assured, we have prepared for this day for no less than half a year. Danzo will not escape our grasp. Uchiha Liang responded with exuberance. Haha. First, let us eliminate one of the dogs by the side of the third Hokage. We shall take our time, but one day, the position of Hokage, held by the disciple of the second Hokage, will also be within our grasp. From today onward, the tides of battle have shifted. I wonder how long that old fool of the third Hokage will continue to ponder over his strategies. Currently, you felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let Sarutobi, that old man, feel the repercussions of his actions while he still tries to sway his foolish brother. Meanwhile, Danzo paced anxiously in the dimly lit hall, his expression dark as storm clouds. Where are the scouts? Why haven't they returned? He inquired in a low voice. Reporting to Lord Danzo, they have yet to return. A quaking Umbu ninja replied, kneeling. Incompetent fools. You cannot even gather a simple piece of information. Is this the quality of ninjas I have trained? Danzo erupted, unable to contain his growing anxiety. This was the third batch of ninjas he had sent out, and still, no news had returned regarding the current state of the research facility on the 14th. He needed this information to strategize and conceal the truth. Yet none of his subordinates had come back, leaving him unable to remain calm. In the world of ninjas, intelligence is paramount. What Danzo did not realize was that the root ninjas he dispatched were no match for Yu's formidable spiritual awareness, which rendered their attempts to gather intelligence futile. They were all overwhelmed by Yu's powerful mental assault, rendering them unconscious on the spot. Even the Umbu ninja secretly sent by Mito Menyen to inform Danzo was not spared. However, at that crucial moment, Yu chose to remain discreet. As Danzo waited anxiously, a commanding voice echoed from outside the root. Surround this area. Not a single fly shall escape. In a secluded forest of Konoha, Uchiha Liang shouted to the multitude of clan members behind him. Yes, instantly, hundreds of Uchiha clan members spread out, their expressions gleaming with excitement as they observed the movements of the root base. Who are you to dare intrude upon this military stronghold of the Umbu? Two root ninjas suddenly emerged, shouting loudly. Uchiha Liang regarded the two masked figures with the disdain one reserves for corpses. Kill them. Understood, Captain. In an instant, 4 Uchiha clan members revealed their Sharingan, unleashing an illusion technique. The root ninjas, sensing the impending doom, realized too late the futility of their resistance against the Uchiha's onslaught. Blades swiftly pierced their bodies, and as they looked into the eyes of the spinning Sharingan, fear gripped them. They could hardly believe that the Uchiha dared to act with such audacity, killing fellow villagers without hesitation. As blood drained from their wounds, they felt their strength ebb away, unable to comprehend that such a betrayal could come from the Uchiha. Charge in. Leave no one who dares to resist. Uchiha Liang disdainfully regarded the dying root ninjas, a group of sinners who still dared to bark. He spat on the lifeless body, for if anyone loathed the root, it was the Uchiha, who had long been oppressed by these Umbu under the guise of the Hokage's authority. Danzo, hearing the commotion outside, darkened in expression. The Uchiha have grown bold, he exclaimed. Beckoning, let us see what is happening. Instantly, all the root ninjas followed Danzo out of the dim hall. Upon stepping outside, he spotted the figure he loathed most, that impudent boy with a mocking grin. Ah, is this not Lord Danzo? A rare sight indeed. Yu's voice rang out with a hint of levity. More ninjas began to gather, watching the confrontation between the Uchiha and the root from a distance. You Uchiha brat, what are you scheming? Danzo squinted as he surveyed the corpses on the ground, a murderous glint in his eyes. Ah, Elder Danzo, you might not be aware, but you are quite the renowned figure in Konoha now. Though, I must mention, it is not a reputation to be proud of. Here's some good news. You've been dismissed from your post and will be regarded as a criminal of Konoha, to be captured by my security division. Are you pleased with this, Lord Danzo? You spoke sarcastically, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. I am unaware of what you speak, Uchiha brat. Slaughtering Umbu ninjas. The Uchiha are indeed a wicked clan, Danzo retorted, I shall eradicate this threat to the village. Ha! You laughed heartily. In comparison to your deeds, what can the Uchiha clan possibly measure? Conducting human experiments on fellow villagers, spying on the bloodlines of the great clans, defiling the remains of the first Hokage, and not sparing even the disbanded Senju clan. Danzo Shimura, you are truly a villain of the highest order. Do you have any defense against these accusations? If not, I suggest you surrender, or I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. At this moment, you no longer concealed his murderous intent. A powerful aura emanated from him, transforming the atmosphere, darkening the skies, and stirring the trees as a chilling wind swept through the battlefield. Danzo felt as though he were bearing the weight of a mountain, struggling to breathe under the immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Any words of reprimand he had intended to unleash were stifled. His face flushed with suppressed rage. The arriving ninjas fared little better, with the weaker ones collapsing to the ground, while those with greater strength fought to withstand the oppressive force, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon the youth at the center of the turmoil, his clothes billowing in the wind. Chapter 55. Annihilation of Root. The wind has picked up. You extended a hand, quietly savoring the surrounding breeze, then turned his calm gaze towards the now crimson-faced Danzo. I have heard that Lord Danzo's wind release is quite impressive. Might we witness it today? Brat, do not become too smug. Danzo managed to grit out through clenched teeth, summoning all his chakra. Ah, Lord Danzo, you do seem rather uncomfortable. You circled Danzo slowly, then stood before him. Do you know what I like most about you? It is the expression in your eyes right now. It brings me such joy. As you reveled in the notifications of accumulated malevolent energy in his mind, Danzo perceived the boy before him as the ultimate humiliation. The hatred in Danzo's eyes was almost spilling over. He could not fathom the technique you employed that rendered him powerless, and he struggled to suppress the rage within, desperately seeking a way to break free from this mysterious illusion. You seemed to sense Danzo's thoughts, and a wicked smile crept across his face. It appears Lord Danzo is reluctant to admit his guilt. Thus, I shall offer you a chance. If you can withstand one of my attacks, you shall become Konoha's second S-rank rogue ninja. What say you? With that, you released the mental hold on the situation, and instantly, everyone present felt a great weight lift, as if they had been pulled from the depths of water. They gazed at you with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. They have come to a complete realization that the overwhelming aura emanating from the 7-year-old boy before them possesses an unfathomable power, capable of rendering all present ninjas immobile. You will pay the price for your arrogance, brat. With that, Danzo removed the bandage from his left hand. With his true form revealed, he no longer concealed the results of his years of modification, a grotesque arm resembling a fleshy club, embedded with several crimson orbs. Witnessing this, many ninjas felt a shiver run through them, and you narrowed his eyes, a fierce killing intent flickering within. It seems that over the years, the bodies of family members lost on the battlefield were taken by this old man. Brat, what do you understand? Everything is for Konoha. Where there is light, there is darkness. As the roots of Konoha, we must absorb the nutrients from the shadows to strengthen its roots, allowing this great tree to flourish with more abundant branches. As Danzo shamelessly expounded on his philosophy, you felt a wave of disgust wash over him. I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity as you, Danzo. Present your selfish desires so brazenly. In this regard, I am compelled to call you the strongest. Die, evil Uchiha brat. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Seizing the moment while you spoke, Danzo launched his attack without hesitation. With a casual flick of his hand, you effortlessly sent Danzo's bullet-like gust of wind spiraling away. It crashed into the nearby forest, erupting in a cacophony of howling winds, uprooting trees for dozens of meters around and enveloping the area in swirling dust. Such uninspired power. You disdainfully retracted his hand. Allow me to show you what true wind is. In an instant, U.S. body began to levitate, the gentle breeze around him transforming into a fierce hurricane. The whirlwind surged, uprooting flowers and trees, while the surrounding ninjas felt themselves being drawn towards its eye. What an astonishing mastery of wind release, exclaimed Akimichi Takafumi, who had recently arrived. Although he was not a direct disciple of the second Hokage like the others, he had nonetheless been taught by him at the academy and was recognized as a disciple. After learning of Danzo's actions, he rushed over, only to be captivated by the overwhelming presence of the Uchiha boy, struggling with all his might against the sudden onslaught of the hurricane. The boyish display of power left him utterly astonished. Could this be another ninja akin to the first Hokage or Madara? Akimichi Takafumi thought, his heart racing with fear. Danzo found himself in grave discomfort, unable to open his eyes against the relentless wind that battered him, causing his features to tremble uncontrollably. Brat, what technique is this? I refuse to believe that you Uchiha could master such wind release. Danzo roared in despair. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Wind is not something you comprehend. It is the freest element in existence. Repent for your sins amidst the winds. 5 Ghosts Move Mountain Technique. Wind Spirit. You casually formed a hand seal. In an instant, the scattered winds began to coalesce rapidly. As if gaining substance, a massive figure of wind began to take shape, taking on hues as countless slender white currents merged into sharp strands, woven together by an unseen force. As the wind subsided, a towering giant clad in azure armor, with a fearsome visage and 8 powerful arms brimming with lethal energy, loomed before the awestruck crowd. Danzo gazed at the spectacle in horror, but what truly terrified him was the giant's colossal hand, now spread wide, descending upon him like a mountain. A torrent of cutting wind blades accompanied the giant's strike, slicing through Danzo's skin as if he were being flayed alive. Caught off guard, Danzo and the root members were immediately drenched in torrents of blood, as if they were subjected to a gruesome execution. The pain pierced through him, deep into his bones. Yet this was merely the residual force of the wind from the giant's hand. The true giant hand was still advancing rapidly. As the reality of its form became clear, Danzo and the root members trembled in terror. The Uchiha brat seeks total annihilation. That hand is unmistakably composed of countless razor-sharp wind blades. Danzo understood that should he be struck by this giant hand, he would be reduced to countless minuscule particles. He attempted to move, but an invisible force bound him in place, leaving him helpless to watch as the mountain-sized palm loomed closer. No, I have yet to become Hokage. I have yet to lead Konoha to unify the ninja world. I cannot die here. Monkeys, save me. Danzo's desperate plea echoed in vain, as even Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, rushing to the scene, could do nothing to assist him. The overwhelming shock you instilled in the ninjas left them paralyzed. Boom. The earth trembled as the hurricane spread in all directions, sending countless weaker ninjas flying far away. Many jonin clung desperately to the ground, using their chakra to resist the calamity's aftermath. Time seemed to stretch as the winds gradually subsided, and the ninjas, shaking off the dust and debris, lifted their gazes toward the center of the battlefield, where Danzo and the root members once stood. A massive crater, hundreds of meters wide, lay before the Konoha ninjas. At that moment, all eyes turned to the boy floating in the air, unable to suppress their swallowing of breath. Chapter 56. Fugaku steps down Lujo. Did that Uchiha young clan leader just form the hand signs for wind release? Hachi pondered, stroking his chin. I recall that the initial hand signs for wind release should be the boar, rat, and dog. Why could the Uchiha clan's young leader unleash such powerful wind release with just 2 fingers, while still in awe of Yu's strength? Shikaku was distracted by his companion's musings and rolled his eyes. You're mistaken. Are you out of your mind? Is this really the time to focus on hand signs? Danzo has been utterly vanquished. Shikaku mentally scoffed. Hachi, I suggest you worry about your nephew's situation. If he too falls victim to this calamity, you may need to seek the Uchiha young leader's mercy to lift his curse. Hachi's expression changed. You're right. I must return immediately. With that, Hachi abandoned his fixation on Yu's hand seals and hurried home. Halfway there, he encountered the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, along with Tsunade and Mito, who arrived late. Hachi, what transpired over there? The 3rd Hokage called out urgently upon spotting him. Hachi halted, his urgency momentarily faltering. 3rd Hokage, it is over. Danzo and all the rogue ninjas from Root have been eradicated. He briefly explained, having lost his former respect for the 3rd Hokage. The eyes of Sarutobi and his companions widened in shock. What do you mean? 3rd Hokage, Danzo is dead, and his Root has vanished without a trace. With that, Hachi offered a slight bow and continued on his way home, leaving the 3 in stunned silence. How could it have ended so swiftly? Were there no Leaf ninjas to intervene against the Uchiha? After all, he was an elder of the Leaf. Any issues should have been addressed after an inquiry by the council. Tunshinchochin lamented, her expression filled with sorrow, as they had been companions for many years. Sigh, let's go take a look, shall we? At that moment, the 3rd Hokage seemed to age a few years. The trio fell silent, quickening their pace once more. Upon arriving at the scene, they beheld the devastation surrounding the route, with enormous handprints starkly visible. The arrival of the third Hokage undoubtedly drew the gaze of numerous ninjas, who exchanged uncertain glances among themselves. Xufeng, why did you not intervene? Tunshin Shaochun scanned her surroundings and, upon spotting Aikido Xufeng, could no longer contain her grief and indignation. As fellow disciples of the second Hokage, should they not have attempted to stop their comrade from facing such a calamity? Aikido Xufeng bore a troubled expression. I am powerless. The younger generation is formidable. It seems the third Hokage has arrived. A light laugh floated over, and the crowd parted to reveal you, gracefully hovering above the ground. You. Since when did the security department gain the authority to deal with elders? Sarutobi inquired, his face stoic. You smiled gently, third Hokage. Facing a criminal who refuses to submit, I had no choice but to take the painful step of eliminating Elder Danzo to prevent further disgrace to the village. After all, an elder betraying the village is unprecedented. It is all for the sake of the village, and I hope you understand. You had nearly mastered the art of Sarutobi's hypocritical humility, and seeing U.S. seemingly contrite demeanor stirred a wave of irritation within Sarutobi. In the past, he had feigned guilt to garner sympathy from others, but now, when faced with the same tactics, he could only feel discomfort, and he found no grounds for rebuttal. After all, with Orochimaru's defection, if an elder were to follow suit, the leaf would become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Noticing the increasingly doubtful expressions around him, Sarutobi suppressed his growing frustration. I will convene a ninja meeting in 3 days to explain this matter. With that, he cast a dark look at you. Do you have any further issues within the security department? You remained unfazed. I look forward to your explanation in 3 days, third Hokage. After all, mishandling this situation could lead to significant unrest in the village, and the pressure on the Uchiha security department is immense. For the first time, Sarutobi's usually gentle gaze revealed disdain towards someone, and without uttering another word, he hastily departed with Tunshaochun and Minai. You observed the retreating figures of the third Hokage, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. What discerning eyes they possessed. With a surge of excitement, you felt the system notification echo in his mind, indicating he had amassed a malevolent value of 10,000. After 6 months of accumulation, he could finally elevate one of his skills to perfection. Excellent. Surely, in time, the third Hokage would grow accustomed to such scrutiny, and that self-righteous, fortunate rat hiding in the shadows could remain concealed in the dark corners. Witness how the Uchiha you despise transforms the leaf into a realm uniquely their own. Izanagi, a truly terrifying forbidden technique. However, you had never intended to truly eliminate Danzo. After all, it would be a pity to lose such a significant pawn. What he aimed to achieve was to ensure Danzo's demise within the leaf, stripping him of all his influence and rendering him a lonely old man, while leaving a fatal blemish on the third Hokage's record. He was confident the third Hokage would not come to Danzo's aid under such circumstances. As for the forbidden technique Izanagi, it warranted thorough study. Perhaps it could lead to an understanding of the principles of creation, transforming the unreal into the real, altering predetermined fate to evade death. What a remarkable ability. Before long, the surrounding ninjas began to disperse in small groups. The Uchiha clan members gathered as well, and when you took action, he used his mental prowess to signal his clan to scatter. Otherwise, widespread use of such techniques would undoubtedly lead to severe losses for the Uchiha clan. Young clan leader, what shall we do now? Uchiha Riang inquired, drawing closer. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us return and rest well. The real spectacle begins in 3 days. Yes, young clan leader. The Uchiha responded in unison. At that moment, Uchiha Fiake approached, his expression complex. He finally understood why those who had awakened their Sharingan showed such deference to his son. It was simply because he was stronger. Father, you appear quite displeased. You remarked with a smile directed at the conflicted Fiake. Fiake opened his mouth. We have now completely severed ties with the Hokage faction. What follows will be. He sighed, unable to question his son, for all the evidence lay before him. Observing Fiake's indecisiveness, you fell into silence. After a moment, he fixed a serious gaze upon his father. Father, perhaps you should abdicate. Fiake's eyes widened in shock, and the surrounding Uchiha clan members stirred with excitement. They had long awaited this moment, for only the young clan leader could wield authority over the Uchiha. Five transitioned from shock to silence, ultimately finding a sense of acceptance. Have you truly thought this through? Father, the struggles ahead will only grow more brutal. If you still harbor doubts, then allow me to take charge. You replied resignedly. In truth, he did not wish to step into the limelight so soon, but Five's indecisiveness left him with no choice. The forthcoming political strife could not tolerate hesitation or indecision. Otherwise, Sarutobi would seize the opportunity presented by Danzo's situation and extinguish their chances. Since this is your choice, I will support you, my son. Upon uttering those words, Five felt an unexpected weight lift from his heart. Over the years, he had borne immense pressure to maintain the family's stability. However, now that he had a formidable son, he could entrust the family's responsibilities to you. In truth, he had been preparing for this moment. Ever since he recognized Yu's capabilities, he had gradually begun to let go. Otherwise, the security department would not have developed into its current state. Seeing Five's sudden calm demeanor, Yu too felt a sense of relief. This was his father in this life. Aside from a few character flaws, he was truly remarkable. Chapter 57. Sarutobi's response as the clan members excitedly departed to prepare for the next day's clan meeting. Eager to witness the dawn of the youngest clan leader in Uchiha history, Yu lingered a moment, glancing toward a shadowy corner. His lips subtly twitching as a faint mental ripple passed through. Hiding amidst a thicket of broken wood, Danzo, nursing a severed arm and drenched in blood, glared at Yu with eyes filled with hatred. The Uchiha brat's strike had felled him 8 times, shattering all of his implanted Sharingan and ultimately destroying his left arm. As he pondered whether the Uchiha brat had intentionally spared him, Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted. Danzo, maintain that gaze of hatred. Hold on to all your resentment toward me, and thrive in your darkness. In the future, I will ensure your old friends come to keep you company. A light, ethereal voice echoed in Danzo's mind, and he looked on in terror as Yu's figure receded. The inexplicable smile before he turned away was etched deeply into Danzo's memory, causing a shiver to run through his body. Curse that Uchiha brat. I will not let you go. Danzo roared, suppressing his voice, for even in his fury, he dared not unleash it loudly. In that moment, he had lost all standing within the leaf, becoming a living corpse. I cannot allow the nefarious Uchiha brat to succeed. With a heavy heart, Danzo vanished into the depths of the forest. In the evening at the Hyuga estate, several elders sat across from Hyuga Hizashi, who occupied the foremost position. They had not anticipated such a formidable young Uchiha emerging, compelling even the third Hokage to this extent. Elder Qingyan, what are your thoughts on the ninja assembly in 3 days? Hizashi inquired, addressing the elder who had spoken. Given the circumstances, the third Hokage is indeed in a precarious position. If he cannot provide a sensible explanation, his tenure as Hokage may be in jeopardy, the elder lamented. Are you suggesting that the third might abdicate? Hizashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who would be the next Hokage? Currently, there are no suitable candidates in the village. The elder replied gravely. It is likely to be Jiraiya or Tsunade, but they are both absent from the village. Hizashi protested, perplexed. The elder shared this concern, acknowledging that Jiraiya could not be reached at the border of the Land of Lightning, and Tsunade's whereabouts were uncertain. Let us observe the situation. However, Hizashi, did you truly witness an Uchiha clan member utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan? The elder asked, his expression serious. Nodding, Hizashi confirmed, prompting the elder to sigh, lamenting the revival of the Uchiha's sinister eye before his demise. As a member of the older generation of the Hyuga clan, his disdain for the Uchiha was unmistakable. Both esteemed clans of Konoha, their rivalry had begun in the Warring States period. While the three-tomo Sharingan could contend with the Byakugan, the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan was a formidable power that overshadowed the Byakugan. Because of this power, the Hyuga had always remained subordinate to the Uchiha. Even during the initial establishment of Konoha, the Hyuga lacked the courage to confront the Uchiha. This humiliation was something that Elder Qingyan could not easily forget. Even at the age of 90, Hizashi, in 3 days, regardless of what the Uchiha say, you must remain silent. Never allow them to regain the grandeur of the first Hokage, the elder instructed. I understand this well, Hizashi replied with a calm nod. Good. The Uchiha will forever be a stain upon the Hyuga, Elder Qingyan declared before preparing to leave. At that moment, a branch member of the Hyuga clan hurried into the hall. Elders, clan head, Lord Third has arrived. Hizashi and the elder exchanged startled glances, and quickly made their way outside to greet him. Lord Hokage. Upon exiting, Hisashi saw Sarutobi, his face beaming with a smile in the courtyard. Hisashi, I have come to discuss matters regarding the assembly in 3 days, Sarutobi announced. Lord Hokage, this is not the appropriate place for a discussion. Let us move to the living room, Hisashi suggested politely. Nodding, the three swiftly proceeded to the living room. Hisashi dismissed the surrounding branch members and offered the main seat to Sarutobi, who accepted it without hesitation. Hisashi, how do you currently perceive the Uchiha? Sarutobi queried with a friendly demeanor. Lord Hokage, as one of Konoha's prominent clans, I must admit that the Uchiha are significantly stronger than the Hyuga, Hisashi responded candidly. Uncertain of Sarutobi's intentions. Hisashi, you are being modest. The Hyuga clan is also an indispensable force within Konoha. The Uchiha have shifted from one extreme to another, and it is evident that their ambitions are vast. While their actions may appear coincidental, they were evidently premeditated. I acknowledge my substantial oversight in this matter, but the Uchiha, disregarding the ongoing war, are intent on escalating the situation. Clearly, they do not prioritize the village's welfare. Hisashi, if such an extremist faction as the Uchiha gains a foothold in Konoha, it would spell disaster for the entire village. Therefore, I implore you to deliberate carefully, Sarutobi urged. Hisashi fell silent, observing Sarutobi's face, which oscillated between guilt and determination. What course of action do you plan to take regarding this incident, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi's expression shifted to seriousness. I am considering relinquishing my position as Hokage. However, given that there are currently no outstanding successors within the village, I hope the Hyuga will support me as acting Hokage until a suitable heir is found. At that time, I shall willingly step down. It was undeniable that Sarutobi's strategy was the most reasonable one at present. After all, it would be unthinkable to appoint an Uchiha as Hokage. Setting aside the fact that there was no prominent figure among the Uchiha to command respect, the great clans of Konoha would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. After pondering briefly, Hisashi unhesitatingly endorsed Sarutobi's perspective. Seeing this, Sarutobi felt a slight relief. It appeared that the clan ninjas of Konoha did not harbor resentment toward him, but rather toward Danzo. This realization bolstered Sarutobi's confidence against potential challenges from the Uchiha in 3 days. Subsequently, Sarutobi visited the major clans of Konoha, where he encountered nearly identical attitudes. Following this round of discussions, Sarutobi felt reassured. The Uchiha were undoubtedly aware of Sarutobi's maneuvers, yet they remained unperturbed. For in 3 days, the Uchiha's challenge to Sarutobi would never be about his position, but rather about the power he wielded. While the prominent clans of Konoha might fear the Uchiha seizing power, they would equally relish the prospect of the Uchiha gradually diminishing Sarutobi's authority. After all, for years, Sarutobi and his associates had nearly monopolized all significant power in Konoha. Otherwise, how could the village possibly permit their unchecked actions? In his chamber, Uchiha Yu opened his interface. Uchiha Yu Realm, Chi Refinement Technique, Blue Void Refinement Chapter. Level 3 Ninjutsu, 5 Element Ninjutsu Fire, Mastered Lightning, Mastered Wind, Mastered Water, Mastered Earth, Mastered Artifact Manipulation, Mastered Basic Physical Techniques, Mastered External Avatar, Mastered Pocket Dimension, Beginner Refining Technique, Mastered Alchemy, Mastered Botany, Mastered Formation, Mastered Gratitude Points, 1,000 Malicious Points. 110000. This reflected Yu's efforts over the past 6 months. Apart from the spatial scroll-induced pocket dimension, nearly all his skills had reached mastery. Now, the only task remaining was to perfect one skill, thereby allowing him to grasp the elemental laws. Thereafter, the nuances and transcendence would serve to refine and elevate his command over these laws. Chapter 58. The succession begins without hesitation. Yu allocated all his malicious points to fire release, unleashing a torrent of fire law mysteries that erupted in his mind like a cosmic explosion. The once incomplete fire law was now fully realized within Yu, with various new applications emerging in his consciousness: the 6 Ding Armor Fire, the Samadhi True Fire, the True Solar Flame, and various divine techniques of the fire element manifested vividly in Yu's mind. Though these were merely preliminary applications, as Yu's understanding of the fire law deepened, he believed these techniques would soon become instinctual. At this moment, Yu felt an increasingly intimate connection with the fire elemental particles of the universe. In this instant, he truly embodied the fire god within this realm, effortlessly commanding fire elements across vast expanses, potentially igniting the entire world in flames, provided his spiritual energy was sufficient. His body underwent a transformation, akin to the elemental fruits seen in the world of One Piece, allowing him to morph his physical form into fire at will. This elemental manifestation was not constrained by the same limitations as in that universe, without an attack stemming from similar laws. It was utterly impossible to inflict harm upon you in his current state. At this moment, you possessed the means to safeguard his life. Any attempts by enemies to assassinate him through ambush would surely lead them to their own demise. Unfortunately, his spiritual power had yet to reach the level of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Otherwise, this world would have succumbed to his whims. Was this the perfection of fire release? At this moment, you brimmed with anticipation for the other forms of elemental release. He could hardly fathom the strength he would wield upon mastering the 5 elemental laws. Gradually calming his excited heart, you immersed himself in serious cultivation. As time passed, the sun rose as it always did. Early in the morning, all the elders of the Uchiha clan and their ninjas received a message from Fugaku, summoning them to a clan meeting at noon. The Uchiha clansmen, aware of the situation, were filled with a fervor, while those oblivious to the circumstances wore puzzled expressions. After all, it was not yet time for a clan assembly, but the command of the clan leader was absolute. Most Uchiha members, despite their confusion, arrived punctually at the meeting place at noon. Interestingly, following their relocation, the Uchiha clan's territory had moved closer to the South Shrine. The new name, South River Bank, clearly indicated proximity to the shrine. Not far from their territory stood 2 grand mountains, from which a gentle stream flowed down to the clan grounds. It was now deep winter, and the heavy snow blanketed the mountain peaks, with mist rising elegantly, transforming the entire mountain into a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Under the plaque of the clan meeting, numerous elders engaged in hushed conversations, speculating about the reasons behind the urgent meeting called by the clan leader. Uchiha Ryuho stood alone, entirely ignoring the many elders who shunned him. Since being defeated by you, a mere child, he had been subtly ostracized by the elder circle, bearing the shame of being a clan elder. Not only did the moderates now look down upon him, but even the radicals no longer regarded him as their leader. Suddenly, an elder approached, smiling as he addressed Uchiha Ryuho. Elder Ryuho, do you know the purpose of this meeting called by the clan leader? Could it be regarding yesterday's capture of Danzo? Are we preparing to contend for the position of Hokage? So it was Elder Beidou. How could I possibly know what you are unaware of? You are now the acting leader of the radicals. I am but an indifferent observer. Uchiha Ryuho replied disdainfully. He held a strong dislike for this opportunistic old man, but could not entirely deny his awareness of the peculiar changes within the clan. A plethora of talented youths had emerged, with many elders eager to ally themselves with this new generation. However, the young ones displayed an odd indifference towards the elders' overtures. In the past 6 months, his own grandson had exhibited similarly strange behavior, seeming to embrace the teachings he once espoused, yet now showed unwavering loyalty to that insufferable Fugaku's eldest son. This behavior had caused Uchiha Ryuho to lose his temper countless times at home. Regrettably, his lineage was singular, and with his son still on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, any unforeseen mishap would render his grandson the sole heir, placing him in an untenable situation, neither able to scold nor to reprimand. He could only stew in silence at home. Uchiha Beidou's expression darkened. Elder Ryuho, are you certain you are unaware? Your precious grandson has been frequently visiting the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Ryuho's expression soured. This old fool truly had a knack for picking the wrong moments to speak. If you are so capable, why not have a grandson who is close to the clan leader? With that, Uchiha Ryuho dismissed the bothersome elder from his thoughts. Uchiha Beidou felt a pang of indignation. Casting a fleeting glance at Uchiha Ryuho, the elder's influence within the clan was waning, and it was clear that Ryuho's grandson played a significant role in this shift. He often boasted before the younger generation about how remarkable Fugaku's son was, while he acknowledged the boy's abilities in enhancing the clan's quality of life through commerce. He believed that it was still insufficient, as Konoha continued to suppress the Uchiha clan, leading to an even more tumultuous situation. This time, the confrontation with the third Hokage had escalated directly. Though he was the acting leader of the radicals, he understood that their approach was merely an attempt to pressure the third Hokage into concessions, not a desire for total annihilation. As the elders displayed a myriad of expressions, A throng of young clan members suddenly appeared on the steps of the meeting hall, forming an orderly procession around Fugaku and Yu, led by Uchiha Ryang. The aura emanating from this group instantly silenced the previously raucous gathering, as clan members stepped aside, realizing that these were the promising youths of the Uchiha clan who had recently risen to prominence. The elders' faces darkened further at this sight. Could it be that these talented individuals had sided with the clan leader? This realization sent a jolt of anxiety through them, for if the clan leader grew stronger, their own influence within the Uchiha clan would diminish, potentially rendering them obsolete, an outcome they fervently wished to avoid. Upon reaching the entrance of the clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the gathered elders and declared, "Let the clan meeting begin." Without further regard for the elders' glum expressions, he strode into the hall alongside Yu. The elders hurried to follow, and as the door to the Uchiha clan meeting closed, the assembly commenced. Seated at the head of the table, Fugaku scanned the assembly, and the previously tranquil atmosphere shattered as he spoke. "I announce that due to my insufficient capabilities, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will resign from the position of clan leader, which will be assumed by my eldest son, Uchiha Yu. Who among you is in favor, and who is opposed?" In an instant, the entire assembly erupted into chaos, as bewildered clansmen turned in shock towards Uchiha Fugaku, confused by his motives. Could this be a ploy to pave the way for his son? The elders wore expressions of utter disbelief. "Clan leader, I oppose this." Uchiha Beidou suddenly stood up in indignation. "This is a blatant display of irresponsibility. How can the leader of the Uchiha clan be a mere 7-year-old child? This is treating clan affairs as a game." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of three-tomo Sharingan turned their gaze upon him. Suddenly, Uchiha Ryang, seated behind you, rose to his feet. "You old fool, oppose this." With that, Uchiha Ryang's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, instantly revealing the kaleidoscope within his eyes. "I support the young clan leader's ascension. Who dares to disagree?" As his declaration echoed, a powerful aura emanated from Uchiha Ryang, immediately constricting Uchiha Beidou's throat with an oppressive force. "I too support the young clan leader's ascension." Uchiha Heida stood, his eyes locked on Uchiha Beidou with an unwavering gaze. Feeling the piercing stares of the two kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Beidou trembled inwardly. As an elder, he was well aware of what this eye form signified. How can this be? How could two members of the Uchiha clan emerge with the Mangekyo Sharingan all at once? Uchiha Beidou was filled with disbelief since Madara's departure. The appearance of clan members with the Mangekyo had become exceedingly rare. Yet today, astonishingly, two had appeared simultaneously. The elders seated below gazed in horror at this extraordinary spectacle. But that was not all. One by one, several members with the three-tomo Sharingan stepped forth from the clan, positioning themselves in the center of the assembly. Their eyes fixed upon Uchiha Beidou. "We all support the young clan leader's ascent. The young clan leader is the destined ruler of our clan. Any opposition would mean a betrayal of the Uchiha's future." Instantly, the clan meeting fell into a profound silence. The elders silently counted, realizing that nearly 50 members with the three-tomo Sharingan had stepped forward, completely overwhelming all remaining Uchiha Jonin within the clan territory. Even with the war concluded and the returning members, it would be challenging to stir up dissent within the clan, especially with two possessing the Mangekyo. Furthermore, the aura exuding from these three-tomo Sharingan members was imbued with an unparalleled, formidable killing intent, entirely unlike inexperienced novices. At that moment, apart from Uchiha Beidou, no elder dared to voice opposition. All succumbed into a heavy silence, their fearful gazes directed at the youth seated at the foot of Fugaku. They could not comprehend what sort of allure could compel such powerful Uchiha members to follow a mere adolescent. Uchiha Ryrio, glancing at the visibly sweating Uchiha Beidou, interjected, "Come now, brother Ryrio, one must not treat the elders so. They are our clan's seniors, who have contributed to our family's legacy." "Indeed, young clan leader." Uchiha Ryrio bowed his head, retracting his imposing presence and retreating beside you. Watanabe also followed suit, retracting his Mangekyo and standing calmly behind you, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the assembled elders. Should anyone dare to insult the young clan leader, he would not hesitate to unleash a mirage upon them, subjecting them to a tormenting nightmare. Uchiha Beidou felt his limbs grow weak, nearly collapsing under the weight of the moment. Yet no one dared to step forward to assist him. The intimidation from 50 pairs of three-tomo Sharingan was overwhelmingly powerful. In that moment, Not a single elder dared to move, their hearts brimming with resentment, yet suppressed in silence. They understood that from this day forth, Uchiha you would ascend as the uncrowned king of the Uchiha clan, a status that even Madara could not rival. After all, while many admired Madara, few truly followed him. Otherwise, he would not have departed without a single follower. In contrast, Uchiha Yu was different, observing the steadfast young clan members with 3 Tomo Sharingan standing resolutely in the center. It was evident they were unwaveringly devoted to you. If anyone dared to question you at this moment, many would undoubtedly draw their blades to duel against the dissenter. Fugaku, momentarily stunned into silence, had originally come to attend the clan meeting, puzzled by the throngs of clan members who had followed. Now, he comprehended that those supporting you had anticipated opposition today. Even without his own abdication, no one would dare contest his son's claim to leadership. Father, let us continue. U.S. light words shattered Fugaku's astonishment, breaking the heavy silence suffocating the meeting room. Upon regaining his composure, Fugaku gazed deeply at you. Since no one opposes, henceforth, Uchiha you shall be the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan. With that declaration, Fugaku retrieved the clan emblem from his belongings and solemnly handed it over to you. The restoration of the Uchiha clan is now entrusted to you. I hope you will fulfill the responsibilities of this leadership. You accepted the emblem from Fugaku, his expression growing solemn. Father, rest assured, I shall elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded in satisfaction and then vacated the leader's seat. You observed his father's departing figure with a hint of warmth before unhesitatingly taking his place upon the elevated platform of leadership. Greetings, honorable clan leader. Instantly, the 50 Uchiha members standing in the center of the clan meeting knelt on one knee in respectful unison. We shall serve the clan leader loyally. Everyone, please rise. You gently urged, though at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully assumed control of a clan. The system will undergo an upgrade for 3 days. Please continue your efforts. What? The system is upgrading now? Yu was bewildered but chose not to dwell on it. He now possessed sufficient strength for self-defense, and 3 days would pass swiftly. Instead, he found himself anticipating the changes that would accompany the system upgrade. After all, the emotional currency he required was far too vast, and gathering it alone was an arduous task. He hoped the system's upgrade would facilitate this process. Meanwhile, the clan meeting hall fell into an eerie silence. The 50 Uchiha members did not return to their seats, but rather proceeded to stand in 2 orderly rows behind you, each adorned in the Uchiha clan's black and red garb, their formidable presence casting a commanding gaze upon all gathered Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Hokage stared in awe at this scene. The elderly man, over 80 years of age, trembled with excitement. What was he witnessing? A remarkably powerful Uchiha was quietly rising. This strength could almost rival that of the entire village, and in this moment, his previous anger toward his grandson had completely dissipated, leaving only confusion and a renewed hope for the clan's future. He had existed during Madara's time, having witnessed the Uchiha at its zenith. A stark contrast to the current clan. They were once mighty and proud. In all of Konoha, no clan dared to speak loudly to the Uchiha, unlike today, where they were suppressed by mere small families. This had fueled his radical sentiments. He had thought it unlikely to see such a Uchiha in his lifetime. But fate was unpredictable, and now he beheld a united and powerful Uchiha. Chapter 60. Unified Ideology. You scan the silent members present. What is the matter? Why does no one speak? His cool voice, though soft, resonated throughout the assembly. Suddenly, someone snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Greetings, honorable clan leader." The chant of reverence echoed back and forth. Well, since the clan members acknowledge me as their leader, I shall now discuss the future development of the Uchiha clan. As his words fell, all clan members focused intently, awaiting his pronouncement. As the saying goes, to pacify the internal before confronting the external. Currently, our Uchiha clan is embroiled in a fierce political struggle with the third Hokage and his faction. Therefore, my demand is that from this point onward, the entire Uchiha clan shall only have one voice, the will of me, the clan leader. Henceforth, any factions such as moderates or hardliners must be disbanded immediately. Should any clandestine gatherings of this nature be discovered, they will be treated as acts of treason against the Uchiha clan. U.S. unequivocal words sent a shiver through the hearts of many. Those who had previously departed for gatherings stared blankly at the youthful figure seated upon the high platform. Uchiha Seinin's pupils dilated. He could hardly believe that the boy had achieved his objectives in such a manner. Many elders present also changed countenance. Clan leader. Isn't this a bit too rash? These are merely differing opinions among the clan members. One elder stood up, indignantly protesting. Divergence, where does it stem from? If the Uchiha clan itself is divided, how can we engage in dialogue to confront the political oppression of our adversaries? You scornfully rebuked. Uchiha Jin's expression darkened. He found it difficult to endure a reprimand from a mere child. Patriarch, we are all members of this village. If a profound rift emerges between us and the village, what path remains for the Uchiha? Many clan members nodded in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Jin's words. Cowardice. When has the Uchiha ever needed others to shelter us? The entirety of Konoha was established by the Uchiha and the Senju clans. This village exists because of us. If anyone is providing shelter, it is we who shelter other ninja clans. Have you forgotten the glory of our ancestors? In an instant, Uchiha Jin felt an overwhelming pressure. Observing the elder's flushed face, Shursui, standing behind him, felt a twinge of compassion. You, Elder Jin merely expressed his opinion. There is no need for such severity. You silently retracted his imposing aura and coldly replied, since Brother Shursui has spoken, I shall elucidate why I advocate for the unification of Uchiha thought. You cast a slight smile at Uchiha General. The elder's body weakened, and Shursui hurriedly supported him. Uchiha Jin gazed at Shursui in disbelief, suddenly realizing that perhaps the most talented disciples of the moderate faction were indeed aligned with you. Otherwise, given Yu's earlier assertiveness, he would not be so amenable. Indeed. You gestured for Shursui, who hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied and moved to Yu's side. This action once again stirred considerable commotion, as Shursui's inclinations were well known among the Uchiha. Many clan members recognized him as one who was close to the Hokage. After all, Shursui's grandfather was Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage. Jin looked at Shursui, who approached you with an apologetic expression, his eyes betraying profound disappointment. Enough. Silence. You softly admonished the rising clamor, sweeping his piercing gaze across the assembled clan members. Many believe that my actions disrupt the harmony between the clansmen and the village. This is utterly misguided. What constitutes disruption? When Madara departed, we did not betray the village for the sake of peace. During the Nine Tails incident, we refrained from rash actions under the third Hokage's orders, watching helplessly as the fourth, who was close to our clan, sacrificed himself. When our clan relocated, we once again endured, moving to the southern banks of the He River. Far from the heart of Konoha, the proud Uchiha have sacrificed enough for the peace of the village. Yet, have we ever received fair treatment? No, we still face exclusion. Why is this so? Konoha was established by the Uchiha and Senju, yet where are the Senju now? What is our treatment as Uchiha? As Yu's passionate words resonated, a flicker of anger surfaced among the clan members, and many of the already radicalized individuals, burdened by pent-up emotions, involuntarily activated their Sharingan. The notion of seeking peace through struggle and the existence of peace through concession is a fallacy. The Uchiha's forbearance is seen as weakness by our political foes. Look at the current textbooks in the Ninja Academy, not a single mention of the Uchiha. The villagers of Konoha only recognize the Senju and the prestigious Hokage, Sarutobi. Is this not laughable? Figures like the third Hokage blatantly disregard history. If this continues, will the entire Uchiha clan fade into the annals of history like the Senju? Observe Konoha today. Sarutobi claims to be the strongest Hokage. Does anyone not find this problematic? Consider how many elite shinobi remain in Konoha. The White Fang was driven to death by public opinion. 3 defected, others departed, and the 4th perished young in battle. Now we even have the despicable Danzo, whose arms are adorned with 8 of our Uchiha eyes. This is the current leadership of Konoha, corrupt and utterly repulsive. At that moment, the anger of the clan members could no longer be contained, especially when you mentioned Danzo's arms, embedded with the eyes of 8 Uchiha. Not a single Uchiha present remained unmoved, their gazes now filled with murderous intent. Thus, the authority of Konoha is seized by small-minded individuals and clans. With their existence, the village established by the Uchiha can never nurture outstanding future shinobi. The very existence of the Uchiha poses a threat to them. Thus, no matter how much we endure, they will never be at ease until we are entirely eradicated. So, do you understand, clan members? We have never fought for the peace of the village, but for the survival of our clan. If we fail, your families and children will cease to exist. A Konoha without the Uchiha holds no meaning for us. Boom. At that moment, the minds of all Uchiha clan members felt as though they had exploded, their eyes revealing a hint of panic and a thirst for blood. You had elucidated the situation so clearly that a mere shift in perspective allowed them to grasp the crux of the matter. You disregarded the agitated clan members and continued. In the face of life and death, how can anyone still question whether we should be radical or moderate? Is this not absurd? How can we be moderate while waiting for our enemies to feast on our flesh and pluck out our eyes? Politics has always been a zero-sum game. You take a step back, and the enemy advances until you have nowhere left to retreat. For Konoha to achieve genuine peace, it must be governed by a powerful clan. The Uchiha merely seek to reclaim the position that rightfully belongs to us. With the pride of the Uchiha, why should we fear threats from other clans? Why should we deny exceptional shinobi from other clans or civilians? We will not. This is the strength and generosity of a great clan. As Yu's words echoed, both radicals and moderates stared at him in awe. What we pursue is justice. Everything is for the prosperity and stability of Konoha. This village was built by us. Why should the position of Hokage be monopolized by the Senju? Why should the second Hokage's disciple hold it while the Uchiha is denied? I want to tell you that from now on, if the enemy dares to advance, so shall we. The upcoming ninja conference in a day presents a prime opportunity for the Uchiha to shift from defense to offense, and this time, Sarutobi and his allies will feel the pain emanating from the Uchiha. The sounds of furniture being moved reverberated as countless Uchiha clan members sprang to their feet in excitement. In that moment, they seemed to realize that their struggle against the village was never about destroying its peace, but rather about ushering in a great ruler for Konoha, thus making it even greater. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The third Hokage and his ilk will undoubtedly reap what they have sown. In a day, besides the Uchiha, the resistance forces from within the village will also ignite. The Uchiha is certainly not the first clan to face injustice. Thus, victory has long been at our fingertips, within reach. Yu's resolute words undoubtedly shook the hearts of all present clan members, and in that moment, they seemed to glimpse the once mighty Uchiha. Compared to the past suppression, at this moment, all the clan members looked at the resolute youth, as if witnessing the future of the Uchiha. Long live the patriarch! Long live the patriarch! The ideology of the Uchiha, through Yu's clear and articulate words, finally achieved unity. At least for now, the impassioned Uchiha, their cheeks flushed with excitement, fervently shouted in celebration of their new leader's emergence. Chapter 61. Subsequent impact after the meeting adjourned. The clan members remained deeply stirred. Yu's words were exceedingly persuasive, not only legitimizing the Uchiha clan, but also elevating its significance to unprecedented heights. The notion that Konoha should be governed by a great clan, while smaller clans would only bring chaos to the village, was undoubtedly etched into the minds of the Uchiha. This instilled within them a newfound sense of purpose. Most importantly, they felt the formidable power emanating from you, 50 possessors of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, coupled with those at the borders. The Uchiha nearly boasted 73 Tomo Jonin. What an immense force that was. It could be said that the current Uchiha had the potential to annihilate an entire nation, albeit a minor one, but still, it was a nation. As they walked home, Fugaku gazed blankly at you. You, are you truly confident you can strike at the third Hokage tomorrow? Fugaku inquired, still unable to believe it. Father, rest assured. Although we cannot yet elevate the Uchiha to the position of Hokage, neither will the third dare to treat us lightly. This time, I shall take a substantial piece from them. While we cannot consume it all, in the future they will think twice before openly suppressing the Uchiha. Let them dream. Yu's tone was laced with indifference. Fugaku felt a slight tremor in his heart as he suddenly understood why you had urged him to step down at this juncture. If he had once been a docile sheep, then Yu was now a fierce wolf, resolute in his hunger for power, a determination Fugaku could not possess. In the face of the third, he instinctively preferred a more conciliatory approach. A mindset of mutual goodwill was his genuine desire. However, Yu was different. He adhered to the law of the jungle. In a forest of limited resources, one must contend with other predators for sustenance, lest they perish, devoured by others. Such thoughts, though harsh, were undoubtedly more suited to the current Uchiha. Reflecting on this, Fugaku felt a twinge of guilt. Was it truly wise to relinquish control so easily? To send an unripe child into such a harsh reality? Yet, he pondered, no one else could lead the Uchiha better than you. A sense of resignation filled his heart as he cast one last glance at Yu's youthful figure, choosing not to speak further. After all, Yu was now the clan leader. And Fugaku held unwavering faith in his son, for he was the one commanding 53 Tomo Sharingan, along with 2 Mangekyo users. Such an achievement would have been inconceivable to him in the past, yet his son had accomplished it. The wolf pack had formed. It remained to be seen how Yu would guide the Uchiha in their hunt within the forest of Konoha. Regardless, this father would unhesitatingly stand behind his son. As father and son made their way home, on the other side of the clan meeting, Uchiha Jin cast a somber glance at Shisui. Shisui, have you truly decided to defy your grandfather's wishes? Grandfather, as you witnessed today, the village will no longer suppress the Uchiha's power. Does my choice still hold significance? It would be wiser to align with you, so I may counsel him when he errs. Shisui's gaze drifted toward the distant clan grounds as he spoke. Uchiha Jin's expression softened. Alas, Shisui, perhaps your decision is indeed the right one. The current Uchiha is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Perhaps I am simply growing old. I have never witnessed a scene like today's, even under Madara's leadership. That boy Yu is truly astonishing. However, Shisui, how will you explain this to the third? Shisui managed a wry smile. You advised me against further involvement. Reflecting on Yu's words before his departure, I find myself helpless. I can no longer serve as a double agent. Uchiha Jin was taken aback. What is the reasoning behind this? You indicated that keeping him near the third was pointless and fraught with risks. The third would not share vital intelligence with him, and you would be bound to execute orders he could not oppose, thus toiling in vain. Moreover, his participation in the clan meeting was under the third's secretive machinations. Shortly, he would tender his resignation. Disregarding the clan leader's orders could lead to punishment. Uchiha Jin nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further as he shook his head and descended the mountain toward the clan meeting. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi sat, reflecting on the responses from various clans the previous night, and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his integrity as Hokage had been preserved. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, and Sarutobi's brow furrowed slightly. Danzo, have I not instructed you to avoid appearing at the Hokage building unannounced? Monkey, Danzo's voice was icy. The Uchiha matter cannot be dismissed lightly, especially that wicked little brat. Humph, you dare to speak? Your own affairs are still unresolved, yet you seek to confront the Uchiha? It would be prudent for you to remain inactive in Konoha. Should the Uchiha detect even a hint of your presence, I may lose my position as Hokage. What then will you use against the Uchiha? Sarutobi admonished sharply. Danzo clenched his fist tightly, without uttering a word. Monkey, we cannot delay any further. Enough, Danzo. You must comprehend your current standing. In Konoha, you are effectively a ghost. If word of your survival spreads, you will instantly become a pariah. The only reason public outrage has not erupted is that the security department declared you dead. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? For the sake of the village, you must remain a ghost. Sarutobi had already been in a foul mood due to Danzo's troubles. He had mourned for Danzo, believing him dead, only for Danzo to resurface unexpectedly, dispelling his sorrow and replacing it with annoyance at the mess left behind. After a round of discussions with various clans to secure their support, Sarutobi had relinquished a considerable portion of his family's interests, nearly overwhelming the administrative departments beneath the Hokage. And now, Danzo sought to provoke trouble with the Uchiha. Was he courting death? Sarutobi himself found the events of the following day daunting. He remained uncertain how the Uchiha would retaliate, and he risked losing even the acting Hokage position. While he did not believe the Uchiha would ascend to the Hokage title, he understood that the Hokage's influence was slipping beyond his grasp. Sarutobi harbored an obsessive desire to control Konoha, aspiring for it to flourish under his leadership. Even if he were not at the helm, he wished for those aligned with him to be in power, as befitting his title of the strongest Hokage. Danzo glared at Sarutobi, a storm of frustration brewing within him. How had he become a mere phantom? This Hokage was meant to be his. Monkey, you will come to regret this, Danzo declared, his words dripping with foreboding. As he turned to leave, the door of the Hokage office was suddenly knocked upon. Sarutobi opened his eyes wide, signaling for Danzo to conceal himself. Once Danzo had fully vanished from the office, Sarutobi softly called, "Enter." Shisui walked in slowly. Sarutobi's eyes brightened. "Ah, Shisui, Hokage-sama." Shisui began, suddenly feeling somewhat bashful. Is there intelligence from your clan that requires reporting? Saratobi inquired with a beaming smile, completely shedding the anger he had just directed at Danzo. Shursui awkwardly shook his head, causing Saratobi's expression to shift to one of disappointment. If not, what brings you here? Shursui? He asked kindly, suppressing his letdown. Hokage-sama, I have come to submit my resignation. Saratobi's smile instantly froze, his expression turning grave. Has something gone awry with you, Shursui? He questioned urgently. Nothing. Hokage-sama, the clan has new matters to discuss with me, and I have been instructed to resign from my position in the Hokage Guard. Saratobi's expression immediately darkened. What could Fugaku possibly need to dismiss members of my Hokage Guard for? Hokage-sama, this is an order from the newly appointed clan leader. Shursui scratched his cheek and said, What? Saratobi exclaimed, shocked that Fugaku had stepped down. A wave of panic surged within him, given his understanding of Fugaku. He was not keen on any changes occurring within the Uchiha clan at this time. Yes, Hokage-sama, the new leader is Uchiha Yu. Saratobi felt a chill run down his spine. Had the Uchiha gone mad, allowing a 7-year-old child to assume the role of clan leader? I refuse. Saratobi blurted out in a moment of panic, regretting his words immediately. Hokage-sama, this is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan and should not require the Hokage's consent. Right? Shursui looked at Saratobi with a hint of confusion. He could not comprehend what kind of power you possessed that could unsettle the typically composed Hokage. Saratobi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to explain his feelings to Shursui. I wish to see Fugaku. After a brief pause, Saratobi managed to suppress his anxiety and spoke. Very well, Hokage-sama. I will notify Minister Fugaku. At that moment, Shursui referred to Fugaku by his position rather than his title as clan leader. However, this position would soon change along with the clan leadership, for the guard division had been entrusted entirely to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. The title of minister had always been reserved for the Uchiha clan leader. Chapter 62. Prelude. Shortly, Fugaku, who was at home dining with his wife and children, was summoned by Shursui. Fugaku looked helplessly at the silent third Hokage. Hokage-sama, may I ask why you have called for me? Fugaku, are you truly willing to step down so easily? Saratobi questioned, his voice tinged with incredulity. There is no question of willingness. You is more capable than I, and the clan members have unwavering faith in him. Therefore, for the sake of the Uchiha's future, it is only right that I step down gracefully, Fugaku replied with a calm demeanor. But he is only 7 years old. Fugaku, you cannot treat this matter so lightly. Saratobi exclaimed, exasperated. Haha, my son is simply extraordinary. What can I do? This transition is not solely my decision. It is the result of the majority of the clan's approval. Hokage-sama, this is an internal affair of the Uchiha, and I hope you can understand, Fugaku asserted. His tone resolute. He felt no pressure from Saratobi's rebuke. Over time, he had realized that no matter how much he endeavored to please Saratobi and others, their bias against the Uchiha would not dissipate. Conversely, Yu's strong approach had cornered Saratobi and the Elder Council, forcing them to compromise to maintain their current standing. Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. The frustrations he had endured began to fade after stepping down, as he observed the loyal clan members surrounding his son. His once numb heart began to stir with life again. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Fugaku and, after a moment of silence, spoke. So, the handover of the Guard Division's leadership is inevitable? Indeed, Hokage-sama. Since I have resigned from the clan leader position, it would be improper for me to retain the role of minister of the Guard Division, as it contradicts tradition. Fugaku, do you comprehend what your actions signify? You are entrusting a critical department responsible for village security to a child who is yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Although the Guard Division is exclusively Uchiha's, as a member of the village, I, the Hokage, will not permit such trifling behavior. Saratobi's expression was stern, disappointment evident in his gaze. Hokage-sama, this is an internal matter of the Guard Division, and I hope you will adhere to the second Hokage's regulations. If you insist on intervening in the affairs of the Guard Division, it could disrupt the balance between the village and the Uchiha. Might we then infer that the Uchiha would henceforth be liberated from the limitations of the Guard Division and participate normally in other departments of Konoha? The strength you demonstrated lent Fugaku the confidence to speak assertively, no longer submissive as before. Are you threatening the village? Saratobi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the upright Fugaku. How could this be construed as a threat? Currently, I am not the Uchiha clan leader. If the third Hokage wishes to discuss this matter, please consult the newly appointed clan leader. He will provide an explanation for the village. I am merely a retired elder tending to my children. Fugaku replied with a faint smile. Sarutobi fell silent, understanding that he could not evade interactions with you. I shall raise my concerns at the upcoming ninja conference in a day. With that, Sarutobi ceased speaking and turned to Shursui. Shursui, are you certain you wish to forsake your grandfather's legacy and align wholly with the current Uchiha? Shursui's expression grew serious. Hokage-sama, this is the clan leader's command. I cannot resist. The third Hokage remained silent, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Had the only Uchiha loyal to the village now turned his back? He hoped Itachi could serve as a new bridge. With that thought, Sarutobi looked at Shursui, his once kind gaze fading. He gently took Shursui's resignation letter and signed it with his name. This was an inevitability. Clan ninjas must obey their clan leader first and foremost, followed by the Hokage. This was also why Sarutobi was so desperate to expand his authority, as it was a point of contention for him regarding clan ninjas. With the resignation report in hand, Shursui and Fugaku exited the Hokage building, both with complex thoughts. Clan Uncle Fugaku, do you think his actions are justified? Shursui asked, breaking the silence. Who knows what the future holds? Fugaku responded thoughtfully. We can only place our trust in you. Shursui nodded silently in agreement. The following day, a tempest gathered. Dark clouds loomed over Konoha, and fierce winds howled, rustling the garments of passers-by. Yu, accompanied by clan members serving in the guard division and his father, made his way toward the Hokage building, observing the overcast sky. It seems a storm is brewing, Yu remarked. May this rain wash away some of the dust and restore clarity to the heavens and earth. Well said, clan leader. Uchiha Ryang suddenly exclaimed from behind you. Indeed, our leader is so talented, expressing such poetic sentiment. It stirs my heart. I feel the same. As soon as you finished speaking, he was met with a wave of flattery from the clan members. You fell silent, contemplating if he had inadvertently erred in his words. Shaking his head, he glared at Uchiha Ryang, the sycophant, and continued leading the clan members into the Hokage building. Fugaku felt speechless, wondering how he had not noticed the clan members' eagerness to flatter during his tenure. Yu and his clan members soon arrived at the third-floor conference room of the Hokage building, where the heads of various village departments, representatives of prominent clans, and elite jonin gathered one after another. Yu scanned the room, noting the puzzled expressions directed at him. Ignoring their gazes, he confidently walked to the seat designated for the Uchiha and sat down without hesitation. He closed his eyes, silently awaiting the commencement of the meeting, while his clan members sat rigidly beside him. The conference room was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. Having only seen the Hokage building in anime, Yu had never realized its grandeur until now. The spaciousness rivaled that of some National Assembly buildings from his previous life. The world of Naruto is indeed extraordinary. As the most powerful and prosperous village, it stands as the political and military epicenter, where the symbolic architecture of a faction cannot diminish in grandeur. At the forefront, there are seats reserved exclusively for the higher-ups of Konoha, yet one has notably been removed from the original four. Sarutobi, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito, sits solemnly upon the elevated dais, their expressions shrouded in silence. Below, in order to accommodate the multitude of ninjas present, the massive round table has been replaced with neatly arranged rows of chairs. As the foremost clan of Konoha, the Uchiha seating is indisputably positioned at the forefront. Sarutobi's gaze occasionally drifts towards the closed eyes of Yu, who, despite his indifference, is being scrutinized with vigilant eyes by the clan members flanking him. A faint sigh escapes Yu. Had it not been for this system upgrade, he could have glimpsed the Book of Seals with his divine sense. Nevertheless, this challenge does not deter him. His divine sense swiftly radiates outward, sweeping through every corner of the Hokage building. Though he cannot temporarily convert the knowledge into techniques, he can forcibly record the ninjutsu inscribed within the Book of Seals thanks to his formidable memory. However, upon reaching a hidden chamber, he reluctantly retracts his divine sense, realizing that the place housing the book is shielded by a barrier. It is not that he cannot decipher it, but rather that he cannot do so quietly with his divine sense. Were his own people present, he could devise a method to nullify all alarms and restrictions, but clearly, this is not the moment for such endeavors. Retracting his divine sense, Yu opens his eyes to find Sarutobi regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Their eyes meet, and an electric spark ignites in the charged atmosphere. A subtle smile graces Yu's lips as he diverts his gaze to the rain that has begun to patter against the window. Before long, the assembly swells in numbers. Nearby, familiar faces begin to fill the seats. Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yamanaka Shiranui, and Inazuka Kiba, each representing their respective clans. All significant figures have gathered. As time passes, Sarutobi gradually rises, signaling the official commencement of the Konoha Ninja Conference. Silence, unexpectedly profound silence. Sarutobi had anticipated questions from the Uchiha clan following his statement, having mentally prepared his responses. Yet, confronted with the smiling countenance of the young Uchiha waiting for him to continue, he feels a wave of awkwardness wash over him. However, as the party in the wrong, he cannot afford to remain silent simply because the Uchiha choose not to speak. While he has endeavored to win over some clan ninjas with promises of gain, many others await clarification regarding the events of the previous days. After a brief pause, Sarutobi steadies his expression and continues with a grave tone. A few days prior, Elder Shimura Danzo had egregiously abused his authority, conducting secret large-scale human experiments within the village, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Ultimately, he was brought to justice by the rigorous enforcement of the security division. I sincerely apologize for my negligence, which allowed Danzo's abuse of power to transpire. Upon finishing, Sarutobi bows deeply to the assembled ninjas. Observing his humility, several ninjas nod in acknowledgement, appreciating his admission of fault. However, many remain cold and indifferent, having witnessed the dire aftermath firsthand. Hokage-sama, the issue of missing villagers has been severe. I must ask, did you truly notice nothing amiss? One voice inquires. Is this connected to the Shimura clan? I implore you, do not overlook anyone associated with this case. Who exactly supported Danzo in his clandestine research into forbidden techniques? Such extensive financial maneuvers surely raised suspicions within the village's financial department. Or is it that you, Hokage-sama, are turning a blind eye to protect your own clan? A loud bang reverberates as Mito slams her hand on the table. Silence. The bustling inquiries in the conference room hush instantly. Yet Sarutobi notices the gravity of expressions in the room intensifying. Even the clan ninjas he had previously contacted now remain muted, having only agreed to support his continued role as acting Hokage, but not to shield him from these pressing matters. After all, many of the bodies resulting from the human experiments belong to ninjas of their clans. While they may step back slightly for the sake of family interests, the need for clarity on these issues remains paramount. With a face etched in guilt, Sarutobi implores, please, do not rush. One at a time, I will address each concern. However, at this moment, no one steps forward to voice their queries, as they prefer to remain concealed within the crowd. Yet, courage is not absent from this world. A ninja who recently lost a loved one boldly rises. Hokage-sama, I am Yamashita Tsukasa. My brother was a talented young ninja. Yet one day he was summoned to join the Umbu and never returned home. The next time I saw him, it was in that chilling cold water tank. His voice trembles with grief. I wish to know if the Umbu has been thoroughly cleansed of the upheaval caused by the higher-ups. How could Danzo operate with such impunity under the Umbu's name? Has the Umbu become a tool for Danzo to harm the village's ninjas? Confronted with this barrage of questions from the elite commoner, Sarutobi's mind races. Following the incident, I have already purged all Umbu members linked to Danzo. Huh. So, does that mean the current Umbu can be fully trusted? The voice retorts sharply. If a purge has indeed occurred, why has the list of those purged not been disclosed? Are we, the victims present here, unworthy of knowing the names of those Umbu, those elite ninjas of the village? At this moment, Yamashita Tsukasa has reached a breaking point. The loss of his brother has devastated him, and his mother remains bedridden upon hearing the tragic news. Sarutobi takes a deep breath. The thought of the root's deep-seated connections with the Umbu sends chills down his spine. I will disclose the list after the meeting. As for the trust issue regarding the Umbu, as long as they are human, their thoughts may change. I will ensure strict oversight of the Umbu henceforth. Sarutobi's tone sharpens. For the Umbu represent the Hokage's authority and cannot be questioned so lightly. Haha, is this your response, Hokage-sama? The voice mocks. Such a dismissive attitude. Can the village's ninjas still trust the Umbu in the future? It seems we may not even know how we might perish. The village's finest ninjas did not fall in battle against enemies, but rather succumbed to human experimentation at the hands of our own. How tragic. My brother was merely 12. He idolized you, looked up to you at every turn, yet he perished in that frigid laboratory, tortured to death. Is your response to this tragedy merely to oversee the Umbu? We demand punishment for the perpetrators. Punishment in the most brutal manner, blood for blood. Tears streamed down Yamashita Tsukasa's face, his state teetering on the brink of madness. That was his beloved brother, so young, so promising, with a bright future ahead, now extinguished. How can he relinquish the hatred swelling within him? At this moment, many cast pitying glances toward the common ninja. Nonsense. The Umbu is a vital security force of the village. How could one let fear dictate their actions? Tori and Kamaru could no longer endure the nonsensical ramblings of this common ninja and stood up, rebuking loudly. Huh. What a fine example of letting fear dictate actions. Elder Kamaru, was it not your brother who perished? No wonder you speak without a shred of remorse. At this moment, Yu's mocking, childlike voice echoed throughout the hall. I believe the esteemed ninja speaks truthfully. His inquiries are entirely justified. The Umbu represents the will of the Hokage, yet it has become a haven for corruption. It is high time for reform. Otherwise, should such atrocities against villagers continue, those unaware might think that I, the Hokage of Konohagakure, have betrayed the village. Chapter 64. A clash of experts. A flash of lightning streaked across the window, followed by a rumble of thunder. The assembly in the conference room was seized by a wave of trepidation, and all the ninjas turned to the small figure at the forefront. Yu rose leisurely and gazed at the still weeping Yamamura Tsukiki in the back row. As an elder brother to two younger siblings, I understand your feelings. Your most beloved and talented brother met an inexplicable demise at the hands of the higher-ups in Konoha. If I were in your position, I too would question the village's leadership and the Umbu. How could elite ninjas, whose duty it is to protect the village, turn their blades upon its young saplings? Is this truly the Konoha that embodies the will of fire? The enemy is no worse. Yu's calm words stirred ripples in the hearts of the ninjas present. The attending ninjas and elite shinobi exchanged glances, realizing the profound implications of Yu's remarks, which directly accused the third Hokage of incompetence and fundamentally undermined Sarutobi's long-cherished will of fire. While the assembled ninjas harbored grievances against Sarutobi regarding this matter, the Hokage lineage had held sway over Konoha for decades. Apart from the Uchiha clan, few would dare to so openly challenge Sarutobi. Uchiha, by what authority do you speak here? Know that Konoha owes its current standing to the third Hokage, who took command of the village's ninjas in a time of peril after the second Hokage's demise, stabilizing the village amidst overwhelming odds and maintaining its reputation as the strongest ninja village through two great ninja wars. Such achievements are not for a mere child like you to question. At this moment, Torian Kamaru spoke coldly. What authority? I stand before you as the leader of the Uchiha clan, the head of the security department, an ordinary ninja of Konoha, and a student of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Are these titles insufficient? I do not deny the third Hokage's accomplishments. However, I implore Elder Kamaru to recognize that Konoha's current state is not solely the result of the third Hokage's efforts, but also the countless ordinary ninjas who have fought for the village. Accomplishments are accomplishments, and faults are faults. As the head of the primary department responsible for maintaining Konoha's security, I must be accountable to the village, to the ordinary citizens, and to my own family and clan. Given the significant issues arising within such a crucial department, I ask the esteemed elders and leadership what better solutions they propose. Even now, there are numerous victims' families kneeling at the gates of the Konoha Security Department, pleading for justice from the Uchiha. Yu's words undoubtedly resonated with the sentiments of all present ninjas, contrasting sharply with Kamaru's initial praise of the third Hokage. Yu's emotionally intelligent discourse garnered the approval of most ninjas present. As an immensely proud Uchiha and a remarkably accomplished young clan leader, he acknowledged the contributions of common ninjas, creating a scene that was profoundly impactful, particularly as he stood in solidarity with the victims, evoking empathy from many. For the first time, the ninjas of Konoha looked upon the cold expressions of the Uchiha seated at the forefront with less disdain. At least now, they genuinely dared to speak up, earning them the goodwill of countless ninjas. Torian Kamaru sensed the shift in the audience's mood and quickly realized her political miscalculation, hastily clarifying. We certainly do not forget the sacrifices made by ninjas for the village. However, that does not justify your baseless accusations against the third Hokage. Evidence. You emphasized his tone, asserting that witnesses are currently detained in the security department's prison, and the facts are glaringly clear before everyone. The involvement of the Umbu is an undeniable reality. Elder Komaru. Is this an unfounded accusation? Once the Umbu is implicated, this shadowy department loses the village's trust. For those within cannot guarantee that these masked individuals will not once again skirt the edges of legality. This distrust is a tangible fact, one that cannot be denied or concealed. As instruments, the Umbu serve as a double-edged sword, and the Hokage wields that sword. If the blade claims lives, should we blame the blade or the Hokage who wields it? Instantly, the ninjas in the conference room stirred restlessly. I believe young Uchiha is correct. If a blade takes a life, the blame lies with the wielder. If a blade were to possess consciousness, then a blade that turns against its master ought to be discarded. At this moment, many ninjas, under the clarity of Yu's argument, voiced their opinions. And even representatives from several clans could not help but nod in agreement, casting envious glances at the silent Fugaku. A formidable figure has emerged from the Uchiha. The three Hokage elders on the high platform were rendered speechless by Yu's rebuttal, their minds filled with astonishment and a hint of panic. They had initially thought the Uchiha would seize upon Danzo's issues to force the third Hokage from power. However, Yu had deftly shifted the focus onto the problems within the Umbu, rendering their pre-prepared plans ineffective. As the discussion in the conference room veered toward an uncontrollable direction, whispers among the ninjas grew louder, and the situation began to evolve into one highly unfavorable to the Hokage. Sarutobi quickly stepped forward, expressing his remorse. Indeed, the mistakes of the Umbu cannot be denied. They are the result of my inadequate supervision. Moving forward, I will enforce strict reforms to ensure that such an incident does not recur. Sarutobi believed that a sincere apology would suffice to resolve the matter. However, he was mistaken. This situation could not be resolved merely by an apology. While the ninjas might hesitate regarding the notion of ousting the Hokage, as Torian Kamaru rightly pointed out, the third's achievements are undeniable. However, when it comes to a group of tools, the assembled ninjas did not harbor such leniency. Hatred and resentment had now shifted from Sarutobi and Danzo to the Umbu. After all, Danzo was effectively dead, and Sarutobi had served as Hokage for many years, earning a measure of respect and reverence from the populace. As for the Uchiha, they held no goodwill towards Sarutobi, as they remained steadfast in their allegiance to the prodigious youth. The Hokage is undoubtedly worthy of trust. Yet Yu's subsequent words caused the faces of Sarutobi and the other two to twitch. Indeed, as the Hokage stated, human hearts are unpredictable and unfathomable, especially those who conceal their true names and identities. Once a person obscures their most authentic self, the dark facade they wear will inevitably expose the ugliness of human nature, as exemplified in this instance. Had it not been for the Uchiha apprehending the perpetrator on the spot and eliminating the root of the calamity, who would have known the identity of the principal offender? Moreover, the individuals concealing their identities do not number in the tens or hundreds, but rather in the thousands. This is undoubtedly a significant challenge to the security of Konoha. Although I am unaware of the exact number of members within the Umbu, it is evident that numerous exceptional ninjas and clan members are inducted each year, with their fates, life or death, remaining an enigma for the bereaved families. Such a clandestine organization, lurking in the shadows, is indeed a breeding ground for malevolence. Enough. Sarutobi's tone grew stern. Let's hear what you, Uchiha, truly intend to do. Sarutobi realized that Uchiha had appointed a sharp-tongued young clan leader, making matters increasingly troublesome. Every statement was fortified by legal high ground. The current security department could no longer restrict the Uchiha's development, transforming into a lethal weapon in their hands. Each remark revolved around the village's security and the laws of Konoha, yet every move seemed to strike at the heart of the Hokage's faction, inflicting wounds with each precise blow. Had Sarutobi known the formidable nature of the security department sooner, he would not have allowed the Uchiha to wield such power over it. One could only say that the previous Fugaku had deceived him profoundly, leading everyone to believe that the security department was merely a nuisance. Chapter 65. Objective achieved. Hokage-sama. Your words carry weight. The Uchiha merely seeks to cultivate a safer living environment for the village. Every life is worthy of respect. Thus, my proposal is you paused momentarily, heightening the suspense before declaring, to disband the Umbu, this organization hidden in darkness, as a village that inherits the will of fire. We ought to be as fervent and forthright as flames, addressing everything openly. A flash of lightning illuminated the astonished expressions of all present. Disband the Umbu. This was an unprecedented proposition. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, was established by the second Hokage, enlisting the finest ninjas from the entire village. Initially, its primary function was to protect the Hokage and prevent external threats while occasionally engaging in reconnaissance and external assassinations. However, after the third Hokage ascended, the nature of the Umbu drastically shifted. To solidify his position and tighten his grip on the village, the third Hokage shamelessly expanded the Umbu, absorbing numerous promising ninjas and significantly broadening its functions. Thus, the Umbu became a tool, a weapon in Sarutobi's arsenal for governing the village. It can be said that without the Umbu, Sarutobi would lose a substantial portion of his power. The idea of him wielding authority to suppress the Uchiha as he once did would be nothing but a dream. Therefore, Yu's proposal to disband the Umbu was far more distressing than merely ousting Sarutobi. Should he step down, he would retain the title of Hokage while still holding sway over the village. However, losing the Umbu would render him a mere shadow of a Hokage, even if he retained the title. Indeed, upon hearing Yu's suggestion, Sarutobi's hands trembled with rage, perspiration beading on his forehead as he struggled to articulate his response. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, the warmth and composure that once characterized Sarutobi dissipated, and his gaze towards Yu glinted with a chilling light. The relentless downpour outside mirrored the tension within the hall, punctuated by the heavy breaths of the assembly. Facing Sarutobi's murderous intent, Yu remained remarkably composed. Striking at the heart of the matter, he paid no heed to Sarutobi's threatening gaze. Even if Sarutobi wished to confront him, he would need the strength to do so. Yu's calm eyes met Sarutobi's, his black and crimson Uchiha clan attire fluttering gently in the breeze from the window, reminiscent of a Taoist youth from a bygone era. His long hair danced with the wind, brushing against his youthful, handsome visage. The serene aura radiating from him felt utterly out of place in this world, encapsulating the image of an ethereal, well-dressed young man, deeply etched into the minds of all present ninjas. Is this your proposal, Uchiha? Utterly absurd, Sarutobi retorted, more incensed by Yu's audacity to meet his gaze. Haha, Hokage-sama, though I am but young, I discern right from wrong. Pray, what rationale justifies the retention of the Umbu? Or what purpose does its existence serve? Yu queried with an air of nonchalance. However, Sarutobi remained silent, and Tazuna Kamachi rose to speak, to protect the Hokage. Isn't that the duty of the Shadow Guard? Yu interjected. If the Hokage feels unsafe, he could simply expand the ranks of the Shadow Guard. But this isn't entirely accurate. The intelligence department is a vast entity. Is it merely a facade? Yu cast a skeptical glance at the head of the intelligence department, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Naturally. That is not all. Special operations and executing high-difficulty missions also necessitate Umbu ninjas. Mito gaped and promptly defended his comrades. Yu smiled slightly. Elder Mito, you jest. Are our elite jonin in Konoha merely idling away their days? Or do our elite ninjas not deserve the title of elite? Mito and Tazuna were momentarily rendered speechless, casting silent glances at Yu. The Umbu indeed possess some unique functions, yet those have never been laid bare. The many ninjas in attendance turned their gaze toward Yu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This young Uchiha clan leader was proving to be remarkably formidable, countering the higher-ups of Konoha with such eloquence that several clan representatives couldn't help but glance enviously at Fugaku, seated beside Yu, silently marveling. One ought to bear children like Uchiha Yu. Fugaku felt the weight of their envious gazes but maintained his composure, standing tall and unwavering. In truth, he was brimming with pride, though he chose to conceal it, embodying the humility of an Uchiha. Observing the silence of the three individuals, Yu let out a dismissive chuckle. After all that had been said, he realized that the functions of the Umbu were merely encroaching upon the responsibilities of other departments. If even the Hokage harbors such distrust toward his own departments or the ninjas of the village, it is indeed a tragedy for Konoha. Silence. Sarutobi could no longer maintain his facade. If he allowed this young Uchiha to continue, he would sow discord in the hearts of the village's ninjas, jeopardizing his position as Hokage. Indeed, the Umbu's functions overlap with many departments, Yet this is not to undermine their authority. Rather, it serves to ensure that, in the face of sudden crises, an elite team is ready to respond swiftly. You refrained from countering, recognizing this as the Umbu's core purpose. He had never intended to completely disband the Umbu. It was the core power of the village's shadow. Even if he could forcefully disband the Umbu while the third was faltering, future Hokages would find ways to restructure it. Even after he assumed power, such a unit would remain essential. But allowing Sarutobi to evade accountability was unacceptable. Otherwise, his efforts today would be in vain. Then, Hokage-sama. How many personnel are required for a department that manages emergencies? Currently, the Umbu could conquer a small nation. With such a vast force, I believe Konoha could entirely rely on the Umbu, rendering other departments redundant. All ninjas associated with the Umbu could return home to care for their families, enjoying a leisurely life rather than enduring the daily grind. Wouldn't that be splendid? Use lighthearted teasing, albeit somewhat exaggerated, aptly highlighted the Umbu's current situation, namely, the third's overwhelming desire for power, compounded by the incessant machinations of Danzo, who aspired to become Hokage. The current Umbu has evolved into an excessively bloated department, consuming a significant portion of the village's exceptional talent resources. Sarutobi fell into silence, while the ninjas in the conference room silently gazed at the third Hokage, leaving only the patter of rain outside to fill the air. Amidst the intensifying scrutiny, Sarutobi realized he had to make a decisive choice. Initially, he had believed that he would merely lose his position as Hokage and retreat to a role as an elder or acting Hokage. However, to his astonishment, the first sacrifice was the very authority of the Hokage. After a moment, Sarutobi raised his head slightly and addressed the ninjas below, declaring that from this day forth, the Umbu would be reduced to a total of 100 members, divided into 5 squads and 25 teams. Uchiha, are you satisfied? Sarutobi candidly clarified the stance of both parties, following a series of logical arguments from you. He feared that if he did not explicitly clarify the relationship between the two factions, the ninjas supporting him might waver in their resolve. You calmly nodded, neither denying the adversarial relationship nor forsaking his political stance, since they had reached a point of political opposition. It was crucial for him and his followers to understand their confrontational positions. Revealing one's identity was indeed an effective method for selecting allies with a shared stance. Since the Hokage has provided a reasonable resolution, the Uchiha clan naturally has no further objections. With that, you return to his seat, awaiting the reactions of others in the meeting. After all, the primary objective of the Uchiha had been achieved, and there was no need to pressure Sarutobi excessively, lest they appear unreasonable. The Uchiha had established a promising foundation, and naturally, the stage could not belong solely to them. Chapter 66. The counterattack of the third Hokage and others. Seeing that you had ceased speaking, Sarutobi turned his gaze to the other ninjas. Does anyone have any objections? His voice appeared calm, but only he knew the fury simmering within him, emanating an involuntary air of authority. At that moment, anyone who stood up would be positioning themselves directly against the Hokage, as Sarutobi had already made his stance clear. The conference room fell silent once more, with everyone rendered mute. The heavy rain outside gradually diminished, and just as Sarutobi thought the proposal would come to an end, a sudden voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Since the issue of the Umbu's composition has been resolved, could we clarify the functions of the Umbu? Sarutobi's body stiffened. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the blond man who had risen. The man's unremarkable words struck like thunder in the minds of those present. While Yu's earlier remarks had surprised the assembly, this man's voice elicited a collective astonishment. How could it be him? Many gasped in disbelief. It was no wonder everyone was taken aback. Even the faces of the third Hokage and others revealed their incredulity. Yu, seated in the front row, smiled gently. Aware that the dissent would not solely come from the Uchiha clan, they had merely set a precedent. This individual was, in fact, the leader of the Yamanaka clan. The very one you had previously questioned regarding the intelligence department's role, known among the Ino-Shikicho trio as the bore of the group. Additionally, he held another title as a staunch ally of the Sarutobi clan. However, with the ascent of the third Hokage, this steadfast ally had long since become a mere vassal, and the Ino-Shikicho trio was on the verge of becoming subservient to the Sarutobi clan. Yet during the Warring States period, the Ino-Shikicho trio and the Sarutobi clan had always been equal allies, rendering the notion of vassalage a self-serving delusion on Sarutobi's part. including Sarutobi Hizashi. At this moment, Sarutobi felt overwhelmed by the unexpected developments of the day, each one forcing him to respond defensively. First, the lamentations of the civilian ninjas. Then the Uchiha's challenge to the Umbu, and now even his staunchest supporter, who he least expected to rise against him, had chosen this moment to strike. A sense of being caught off guard flooded Sarutobi's heart as he struggled to contain the mounting frustration within. He turned to Yamanaka Haichi. Do you understand? After the reduction of the Umbu, the numerous uncontrollable intelligence points were to be handed over to your department. Listening to Sarutobi's words, tinged with barely concealed anger, Haichi felt no regret. His nephew remained a victim of the Umbu's unchecked expansion. Sarutobi believed he was seeking power, but in truth, he had no desire for authority. Since the Warring States, the Ino-Shikicho and Sarutobi clans had been allies. However, the reason the Ino-Shikicho trio was always perceived as a unit was not due to any exclusion of the Sarutobi clan. Rather, it stemmed from a fundamental ideological divergence between the two. The Ino-Shikicho were among the few ninja clans yearning for a peaceful existence, while the Sarutobi clan was characterized by their valor in battle and a tendency towards aggression, ultimately explaining why they never truly united, merely maintaining a simplistic alliance. When he rushed back to his clan, forcibly extracting the tongue of his nephew, the fallout shattered his preconceived notions of Sarutobi. The village was originally founded to provide a peaceful and sunny environment for the offspring of various clans, yet now, the Umbu, with its extensive authority, sought to mold their descendants into instruments of war, which was the true reason for his emergence today. At this moment, Yamanaka Haichi gazed resolutely at Sarutobi. Devoid of any guilt, I am not addressing the intelligence department. However, since the Hokage has broached the topic, I must also clarify that in the future, the Umbu will require relevant documentation to investigate intelligence. They can no longer indiscriminately access vital information from the intelligence department. After a brief pause, Haichi continued. Everyone has their own interests, and the Umbu is no exception. If crucial intelligence is carelessly scrutinized, it constitutes a grave irresponsibility towards the village. As he spoke, a sense of guilt filled Haichi's heart. He believed that the reason Danzo had acquired so many talented individuals was largely due to the reckless access to intelligence within the department. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now he was filled with trepidation. Sarutobi's expression darkened, although direct access to vital intelligence would no longer be possible. He only needed a command and relevant documentation, so he did not dwell on it, and simply agreed. Very well. After addressing the matter of intelligence, Haichi continued. The Umbu has been established for many years, yet there has never been a clear delineation of its functions. I believe we should reevaluate the distribution of power within the Umbu. What are its external and internal authorities? If these distinctions are not clarified, such a disordered department could easily give rise to sinister and despicable individuals like Danzo. However, upon hearing this, the third Hokage and others exchanged concerned glances. They naturally desired power over both external and internal affairs, but it was clear that such sentiments could not be openly expressed. After a lengthy silence, Tsunade finally responded vaguely. The Umbu is a direct department under the Hokage. Naturally, it must encompass both internal and external responsibilities, otherwise, the Hokage's orders and critical intelligence would be unable to be executed promptly. Haichi pondered for a moment before pressing further. What internal powers do you possess? Protecting the Hokage, investigating suspicious individuals, and promptly apprehending related parties. And how do we determine who is suspicious? We will conduct relevant verification. And on what basis will arrests be made? Will there be accompanying documentation? Will there be oversight from relevant departments regarding these matters? Can the names of the suspects be made public? A barrage of inquiries left Tsunade momentarily speechless. Yet the affairs of the Umbu were inherently fragile. The determination of suspicion rested solely on the whims of those in power. And there might ultimately be no follow-up at all. The unsettling nature of this inexplicable matter magnified the anxiety among the assembled ninjas. If a blade were directed outward, the attendees might have applauded, but when it turned inward, none could endure such baseless scrutiny and suspicion, especially without any assurance afterward. After a moment, Sarutobi spoke languidly, inquiring, "What do you think we should do?" Yamashiro Kaori, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "In the future, the intelligence from the Umbu concerning external affairs and emergencies should remain internal. I believe our priority is to protect Lord Hokage. That is unacceptable. Tsunade stood abruptly. Why is that? Does Lord Hokage distrust the comrades present? At this moment, many ninjas raised their gazes towards Sarutobi, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. The trio of Sarutobi exchanged knowing glances, their years of collaboration allowing them to grasp each other's intentions instantly. They realized the situation could not continue to escalate. They needed to find a way to muddle the current state of affairs. I inherently trust everyone's loyalty to the village, yet we cannot ignore the destabilizing elements within. If we remain unprepared, it could lead to another calamity for Konoha. After speaking, Sarutobi cast a pointed look at the Uchiha clan. Oh, are you suggesting that the various ninja clans present are the destabilizing factors? You interjected, unhesitatingly dragging the prominent clans into the fray. Through Sarutobi's gaze, you understood what the third would say next. However, you remained unfazed. What I refer to is something that you Uchiha should be well aware of. Sarutobi hastily clarified as he noticed the representatives of the other clans turning pale. I hope Lord Hokage can be more explicit. Playing riddles at such a grand meeting. Don't you think it undermines your status? You retorted without hesitation. Sarutobi's expression darkened. I would kindly request the current Uchiha clan leader to elucidate the circumstances surrounding your clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember, during the Nine Tails incident, many present witnessed the Sharingan in the eyes of the beast. Chapter 67. A Counter-Strike Ha. Lord Hokage, I believe we Uchiha have already provided a thorough explanation previously. Should there be any doubts regarding the village, please present sufficient evidence. You Uchiha brat. Why conceal the fact that your clan awakened the Mangekyo capable of controlling the Nine Tails? Tsunade immediately stood up to question. What Mangekyo? You can actually control the Nine Tails? Tsunade's words undoubtedly caused a stir among the ninjas present. Compared to the human experiments conducted by Danzo, which affected only a handful, the Nine Tails incident stirred deep-seated grievances within the majority. Could it be that the Uchiha orchestrated the Nine Tails turmoil behind the scenes? I always thought that pair of eyes looked familiar. It turns out to be the Uchiha's Sharingan. The conference room erupted into chaos, as everyone seemed to forget about the Umbu. After all, the Umbu represented a latent issue, while the Nine Tails incident was an indelible scar on the village. Many began to cast vengeful glances toward the Uchiha, recalling lost loved ones. You, however, remained composed, while the expressions of Uchiha Ritsu and Fugaku turned grim. Lord Hokage. At that time, Fugaku's words were abruptly halted as you forcibly intervened. Following the train of thought established by the third and others would only lead them into the enemy's rhythm. You leisurely stood up. I recall that the Nine Tails incident occurred over a year ago. Has the village earnestly investigated the reasons behind it during this time? To question my Uchiha clan based solely on a pair of eyes seems rather frivolous. It's worth noting that we Uchiha are not like the Hyuga's caged birds. Speaking of which, I remember that Danzo, the former elder, possessed quite a number of our clan's eyes. Many present witnessed this firsthand. Rather than suspecting us Uchiha, shouldn't you scrutinize Danzo, that sinister rat? Furthermore, we Uchiha intended to mobilize our entire clan to rescue the fourth Hokage, only to be obstructed by the Umbu, which conveyed the third Hokage's orders prohibiting our clan from taking action. This led to the unfortunate demise of the fourth, who was close to our clan. I find this matter perplexing. I cannot fathom any reason for my clan to harness the power of the Sharingan to harm the fourth Hokage and his wife. U.S. calm words instantly restored rationality to many ninjas, who once again regarded the third Hokage with astonishment. For what you stated was indeed factual. The Uchiha's eyes were not solely possessed by Danzo, but also by a particularly renowned genius ninja within Konoha. Additionally, it was true that the fourth Hokage had been on amicable terms with the Uchiha during his tenure. The various clans could sense this, and moreover, the fourth's wife, Kushina, was a close friend of Fugaku's wife. The Uchiha had no reason to jeopardize such a favorable situation. The expressions of the third, Tsunade, and the others, who had initially felt assured of victory, stiffened. They could not comprehend how the topic had shifted back to Danzo and the Umbu, perhaps indicative of the numerous unsavory deeds committed by the higher-ups. In that moment, you gazed at the three, who appeared dumbfounded, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. And yet you still wish to wrongfully accuse the Uchiha? At the very least, you ought to present some compelling evidence. Therefore, Lord Hokage, what prompted you to issue orders to the Umbu to prevent the Uchiha from rescuing the fourth Hokage? It is known that he was the youngest Hokage of the village, and had we Uchiha been permitted to assist, the fourth could have been saved. Here, I must express my suspicion that the higher-ups may have had some connection to the Ninetales incident, aiming to ensure the untimely death of the fourth, who was closely aligned with our clan. Following the logic of who benefits the most, one can deduce the true suspect in this case. I cannot help but question your motives, Lord Hokage, for although the fourth was the Hokage, the orders came from you, the third. Doesn't this raise significant concerns? Boom. At this moment, many ninjas displayed expressions of shock, incredulously gazing at the now flustered third and others. Nonsense. How could the third harm the fourth? Mito Kazahana quickly stood to explain. Who can say for sure? After all, Danzo, who has been close to the third for so long, is capable of committing atrocities against his own comrades. As fellow elders, who can guarantee that they wouldn't betray the village's interests for personal gain? How can you Uchiha assure us of your innocence? Tsunade glared fiercely at you. At the very least, I can guarantee that during the Ninetales incident, all members of my Uchiha clan were within the clan grounds. After all, the Umbu had sealed off the entire Uchiha clan, which serves as the best evidence. Furthermore, I, Uchiha you, as the clan leader, am willing to accept any investigation. Should there be evidence proving that the Uchiha were responsible for the incident, I would dare to commit seppuku before all the villagers as an apology. U.S. impassioned words undeniably moved many ninjas present, causing the previously vengeful gazes to dissipate. At this moment, everyone awaited an explanation from the third, who was rapidly losing the credibility he had maintained for decades. The third trembled slightly, his hands and feet cold, his breath quickening. What he initially thought would be a favorable situation had now turned into a barrage of inquiries against him. All due to the few words of the Uchiha brat. Lord Third, please tell us why you dispatched the Umbu to prevent the Uchiha from aiding the fourth, and why it was not the fourth who issued the orders, but rather you, who had already retired to the Elder Council. At this moment, Narashikaku stood calmly and posed the question. The third took a deep breath. At that time, due to the Sharingan being present in the Ninetales' eyes, I issued the order to prevent the Uchiha's actions to avert further escalation. As for why the order came from me, it was an unexpected situation, and the fourth, being the party involved, had no time to issue commands. The third's gradual explanation did little to quell the doubts in everyone's minds, and many continued to cast skeptical glances at Sarutobi and the others. The third Hokage has elucidated the matter. Yet how should the Uchiha clan justify the existence of the Sharingan, given that it serves as the most compelling evidence? Toka Kobayashi struggled to articulate. Oh, I have made myself quite clear. This cannot be explained. Since the Warring States period, the Uchiha have lost countless eyes. And to doubt our clan based on this is sheer folly. If the higher-ups cannot ascertain the truth, must the Uchiha forever remain under suspicion? If the third and others are incapable of conducting an investigation, then my security division can certainly instruct you on how to uncover the leads. Let us first address the incident of the Ninetales rampage. Who, pray tell, revealed the location of Kushina's delivery? At that time, aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, barely a handful of individuals were privy to this information. Have you investigated all of them? In the face of Yu's inquiry, the third and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained their composure. Naturally, we have conducted inquiries. They are all trustworthy individuals. The third hastily responded. You smiled faintly, including Danzo. In an instant, Sarutobi and the others found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Regardless, the burden of blame on Danzo is far too heavy for them to shake off. The truth remains, compared to the Uchiha's unwavering loyalty to his orders, Danzo committed unforgivable sins against the village. Were it not for his apparent demise, he would likely have been marked as a rogue ninja by now. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi gazed at the remarkable youth who had turned the Uchiha's defensive stance into an offensive one. He could not deny that the Uchiha had produced an extraordinary young man, and he braced himself for the final strike from the Uchiha. However, the confrontation he envisioned did not transpire. After clarifying his stance, Yu calmly returned to his seat. It was not yet time for Sarutobi to step down. His resignation at this moment would merely benefit his disciples, not the Uchiha, as they were still far from contending for the position of Hokage. It would be wiser to retain this flawed Hokage until the Uchiha had the strength and prestige to ascend. Chapter 67. The Arbiter of the Hyuga. Just as the conference room was on the brink of falling into silence once more, A man clad in white robes rose to his feet. It is well known that Konoha is home to two prominent clans, formerly the Uchiha and Senju, now the Hyuga and Uchiha. The Senju and Uchiha had united to establish Konoha, ending an old era. The Senju clan boasts two Hokages, maintaining their illustrious reputation. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, though formidable, remains overshadowed by the Uchiha and Senju. Internal strife has hindered their entry into the village's power center. The branch family, constrained by their status, have no aspirations in this regard, while the main family holds significant power over the branch's fate. Should they gain access to the center of power in Konoha, it would be a scenario the higher-ups would not tolerate. Many members of the branch family, already displeased by the main family's disregard, found it inconceivable that the Hyuga main family would seek control over the village. However, at this moment, the Hyuga had a different perspective. Initially, when the third Hokage approached the Hyuga clan, it was under the guise of transferring benefits, yet this merely allowed the Hyuga to place more ninjas within the Umbu. Now that the Umbu has been significantly diminished, their demands can no longer be met. Nevertheless, the youthful Hisashi saw a greater opportunity arising from the Uchiha's challenge. As Hisashi stood, all eyes turned towards him. His white attire made him notably conspicuous in the quiet conference room. With a calm expression and a powerful voice, he proclaimed, "We have come here for the betterment of the village's future, not to cast blame upon one another." His steady and resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly calming the agitated ninjas present. Sarutobi glanced at Hisashi, now prepared to step down, and wished to avoid antagonizing the Uchiha while also refraining from offending another prominent clan of Konoha. Indeed, the head of the Hyuga is correct. Let us return to the earlier discussion. Elder Kobayashi raised the issue of potential threats to Konoha, necessitating the preservation of the Umbu's critical functions. Hisashi did not take his seat but instead surveyed the ninjas present. Does anyone have any objections? The assembly was slightly taken aback. The Hyuga had assumed the role of an arbiter, yet no one dared to voice dissent. The once impartial third Hokage had lost his credibility as a neutral party due to internal clan matters and the Uchiha's incisive counterattack. The Hyuga, having maintained a stance of neutrality, emerged as the ideal judge. A faint smile graced Yu's lips. He had anticipated that this stage would not be solely for the Uchiha to confront alone. The world thrives on self-interest, after all. I harbor doubts regarding the determination of unstable factors. Relying solely on the subjective judgment of the three elders may be somewhat hasty. Yu's cool voice resonated in the hall. Sarutobi and his companions felt a disquieting sensation, yet they had no time to ponder further in the face of Yu's inquiry. Elder Kobayashi immediately stood to respond. I have dedicated myself to the public good since the establishment of Konoha, with no selfish intent. It is well known that we, the elders, are disciples of the second Hokage and have carried forth his will in all our actions for the village. You scoffed lightly. And Danzo is also a bearer of the second's will? Upon hearing Danzo's name, Kobayashi's heart sank. It was as he feared. The Uchiha youth rose once more. It is common knowledge that Danzo too inherited the second Hokage's will, contributing to Konoha for decades. No, rather, he has harmed Konoha for decades. That conviction is indeed unwavering. The second Hokage researched methods to control the village's ninjas, while our esteemed Danzo has only amplified this technique. Truly a legacy passed down. Yu's slightly mocking remarks left the conference room enveloped in a murmur of discontent. He turned to the somber-faced third Hokage and others, asking, did the elders not intervene when Danzo committed his misdeeds? Or did they turn a blind eye? Even if someone had the courage to intervene, their corpse would likely be lying cold in that experimental tank by now. Mito's face flushed with indignation. Nonsense. That is merely unfounded speculation. Seeing the situation escalate towards conflict, Hisashi interjected, Uchiha clan leader, do not make baseless accusations without evidence. You nodded, his gaze steady. Perhaps my words are merely conjecture. However, it cannot be denied that the elders are intertwined in familial ties. Should another individual like Danzo arise among the higher-ups, the intended oversight would be rendered ineffective. After all, what if a family member or relative present here were to be deemed undesirable by the higher-ups and labeled as harboring ulterior motives? What then? Coughing lightly, Hisashi attempted to interrupt you, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown among the ninjas in attendance. Hisashi glanced at you with a helpless expression, glancing apologetically at Sarutobi and the others. Although the Uchiha clan leader's assertions were mere speculation, they undeniably held a semblance of truth. After a moment's contemplation, Hisashi turned to the now significantly grim Sarutobi and suggested, Hokage-sama, what if we allow the Umbu to retain their internal oversight and reporting authority, but revoke their powers of arrest, interrogation, and detention? What do you think? Sarutobi found himself in a difficult position. He certainly did not wish to be constrained. Yet, with Hisashi standing on the side of fairness, any rebuttal would signify a rejection of the will of the assembled ninjas. In that moment, he cursed Danzo internally. Were it not for Danzo's heavy burden of blame, he would not find himself in such a compromising predicament. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. As the individuals gathered in the conference room felt a wave of relief, the developments of the day had been exceedingly surreal. From the onset of the meeting, the atmosphere was charged with tension, teetering on the brink of explosion at any moment. Now that one proposal had been resolved, they moved on to the next agenda item concerning intelligence. The ever-composed Hinata continued to preside over the proceedings, though the Hokage lineage perceived an underlying injustice, yet felt powerless to intervene. Various matters regarding the ANBU villages were debated and ultimately reached a compromise amid the clashing factions. The meeting progressed methodically. Seated in the front row, Yu and Uchiha gradually fell into a contemplative silence, a peculiar scene that did not escape the notice of others. Nara Shikaku observed the now muted Uchiha, lost in thought, while surveying the raucous representatives of numerous clans within the room. His formidable intellect swiftly unraveled the intricacies at play, and he could not help but cast an admiring glance toward the youthful figure seated nearby. Truly, the Uchiha were prodigious, navigating forward and retreating with finesse. In this political struggle, the Uchiha merely acted as vanguards, paving the way for others to seize the unprecedented opportunities ahead, driven by the lure of substantial benefits that no one could afford to ignore. Yet, what was it that the Hyuga truly sought? Shikaku turned his gaze toward the unfazed Hinata, who continued to serve as the arbiter, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck Shikaku, prompting him to fix his astonished gaze on Hinata. Beside him, Inoichi was bewildered by Shikaku's sudden shift in demeanor. What has crossed your mind, Shikaku? Inoichi inquired, puzzled. This is extraordinary. Truly remarkable. The minds of the two great clans of Konoha are so profoundly intricate. Shikaku, realizing the implication, urged Inoichi to refrain from further questions, as several other clan ninjas had begun to eavesdrop on their conversation. Inoichi sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Chapter 68. Epilogue. As discussions regarding the ANBU agenda approached their conclusion, Yu abruptly stood, addressing the Hokage. Might I inquire if the ANBU still retains the village's defense responsibilities? Having just resolved one issue, Hinata found himself caught off guard by Yu's inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he replied honestly, currently, the ANBU has been drastically reduced in personnel and can no longer uphold the village's defense duties. Then, fortuitously, our security department is adequately staffed. The Uchiha clan is willing to assume this responsibility. Yu stated nonchalantly. No, that is not feasible. The Uchiha territory lies too far from the village. The third Hokage, having endured a lengthy meeting, felt a slight dizziness but remained resolute in not dismissing the decision to curtail Uchiha power, despite the increasing difficulties it presented, as it was the will of his predecessor. Lord Third, the village's safety cannot afford any negligence. We Uchiha can send some clan members back to our ancestral homeland to establish a security division, thus better safeguarding the village. No, absolutely not. The third Hokage and others quickly interjected. Would this not merely allow the Uchiha's influence to expand throughout the village? The current Uchiha security division is already a formidable adversary. Should their power increase, they would dominate the defenses of Konoha. This was a scenario that Sarutobi, Tsunade, and others were determined to avoid. Faced with the third's vehement opposition, Hinata also furrowed his brow deeply. Perhaps we could mobilize resources from each clan to establish a new security division at the idle ANBU training base, while still maintaining Uchiha leadership. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and, lacking a better alternative, nodded in agreement, though he instantly regretted this concession. Was this not tantamount to granting the Uchiha an opportunity to draw closer to the other clans? In that moment, Sarutobi felt his breath quicken as he glared at Yu, who wore a disingenuous smile, finding the situation increasingly intolerable. Beside him, Tsunade and Mito similarly grasped the underlying implications, casting incredulous looks at Sarutobi. Thus concludes the discussion on the ENBU proposal. Are there any further opinions to be raised? Hinata subtly nodded toward you, signaling a gesture of goodwill towards the Uchiha. A subtle smile graced U.S. lips as their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. It could be said that within this meeting, the Hyuga and Uchiha had forged a covert alliance, both silently acknowledging the presence of Sarutobi. The third Hokage rubbed his temples. The marathon meeting had left him drenched in sweat and fatigued. Let us take a half-hour recess. We have been at this for quite some time. With that, he rose and exited the conference room. A gust of cold air rushed in, revitalizing Sarutobi's senses. Observing this, the others began to disperse in small groups. Outside, the light rain had ceased, and the winter chill swept through the vicinity, causing the ninjas, accustomed to warmth, to feel slightly uncomfortable. Representatives from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans retreated to a secluded corner, whispering among themselves. Shikaku, have the Uchiha and Hyuga formed an alliance? Inoichi could not contain his curiosity. How could that be? Hinata appears quite impartial. Dingza, producing a large chicken leg from somewhere, began to munch contentedly. Shikaku's gaze shifted thoughtfully. From the current dynamics, it seems the Uchiha and Hyuga have indeed forged a reluctant alliance, driven by mutual interests. They must stand together. Dingza chewed on his chicken leg, contemplating. Are you suggesting that the ostensibly impartial Hinata has his own motives that require Uchiha support, and that the Uchiha would not oppose such support? Shikaku nodded. What then? Do you believe Hinata's objectives to be? Have the two clans not historically held disdain for one another? Inoichi asked, perplexed. That was precisely what I was pondering. Hinata likely seeks to penetrate the core of power within Konoha, while the Uchiha would undoubtedly welcome any entity that could share the burden of Hokage authority. Shikaku reflected for a moment before articulating his thoughts. It makes sense now. In the end, Hinata will assist the Uchiha in successfully expanding the influence of their security division. The realization dawned upon the two, their eyes widening. The Uchiha are indeed formidable. Despite no direct communication, they have entwined themselves with the various clans of Konoha, including us. One can only conclude that the third's approach was flawed from the outset, rendering it entirely ineffective today. Shikaku sighed wearily. Indeed, such a Uchiha is a terrifying prospect. Inoichi concurred. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi lit a cigarette, enveloping the room in a thick cloud of smoke. Tsunade, seated nearby, frowned and remarked, "Can you refrain from smoking? We need to contemplate how to confront the next meeting. The Uchiha's behavior is exceedingly peculiar." Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke. His expression troubled. The Uchiha's ambitions do not revolve around the position of Hokage. What? Tsunade and Mito both sprang to their feet, agitated. If they were truly after the Hokage title, they would not seek to diminish the power of the ANBU. Sarutobi continued. That is impossible. The Uchiha have an intense fixation on the Hokage position. Why else would they orchestrate such elaborate schemes? Tsunade questioned, incredulous. Indeed. Sarutobi, could you be misinterpreting their intentions? Mito added, equally skeptical. Surely not. Do you believe that if the Uchiha sought the Hokage title, they would actively undermine the authority of the Hokage? The two were momentarily rendered speechless, unable to counter his assertion. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the ninjas, having endured a slight chill, found their minds considerably clearer. They became aware that there were numerous intricacies within the ongoing meeting. Upon re-entering the conference room, the ninjas had shed much of their emotional turbulence and began to adopt a more rational approach toward the proceedings. At the last moment, Sarutobi and his companions arrived at the meeting room. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi announced, I have just received intelligence from the front lines indicating that the Hidden Cloud Village is poised for significant actions. The brief half-hour had not been sufficient for Sarutobi and his colleagues to devise an effective strategy, yet the meeting had to continue. Thus, they sought to navigate the discussion towards matters of war to prolong the session. However, before he could elaborate further, you interjected coolly, Lord Hokage. We are currently deliberating on the aftermath concerning Danzo. The matters at the front lines are best handled by the commanding officers there. Sarutobi paused. For the situation at the front lines directly pertained to the safety of the entire village. It was far from a trivial issue. Having recently emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, the lingering dread of conflict prompted many of the ninjas present to rally in support of the third Hokage. Amidst the ensuing cacophony of voices, Hinata stood, asserting, Lord Hokage, according to the intelligence received from the Hyuga clan. The situation at the front with the Hidden Cloud Village is merely a standoff. Nothing significant has transpired. Saratobi's expression faltered momentarily. He could not comprehend why the usually neutral Hyuga would so vehemently counter his assertion during the latter part of the meeting. A well-known adage states, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Given that external hostilities had already begun to manifest, it was imperative to resolve internal issues promptly during this period of standoff. Thus, we must expedite the resolution of the problems left behind by Danzo. You seized the opportunity to emphasize. Saratobi, feeling helpless as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans appeared to be performing a well-coordinated act, realized that the topic could not be shifted. Reluctantly, he proceeded with the meeting, which swiftly transitioned into a systematic discussion of Danzo's affairs. Topics included how to appease the village's residents, compensation for the victims, and whether Danzo had betrayed the village's interests prior to his demise. Thus concludes our deliberation on the aftermath concerning Danzo. If there are no further inquiries, we shall adjourn this meeting. Saratobi, eager to conclude this excruciating assembly, found each resolution painfully disheartening. Yet, at that moment, two voices interrupted him simultaneously. Wait, Lord Hokage. Hold on. Lord Hokage. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he turned to face the speakers, Hinata and Yu. He was perplexed as to what further issues the head of the Hyuga clan and the leader of the Uchiha clan might wish to raise. At that moment, impatience became evident on Saratobi's face. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The ninjas had assumed that there was little left to astonish them. After all, the Uchiha had previously confronted the Hokage directly, and the betrayal by the Inuzuka clan had already shocked them. Yet, now the Uchiha and Hyuga stood united, which was perplexing. With an air of calm, Hinata addressed Saratobi. The dangers posed by the unbridled power of the upper echelons have become all too apparent. The ramifications of Danzo's actions have inflicted losses on the village comparable to a localized war, substantial compensation for the villagers, potential leaks of classified information, and detrimental impacts on Konoha's reputation. These are merely the known consequences. Undoubtedly, there are many hidden dangers we remain unaware of. You nodded in agreement, stating, this is the inevitable result of the abuse of power. We must take this as a lesson. To speak of more recent events, consider the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and the tragic downfall of Konoha's White Fang due to public scrutiny. Were there not underlying issues at play? Had the fourth still been alive, would the Hidden Cloud Village have dared to declare war on us? Hence, the greater the power, the more stringent the oversight it must endure. It is fortunate that Danzo has perished. Had he lived, would he not have turned rogue? Once a disciple of the Hokage and a close friend, if this continues, will Konoha not become the laughingstock of the ninja world? Yu's inquiries left Saratobi and the others squirming in their seats. Uchiha brat, what relevance do the fourth Hokage and White Fang's matters have to the upper echelon? You cannot speak such nonsense here. Chunin Komatsu interjected angrily. Now Elder Komatsu refuses to address me as the Uchiha clan leader. It is clear there exists a significant bias. Without the third's orders, the fourth would not have perished. Had the Hokage steadfastly supported the village's hero, White Fang, would Tsukumo Hitaki have taken his own life due to public opinion? This is all about safeguarding the village. The ninjas, initially anticipating a spectacle, were moved by Yu's impassioned speech. The anger they had previously suppressed began to surface. Indeed, had the fourth still been alive, had Konoha's White Fang still been alive, would the Hidden Cloud Village have dared to initiate war? Seeing how easily you stirred the emotions of those present, Saratobi sighed deeply, slowly rising to his feet and removing his Hokage hat. It is all my fault as Hokage. I hereby announce my resignation from the position of Hokage. This was a strategy Saratobi had long contemplated. He had hoped it would remain unnecessary. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself cornered by the Uchiha clan. However, as soon as his words left his lips, the last voice he expected urgently interrupted him. No, Lord Hokage, please, do not misunderstand. Saratobi looked bewildered at Hinata and Yu. Yu hastily replied, Lord Hokage, Konoha currently has no successor to the Hokage position, and with the frontline battle still ongoing, the village needs your steadiness. Suddenly recalling the lessons from Itachi regarding the will of fire, Yu adjusted his demeanor, saying, Lord Hokage, where the leaves flutter, the fire burns eternally. As the light that nurtures the village's seedlings, you must continue to hold your post. With that, Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. He had warned Saratobi against using the will of fire to manipulate his brother. Now it was his turn to see how Sarutobi would navigate this situation. Resignation was not an option. Sarutobi stared blankly at you, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you truly desire? Hinata, no longer concealing his thoughts, stated, Lord Hokage, I understand the bonds that exist between friends and family, and it is only natural to have mutual concealments. However, if this continues, it poses significant risks to the village's development. Thus, I propose he cast a glance at you, who nodded slightly. My proposal is to create new elder positions. The moment Hinata uttered these words, an uproar ensued in the chamber. Shikaku and Inuzuka exchanged glances, realizing the implications. Sarutobi quickly understood why the Hyuga had allied with the Uchiha. They were indeed natural allies. Other clans began to consider their own interests. Perhaps an additional elder position could benefit their families. However, upon glancing at the two prominent figures in front of them, their aspirations dimmed. After all, the election of elders was not something ordinary ninjas could participate in. It required elite jonin. With the elite jonin from the two major clans comprising half the number, any minor clan would struggle to compete, ensuring that new elders would likely arise from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The third Hokage's mind raced. With only one elder position vacated by Danzo, the village could not appoint another elder without the daimyo's approval. Hinata, aware of this, spoke in a measured tone, Lord Hokage. The elder I propose is not merely an advisor, but a true assistant to the Hokage. The distinction between the two roles lies in the fact that the senior advisor serves as a conduit between the Hokage and the daimyo. Their primary responsibilities include advocating for financial support from the daimyo for the village, as well as conveying the village's circumstances to the daimyo. Thus, the senior advisor must secure the daimyo's approval, as the Hokage does not have unilateral authority. Conversely, the Hokage's assistant functions differently, akin to the Hokage's secretary. They can also participate in significant village decisions, requiring only the Hokage's consent. Sarutobi took a moment to gather his thoughts. Realizing he could no longer contest this matter and had his own strategies to address it, the Hokage's assistant position could accommodate only one individual. Exceeding this number would lead to superficiality, with titles devoid of substantive responsibilities. Naturally, you would not dispute this, as the third's argument was sound. After all, Konoha, no matter how vast, is merely a village and does not necessitate more than 3 Hokage assistants, and Yu's ambitions lay elsewhere. Initially, Sarutobi anticipated a strong rebuttal from Yu. But this time he was met with silence, as Yu merely nodded before returning to his seat, indifferent and closing his eyes. Uchiha also sat down contentedly. Sarutobi suddenly questioned whether he had made a misstep. However, having spoken, he could not retract his words. He cast a dispassionate glance at Yu, and then at Uchiha, confused by their inscrutable thoughts. This meeting is concluded. A week from now, we will conduct the elder selection. Candidates may self-nominate or be nominated by others. Additionally, we will gather the elite ninjas of the village to prepare for voting next week. Dismissed. With that, Sarutobi exited the conference room. The Hokage faction could be considered defeated in this gathering. Aside from retaining the Hokage position, they had lost nearly everything else. Sarutobi's spirits were notably low. The prospect of suppressing the Uchiha clan now seemed a distant hope. He resolved that it was time to bring Tsunade back. As the groups in the meeting room dispersed, many eyes, intentionally or not, lingered on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Initially, one might have expected some interaction between the two clans. Yet their members maintained a mutual disdainful indifference and returned to their respective homes. However, both clans were already tacitly aware that the Uchiha had no chance of contesting for elder status. If the Uchiha did not support the Hyuga would unequivocally not support the Uchiha. Relying solely on Uchiha members to vie for elder positions was nothing short of a jest. Only if the Uchiha backed the Hyuga would the latter have a chance of entering the Elder Council. The Uchiha would certainly seize this opportunity to diminish the authority of the third and his ilk. Moreover, considering the goodwill extended by the Hyuga earlier in the security department, the Uchiha would undoubtedly owe the Hyuga a favor. This was why, with Yu, a shrewd leader at the helm, Uchiha felt emboldened to take a gamble. After all, everyone was astute enough to understand the implications. Chapter 70. After the rain, the sky clears after the rain. The sun of winter cast its rays upon the shimmering puddles, painting them with a spectrum of colors, as the once polluted air welcomed a refreshing clarity. Upon exiting the council hall, the Uchiha clan emerged invigorated. Although it appeared that they had not gained substantial benefits from the meeting, they had, in fact, accrued significant intangible advantages. Not to mention, the perception of the Uchiha among the Konoha ninjas had greatly improved. Furthermore, this incident had reinforced the Uchiha clan's authority. The expansion of the security department alone thrilled Fujitaka and the Uchiha populace. What plans do you have for the expansion of the security department, clan leader? Uchiha Ryang asked with palpable excitement. You pondered briefly, anticipating a surge of ninjas joining the security department. As the power center led by the Uchiha, it was imperative to showcase the clan's capability. Aside from the division leader positions, all other roles should be open for fair competition among the ninjas of Konoha. Will the clan members be dissatisfied with your approach, clan leader? Hata, who stood beside you, could not help but inquire. Do you think the clan is still in need of positions to fight over? You retorted. Hata bowed his head in contemplation, realizing that there was indeed little necessity for clan members to vie for positions in the security department. Numerous shops were actively seeking personnel, providing various means of livelihood for both ninjas and ordinary clansmen. With this thought, Hata shook his head. Yet he remained perplexed as to why the clan leader would relinquish such significant roles within the security department. At this moment, Fujitaka interjected, The security department belongs to the Uchiha. Father, do not be so short-sighted. I am only opening up the division leader positions, and these roles will be of great utility for our Uchiha in the future. You patiently elaborated. Why is that? Fujitaka asked, puzzled. I believe that through this event, the ninjas and clans of Konoha will recognize the immense power contained within the security department. By opening positions below the rank of division leader, we aim to attract ninjas from clans willing to cultivate a friendly rapport with the Uchiha and to foster our own political influence. At this point, you paused, observing the rapt attention of the audience, and could not help but smile. In the future, relying solely on the Uchiha to compete for the Hokage position will be untenable. Therefore, we must cultivate our own power base, and the extensive opening of division positions presents the best opportunity for the Uchiha to establish influence. I plan to further subdivide the security department. In addition to the existing police office, criminal investigation team, and legal department, I aim to categorize the ranks of police officers. Moving forward, all police officers will be classified into ranks: first class, second class, third class, elite officers, and special police. To advance their ranks, one must demonstrate both strength and investigative prowess. Furthermore, for each rank, the clan will allocate corresponding resources to train them, instilling in them the principles of justice to ensure their loyalty to the security department, which is, ultimately, the Uchiha. With the force we cultivate, do you think that when the third makes another error, the Uchiha will remain isolated and helpless? Without even mentioning those clans that accept our goodwill, consider the ordinary civilian ninjas who ascend to the ranks of elite ninjas in Konoha through our training. Will they not harbor gratitude? As Yu's words resonated, Fujitaka, Ryang, and Hata stared at him in astonishment. A flush of excitement spread across Fujitaka's face. I support you. In that moment, he finally glimpsed the path for the Uchiha towards the Hokage position, a long-held aspiration since the establishment of Konoha. Then, should we contend for the elder positions in Konoha? Ryang, equally electrified, inquired. Yu calmly shook his head. This time, it is not feasible. The Uchiha lacks a foundation to compete for elder status, and since the Hyuga has extended goodwill, this is evident to all clans. Therefore, the Uchiha must demonstrate basic integrity. Even if we fail in the competition for elder positions, the families may feel frustrated, yet they will also recognize our sincerity. This is of utmost importance for the clan's future development. The three nodded in agreement. Although they could not expand the clan's power once again, it was clear that the clan leader possessed a far-reaching vision. Sacrificing the current minor benefits for that position was not regrettable. The Uchiha sought the entirety of Konoha. Oh, by the way, leave a position in the security department for the Hyuga. You suddenly recalled the individual who had been observing him intently during the meeting. Is it Nichiharu? I hope you can seize this opportunity. Yes, clan leader. Ryang replied without hesitation. You nodded. This time, you shall take on the role of division leader, Ryang. Ah. Ryang was taken aback. Clan leader, can I really do it? I would rather follow you. Uchiha Ryang responded somewhat reluctantly. You offered a wry smile, remarking that if one is to take on additional burdens, one must embrace the role of division leader earnestly. There is no need for you to overexert yourself. Simply ensure my orders are executed. Understood, clan leader. Uchiha Ryang responded, somewhat dejected. Fiake, observing from behind, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such unwavering loyalty from a clan member, particularly from the son of his longtime rival, and he found it oddly gratifying. By the way, father, you should also keep yourself occupied. I plan to assemble the clan's most talented youths into a guard unit. When you have time, please help cultivate their practical skills. Five, momentarily lost in his own satisfaction, was suddenly interrupted, his gaze revealing a hint of confusion. What is this all about, you? Father, you must understand that our clan members are the core strength of the Uchiha. Without formidable clansmen, how can we exert dominance over the other ninja clans of Konoha? This will be the foundation for the Uchiha standing in the world, so do not hold back. Train them relentlessly. Five was momentarily taken aback, having thought he was entering a life of retirement, only to find his ambitious son burdening him with tasks. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi and his companions were quietly tending to their wounds. What a bold Uchiha, conspiring with the Hyuga and the Yamashiro clans. Mito Gate Inazuma stood up in a fit of anger. Calm down, Mito. There's no use in getting angry now. Sarutobi quietly inhaled from his pipe. I suspect that Hayashi is targeting the Umbu due to his nephew's situation. If he truly chose betrayal, his companions, Shikaku and Inoichi, would not remain indifferent. As for the Hyuga, I never anticipated their ambitions would be so vast. Sarutobi, now you must realize that the Uchiha are not harboring good intentions. A sudden cold voice darkened the atmosphere, causing Sarutobi and his companions to scowl. Danzo, how dare you speak? If it weren't for you, we would not have fallen to such a state. At that moment, even Tsunade, who had often sympathized with Danzo, wore a displeased expression. Danzo, who had intended to speak, now wore a grim look. Tsunade, what do you mean? Having become a mere figurehead, Danzo was completely oblivious to the developments of the meeting. What do you mean? Your misdeeds have left us all in a difficult position. Tsunade, fueled by pent-up frustration, showed no mercy toward Danzo. He stood in the shadows, his face a mask of silence. Enough! Sarutobi suddenly bellowed, casting a sour look at Danzo. Did I not instruct you to refrain from entering my office without reason? We cannot allow the Uchiha to seize any advantage, otherwise, we are doomed. Danzo trembled slightly. His power had dwindled to almost nothing. He understood that this scene was precisely what that young Uchiha desired. Feeling the growing coldness in his comrades' gazes, Danzo's heart brimmed with resentment. Under the scrutiny of Sarutobi and his allies, he slinked away from the Hokage building like a disgraced dog. Before departing, he shot a furtive glance at Sarutobi. One day, Sarutobi, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold, 100-fold, and the young Uchiha as well. Chapter 71. The Emergence of Medicinal Pills. Danzo has become increasingly reckless. If it were not for his despicable actions, we would not have lost face in such a manner, Tsunade remarked, watching Danzo's departure with indignation. Monkey, how shall we counter the Uchiha now? Tsunade inquired further. Sarutobi pondered for a moment. I plan to summon Tsunade back. She surely does not wish to see a village under Uchiha control. Furthermore, with the new year approaching, it is time for the Uchiha on the front lines to rotate. Uchiha Yu has now become the head of the guard division and is no longer suited to remain at the Ninja Academy. I will grant him a special Jonin status and, after the new year, let him lead another group of Uchiha to support the front lines. After careful consideration, Sarutobi articulated his strategy. All changes within the Uchiha stemmed from that troublesome youth. Since he was so difficult to manage, they would find a way to send him away. Monkey, are you certain you wish to bring back that group of madmen? You must know that Uchiha Shana has long harbored a grudge against our teacher. Mito Gate Inazuma asked uncertainly. Times have changed. Uchiha Shana made a grave mistake during the last war and was imprisoned by our teacher for 2 decades. Since his release, he has been the most unruly member of the Uchiha clan. Now that the clan is flourishing due to business gains, his presence will undoubtedly stir trouble. If chaos ensues, we will have a reason to continue suppressing the Uchiha. In that moment, Sarutobi shed his hypocritical facade. Overwhelmed by the pressure the Uchiha had exerted upon him during this confrontation, Tsunade and Mito Gate Inazuma exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The next day, an announcement reverberated throughout Konoha. The newly established Uchiha Guard Division was actively recruiting exceptional ninjas from the entire village. This news was akin to a bombshell, as many had anticipated the Uchiha would only offer insignificant positions. However, when the heads of various clans received the recruitment list from the Uchiha, each family could hardly contain their eagerness. The functions demonstrated by the guard division revealed the power held by what was previously deemed an inconsequential department. The guard division, which once dealt with trivial matters, now stood resilient against the pressures from the Hokage, showcasing its might for the first time. With sufficient evidence, the elders of Konoha could apprehend anyone without hesitation, and even the Hokage had no grounds to object. The Uchiha, unafraid of unwarranted inquiries from the Umbu, could rely on existing laws to justify their actions. Now independent from the Hokage's direct oversight, the division wielded authority over law enforcement, civil order, and criminal investigations, transforming from a mere administrative entity. Additionally, the Uchiha had offered 6 significant captain positions below the division head. Each captain governed the security of a street in Konoha, and the potential benefits prompted various ninja clans to eagerly send their finest youths to the recruitment sites of the guard division. Simultaneously, in the heart of Konoha, the Baisher Medical Hall, boasting a legacy of a century, celebrated its grand opening amidst a lively atmosphere. A multitude of beautiful and charming young women sang and danced, creating a festive spirit that captivated many onlookers. Initially, the crowd's attention was drawn to the performances, but upon entering the medical hall, they were struck by its elegant and grand decor, unlike anything seen in the ninja world, leaving them puzzled about its true purpose. Many assumed it was akin to the Konoha Medical Center. However, when they finally examined the shelves filled with various jars and bottles, numerous knowledgeable ninjas were astonished. The introduction for the healing ointment, for instance, left many in disbelief. Its description claimed, healing ointment, cures external injuries, takes 3 seconds to stop bleeding, 1 minute to scar, and 5 minutes for complete recovery. This was nothing short of a life-saving elixir on the battlefield. Although there existed the profession of medical ninja, they were often the first to perish in combat. Once medical ninjas were lost, injured comrades had no choice but to endure their wounds. Skeptical ninjas, under the patient persuasion of the Uchiha doctors, even resorted to cutting their own arms with kunai to test the healing ointment, purchasing a bottle to try it out. Under the hushed anticipation of the crowd, a second passed, and the wound, once seeping with blood, began to clot. A minute later, a scar formed, and 5 minutes hence, the wound had completely healed, leaving the arm unscathed. This astonishing visual spectacle prompted a ninja to produce a substantial sum of silver. Eager to purchase 100 vials of the miraculous healing ointment, priced at 2,000 taels each, a mere 200,000 taels in total. While this might strain the finances of lower-ranked ninjas, it was merely a few missions worth for those of the Chunin and Jonin ranks. At this moment, countless ninjas were swept into a frenzy over the healing pills, which seemed to be a life-saving treasure to carry at all times. Subsequently, the shop's detoxifying and heart-clearing pills, along with pills for chakra restoration, were snatched up eagerly, while the shop's prized beauty elixir left many in wide-eyed astonishment. A somewhat uncertain female ninja turned to her companion, Yanako, exclaiming, "What is written on this? I can hardly believe my eyes." Beside her, the pure and charming Yanako swallowed hard, reading about the elixir's ability to preserve youth and enhance beauty. Is this world not too insane? This is a product of the great medical ninja research. Yuna murmured in disbelief. Both Yuna and Yanako were ninjas from the Konoha Medical Institute, drawn to the lively atmosphere of the shop. However, upon seeing the beauty elixir, they could not tear their eyes away. Yet, when they glimpsed the price labeled on the elixir, their hearts trembled. It was 1,000,000 taels. Is this not exorbitantly expensive? Yuna gasped. Dear customers, this elixir is not overpriced at all. A poised and graceful female Uchiha physician explained with a smile. Imagine, for just 1,000,000 taels, you can preserve your youth forever, something that was once unimaginable. You are from the Uchiha clan? Yuna asked uncertainly, eyeing the older woman adorned in a black chipao emblazoned with the Uchiha clan symbol. Uchiha Chiya nodded. She was one of the few female ninjas with the 3-tomo Sharingan and the cousin of Feather, as well as the niece of Michiru. She had come to manage this crucial medical establishment for the Uchiha clan. When did the Uchiha acquire such formidable medical ninjutsu? Yuna inquired, incredulous. Their interest extended beyond the beauty elixir to the healing pills and heart-clearing elixirs. Though the names seemed peculiar, as medical ninjas, they understood the immense value contained within. These items had the potential to transform the entire ninja world. A gentle smile graced Uchiha Chiya's mature and charming face. All credit goes to the clan leader, she said, pride glimmering in her eyes. After all, her cousin had gifted her a beauty elixir. The thrill she felt upon receiving it was intertwined with affection for her cousin. Had he not had a little girlfriend, she might have even considered marrying him. As the two girls exited the Baisher Medical Hall, a sense of melancholy enveloped them. Their desire was immense, yet their means insufficient. Yuna, do you think that once we have these pills, the medical ninjutsu we learned will still hold value? Yanako asked anxiously. Yuna's heart raced momentarily. The efficacy of the pills could never compare to that of a medical ninja. Yanako, do not underestimate our skills. I have heard that the third Hokage is recalling Lady Tsunade. With her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, we are bound to be able to create such pills in the future. Indeed. Yanako nodded, regaining her confidence. Tsunade was regarded as a medical legend throughout the ninja world, and with her presence, the Konoha Medical Institute need not fear. Chapter 72, System Upgrade completed at the Hokage Tower. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Sarutobi, engrossed in his paperwork, was interrupted by an urgent knock at the door. Come in. Sarutobi, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Tsunade Koharu exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Sarutobi set down his pen, regarding his companion with a calm demeanor. Koharu, what is so pressing that you rushed over to inform me? With the Umbu force significantly reduced, Sarutobi found himself unaccustomed to awaiting news. He was used to being the first to know everything. The thought furrowed his brow. Koharu remained silent as she produced a space scroll from behind her. Release. Several exquisite porcelain vials materialized before Sarutobi. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. Koharu quickly elucidated the purpose of the pills. As she explained, Sarutobi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you certain these were developed by the Uchiha? He asked incredulously. Koharu nodded earnestly. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Is there any proof of their efficacy? Sarutobi asked, suppressing his surprise. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed here to find you. She replied. Upon hearing her response, Sarutobi fell silent, a storm of thoughts brewing within him. As the leader of the village, he understood the monumental significance of these pills. They could potentially alter the course of warfare in the ninja world. Koharu, what should we do? She asked anxiously. Go find In. Sarutobi deliberated. Without further ado, Koharu exited swiftly to locate Mido Gaiden. Sarutobi then turned to the shadows by the window. Kakashi, go to the Uchiha compound and summon Uchiha Yu, the current clan leader. A figure emerged from the shadows. Understood, Hokage. Kakashi replied before hastily leaving the Hokage tower. Sarutobi gazed out the window, his hand trembling involuntarily. Uchiha, how many secrets do you still possess? Meanwhile, you lay languidly on a lounge chair on the second-floor balcony, observing Sasuke training diligently in the field below. Opposite him, Izumi, engrossed in her craft, was meticulously knitting a scarf for him with 2 iron needles. Izumi was focused, and before long, half of the black scarf had taken shape in her hands. Occasionally, she would glance up at you, who basked in the sun, her large eyes narrowing into a gentle, affectionate smile. This moment stemmed from a conversation she had with Michiru a few days prior, wherein she had sought advice on how to weave a scarf imbued with sentiment. Michiru had whispered in her ear, foretelling that Izumi would someday be a gentle wife. How fortunate for that little rascal of mine, she thought, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. What is Yukuin pondering? She mused, captivated by the sunlight illuminating his profile. Suddenly, Yu's expression shifted as a familiar voice resonated in his mind. System upgrade successful. The current cultivation system is now T2 version, serving the host. This upgrade introduces the family mode, transitioning the host from collecting emotional values to a fate-based model. Would the host like to bind to the existing Uchiha clan? Once bound, the clan's fortune will become the host's future enhancement mode. A stronger clan equates to a more potent fortune value, yielding greater points. All previously acquired emotional values will convert into fortune points. Yu swiftly organized his thoughts. If I bind to the clan, will its decline affect my own strength? Not at all. Regardless of the clan's condition, the strength you gain remains unaffected by its fortune fluctuations, the system's cold voice replied. Which is superior, fortune points or emotional values? Yu continued his inquiry. Emotional values must be collected personally by the host, while fortune points are acquired through the host and the clan's influence on the world. The scope is broader, and both techniques and skills can be utilized. Moreover, a higher fortune value accelerates the host's cultivation speed and comprehension. Fortune points are calculated monthly. If there is no change in fortune that month, the fate points will match the previous months. Upon hearing the system's response, Yu, without a moment's hesitation, chose to bind himself to his family. After all, should he follow the T1 system's template to enhance his cultivation, the figures would be astronomical, even if you toiled endlessly. It could take him decades to ascend from the refining void stage to the harmonization stage, and this is merely concerning his cultivation. Not to mention the myriad of skills he must refine. Moreover, this mode was rather unstable. However, the luck value was an entirely different matter. As long as the Uchiha clan or he himself made an impact on this world, he could steadily accrue luck value, which perfectly aligned with his previous endeavors to develop his family. This invisible benefit, though seemingly not as swift as the system's enhancements, had the profound allure of increased comprehension. Not only would it deepen his understanding of the Great Way, but use skills required a certain level of insight to distill profound techniques from simplistic ninjutsu. Take his current transformation technique. He still could not grasp the corresponding principles, which illustrates its significance. Furthermore, the two forbidden techniques of the Uchiha, Izanagi and Izanami, were beyond his reach. One alters the original fate through illusions, encompassing the laws of fate and creation. The other ensnares the opponent's consciousness in an endless cycle of reincarnation until they acknowledge their errors or cease resistance, a formidable technique of illusion. Both techniques harbor the essence of advanced laws, captivating you's heart. Yet, the pursuit of these advanced laws was far beyond the grasp of someone like you, who hadn't even reached the celestial realm yet. Only by deepening his luck value could he hope to possess the extraordinary insight necessary to touch upon these formidable laws before achieving immortality. Becoming immortal would reshape his celestial form. Thus, the more laws he comprehended prior to ascension, the more formidable his eventual form would be. All techniques and spells would transmute into his innate divine abilities, allowing him to influence the world's laws with every gesture, wielding immense power. Those who ascended through a single law constituted the lowest tier of immortals. Even when one reached the golden immortal stage, they could still be slain by a celestial possessing profound laws. Hence, the ability to comprehend laws before ascension was of utmost importance. After Yu bound himself to the family, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. Due to your indirect impact on the Hokage's faction through the Danzo incident, and the alteration of your family's predetermined fate, you have significantly influenced the world and your family. You are awarded 30,000 luck value and 3 fate coins. The system kindly reminded, 1,000 luck value equals 1 fate coin. Utilizing fate coins does not affect the reduction of luck. However, should negative events affecting your family's luck occur, the corresponding fate coins may diminish or even become negative. Please pay close attention to this matter. Yu swiftly opened his system panel. Despite having only 3 days, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Yu Uchiha Realm, refining Chi to transform spirit-bound family. Uchiha Technique, Qingming Decision Refinement Earth Realm, 3 Jutsu, 5 Elements Ninjutsu Fire, Perfect Lightning, Proficient Wind, Proficient Water, Proficient Earth, Proficient Artifact Manipulation, Proficient Basic Fist and Body Techniques, Proficient External Avatar, Proficient Sleeve Universe, Beginner Refining Techniques, Proficient Alchemy, Proficient Planting Techniques, Ordinary Formation, Ordinary Family Luck, 33,000 fate coins. 3 Upon examining his panel, you could not help but gasp. This meant that had the incident with Danzo not occurred, the entire Uchiha clan's luck would have been a mere 3,000, potentially leading to their annihilation. With this in mind, you promptly glanced at his cultivation and decisively allocated 3 points of luck to his technique. Instantly, a familiar sensation surged through his body. The infusion of spiritual energy brought him such comfort that he reclined lazily in the rocking chair on the balcony. This sensation was indescribably delightful, making you feel as if he were floating, akin to having ascended to paradise prematurely. It was no wonder that those adept in cultivation could engage in their practices for decades, perceiving it as but a day. In an instant, the quality of Yu's technique soared to heavenly tier 2, tantalizingly close to the next realm. Chapter 73. A glimpse of brilliance. Just as Yu was wholly engrossed in relishing his cultivation, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. With a swift motion of his hand, a blazing sword of fire manifested, suddenly thrusting towards a specific direction. Startled, Izumi, who was knitting a scarf, gasped. At the moment Yu swung his sword, a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask emerged, the fiery tip of Yu's sword striking directly at the center of the mask. With a shattering sound, the mask broke apart, revealing a youth with white hair, a somewhat youthful face, and lifeless eyes. Kakashi felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his cheek, splattering onto the scorching sword. A sizzling sound resonated in the otherwise silent atmosphere. Who gave you the audacity to intrude into the Uchiha clan leader's residence without prior notice? Kakashi's throat tightened. and he could not stem the flow of perspiration, unsure whether it was due to the intense heat of the sword or the overwhelming killing intent locking onto him. I am here to inform you that Lord Hokage wishes to see you. You immediately recognized the youth before him as a younger version of Kakashi. However, regardless of who it was, barging into someone else's residence without prior notification was exceedingly rude. Is the current Anbu so disrespectful? How has the third trained you all? Yu's gaze pierced through Kakashi. Kakashi's heart jolted, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. That was a sensation he had never experienced before. The rigidity of his body and the tremors from his soul made him feel as though he had returned from the embrace of death. Kakashi forced a stiff smile. It's my habit. It has nothing to do with the third. You held Kakashi's gaze. This is a warning. If there is a next time, let the third return with your corpse. With that, you retracted the hovering fire sword, stood up to adjust his attire, and glanced at the now relieved Kakashi. Let us go. Outsider with the Sharingan. Kakashi's expression darkened. This is a precious gift from my dearest friend. Were it not for the Uchiha willingly bestowing it upon you. Do you think you could have preserved that eye today? After speaking, you ignored Kakashi and approached the visibly shaken Izumi. Izumi, wait for me at home. I shall return shortly. You offered a gentle smile, caressing the girl's back. Understood, Yukuin. Izumi replied, lowering her head, still feeling guilty for her earlier shock. This was not her fault. She was akin to a student under protection in her previous life, unprepared for such unexpected situations. As you exited the residence, he glanced at the gate of his home. It seemed time to arrange for several clan members to serve as guards, or else anyone could intrude upon his home. Had it not been for the comfort of the spiritual energy infusion, you might have retained his awareness. Otherwise, Kakashi, with his current capabilities, could not have stealthily entered Yu's home, a mere pipe dream. Watching you leave without a backward glance, Kakashi clenched his fists and hurried to catch up. Today undoubtedly dealt a crushing blow to him, often hailed as a genius ninja. Before a youth a decade his junior, he found himself utterly incapable of retaliating. No wonder even the third held such trepidation towards this young man, Kakashi mused inwardly. Before long, you arrived at the Hokage Tower, with Kakashi leading the way. Soon, he knocked on the door to the Hokage's office. Enter. The somewhat aged voice of the third Hokage echoed from within. As the door swung open, you found himself face to face with the Sarutobi trio, silently awaiting his arrival in the office. Maintaining his composure, you stepped inside, pondering the purpose behind the third Hokage's summons. The third did not utter a word. Instead, he gestured towards a collection of porcelain vials on his desk, crafted by the Uchiha clan. Turning to examine the vials, you quickly grasped the situation and nodded calmly. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, remarking that the village wished for the Uchiha to surrender the formula, uncertain of what the Uchiha clan leader might demand in return. A cold smile crept across Yu's lips. That was out of the question, as it pertained to a newly developed secret technique of his clan, not for trade with outsiders. Uchiha brat, this is for the village. Do you comprehend the significance of these pills for the frontline ninjas? Tsunade's voice rose in frustration. And so what? The village fought without these pills before. Besides, the Uchiha secret techniques are ours to manage. Providing them is an act of goodwill. Withholding is our right. You replied nonchalantly. Sarutobi shook the ash from his cigarette, asserting that having these pills on the front line would save many lives, and those who returned would be grateful to the Uchiha clan. Who needs their gratitude? Our Uchiha ninjas are also fighting valiantly on the front line. Why should we sacrifice such significant benefits for their thanks? You retorted defiantly. What good is mere gratitude? Can it be exchanged for money? When the Uchiha were suppressed by certain individuals, where was the gratitude for our contributions in establishing the village? His sharp words struck deeply, unsettling the trio present. Isn't that a bit selfish? Tsunade interjected. As expected, the Uchiha are a treacherous clan, completely disregarding the village's interests and the greater good. At that moment, Mito's cold gaze fell upon you. Look at the avarice of the higher-ups in Konoha. They wish to take without giving, expecting others to sacrifice. Why don't you reveal your techniques to enhance the village's strength? There are so many ordinary ninjas in the village who struggle to learn techniques. With your clan's ninjutsu, I believe Konoha would flourish. Instantly, the three were rendered speechless, their expressions darkening. Uchiha brat, you are being foolish. Enough. I have no intention of wasting more words with you. If the village desires them, considering the sacrifices of the frontline warriors in protecting it, The Uchiha can wholesale the healing elixirs and chakra restoration potions at a discounted price of 70%. As for the formula, I suggest the third Hokage and the elders return to wash up and get some rest. With that, you disregarded the trio, whose faces had turned ashen. The lines of enmity between both parties had been drawn, and you had no intention of showing them any kindness. Before leaving, you glanced casually at a hidden corner, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The third Hokage, sensing something, turned to where you had looked, his pupils narrowing in realization. His aged visage quivered, his clenched teeth nearly uttering the name Danzo. See, this is the Uchiha's stance. Mito seethed in anger. Saratobi's expression darkened. What was the use of discussing such matters now? The initiative lay firmly in the Uchiha's hands, and with these pills, who knew how many clans would seek to curry favor with them? Is there truly no way to suppress the Uchiha? Mito asked, anxiety etched upon her face. Let us wait for Tsunade to return. With her formidable medical ninjutsu, the village will inevitably replicate their formulas. At that point, we can publicly disclose the formula, tarnishing the Uchiha's reputation once more. A sinister glint flickered in Saratobi's eyes. At this moment, he harbored a foreboding suspicion that the Uchiha might be aware of Danzo's continued existence. Upon arriving home, you summoned Shisui. As Shisui sat opposite him, he regarded you with curiosity. What brings me here today? You observed Shisui's unchanged demeanor, feeling a pang of doubt. Brother Shisui, do you have nothing to share with me? It was not surprising that you inquired, considering Shisui's loyalty to the village and the third. Such a significant event between the Uchiha and the Hokage should have elicited some kind of bias from him. Shisui cast a wary glance at you. What do you wish me to ask? I can sense the darkness within the village, but I lack your courage to confront the truth. With that, Shisui sighed, revealing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It seems Brother Shisui is indeed perceptive. Yu's smile faded, and he continued. I summoned you to discuss the possibility of you leading the family trade caravan to the capital of the Fire Country. Why? Shisui queried, confusion evident in his gaze. You replied with calm assurance. Konoha is merely a village. For the Uchiha to grow stronger, we must transcend its confines. Hence, I plan to expand our business into the capital of the Fire Country before the year ends, and through this, we aim to develop throughout the Fire Nation. If possible, I would like you to participate in the trials for the 12 Guardian Ninjas and succeed. Shisui fell into silence, contemplating the implications. Under what pretense? Would the third agree to this? Would the daimyo trust the Uchiha? You smiled faintly. It is said that the third son recently ran away, and his whereabouts coincide with the selection for the 12 Guardian Ninjas. If the third can do it, why can't we Uchiha? As for the daimyo, if you reveal your identity, he will not refuse, especially considering the well-known relationship between the Uchiha and the Hokage. While it appeared that the Hokage and the daimyo maintained a cooperative relationship, an irreconcilable conflict existed between them, rooted in a struggle for power. The daimyo would likely welcome the Uchiha's approach, perhaps even feeling a sense of glee. At most, the Uchiha might be unable to infiltrate the centers of power within the Fire Country, but what the Uchiha sought was not dominion over the Fire Nation. Rather, it was the protective mantle that the Guardian Ninjas offered, ensuring that the Uchiha's business could thrive unimpeded within the Fire Country. Upon hearing Yu's words, Shisui understood. You intend to liberate the Uchiha from Konoha's constraints entirely? Shisui regarded you seriously. You nodded, declaring, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. The Uchiha's future development will undoubtedly extend beyond Konoha. While we possess strength, we still lack financial resources. Once we have both strength and wealth, the chains binding us will be shattered. In the future, Konoha's concern will not be whether the Uchiha will rebel, but rather how to retain our allegiance. A smile crept onto Yu's face as he spoke, though he withheld one point. The expansion of the Uchiha clan's influence, for commercial power, also constituted influence. Understood, Shisui replied solemnly. Since the incident with Danzo, he had become fully aware of the corruption within the higher-ups, and now stood firmly with his clan. Before departing, Shisui hesitated momentarily. Will you not intervene in Itachi's situation? He has already joined the Umbu. You paused, then responded quietly. Perhaps I have sheltered him too well as his elder brother. So it is that Itachi remains somewhat naive. Once he truly comprehends the darkness concealed beneath the will of fire, I believe he will return to acknowledge his mistakes. Shisui's face revealed a hint of shame. It is entirely my fault for initially failing to see any hope, which led me to instill in Itachi that idealistic notion of the will of fire, deliberately obscuring the village's imperfections. At this point, Shui cast a glance at you, expressing a tinge of remorse. All right, Shui, let us not dwell on the past. I trust that Itachi will come to understand. You nodded silently. You must keep a closer watch on Itachi. The teachings of the third Hokage are formidable. I too once believed in them wholeheartedly, or rather, I was willing to believe. Shui observed Yu's indifferent demeanor, and a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. You felt a sense of exasperation. What good does it do to speak of this now? Despite all precautions, he had ultimately succumbed to the indoctrination of both Yu and Fugaku. Initially, he thought that by preventing Itachi from entering the harsh battlefield at such a tender age and showering him with affection from an elder brother, Itachi would be spared from reckless thoughts. However, it was precisely because of this lack of exposure to darkness that Itachi's understanding of the will of fire became all the more untainted. This was akin to a naive child. He was merely given warm affection without guidance on how to confront the complexities of society. This resulted in a sudden illumination on a path shrouded in uncertainty, and he unhesitatingly embarked upon it, indifferent to whether it was the right choice. As for Itachi's feelings towards his elder brother, they were undoubtedly filled with love, but Itachi possessed his own thoughts. Yu's misstep lay in the fact that these thoughts were not sown by him, at least before Itachi turned 5. He had not imparted to him the attitude with which to face the village or the Hokage. All these oversights stemmed from Yu's arrogance. He believed that a 4- or 5-year-old child was far removed from matters of politics and world peace, notions far beyond their age to contemplate. Yet, the misconceptions from his past caused him to overlook the fact that this was no longer the once bright world, but rather a cruel shinobi world where children could be thrust into battle at the age of 5 or 6. By the time you realized this, Itachi had already been indoctrinated with the hollow ideology of the will of fire. Now, you chose to let go, confident in his own formidable power. Believing that Itachi could not escape his grasp, he envisioned his foolish younger brother returning to him in tears, seeking forgiveness. All the errors he would erase before they could unfold, ensuring that the Uchiha massacre would not have fertile ground to take root. You offered a faint smile to the somewhat anxious Shui. Do not worry, Shui. Itachi will certainly not stray down the wrong path. Even if he does, he has me, his elder brother, to catch him. In that moment, you radiated an aura of immense confidence. Shui gazed at you, who knelt in the room, momentarily taken aback. Is this truly you? He seems to possess a solution for every situation. Reflecting on recent events, the family, once nearly suffocated by the village's oppression, had been effortlessly liberated by you, without inflicting harm upon the village, while simultaneously excising the rot from Konoha. It was evident that he was vastly different from you, in both strength and wisdom. As this thought crossed his mind, Shui smiled wryly, feeling a glimmer of hope arise within him. Shui was not foolish. He simply could not see a future where the family and the village coexisted peacefully when you had yet to reveal his capabilities. He had been compelled to choose a path of self-deception. Otherwise, he would not have uttered words that diverged from those of the 4th Hokage. However, a recent ninja conference had undoubtedly shattered the ingrained perceptions that Konoha's shinobi held towards the Uchiha. The bustling recruitment scene at the security division served as the best testament to this change. If the intent was merely to target the Hokage's faction without causing irreparable harm to the village, Shui could accept it, for he still discerned the distinction between the village's interests and those of the Hokage. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. It must be said that having you in the family is a stroke of fortune, both for the clan and the village. In that moment, the repression that had lingered beneath Shui's sunny exterior was wholly released. When you looked back at Shui, his smile appeared all the more genuine. One cannot deny that smiles are contagious, and you found himself smiling in return. Shui, I will be relying on you for the family's business in the capital from now on. The two exchanged smiles before returning to their respective tasks. Chapter 75, Public Execution. The next day, Shui departed with over a dozen clan members bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan, along with a group of ordinary clansmen eager to venture into the capital. Such a large-scale movement could not be concealed from the village, especially since it was led by Uchiha Shui. In response to the 3rd Hokage's inquiries, you straightforwardly explained. The ordinary Uchiha clan members are heading to the capital to expand their business. To this, Sarutobi could only acquiesce. After all, every clan had business interests beyond the village, albeit unspoken. While the Uchiha had previously considered expanding outside the village, at that time, they possessed not only formidable strength, but also lacked means of livelihood, with few willing to engage in commerce. Ultimately, the focus had been predominantly on the shinobi path, and the upper echelons had forbidden such ventures, fearing that the Uchiha bloodline might leak outside and threaten the village's power. However, having tasted the sweetness of commerce, the clan was now unanimously in favor of expansion, especially with the robust protection of the Three Tomo. It was the epitome of safe and profitable endeavors. As for the upper echelon's disapproval, U.S. retort left Sarutobi speechless. If you have the capability, then retract all external business, and the Uchiha will comply with the village's demands. As for the bloodline issue, has there not been enough of an outflow already? A single Uchiha cannot make a significant impact. In the end, Sarutobi could only glare at you in frustration. You felt a pang of regret. Had Sarutobi directed that gaze at him before, it might have resulted in a substantial influx of emotional value. But now he thought, what are you going to do about it? Have you never seen a handsome Uchiha? Watching you stride away, Sarutobi reflected on how his temper had grown increasingly volatile lately, and the Uchiha had become increasingly difficult to manage. He found himself yearning for the days when Fugaku was in power. Back then, if he simply stated something was unfeasible, Fugaku would deliberate earnestly, rather than stubbornly contest every word he said. Taking a deep breath to calm his frayed nerves, Sarutobi turned to an Umbu member nearby. Has Tsunade been located? Yes, Hokage-sama. Lady Tsunade has been found and is expected to return to the village shortly after the new year. Upon hearing this good news, Sarutobi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Spread the word. Yes, Hokage-sama. As the days passed and the new year approached, the village remained restless. As the year's end neared, two significant events transpired. One, the return of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to the village. The other, the announcement from the security division that all surviving perpetrators of the 414 case had been apprehended. Based on the painful list provided by Sarutobi, the Uchiha Security Division fully disclosed the identities, names, and positions of these individuals, announcing that a public execution would take place in one day. For these inhumane criminals, due to their obstinate nature, the death penalty would be executed without exception. Initially, there was considerable debate within the security division on how to handle these criminals. After all, they were individuals coerced into committing crimes under the influence of Danzo. Logically, they did not deserve death. However, after a thorough inquiry, it became evident that Danzo's indoctrination had been remarkably successful. Faced with undeniable evidence, they remained unrepentant, refusing to admit their guilt. The aim of seeking confessions was merely to provide clarity to the situation, as long as their admissions were sincere. The security division was not opposed to granting them a chance at redemption, especially since many among them were clan ninjas. However, if they were so eager to die for Danzo, then you could only proceed according to the evidence and consign them to await their fate. The news undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion within the village. On the day of execution, the makeshift execution ground beside the barrier was surrounded by the villagers of Konoha. Countless grieving parents and relatives cast their vengeful gazes upon the former Umbu ninjas being led to their fate. Below the platform, members of the guard division maintained order, standing upright after a week of training, their eyes forward and unflinching. Having come to understand the workings of the guard division, these commoners, even those of noble lineage, were filled with enthusiasm and vigor. The benefits offered by the guard division were simply exceptional, in addition to their fixed salaries. Each officer was provided with the recently developed healing pills from the Great Fire of Konoha. Although only one bottle per individual was permitted, and any usage had to be reported, this still represented a lifeline. Currently, acquiring these pills required checking the inventory at Baisher Pharmaceuticals, leading to a market where they were scarce and exorbitantly priced, often several times their original value. Yet, upon joining the guard division, one could receive a bottle of healing ointment for free, along with restorative elixirs and detoxifying pills. How could this not excite the officers? This was just the allocation for junior officers, and as their ranks increased, they not only gained access to publicly available Uchiha ninjutsu resources, but also other supplies. Among these was a magical pill known as the Chakra Enhancement Pill, which drove all ninjas who joined the guard division into a frenzy. Capable of rapidly enhancing chakra with no side effects, the news of its efficacy prompted countless family representatives to cross the threshold of the Uchiha clan. The once remote Uchiha territory now buzzed with activity for the first time since its establishment. Many clansmen felt a swell of pride. Those who once looked down upon others now held their heads a little higher. You felt no aversion to this. His clansmen were merely displaying a strong sense of pride and a touch of arrogance, yet they meant no harm. They were reliable in their duties. And with their great self-esteem, they would not allow even the slightest mistake. What reason did you have to impede their pride? In fact, this powerful sense of unity was precisely what he wished to see. Those dissatisfied with the Uchiha could easily establish the strongest village in the ninja world themselves. They need not seek the Uchiha for pills. You sought no one's favor. Although many ordinary ninja officers initially struggled to tolerate the Uchiha's arrogance, they gradually discovered that most Uchiha were cold on the outside but warm-hearted within. Once you earned their recognition, they were genuinely sincere. The entire guard division operated on merit and strength, devoid of excessive social niceties. This atmosphere was quite agreeable for those who had previously mingled in other departments. As long as you performed your duties, no one would trouble you. Your achievements were yours alone, unassailable by others. Almost every department had Uchiha inspectors. While they typically refrained from interference, they were often present during evaluations of merit. The only semblance of social maneuvering practiced by the Uchiha came from their esteemed clan leader, whose praises were frequently sung. As ordinary ninjas grew accustomed to this dynamic, they learned how to interact with the Uchiha. A compliment about their clan leader could swiftly integrate them into the group, a task made deceptively simple. At this moment, the members of the guard division, dressed in stark black vests adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, carried themselves with an air of authority, their uniforms neat and solemn. The symbol of Konoha's ninja was uniformly displayed on their foreheads, their vigilant eyes scanning for any potential disturbances. This attire represented a reform within the guard division. In contrast to the casual attire of other ninjas, the guard division mandated a clean and serious appearance, requiring officers to don uniforms at work to avoid any semblance of amateurism. Upon entering the guard division, their instructor explained the rationale behind this rigid and unfamiliar rule. When clad in this uniform, they embodied the role of righteous officers, forever mindful of their responsibilities. Once they shed the uniform, they reverted to being ordinary villagers, free to relish the peace and stability afforded by the guard division. As the cold winter wind swept through, many tightened their garments in anticipation of the significant proceedings. The third Hokage and the Council of Elders could not possibly be absent. Among them, Hinata Hizashi, now an elder, cast a quiet glance at the guard division members surrounding the execution platform. Noticing one figure strikingly similar to himself, he nodded in acknowledgement. He realized that once he set aside his prejudices and collaborated with the Uchiha, the benefits were undeniable, not to mention the position of elder. The chakra enhancement pill had been made accessible to the Hyuga clan due to the goodwill extended by the Uchiha, who had not made matters difficult for them. The words of the Grand Elder had long since been cast aside, with the Uchiha's current momentum. Any attempt by the Hyuga to obstruct their progress would merely invite being surpassed by other, less scrupulous clans. Meanwhile, the expressions of Sarutobi and his companions were far from pleasant as they surveyed the assembled personnel, nearly encompassing every clan. Sarutobi felt a pang of unease, especially considering that these individuals had been meticulously trained by the Uchiha, which only intensified his discomfort. Moreover, this execution involved a former group of his subordinates. Had it not been for his concern that the Uchiha might speak out of turn, Sarutobi would have had little desire to attend. Chapter 76. Ancestral Ceremony Arrangements. Once all the necessary individuals had gathered, the Uchiha's Justice Department, led by the presiding judge, turned his gaze toward you, who acknowledged him with a subtle nod. Instantly, a resounding horn echoed through the execution ground. Silence. The previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed stillness. The presiding judge surveyed the villagers around him. Some were there to witness the spectacle, others seethed with rage and hatred, while many remained indifferent. The abduction case involving 414 individuals had far-reaching implications, entangling ordinary villagers, Konoha clan ninjas, and the failures of high-level supervision. This case had spanned over 6 months and was now thoroughly investigated. The principal offender, Shimura Danzo, had already faced justice, and the remaining criminals would today pay for their sins in blood. As a representative of the Konoha Guard Division and the Justice Department, the judge urged all villagers to uphold the order and laws of the village, emphasizing that maintaining justice was an obligation for every citizen. The law was thorough and unyielding, and justice would not spare any lawbreaker. Do not harbor any illusions. Now, I declare the execution to commence. As the Uchiha judge's voice resonated, Disheveled Umbu ninjas were dragged onto the execution platform, their heads forcibly placed beneath the massive guillotine. The villagers erupted in a chorus of furious shouts. "Kill these beasts! Return my son to me! My poor grandson!" From his elevated seat, the third Hokage observed the enraged villagers with a heavy heart. In the past, his mere presence would have elicited cheers wherever he went. Now, his arrival was met only with the shouts of anger from the crowd. Though this fury was not his doing, he understood that the villagers harbored significant grievances against him, though they refrained from voicing them due to his status. For a moment, the third Hokage questioned whether he had made a grave mistake in permitting Danzo to conduct human experiments. His beloved disciple had betrayed the village over this issue, and Danzo had become a living dead man as a consequence. What is the third Hokage pondering? Is he discontented to see his former loyal subordinates face justice? You interjected from a short distance away, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he confronted you. You have eliminated so many ninjas from the village. Are you truly pleased? They did not perish on the battlefield, but fell victim to the hands of village executioners. He chuckled, but it was clear he was not jesting. You replied pointedly, "I do not regard them as comrades of the village, merely a group of heartless beasts. The Uchiha clan has no desire to associate with them." The third Hokage fell silent, and the ministers from various departments who had overheard their exchange were lost in thought. As heads rolled and crimson blood stained the execution platform, the villagers' pent-up anger found some release. Once calmness returned, many gazed at the bloodied high platform with a newfound reverence for the Uchiha clan. These were once the esteemed Umbu ninjas. The Uchiha declared that those who deserved death would meet it, and witnessing the lifeless eyes of the Umbu ninjas sent shivers through many hearts. In that moment, the authority of the security department was firmly established in the minds of all present, and the influence of the third Hokage's faction was significantly diminished. They no longer dared to underestimate the Uchiha. Initially, the third Hokage had sought to shield these Umbu ninjas, intending to imprison them within the confines of Konoha's prison. However, the security department insisted on presenting all existing perpetrators to provide a satisfactory resolution to the public. This stalemate led to a growing uproar in the village regarding the unresolved human trafficking case involving 414 individuals, with public sentiment even beginning to turn against the Hokage himself. Reluctantly, Sarutobi had to surrender this group to the security department, and the Uchiha clan acted decisively, disregarding the Umbu's elite status, opting instead for strict legal proceedings and execution. This revelation made the Hokage's faction acutely aware of the fate that awaited them should they fall into Uchiha hands. They were overwhelmed with a desire to return home and warn their families and clansmen to conduct themselves with utmost caution, ensuring they left no incriminating evidence for the Uchiha to exploit. With the matter concluded, Sarutobi chose to depart without delay, even foregoing his usual penchant for public speeches. To address the situation would only serve to acknowledge his mistakes, and he feared that any attempt at reconciliation would only breed further resentment. This was not merely a blunder resulting from a failed military campaign. It was a heinous act of inhumane experimentation conducted on fellow villagers. The third Hokage wished to sever all ties to it. After some time, the villagers surrounding the execution platform finally dispersed. Those who had lost family members were unable to let go of the Umbu corpses, and in a fit of rage, they surged onto the platform to desecrate the bodies. The frenzy of emotions lingered for a while, and eventually, many collapsed in sorrow, lamenting and cursing Danzo, the mastermind behind the tragedy. The deceased were gone forever. Even if they consumed their enemies, their beloved children and cherished relatives could never return. Concealed in the shadows, Danzo felt a chill as he witnessed the madness unfold. The once cold and unyielding figure now understood the dire consequences of being so vehemently despised. He believed that if the Uchiha were to apprehend him at that moment, they would not need to lift a finger. Those who loathed him would rend him to pieces. Hiding among the underbrush, Danzo instinctively lowered his breathing, hoping to blend further into the darkness, seeking a semblance of safety. He constantly reassured himself that all of this was for the sake of Konoha. However, the once comforting conviction now only engendered more anxiety. Upon returning home, you received a notification from the Hokage regarding a change in duty. The essence was that the village, considering the prolonged conflict faced by the Uchiha, planned to relieve them with a fresh batch of Uchiha ninjas, led by you himself, after the new year. You had no objections. He merely wished to distance himself, yet secretly reveled in the prospect of concluding this year-long war single-handedly. If he succeeded, would it not amplify his family's influence once more? It seemed the time had come to bring this tiresome war to a close. He would return swiftly, providing the third Hokage with a grand surprise, which he believed would surely delight the esteemed leader. With this thought in mind, Yu summoned his clan members, including Uchiha Reborn and 12 others, to the clan leader's residence. "Leader, what do you require of us?" Uchiha Reborn asked respectfully. Yu casually handed him the Hokage's document. Reborn's eyes widened. "Leader, you cannot go. This is undoubtedly a plot by the Hokage." Yu shot him a glare. "You know it is a conspiracy. Do you think I am unaware? Then why do you still intend to go?" Reborn's tone was frantic. "Enough. Do you think so little of my strength?" Yu retorted, his voice rising. "No, not at all." Reborn quickly denied, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. "I called you here to arrange for half of you to accompany me while the other half watches over the returning clan members. Ensure they do not misbehave. And anyone who dares to defy me shall be imprisoned until I return." Yu declared sternly. "Yes, leader," they responded in unison. "Then, who shall accompany you?" "Perhaps I should be the one," Reborn suggested, moving closer. Yu looked at the increasingly reckless youth with a stern gaze. "Reborn, you will remain here to keep an eye on Uchiha Shana. I have heard he is a troublemaker." Reborn, disheartened, resigned himself to Yu's command. "Yes, leader," he replied weakly. "Now, with the new year approaching, how are the ancestral rites being arranged? This year, our clan members shall surely enjoy a prosperous celebration," Yu said with a hint of reassurance. All thanks to the leader. In previous years, our Uchiha clan's new year was so quiet. We merely celebrated in solitude. This time, your suggestion for ancestral worship has truly united our clan." Reborn chuckled. "Indeed, it must be done with care. I have new welfare proposals for the entire clan that require the attendance of all members. Though our Uchiha clan may be remote, we have ample space to accommodate over 1,000 people. We must create a lively atmosphere, for we Uchiha are not lacking in wealth." "Yes, leader." Once they had departed, Yu whispered softly, "The elderly, women, and children barely total 1,000. What can they achieve? This ancestral rite must encourage our clansmen to procreate and thrive. If they cannot support themselves, the clan will assist them. We must ensure that each family bears 7 or 8 children. Only then can we honor such an exceptional leader." Chapter 78. Tsunade returns to the village following the public execution by the security department. Konoha gradually returned to tranquility. Regardless of the sorrowful events that transpired, time would eventually dull the pain, and those who remained must persist in their efforts to move forward. Time is indeed the most effective balm for any wound. And before long, Konoha regained its status as the bustling and prosperous village of the ninja world, with all sorrow gradually fading away in the wake of the new year. The villagers shifted their focus from discussing the filthy secrets of Konoha's upper echelons to preparing for the new year. The members of the Uchiha clan busily began arranging offerings for the ancestral worship, frequently seen in their clan attire, spending liberally at local stalls, their stoic expressions revealing no intent to haggle. Recently, merchants in Konoha had noticed this trend. Even when an Uchiha entered a shop with a scowl, the shopkeepers greeted them with exaggerated warmth. After all, profit was paramount. Tsunade walked silently down the streets of Konoha, accompanied by a teenage Shizune. As she observed the Uchiha clan members burdened with numerous shopping bags, she couldn't help but jest. Have the Uchihas become so affluent now? This marked the third group of Uchiha members engaged in extravagant purchases since their arrival in the village. In her past visits to Konoha, she had never witnessed such lavishness from the Uchiha clan. "Isn't that a good thing, Lady Tsunade?" Shizune inquired innocently, revealing a hint of confusion. Tsunade shook her head, feeling an odd sensation upon returning to the village. It seemed changed yet unchanged. More specifically, the Uchiha she encountered now exuded a distinctly different aura. Though they still wore their usual scowls and regarded others with disdain, the villagers' reaction struck her as peculiar. It was as if they had developed a sort of masochism. The colder the Uchihas appeared, the more fervently the villagers responded with warmth. Was it true, as the old man had claimed, that the Uchihas had completely seized control of the village? Suddenly, the crowd ahead parted hastily, creating a clear path. Tsunade focused her gaze and felt her pupils constrict in astonishment. Was it possible that the ninja clans now bore the Uchiha emblem? Her shock stemmed from the bizarre scene before her, one she would have never dared to imagine in the past. What she beheld was a Hyuga clan member leading ninjas from the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, followed by several civilian ninjas. Clad in black vests emblazoned with the Uchiha crest, they marched solemnly down the street, while the villagers recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a dreadful plague. This was an unfathomable sight. A clan ninja permitting members of other clans to display their emblem on their attire was beyond belief, yet it unfolded before Tsunade's eyes. Had the village established by her grandfather truly fallen under Uchiha dominion? Even Tsunade, who was not typically inclined to trust Sarutobi, began to doubt whether the information relayed by the Umbu was understated. It wasn't that the Uchihas were on the verge of usurping power in Konoha, they had already succeeded. Just as Tsunade suppressed her astonishment and hurried towards the Hokage tower to inquire further about the situation, she noticed the group of ninjas in black uniforms halting before a woman cradling a drowsy child. As the woman observed the Konoha guard drawing nearer, her face visibly flickered with panic. The leading Hyuga ninja coldly addressed her. "Will you confess voluntarily, or shall we escort you for an explanation? What do you want? Are the guards planning to arrest people in broad daylight?" "I am not afraid of you," the woman retorted, trembling as she pointed a shaky finger at the Hyuga ninja, her forehead already glistening with sweat in the winter chill. "Humph, knowing full well that it is the new year. The guard is obligated to ensure the safety of the citizens, yet you dare to engage in human trafficking. Do you believe we lack personnel?" The disdain in the Hyuga ninja's eyes was palpable. The surrounding crowd, realizing they were not the focus of the guard's search, relaxed, gathering to observe the unfolding drama. Initially, Tsunade had assumed that the Uchiha's current oppressive policies were instilling fear in the villagers, prompting her to halt her advance and adopt a wait-and-see approach. "You are mistaken. How can you label me a trafficker? The guard has already taken down numerous child abductors. Who would dare to engage in such activities now?" the woman replied, her desperation evident. The onlookers nodded in agreement. The recent events had left a deep impression on many. "You may fool ordinary people, but you cannot deceive the Hyuga clan. The child in your arms clearly exhibits erratic chakra," the Hyuga ninja warned. "I advise you to confess willingly. Resistance will result in severe consequences. The guard's operations are well known, and the reason we haven't arrested you yet is to offer you a chance to redeem yourself by revealing your superiors. Otherwise, you face dire repercussions." Upon hearing the word die, the woman, who had been brimming with defiance, suddenly slumped to the ground, dropping the child she had been holding. The guard rushed forward to catch the child, noting the injury on the child's forehead and shooting the woman a fierce glare. Fortunately, the wound was not severe, otherwise they would face repercussions for their enforcement actions. The guard quickly administered medicine to the child, and moments later, the wound began to heal. Observing the child, who remained unconscious despite the injury, the crowd quickly grasped the truth. This woman was indeed a trafficker. How else could the child be so deeply asleep? They turned their gazes upon her with a mix of disdain and anger, recalling the notorious 414 case that had left a significant mark on Konoha's consciousness regarding human trafficking. As the officer administered a calming pill to the child, she slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing the woman who had dropped her, she cried out, "I want my mommy." "That woman is bad." The child's innocent words served as irrefutable evidence. The leading Hyuga ninja offered no further remarks, signaling to his team to take the woman away. "Yes, Captain Hayashi." In that instant, the woman's spirit shattered, and she wailed desperately, "I'll confess everything. Please don't kill me. It was that deadbeat who said that there was money to be made by selling girls to brothels. Please, I beg you spare me." The guard ignored her tears, resolutely escorting the trembling woman toward the station. As one of the officers carrying the little girl glanced back at the crowd, he addressed them, "Everyone, as we celebrate the new year, remember that Konoha has seen an influx of outsiders. Although the guard is patrolling, please remain vigilant regarding the children around you. Report immediately if any are missing." Without waiting for a response, the officer hurriedly rejoined his team. Tsunade, who had witnessed the entire scene from a distance, felt a subtle stir within her heart. Particularly poignant was the sight of a distressed mother rushing to inquire if anyone had seen her child. After describing her child's appearance in a frantic tone, she was informed by kind-hearted villagers that her child had been taken by the guard. The moment the woman's expression shifted from anxiety to relief deeply resonated with Tsunade. Furthermore, upon observing the villagers' conversations afterward, she discovered that their respect for the guard stemmed not from fear of harm, but rather from the guard's strict enforcement of the law. The villagers were still adjusting to this stern approach to law enforcement, and many understood that as long as they did not violate Konoha's laws, the guard would not trouble them. However, the sight of the uniforms instilled a sense of unease due to the fear of inadvertently breaking the law, which could lead to significant complications they might not be able to articulate. Chapter 79. Tsunade shock. Lady Tsunade. I never imagined that the seemingly kind woman was so wicked. Shizune exclaimed, her youthful face displaying indignation as she held Tsunade's hand. But those older boys were so impressive. With just a few words, they made that bad woman cry. Tsunade listened to Shizune's clear yet furious words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. So the change lies here. It seemed that Tsunade had come to an understanding. Murmuring with a hint of implication, let's go, Shizune, we are going to see the old man. After saying this, Tsunade took Shizune's small hand and weaved through the crowd. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was frowning as he dealt with the documents at hand. Recently, few matters had gone smoothly. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open with great force. Old man, why did you urgently summon me back? What has happened in the village? Sarutobi was initially taken aback, but upon hearing the familiar voice, his expression brightened. Tsunade, you have returned. Tsunade nodded. Speak, old man. Has the village truly reached the point you mentioned? Sarutobi gazed at Tsunade's unchanged countenance and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Alas, Tsunade, this is my fault. In a moment of negligence, I allowed Danzo to carry out actions detrimental to the village, and he seized the opportunity presented by the Uchiha. Continuing, Sarutobi succinctly described the recent events in the village, conveniently attributing all blame for his errors to Danzo, portraying himself as an unsuspecting victim. Listening to Sarutobi's account, Tsunade furrowed her brow deeply. After a moment of contemplation, she looked uncertainly at her mentor. Old man, are you truly uninvolved in this matter? Seeing Tsunade's skeptical expression, Sarutobi felt a pang of anxiety. If there is to be any fault, it lies in having trusted Danzo's manipulations and allowing him to conduct human experiments. After all, such matters were not uncommon during your grandfather's tenure. At this point, Sarutobi's figure slightly hunched over, embodying a demeanor of deep shame. However, Tsunade remained indifferent. I hope you can uphold your words. Otherwise, old man, I will not forgive you. Noticing that his disciple had retracted her doubts, Sarutobi sighed in relief and quickly added, what is crucial now is that the Uchiha have already begun to make moves in the village. You know the Uchiha are an impassioned clan. If we do not impose restrictions upon them, Sarutobi paused, believing Tsunade would understand. Indeed, Tsunade's eyes flickered uncertainly. I think the situation is quite good now. The Uchiha and the villagers coexist harmoniously. Tsunade, you are only seeing the surface. Have you forgotten your great-grandfather's words? Sarutobi lamented in exasperation. Old man, do not always invoke great-grandfather to pressure me. At least, when great-grandfather was around, the Uchiha were not as they are now. Besides, not all Uchiha are villains. I will not partake in oppressing them. Tsunade replied impatiently. Sarutobi felt a surge of frustration when had his disciples become so disobedient. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, well, if you do not wish to engage in the village's dark affairs, I do not blame you. However, you must research the pills developed by the Uchiha. They are of utmost importance to the village and are currently tightly controlled by them. Instantly, a flicker of curiosity crossed Tsunade's impatient expression. What is it that warrants such significance? Seeing Tsunade's interest, Sarutobi said little, summoning an umbu and giving a few instructions. The umbu swiftly exited the Hokage building. Subsequently, the Hokage's office fell into a profound silence. Tsunade, bored, gazed out at the familiar yet alien scenery, while Sarutobi sat alone in the Hokage chair, smoking. This had become their current mode of interaction. Before long, the umbu returned with a collection of bottles and jars, gently placing them on the Hokage's desk. Tsunade's attention followed the umbu's movements. Tsunade, this is the new medical secret technique developed by the Uchiha, alchemy. As he spoke, Sarutobi casually opened a bottle of energy-restoring pills obtained from another clan. The moment he uncorked it, Tsunade was greeted by a fragrant herbal aroma. Her expression shifted, and her eyes widened as she fixated on the black pill that Sarutobi held. What is this? A new type of soldier food pill? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Sarutobi shook his head. You will know its effects once you try it. With that, he handed the energy-restoring pill to Tsunade. A glimmer of doubt flickered in her eyes. But after a moment of hesitation, she accepted the pill from Sarutobi's hand and swallowed it carefully. In an instant, her eyes revealed profound astonishment. An overwhelming surge of pure chakra flooded her body, significantly enhancing her energy. While this amount of chakra was not substantial for someone of her lineage, it would be astonishing for an ordinary ninja or one with limited chakra. At that moment, her beautiful eyes shone with deep curiosity. How is this possible? She asked incredulously. Knowing that chakra refinement relies on the combination of cellular energy and mental power, this made it exceedingly rare to find anything in the ninja world that could directly enhance chakra. Such items were usually perilous. Yet this seemingly innocuous pill could boost her chakra without side effects. An utterly inconceivable feat. Sarutobi noticed the shock on Tsunade's face and felt a pang of bitterness. When he had first held that pill, he too had been equally astounded. However, now, his Hokage faction had completely severed ties with the Uchiha. They had proposed to buy in bulk from the Uchiha under the guise of village interests, only to be unceremoniously rejected on the grounds of insufficient supply. Yet other ninja clans and the security department received their standard allocations without issue. Only the Senju clan and Sarutobi's faction were met with disdain, turned away at the door. In a bid to unite the village's ninjas to apply enough pressure on the Uchiha to relinquish the formula, Sarutobi found that whenever this matter arose, other clans would always speak evasively. This left him feeling immensely frustrated and betrayed. Now he could only hope that Tsunade, with her formidable medical ninjutsu, could uncover the principles behind these pills. Otherwise, his clan would undoubtedly be left far behind, a fate Sarutobi could not bear to witness. This was merely one type of pill's efficacy. Sarutobi then proceeded to explain various effects of other pills, such as the healing ointment for external injuries, chakra-restoring elixirs, and the cleansing heart pill, which could neutralize toxins with a single dose. Tsunade listened in awe, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, her heart felt like a cat scratching an itch, yearning to rush into the Konoha Medical Research Facility's laboratory to analyze these miraculous pills and concoctions meticulously. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps she could make significant breakthroughs in her medical ninjutsu by delving into these pills. Not wanting to endure any more of Sarutobi's nagging, Tsunade snatched a porcelain vial from the desk and dashed toward the door. "Old man, remember to send me the research materials." With that, her figure vanished from the Hokage office. Sarutobi watched Tsunade's carefree departure, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Nonetheless, her willingness to stay was undoubtedly a matter of great joy. As for the materials, Sarutobi would ensure they reached her. If the village could fully comprehend the secrets of these pills, he was confident that he could lead Konoha back to its pinnacle. Chapter 80. The desolate Uchiha clan grounds at the Konoha Medical Research Institute. The room was filled with various glass apparatuses for experimentation. Tsunade was cautiously extracting a trace of essence from a melted energy-restoring pill, meticulously placing it under the microscope for observation. However, after a prolonged examination, Tsunade furrowed her brows deeply. What manner of energy is this? And why have I never encountered it before? For the past few days, she has remained ensconced within the laboratory, engrossed in her study of these elixirs. Yet, with each passing moment, her confusion deepens. An unprecedented substance has manifested before her, reminiscent of mystical energy, but devoid of its volatility that often leads to aberrations. This material does not appear to be of natural origin. Rather, it resembles a confluence of various entities, its decomposition revealing a plethora of plant essences. When compared to ordinary flora, these essences exhibit remarkable vitality, capable of amplifying cellular energy within the human body, which in turn reciprocally nourishes spiritual energy. This is the very reason these elixirs can directly enhance chakra. The intricacies of this phenomenon have left Tsunade in awe. However, despite her understanding of the underlying principles, she finds no joy in her discoveries. Without experimental materials, she is left pondering the origins of such transformations. This conundrum has rendered her unable to focus on tea or food. Even her beloved gambling fails to spark any distraction. Such a state of mind is reminiscent of her early days learning medical ninjutsu, a time when challenges frequently confounded her. Setting aside her microscope, Tsunade summoned a few assistants. "Yunai, do you have any insight into the materials used by the Uchiha to produce these elixirs?" she inquired, her face etched with fatigue. Yunai blinked her innocent eyes and replied, "Lady Tsunade, the herbs grow within the Uchiha lands, and while some Umbu ninjas have stealthily harvested a few, they quickly withered. Initially, there was some efficacy, but within a day, they transformed into desiccated plants. Attempts to procure Uchiha herbs have become increasingly difficult. Many Umbu who venture into those territories fall prey to a peculiar illusion. The Uchiha have apprehended several Umbu, and though their imprisonment lasts only 3 months, those who escape describe it as entering an endless road, unable to find the herb garden. What sort of illusion could endure for such duration? Tsunade mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. By the way, Lady Tsunade, are you aware that the Uchiha possess another elixir, selling for an astonishing 1 million ryo each? Tsunade's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. What? Are they extorting money? Even Tsunade, once affluent, was taken aback by such exorbitant pricing. Indeed, it is exorbitantly priced. We would need years of effort to afford just one, chimed in Yaneko, her eyes filled with longing. Other medical assistants echoed similar sentiments. Rumor has it that some wealthy ladies in the Fire Nation's capital linger in Konoha solely to procure the Uchiha's youth elixir, with one reportedly fetching a staggering 10 million ryo. A girl with a few freckles revealed her envy. It is said that consuming the youth elixir is akin to a metamorphosis, ensuring eternal youth and enhancing beauty. A once hefty noblewoman, after taking this elixir, has transformed into a stunning beauty, captivating her husband who once ignored her. This is not mere legend but a reality faced by those bold enough to purchase the elixir early on. Their lives have been irrevocably altered. Yet, the Uchiha's youth elixir is only available once a week, making it inaccessible to the vast majority of ordinary people. Listening to the chatter of young women discussing the youth elixir, Tsunade finally understood the source of the Uchiha's wealth. As a woman herself, she comprehended how vital maintaining one's appearance is. Otherwise, she would not have exerted herself to develop the Ein Seal technique. However, compared to the Ein Seal, the Uchiha's youth elixir proved far more potent, offering not only preservation of youth, but also an absence of conditions, and most importantly, a gradual enhancement of beauty, an invaluable treasure for women. It mattered not if it were 10 million, or even 20 or 30 million. Women would go to great lengths for it. This will not do. It seems I must pay a visit to the Uchiha clan, Tsunade resolved after a moment of contemplation. In truth, no member of the Senju clan wished to venture to the Uchiha territory, yet her overwhelming curiosity compelled her. Acting on impulse, she dispersed her surrounding aides. Tsunade hurriedly changed her attire before setting off towards the Uchiha lands. Upon her arrival, however, she was met with an unsettling silence that blanketed the area. A chill ran through her. Could the Uchiha have been attacked? Yet, this seemed improbable. There were no signs of battle, nor even the faintest scent of blood. As she traversed the desolate Uchiha territory, doubt swirled within her. Just as she prepared to depart, a raucous cheer erupted from a nearby mountain. Long live the clan leader! Long live the clan leader! Tsunade instinctively turned her gaze toward the distant sound. It was the Nanga shrine. Tsunade hesitated, uncertain whether her approach would provoke the Uchiha's disdain. As a princess of the Senju clan, she understood that the Nanga shrine was a sacred place reserved solely for the Uchiha. However, the escalating clamor fueled her curiosity. She yearned to uncover the purpose of the Uchiha gathering at the shrine on this New Year's Eve. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she slowly made her way to the foot of the shrine's mountain, where she beheld the entire expanse filled with Uchiha clansmen, elders and children alike, gathered together. Feasting on an array of delectable dishes, their faces adorned with a mixture of joy and awkwardness. This scene evoked a pang of envy in Tsunade. Reminiscent of the days when the Senju clan experienced similar unity, now, she stood as the last solitary princess of her once great clan. Listen up, everyone. The Uchiha are wealthy. As your youngest clan leader, I have but one request. Strive to bear children. One is not enough. I need 2 or 3. The more, the merrier. Do not worry. I, your clan leader, can support the new members of our family. Those who bear the most children will be heralded as the most heroic women of the Uchiha. Henceforth, they will receive substantial support from our clan. Fear not the mediocrity of Uchiha offspring. I promise to nurture every new generation into geniuses. Standing atop the mountain, you, with a megaphone in hand, waved his little fist like a fervent cult leader, passionately instilling the ethos of procreation into the clansmen. The women below blushed crimson, shyly averting their gazes, while the men appeared increasingly flustered, their initial excitement giving way to awkward laughter. Fugaku, Mikoto, Itachi, and Sasuke stood behind, utterly dumbfounded. You had been hinting at a significant announcement for the ancestral worship day, only for it to culminate in this absurd exhortation for the Uchiha to multiply. Mikoto shot a disapproving glare at US back, wishing to pry open her eldest son's head to discern the thoughts swirling within. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained at the base. Speechless. What had she just witnessed? A child was urging adults to procreate. Was the ninja world going mad, or was it the Uchiha who had lost their senses? Chapter 81. The fertility support program. You clutched a megaphone, shouting until his throat was parched. He casually grabbed a drink from a nearby table belonging to the Uchiha family and gulped it down, only to realize it belonged to Uchiha Liang. Turning to the visibly embarrassed Uchiha Liang, his expression darkened instantly. You, a single man, what is there to be embarrassed about? You recalled that this fellow was the sole heir of his family. In a flash of inspiration, he pointed at Uchiha Liang. Brother Liang, please stand up. Is there something wrong, clan leader? Uchiha Liang, who had learned to read his clan leader's expressions, felt a twinge of anxiety. You disregarded Liang's nervous demeanor and took his hand, leading him to a prominent position where all the clansmen could see. Clansmen, behold, this is my most capable assistant, Uchiha Liang. I trust that most of you are familiar with him. At first, Liang felt a flicker of joy upon being acknowledged as Yu's right-hand man. But Yu's next words plunged him into despair. However, I must emphasize that we cannot afford to have any more single heirs like Uchiha Liang. No matter how successful his endeavors may be, a thin bloodline is an indelible disgrace. Behind us stands the illustrious lineage of the Uchiha, a family that has persisted for a millennium, yet we are barely 1,000 strong. This is a humiliation for our entire clan. What matters most to a family is its legacy. With only a scant 1,000 Uchihas, how can we sustain the heritage of our ancestors? A minor calamity could obliterate us. How could we face our forebears in the afterlife with such shame? Thus, from now on, couples who bear many children will be hailed as heroes of the Uchiha clan. I assure you, as your clan leader, I am dead serious. Anyone who dares to pursue a single heir will face severe criticism from the clan. Do you understand? As he spoke, Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. This was not mere idle concern. With the bloodline purification elixir's primary herbs planted, it would soon yield results by next year's second half. Administering this potion to children at birth would grant them a 90% chance of awakening the Sharingan, an outcome of utmost importance to you. The future Uchiha would be his most loyal supporters, and establishing a foundation now was imperative for when he would truly need manpower. Yu was already orchestrating the establishment of a clan academy. He had no intention of sending Uchiha children to the ninja school, with plans to carve a path towards immortality. Bloodline preservation was his most effective means of maintaining control. As the initially hesitant clansmen observed Yu's increasingly serious demeanor, they understood that their leader was not jesting. Whispers of excitement spread among the married couples, who began to ponder whether to heed the clan leader's call. After all, raising children, regardless of the world or era, required immense financial sacrifice. Yu would not let his clansmen down. Soon, a series of plans to support increased childbirth were laid out by Yu. Each child, regardless of gender, would receive a birth grant of no less than 100,000 silver taels, an amount equivalent to the expenses of an Uchiha family for 3 to 4 years. The implication was clear: the more children one had, the greater the rewards. Additionally, when children reached school age, the clan would provide free education, covering tuition for the clan academy and various ninja resources to ensure that each child became an outstanding individual, rather than allowing clansmen to merely reproduce without nurturing their offspring. Most importantly, upon reaching adulthood, free job placements would be provided. The extent of the benefits Yu proposed was remarkable, covering nearly all expenses from birth to maturity. The only thing missing was assurance of spouses. Given the current state of the elixir industry, the Uchiha were the sole proprietors, possessing both the core technology and resources, which emboldened Yu to implement such sweeping changes. Without these, even if he had the will, he would not dare to take such bold steps. Down the mountain, Tsunade listened intently, her mouth agape. Had the Senju implemented such policies in the past, the entire Leaf Village might have been filled with Senju descendants. From these policies, Tsunade discerned the Uchiha's grand ambitions, and a chill ran down her spine at the thought of the Uchiha potentially multiplying 3 to 4 times within 3 years. However, she found herself powerless against the current Uchiha. After all, if they were generating wealth and willing to enhance the welfare of their clan members to boost their population, she had no justification to thwart their endeavors. With this in mind, Tsunade glanced at the small figure surrounded by numerous Uchiha. Was this the little Uchiha who had caused her teacher such defeat? Truly impressive. The only way to curb the Uchiha's growth would be to hasten the development of a replica of the elixir. Otherwise, the village established by her grandfather might genuinely fall into Uchiha hands. This was a prospect Tsunade dreaded, especially given the historical enmity between the Uchiha and Senju, as well as the warnings instilled in her by the second Hokage regarding the Uchiha threat. Just then, after addressing questions from the clansmen, Yu's gaze shifted to a certain spot at the foot of the mountain. Upon sensing Tsunade's presence, his expression momentarily faltered. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" Simultaneously, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. Instantly aware of being discovered, she chose not to flee but stood quietly, awaiting an approach from the Uchiha. As expected, a short while later, 7 or 8 Uchiha swiftly descended from the mountain. Due to the public ancestral ceremony, you had not arranged for sentinels at the foot of the mountain. Nearly the entire clan was participating. Furthermore, you had no intention of concealing the fertility support program, as these would be openly declared clan policies that the Uchiha would steadfastly pursue, regardless of how other prominent families in Konoha perceived them. This transparency provided Tsunade with the opportunity to eavesdrop for so long. Had it not been for her scrutinizing gaze, you, whose senses had grown immensely potent, might not have noticed her presence until the meeting's conclusion. The Uchiha clansmen cast anxious glances at Tsunade, with several recognizing her. "Isn't that Tsunade of the Senju clan? I wonder what brings her to the South He Shrine." "Uchiha," he asked solemnly. "I wish to meet your clan leader," Tsunade replied, her expression calm. "Uchiha," he nodded. "Please wait here for the clan leader. He will see you after the meeting." Currently, the Uchiha are engaged in a ritual gathering, which is not suitable for someone of Senju blood to participate in. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "Who would want to attend your gathering?" She then casually found a stone and sat down silently. Seeing this, the Uchiha clansmen no longer felt the need to monitor her closely and quickly returned to the mountain. For now, Tsunade alone, as one of the legendary Sannin, would not stir much trouble within the Uchiha clan. She sat there for an hour, occasionally hearing cheers from the mountain, which only deepened her sense of frustration. Once, the two great clans of Konoha stood side by side, but now only the Uchiha remained. While the other clan had been eclipsed by the Hyuga, it was impossible for Tsunade to feel no resentment about this. Some matters were too painful to voice, especially since the fracturing of the Senju clan had been her grandfather's decision. Chapter 82. First encounter with Tsunade in the midst of a heavy weight. Tsunade contemplated rising and departing several times, yet ultimately chose to endure the increasingly animated ancestral gathering of the Uchiha clan, remembering the purpose of her visit. As the policy of Yu was announced, the ancestral rites drew to a close, with countless Uchihas forming orderly lines, kneeling in reverence before the ancestral tablets at the shrine. Thus, the grand ancestral ceremony came to an end. This solemn, yet vibrant ritual undoubtedly strengthened the bonds among the clan members. With Yu's declaration of dissolution, families began to disperse, each member's face illuminated with anticipation. Under the influence of Yu's fervent advocacy for procreation, coupled with supportive policies that alleviated their concerns, they resolved to heed the clan leader's call and produce a new generation of kin. From a distance, Tsunade observed the joyous smiles of the Uchiha clansmen, her heart a tumult of emotions. Clearly, the Uchiha had identified their path to development, while the Senju now seemed but a name in a ninja textbook. It would be a lie to claim she felt no sense of loss. As Tsunade drifted in her thoughts, she noticed the young boy who had just spoken from the heights, approaching her with a throng of Uchihas in tow, undeterred by the flattery surrounding him. Yu appeared almost overwhelmed by the compliments from the elder clan members, who extolled his far-sightedness, strategic acumen, and poised demeanor, claiming he was destined to become Hokage. They lavished praise upon him, even extending their admiration to his parents and younger brothers. The entire Fugaku family was rendered speechless, internally reveling in delight. Among them, only Yu's somewhat foolish younger brother, Sasuke, exhibited unabashed joy, his happiness starkly contrasting the seriousness of the moment, resembling a naive child rather than the two elder brothers. Upon catching sight of Tsunade, Yu swiftly silenced the elder clan members, reminding them that such embarrassing flattery was best reserved for their own circle and should not reach outsiders. Ahem. Elders, you may return for now. Ensure the welfare arrangements I mentioned are in place. I do not wish for any missteps. Do you understand? Yes, clan leader. The elders replied solemnly. Before departing, they cast a curious glance at Tsunade, though none dared to inquire further. Once the elders had retreated, Yu turned to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, may I inquire what brings you to the Uchiha clan? Tsunade regarded the boy who had so effortlessly dismissed the proud elders, her gaze a mixture of complexity, revealing Yu's undeniable authority within the Uchiha. I have come to request several medicinal herbs from the Uchiha, she replied. Oh, are you preparing to replicate the Uchiha's industry? A hint of mockery flickered in Yu's eyes. Tsunade remained composed, feeling no guilt. Indeed, if the village could master this technique, it would significantly enhance its strength. Lady Tsunade, are you implying that the Uchiha are selfish? Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Is it not so? She retorted matter-of-factly. Feel free to think as you wish. I can only say, Lady Tsunade, your efforts will be in vain. Merely considering the intricacies of the refining techniques, the precise control of heat, and the delicate ratios of the elixirs, these alone would require decades of research from ninjas like you. Furthermore, the production of these special herbs is something the entire ninja world cannot achieve without the spirit-gathering arrays and the specific requirements for planting spiritual flora that I provide. No one in the ninja realm can cultivate the herbs necessary for potion refinement. As Yu's dismissive attitude became evident, Tsunade's heart surged with indignation. How can you claim it impossible without even attempting? The Uchiha can produce what the Senju can as well. Very well, if you wish to be obstinate. I shall not hinder you. However, I only agreed to this once due to the bond between the Uchiha and Senju. If Sarutobi were here, such an arrangement would be utterly inconceivable. With that, you summoned the hidden clan members surrounding his family, issuing a few instructions before they swiftly vanished from sight. What bond exists between the Senju and Uchiha? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. You chuckled dismissively. This is precisely why I assert that the will of fire is fundamentally hypocritical. Was not Konoha founded by the Senju and Uchiha together? Having jointly ended an era, do we truly only harbor hatred and no friendship? Did we not set aside our animosity during the age of the dual gods of Konoha? His three probing questions left Tsunade momentarily speechless, her expression growing somber. She wished to refute Yu's challenge to her grandfather's ideals, yet she could not deceive her own heart. Deep down, she did indeed harbor prejudice against the Uchiha. Lady Tsunade, if we only remember hatred, then the Konoha we built holds no significance. To honor history is what we ought to pursue, rather than desperately denying one side. Upon finishing, you presented a box containing spiritual herbs to the astonished Tsunade. Remember, the herbs must not leave this box. If they do for even a day, they will wither. This box only preserves them for a month. Now, you are the sole representative of the Senju in Konoha. Sometimes I find it quite poignant. Without rivals or allies, the future of the Uchiha feels so lonely. One day, our clan shall find itself in a desolate high place. With a smile, you turned and walked away with his family. Tsunade gazed at the box in her hands, lost in thought, before lifting her eyes to the retreating figure of the boy. Rivals and allies? Indeed. For over a millennium, the Uchiha and Senju have shared both enmity and moments of close collaboration. Now, after thousands of years, only the Uchiha remain. As she contemplated this, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Unbeknownst to her, a feeling of kinship towards the Uchiha began to blossom within her heart. Perhaps the Uchiha were the only ones left to reminisce about the Senju. How absurd. Once enemies, they had become the last group to mourn their shared lineage. Clutching the spiritual herbs, Tsunade glanced once more at the Nanga shrine before swiftly vanishing from the scene. Chapter 83. Tsunade's Research, Sarutobi's Helplessness in the Land of Lightning. At the village hidden in the clouds, AI stared at the intelligence in his hands with a perplexed expression. So, you mean to say that Danzo is dead? Indeed. Lord Fourth, replied the kneeling Umbu ninja calmly. According to our reports, he was killed by the young clan leader of the Uchiha. Haha, what a fitting end for him. Slain by the very Uchiha he despised. I imagine this will give Sarutobi quite the headache for a while. As the year drew to a close, AI commanded. Let the Black Lightning lead an all-out assault on the borders of the Land of Fire, taking advantage of Konoha's internal discord. It is time we carve out a piece of flesh. A glint of ferocity flashed in AI's eyes after nearly a year of war. It was time to conclude the conflict. Yes, Lord Rakage. The Umbu ninja swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Land of Lightning, Jiraiya seethed with rage. What did you say? The old man wants to change the Uchiha's defenses at this time? Does he not realize the increasing activity from the village hidden in the clouds? Has he truly lost his senses? Lord Jiraiya, this is the decision of the Hokage, and I must ask you to comply. Moreover, new Uchihas will be coming to replace them, the Umbu ninja explained helplessly. Can the new Uchiha clan members compare to those of the present? One is a seasoned ninja with abundant battlefield experience, while the other lacks such experience. Is the old man truly prepared to abandon the border? Jiraiya questioned, suppressing the fury within him. Lord Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan has undergone significant changes. Moreover, the one sent for assistance is the newly appointed clan leader, whose strength is formidable. A hint of trepidation flickered in the eyes of the Umbu ninja. Recently, the village's security department has tightly constrained the Umbu. What strength can a 7-year-old brat possess? It seems the old man is losing his wits. Jiraiya retorted indignantly. Nonetheless, faced with the third Hokage's orders, he could only grit his teeth and comply. After venting his anger, Jiraiya summoned Uchiha Shana, the clan member with the most authority on the front lines. Upon entering the command tent, Uchiha Shana immediately sensed the discordant atmosphere, with Jiraiya's face still flushed with anger. However, as a clan elder who harbors disdain for the Hokage faction, he paid little mind to Jiraiya's expression. Coldly, he saluted Jiraiya, questioning what the commander wanted. Having grown accustomed to Uchiha's sour demeanor, Jiraiya offered no further expressions. The village has decided that your group of Uchiha will return to the village for a rotation, making way for new clan members to take your place. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana's mood soured. Commander, we are unaware of any mistakes we made. Why must we be replaced? Our elite forces are all here, and the new members lack combat experience. This is the village's decision, and even I must comply. Jiraiya replied curtly. Has the Hokage truly lost all shame in suppressing the Uchiha, sending inexperienced clan members to their deaths? This is the third's decree. Uchiha Shana scoffed without hesitation. His resentment for the third would not spare him any courtesy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here leading the Uchiha at the border. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He was aware of the higher-ups' disdain for the Uchiha, yet he did not anticipate the village would dispatch a group of inexperienced Uchiha at such a critical juncture. Could it be that the old man has truly begun to resort to desperate measures against the Uchiha? With this thought, Jiraiya's heart sank. But he knew he had to communicate what needed to be said. The higher-ups have their own considerations. Your group has been on the front lines long enough, and it is time to reunite with your families for a while. In contrast to earlier, Jiraiya's tone softened considerably. The Uchiha do not require the concern of the second's disciples. With that, Uchiha Shana, his white hair flowing, turned to leave. Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond, but instead sighed as he watched Uchiha Shana walk away. He had grown weary of the village's internal strife. Had it not been for the battlefield holding him captive, he would have long sought to leave the village. With this realization, Jiraiya longed to end this senseless war. At the Konoha Medical Research Institute, Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot. Since acquiring the herbs, she had tirelessly researched for 3 days. Yet, she had made no progress. She had identified the prototypes of the herbs through comparison, but compared to the vibrant medicinal plants provided by you, the retrieved prototypes, while possessing a semblance of similar effects, were pitifully weak and hardly worth studying. She was consumed with questions about the cause of the herbs' mutations and what had imbued them with that mysterious substance. Tsunade's mind was perpetually occupied with these inquiries, yet she found herself at a loss. The substance was inert, and without the influence of the herb's other elements. She could not observe it in reality. Thus, once separated from the herbs given by you, she felt utterly blind to this disquieting substance, as if it simply did not exist in the world. However, Tsunade understood that the ninja world undoubtedly possessed this substance in abundance, though some reason kept it out of her reach, leaving her unaware even of its name. This realization was deeply distressing. But how could the Uchiha perceive this substance? Was it due to their eyes? Tsunade pondered this possibility. She yearned to inquire of the Uchiha clan members. Yet how could Konoha expect loyalty from a Uchiha clan that had been marginalized? Just then, an Umbu ninja appeared at the entrance to the research institute. Knock, knock. The soft sound of knocking interrupted Tsunade's reverie. Come in, she called impatiently. A white-haired Umbu entered coolly. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence, Kakashi stated calmly. Understood. I shall go at once. With that, Tsunade tidied her experimental notes, a weary expression on her face, and followed Kakashi towards the Hokage tower. Upon entering the Hokage building, she was met with Sarutobi's expectant gaze, which softened with concern as he took in Tsunade's fatigued appearance. Old man, what is it that you require of me? Tsunade asked, her tone easing slightly in response to Sarutobi's concern. Tsunade, while experiments are vital, you must also remember to rest. Sarutobi spoke with gentle admonition. I know, Tsunade replied, slightly relaxing her furrowed brow. Have you encountered any issues in your recent experiments? Sarutobi inquired indirectly. I'm stumped on a particular problem. The Uchiha may have observed a new power that others have never perceived, and this power is likely the reason they can cultivate new types of herbs. Tsunade divulged her recent research findings. Sarutobi was taken aback. A new power? Is it natural energy? He queried without hesitation. Tsunade shot him a disdainful look. If it were natural energy, would I be discussing it with you? The Senju clan is not without its own methods of senjutsu cultivation. Sarutobi's face flushed with embarrassment. Then what kind of power is it? Aside from chakra, natural energy, are there any other forces we can utilize? There are, but we cannot observe it, nor can we harness it. That power is far more advanced than chakra or natural energy, possessing unparalleled might. Tsunade's expression was one of envy. She longed for the Uchiha's eyes. Sarutobi's pupils constricted. In that moment, he felt all his hopes shatter into oblivion. Why? Why do the Uchiha possess the ability to perceive this power? How unjust the heavens are to other ninja clans. At that moment, a wave of jealousy surged within Sarutobi. Tsunade, is there truly no way? He asked, unwilling to accept defeat. None. Tsunade coldly dispelled Sarutobi's illusions. She finally understood why that young Uchiha had so generously offered her the herbs. It was apparent he had foreseen that aside from the Uchiha, no other ninja in the world could perceive the existence of that power. Sarutobi fell into a stupor, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Recently, the relationships between various ninja clans and the Uchiha had grown increasingly close, and faced with the allure of the chakra-enhancing pills, no one could resist such temptation. Yet their Hokage faction remained deeply excluded, filling Sarutobi with anxiety. Ultimately, fate dealt a cruel hand, leaving him with nothing but jealousy towards the Uchiha. Chapter 84. Itachi's transformation. Suddenly, an unsettling thought arose within Sarutobi. Tsunade, do you think that if other ninja possessed Uchiha's eyes, they could perceive this power? Tsunade paused, taken aback. I don't know. We can only discover that through experimentation, she replied before turning to glance at the white-haired figure standing nearby, her eyes lighting up with a spark of inspiration. Similarly, Sarutobi gazed fervently at Kakashi. Kakashi tensed, inquiring if there was an issue with the Hokage. However, before he could finish his question, Tsunade grasped his hand and hurriedly led him towards the laboratory. Sarutobi, unable to contain himself, followed suit, leaving the Hokage building. As the recent changes in Konoha had left him feeling increasingly restless. If this continued, it would not only be the Uchiha clan that faced isolation, but also his faction as Hokage, which would undoubtedly be the most significant blow he had faced since ascending to power. The trio soon arrived at the laboratory, where Tsunade swiftly explained her research direction to Kakashi, hoping he could discern the mysterious power and its nature. Kakashi felt a twinge of discomfort since the eye he possessed was a gift from his friend Obito, originally a symbol of their friendship, now intended for use against his friend's clan. This weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, Kakashi reluctantly removed his Umbu mask, unveiled his face, and activated his Sharingan to observe the peculiar plant. To his dismay, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary weed, lacking the enigmatic power Tsunade had described, the only notable difference being its vibrant hue, exuding an inexplicable spiritual essence, reminiscent of something freshly harvested. After a prolonged moment, Kakashi shielded his eyes and shook his head at Tsunade and Sarutobi. Tsunade's face fell in disappointment, while Sarutobi turned to Kakashi, questioning whether he truly could not perceive the power. The implication of doubt and distrust amplified Kakashi's inner turmoil. Hokage-sama, there is no need for me to deceive you. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi immediately recognized his error and swiftly apologized. Kakashi, it is not that I distrust you, but this matter is of utmost importance to the village. Kakashi remained silent, quietly departing the laboratory, leaving Sarutobi feeling a sense of mild frustration. Tsunade observed Kakashi's retreating figure, deep in thought. Old man, do you not have a pure Uchiha in your Umbu? Her words dissipated Sarutobi's agitation, prompting him to ponder. Well, there is one, though his identity is somewhat unique. Tsunade cast a discerning glance at Sarutobi, suggesting they should summon him. We must understand the essence of this power, otherwise, the village's predicament will never resolve. Ultimately, Tsunade leaned towards her mentor, despite her recent interactions with the Uchiha youth having softened her biases against them. Nevertheless, the bond formed over more than a decade remained significant, and she was not naive. She could sense the political shifts within the village. Once the Uchiha wielded such an unparalleled weapon, suppressing them would become a farce. Sarutobi nodded in silence, then swiftly exited the research facility. Before long, he returned with a young figure in tow, entering Tsunade's laboratory once more. When the boy removed his mask, Tsunade finally grasped why her mentor had initially hesitated to bring him forth. The root of distrust lingered. Itachi followed the third into the cluttered laboratory, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Itachi, the village has a crucial mission for you. If you succeed, you will be hailed as a hero and earn the respect of most ninjas in the village, Sarutobi declared earnestly. Hokage-sama, for the sake of the village, I am willing to try. Itachi's demeanor shifted to seriousness at Sarutobi's earnestness. Sarutobi nodded towards Tsunade, who felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, as if she were deceiving a child. Yet, with circumstances having reached this point, she felt reluctant to step back. As long as they could comprehend the essence of that power, Tsunade was confident they could navigate its intricacies. As she unveiled a box and revealed its contents, Itachi's expression transformed, and silence enveloped him. Listening to Tsunade elucidate her research and expectations, Itachi's heart grew colder. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, but I cannot betray my brother. His head, previously bowed, shot up, determination shining in his eyes. He possessed his own convictions, yet those convictions were never rooted in betraying his brother. Itachi, everything is for the village. With this potion, the village's strength will undoubtedly rise, allowing us to avert many wars, Sarutobi implored. Hokage-sama, even if I could perceive the energy Tsunade Dano speaks of, I would never disclose it to you. Itachi's expression turned resolute. If his brother were to discover this, it would not merely lead to scolding, but would result in the irrevocable loss of his brother's affection. This was the last thing Itachi wished to face. The mere thought of his brother turning away from him sent chills down his spine. Itachi, why is your thinking so narrow? If the village achieves peace, your brother will no longer need to go to war, thus sparing many lives. The Uchiha would finally gain true recognition from the village. Sarutobi's tone was filled with urgency. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but I believe the Uchiha and the village lack communication for peaceful coexistence. If you think this potion benefits the village, I can try to persuade my brother. This was the greatest concession Itachi could muster. It was the extent of his willingness. Sarutobi felt deeply disappointed. If Uchiha Itachi were that easily swayed, he would not be toiling away in research. Itachi, you have profoundly disappointed me. Your thoughts have strayed entirely from the will of fire. Enough. Tsunade quickly reprimanded Sarutobi, her eyes filled with disdain. If Itachi had agreed from the outset, she might have feigned ignorance, but coercing a 7-year-old child was revolting. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's outburst, failing to comprehend her intensity until he noticed Itachi, whose head was fully bowed. He realized his own conduct was unbecoming, a stark deviation from his usual demeanor. As he reflected on the past, he longed for the presence of Danzo. If he were still around, such matters would not require his direct involvement. Sarutobi found himself reminiscing about former companions, contemplating how to bring Danzo back into the light of the village, for Konoha needed both its light and shadow to thrive. While Sarutobi pondered, Tsunade offered a few comforting words to Itachi before sending him on his way. As Itachi made his way home, a wave of dejection washed over him. Had he truly strayed from the will of fire? He looked up at the villagers around him, yet sensed only malice in their gazes. A discomforting reminder of the pure animosity he had not felt in a long time. After a brief survey, Itachi realized the source of the issue. He still wore his Anbu attire. In that moment, an epiphany struck him. It was not he who had deviated from the will of fire, but the Hokage. A sudden clarity enveloped him, and he was startled by his own realization. Disregarding the disdainful glances of those around him, Itachi hastily made his way home. His brother was likely basking in the sunlight. Having promised Sasuke that they would train together today, he could not be late. After all, he was now a brother himself and intended to follow his elder brother's example, showering his younger sibling with ample love. In his mind, Itachi pondered these matters, and the sense of loss within him gradually dissipated. Chapter 85. Leaving the village just as he was preparing to step out, he spotted Itachi at the entrance, clad in a gray vest. Despite the mask of the Anbu shrouding his face, you recognized him at once, his rebellious younger brother, which darkened Yu's expression. Itachi, off to the Anbu again, are we? Ah, brother. Itachi was startled by Yu's voice, his heart momentarily sinking. Brother, the third Hokage summoned me for something. Itachi hastily explained. Humph. That old man surely has no good intentions. You ought to refrain from going in the future. Yu replied sternly. Yes, brother, I understand. Itachi nodded obediently. Noticing his brother's swift acceptance, Yu's eyes revealed a flicker of doubt, and then, as if struck by a thought, a knowing smile graced his lips. Oh, Itachi, you have matured. Itachi cast a shy glance at his elder brother, eager to change the subject. Brother, are you heading out? Indeed, Yu replied calmly. I am about to leave the village to support the battlefield. I need to gather our clansmen and convey some matters. Itachi tightened his grip slightly. Brother, please be safe on the battlefield. Feeling Itachi's concern, Yu gently tapped his forehead with his finger. What is this? Do you lack confidence in your elder brother? Stay at home and behave while I conclude this war. Itachi's cheeks flushed slightly. Understood, brother. All right, head inside. Sasuke is waiting for you. And remember to take off that mask. We wouldn't want to frighten the children. With that, Yu made his way to the clan meeting. Itachi was momentarily taken aback by his brother's remark. Was the Umbu mask truly that terrifying? Confused, Itachi obediently removed his mask and stowed it away in his waist pouch. At that moment, several clan elders and the Uchiha members with the Sharingan were already seated, awaiting Yu's arrival. As Yu entered the clan hall with quiet steps, all eyes converged upon him. He took his place at the head of the table. This time, half of the Uchiha with the Sharingan will accompany me to the battlefield. I hope our family matters can continue to be executed as per my plans. Yu's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Rest assured, clan leader. Your will is the will of the entire Uchiha clan. Let those who dare defy your command face the blade in my hand. Uchiha Ryliang spoke with a tone laden with menace. Yu nodded at Uchiha Ryliang. Elders, do you have any objections? After all, you are the elders. I would prefer you voice any concerns now rather than clandestinely plotting upon my departure. The elders exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Shien turned to Yu. Clan leader, do not worry. We will not hinder the clan. Wishing the clan leader a triumphant return, the elders responded in unison. Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was the true Uchiha spirit, united as one. I believe there is nothing unattainable for such an Uchiha in the shinobi world. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Uchiha Shien's eyes, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided to caution his clan leader. Clan leader, what about the newly returned Uchiha Shana? He is known for his reckless fighting spirit, and those accompanying him to the battlefield are equally impassioned. As Uchiha Shien's words fell, the hall plunged into silence. Yu directed his gaze towards Uchiha Ryliang. Ryliang, I am here. Uchiha Ryliang immediately stepped forward. Those returning from the battlefield should receive their rewards and promotions. However, if any clan member disobeys my will, do you know how to handle it? Yu's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of frost. Uchiha Ryliang contemplated for a second, then a coldness flickered in his eyes. Those who defy the clan leaders shall be stripped of their Uchiha bloodline, have their eyes gouged out, and be cast out from the clan. As Uchiha Ryliang's words echoed, a chill swept through the elders, causing them to shiver in unison. He understands me well, Ryliang. Do the elders now comprehend what must be done? Yes, we shall faithfully obey the clan leader's orders. In that moment, the elders, harboring their own thoughts, lowered their heads in silence, not daring to breathe. The Uchiha members with the Sharingan seated around them regarded this scene with indifference. Compared to the previous 50 members, many more had joined, and should you decide to dismiss any elder, it would be but a word. Well then, prepare the supplies. We shall set off early tomorrow. Yes, clan leader. The next day, over 20 Uchiha members with the Sharingan stood in neat rows at Yu's doorstep, flanked by a long convoy carrying supplies for the front lines. Many representatives from other clans stood nearby, observing the scene. The formidable young Uchiha clan leader was leaving the village for the first time. As he departed, Mikoto's eyes were red as she looked at Yu, alongside little Izumi standing by her side. Both gazed at Yu, who was about to leave, with a sense of reluctance. Yu, wearing the scarf knitted by Izumi, patiently comforted the two for a while until they regained their composure. Fugaku wore an expression of shame. He too had wished to accompany Yu, but was sternly refused. The reason being that with him as the father, Yu could rest assured about the safety of their home. Fugaku could not refute this. Had he known the third Hokage would resort to such tactics, he would have willingly stepped aside, intending to pass the clan leader's position to his son upon returning from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Itachi and Sasuke wore similarly sorrowful expressions, revealing their reluctance and sadness. After much effort, you finally bid farewell to his family and joined the waiting clansmen, feeling both exhausted yet warm inside. The grand convoy departed from Konoha in full force. Do you think the departure of the Uchiha clan leader will trigger political changes in the village? Riku asked anxiously, watching the convoy disappear. Due to the recent trading of chi-gathering pills, many clan representatives had come to bid farewell as you left the village. It's hard to say. It largely depends on how long the Uchiha clan leader is away. The third Hokage would never allow his clan to be gradually marginalized, Riku pondered before responding. Alas, what a tumultuous time. Heiji sighed as he observed the gently falling snow. In truth, things may not be so bad. Heiji concealed his thoughts. For with the emergence of the chi-gathering pills, the strength of the clan's ninjas had risen swiftly. It seemed that the Uchiha had not ceased the trade of these pills, benefiting numerous clans and ninjas. Ordinary ninjas had two ways to acquire chi-gathering pills: joining the guard division or completing specific family tasks assigned by the Uchiha, which involved locating peculiar plants and materials, or undertaking auxiliary tasks issued by the guard division. These tasks were relatively accessible and not overly burdensome. For the shinobi clan, it was even simpler, as nearly every benevolent clan had negotiated their share with the Uchiha. The only ones left out were likely the Hokage's faction. They were almost forced to compete with ordinary ninjas for the tasks released by the Uchiha to obtain chi-gathering pills, and they had to conceal their identities, causing discontent among the informed ordinary ninjas. Originally, the chi-gathering pills circulated in Konoha in this manner because the Uchiha considered the challenges faced by civilian ninjas, distributing them almost as a benevolent gesture. The Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mitarashi clans had long dominated the village. To obtain chi-gathering pills, they initially mobilized their entire clans to incessantly complete the tasks issued by the Uchiha, leaving ordinary ninjas with no tasks to undertake. Once the Uchiha discovered this, they promptly issued an announcement. The missions assigned by the Uchiha clan and the guard department are unrelated to the clan's ninjas. To undertake a mission, one must prove themselves as an ordinary ninja of Konoha. This policy arises from the consideration of the challenges faced by regular ninjas. Thus, the Uchiha have issued simpler tasks to enhance the overall strength of Konoha, serving as a benefit to all ordinary ninjas striving for the village. Upon the announcement of this news, a sense of goodwill towards the Uchiha began to blossom among the common ninjas of Konoha. Meanwhile, some clan ninjas who sought to take advantage of the situation found themselves reluctant to compete with their civilian counterparts for missions after this revelation. However, Sarutobi and others were in a state of panic. While other clans enjoyed their share of missions, their own clan, aligned with the Hokage, found themselves without any. They could not simply stand by and watch as other clans surpassed them. Consequently, they devised a scheme to coerce some civilian ninjas who received tasks to hand them over. They would justify their actions by claiming it was for the village's sake, yet the civilians were not naive, who would willingly relinquish opportunities that could swiftly enhance their abilities. Yet, under the pressure from the three major clans, many felt anger but remained silent, leading to a growing resentment towards the three clans, which even spread from the Sarutobi family to the Hokage himself. In the past, calls for the sake of the village might have stirred excitement, akin to a rallying cry. But if Sarutobi were to speak of such things now, it would only nauseate many ordinary ninjas. Eventually, some civilians, unable to endure the task-snatching tactics, revealed this secret to the Uchiha. In response to this situation, the Uchiha constructed a training room at the mission distribution site, mandating that the person who accepts the task must also be the one to complete it. Upon receiving their rewards, they could enter the training room and consume the items on the spot, with all processes safeguarded by the Uchiha. This measure gradually improved the situation. Although if one preferred not to consume the items immediately, the Uchiha would not force them, respecting personal choice. The limited circulation of energy-enhancing pills to the Sarutobi and other clans only heightened their irritation. Chapter 86. The Invasion of Cloud Ninjas. The large troop had exited Konoha, marking the first time you had left the village. Sitting half reclined upon his flying sword, he leisurely admired the pristine scenery surrounding him. The Uchiha clansmen remained ever vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. After all, the convoy they were escorting was substantial, and nearly all the protecting ninjas were Uchiha accompanying you to the battlefield. Should any incident occur, the loss of supplies would undoubtedly fall upon the Uchiha, a tactic employed by the third Hokage to vex them. Yu's consciousness extended outward, and after more than half a year, it could now cover nearly 1,500 meters. As his awareness spread, the landscape within that range became vividly apparent, revealing various insects and animals, and it seemed they had not encountered any unexpected events thus far. However, Yu was skeptical that the third Hokage would simply provide the Uchiha with such a large cache of supplies without ulterior motives. He doubted that there were no hidden agendas at play. What could it be? Perhaps a secret alliance with the hidden Cloud Village? Surely, the third standards would not stoop so low. Or could it be that the vermin in the gutters were stirring? While Yu pondered, suddenly, Zongjia appeared beside him. Clan leader. The chief of the civilian workers requests your presence. Oh, did he mention what it was about? Yu inquired softly. No. He insisted he must see you to explain. Zongjia replied respectfully. Very well, bring him to me. You commanded. Yes. Soon, a 30-year-old man with a bushy beard stood before you. I have the honor of meeting the Uchiha clan leader. The middle-aged man said humbly. I was wondering if you could spare a moment to discuss an important matter. You turned his gaze toward the man. The middle-aged man quickly bowed again. Clan leader, the convoy has reached the hill ahead. Would it be possible for us to take a break? After all, we have been traveling for quite some time. Observing the man's cautious demeanor, you realized it starkly contrasted with the attitude of villagers within the confines of the village. This was likely the most genuine reflection of how ordinary people perceived ninjas. Outside Konoha, without the village's protection, any villager would approach a ninja with utmost caution. There is no need for such formality, you replied. This matter slipped my mind. From now on, you may adhere to the usual schedule of your convoy. Our Uchiha escort will adjust according to your needs. However, given the urgency of the situation, I trust you understand that we must proceed swiftly. You nodded calmly. Thank you, clan leader. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. He feared that these ninjas might disregard the stamina of ordinary individuals in their haste to expedite the transport of supplies, which would inevitably burden them. Feel free to proceed. You have all worked hard on this supply run. Ensure that you arrange for adequate rest so we can set out again promptly, you said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Yu's words, the middle-aged man felt that this seemingly youthful ninja possessed a kind heart, who said the Uchiha were difficult to approach. With such a warm demeanor, he would certainly share this experience with others upon returning to the village. Once the middle-aged man departed, Zongjia hastily approached you, clan leader. Will this delay our arrival at the border? Zongjia, it is vital that we earn the willing cooperation of others. Relentless exploitation is counterproductive. They are ordinary people, devoid of chakra to sustain them. It is entirely reasonable for them to request rest. Only when they are well rested can they work diligently, you gently instructed. Among the 12 initial Uchiha who accompanied him, aside from Itachi, he had high hopes for Zongjia, who exhibited remarkable composure. Yes, clan leader, your wisdom is enlightening. Zongjia promptly replied. Indeed. Now, carry on with your duties. Remember, we Uchiha can be proud and assertive, but we must never bully those who have exhausted their strength to survive. Such behavior would tarnish the Uchiha's honor. Yu's expression grew solemn. I will heed the clan leader's teachings and ensure that your values are upheld. The Uchiha will never act in ways that compromise our family's glory. Good. Yu nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated the Uchiha's steadfast commitment to executing their principles. At times, a touch of fervor could yield benefits. The convoy proceeded, traveling intermittently for 2 days without incident. However, as they neared the border of the Land of Lightning, Yu's consciousness detected a significant presence of Lightning Country ninjas. A group of 50 to 60 cloud ninjas swiftly navigated the forest where Yu and his companions resided. Captain Highlight, we have located the supply convoy from Konoha. A cloud ninja shouted. Haha, excellent. The intelligence was accurate. Everyone, listen closely. Eliminate all Konoha ninjas and destroy their supplies. Understood, Captain. The entire squad quickly dispersed, encircling Yu and his companions. Yu maintained a composed demeanor as he observed the unfolding scene, signaling Zongjia with a gesture. Zongjia immediately shouted to the convoy, alert. In an instant, the entire convoy tightened into a cohesive unit, with Uchiha clansmen shielding the panicked villagers within. They drew their long blades, revealing their crimson three-tomo Sharingan. Perched on a large tree, Highlight, who had been laughing exuberantly, suddenly fell silent as he surveyed the encircled convoy, his pupils involuntarily contracting. How is this possible? Why are all of them Uchiha with three-tomo Sharingan? In that moment, his excitement was ruthlessly extinguished and he anxiously scanned his surroundings. Not all elite Uchiha possessed three-tomo Sharingan. However, once activated, it rendered them comparable to elite ninjas. In the midst of the fierce battle against the Uchiha on the front lines, the encountered Jonin may not necessarily be a three-tomo Uchiha. However, possessing the prowess of a Jonin alongside the three tomos is indeed a terrifying prospect. Engaging in a one-on-two, or even one-on-three scenario, would pose no insurmountable challenge. At that moment, the surrounding cloud ninjas found themselves ensnared under the watchful gaze of multiple three-tomo Sharingan. Their previous ease dissipating, replaced instead by a palpable tension etched across their faces. I did not expect the intelligence of your hidden cloud village to be so formidable. We have only just arrived, yet you have pinpointed our location. It seems there has been a breach in your village's intelligence. The voice of you resonated clearly through the forest, drawing the attention of both factions towards him. Who are you, brat? Black Thunder retorted. However, as soon as those words left his lips, he found himself enveloped by a chilling aura of murderous intent. At that moment, Black Thunder felt akin to a hunter stripped of his weapons, encircled by a pack of wolves. Transitioning from a position of superiority to one filled with dread as the countdown to his demise began. Surrounding you, the 6 members of the Uchiha clan activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, fixating their gaze intently on the rugged figure of Black Thunder. You dare insult our patriarch. With that proclamation, Zosuk's Mangekyo began to whirl rapidly, and in an instant, Black Thunder sensed an imminent, lethal danger. A dark flame materialized beside him, and before he could evade, one of his hands was ignited by the inferno. What is this? Black Thunder exclaimed, hastily attempting to extinguish the black flames with his other arm. Yet, this frantic action only exacerbated his plight. As soon as his other arm made contact with the flames, it too was engulfed, the searing heat rapidly charring both limbs. The agony contorted his visage into a mask of torment. Yet, in that moment, he remained paralyzed with his arms outstretched, terrified that any movement would lead to further burns. As the black flames threatened to spread across his torso, Black Thunder's bloodshot eyes turned desperately towards the stunned cloud ninjas. Quick, sever my arms. Years of battlefield experience illuminated the nature of the flames, prompting his desperate command. The cloud ninja beside him snapped back to reality, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. However, witnessing the excruciating expression on their captain's face, he wasted no time in drawing his long blade. In a swift motion, the blade glinted, and 2 jets of blood erupted as Black Thunder's arms were severed. His eyes bulged in horror, and he cried out in pain as he lost both limbs. Observing his severed arms rapidly reduced to cinders, Black Thunder, drenched in sweat, turned to the young boy who had spoken moments before, his heart racing with trepidation. He could not fathom the source of such insidious power, which had caught him completely off guard. Yet, upon gazing at the 6 Uchiha standing guard around you, dread enveloped him entirely. Flee! Do not linger! Black Thunder bellowed, issuing a retreat command without hesitation. His eyes brimmed with fear and uncertainty. Perhaps Konoha had concealed the advanced forms of the Uchiha Sharingan to mitigate their influence. Other ninja villages, however, lacked such obfuscation. Any clan ninja or elite from a village was well aware that the Uchiha possessed forms beyond the 3 tomos. After all, the title of Shura of the ninja world was not bestowed lightly. Every village treated the Sharingan with utmost reverence. In that moment, Black Thunder harbored resentment towards the informant who had misled him, claiming they were merely escorting a standard Uchiha convoy. Damn it! 6 pairs of Mangekyo are not ordinary Uchiha. This power could decisively end this war. He resolved to relay this intelligence back to his village. Otherwise, the Hidden Cloud would suffer catastrophic losses in this border skirmish. Chapter 87. Arrival at the border. As Black Thunder fled in desperation, a light, ethereal voice drifted towards him. Kill them all. Leave that one who severed his own arms alive. I have questions for him. Yes, Patriarch. Immediately, the entire Uchiha clan descended upon the cloud ninja ranks like wolves among sheep, unleashing a cacophony of anguished wails throughout the forest. Black Thunder, eyes wide with terror, beheld the encirclement of 6 Uchiha, his throat tightening involuntarily. Will you come with us willingly, or shall we subdue you and take you by force? Zosuk spoke, his voice calm yet firm. Why you Uchiha? When did you acquire such power? Black Thunder stammered, trembling, for at that moment, the overwhelming might of the Uchiha rendered any notions of cloud ninja superiority utterly irrelevant. No one could stand firm against the gaze of those 6 eyes. This does not concern you. All you need to know is that our patriarch wishes to meet you. The young Uchiha's words hung ominously in the air. Yet before he could finish, another Uchiha erupted in fury. You are courting death. In an instant, Black Thunder found himself transported to a foreign, nightmarish realm. Suspended on a cross beneath a blood-red moon. Where's this? Black Thunder gasped in horror. Humph. Time and again, you insult our patriarch. Do you wish for a swifter demise? A voice laced with malice echoed in the silence. As the words faded, Black Thunder was horrified to discover numerous blades materializing around him. Remember your current suffering, should you ever dare to refer to our patriarch as a brat again. This agony will haunt you for a lifetime. With that, the blades plunged into his flesh, each strike igniting excruciating pain across his sensitized nerves. His anguished cries reverberated throughout the space, but time lost all meaning. Eventually, Black Thunder felt as if he were rendered numb by the torment. When his vision returned to reality, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life and hope. Has Heir gone too far? Zosuk questioned, frowning at the lifeless Black Thunder. Heir, slightly younger than Zosuk, exhibited a flicker of regret. Brother Zosuk, this fellow constantly referred to our patriarch as a brat. I lost my composure, and besides, the will of the Cloud Ninja is far too fragile. They cannot withstand even a little pressure. Enough. Heir, I do not wish to see this happen again. Remember, our strength is a gift from our patriarch. Fulfilling the tasks entrusted to us is paramount. This shall not be repeated. Yes, Brother Zosuk. The youth's spirit fell as he lowered his head. Observing Arashi's despondency, Zosuk felt a twinge of compassion. After all, the 12 of them had formed a close bond when they initially followed their patriarch, and Heir was the youngest among them. Upon returning, apologize to the patriarch. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes and strive to amend them, the patriarch shall not hold it against you. Yes, I understand, Brother Zosuk. Heir replied softly. Soon, all the Uchiha returned to the convoy, each exuding an aura of intense lethality. They were not inexperienced fledglings. Within the heart-refining array, they were perpetually engaged in combat. For those who had endured the pain of loss, whether of family, friends, or loved ones, their struggles had sculpted them into formidable warriors. As they had battled the enemies conjured by their own imaginations time and again. As Zosuk and the others returned, you observed 6 individuals dragging a nearly lifeless figure towards him, with the youngest, Heir, trailing behind, his head bowed in dejection. Upon nearing you, Heir silently stepped forward, standing before him, nervously tugging at his clothing. Patriarch, I'm sorry. I have failed the mission. You regarded Zosuk with curiosity, who promptly understood his unspoken inquiry and respectfully explained. Patriarch, Heir lost his temper due to this one's insolence, leading to a breakdown in discipline. Gazing at the penitent youth, you fell into a moment of contemplation. The reason he desired to capture this individual alive was to glean evidence of the third Hokage's communication with the foreign villages through the words of this leading cloud ninja. However, gazing at the dazed expression on Yunren's face, it was evident that this fellow had endured considerable torment under the moon reading of Lanshan. Such occurrences typically arise from a singular circumstance. This individual had unwittingly berated himself once again. TSK, what a fragile will, you mused, feeling a sense of amusement regarding the guardianship of his subordinates. He certainly would not blame them, especially since this individual's presence was of little significance. Whether he was there or not, Yu's silence only intensified Lanshan's unease. His greatest fear was the prospect of failing to earn the clan leader's approval. It was unclear when it began, but Yu's once diminutive figure had grown immensely in their hearts, towering to a height they felt they could never reach in their lifetime. Just as Lanshan was on the verge of kneeling to beg for the clan leader's forgiveness, a gentle hand rested upon his head. Well, after all, he was merely a ninja from an enemy village. If he fell apart, so be it. Yet, Lanshan needed to mature swiftly. He aspired to become a reliable and mature Uchiha, like his elder brother Zonjia. In that moment, filled with uncertainty, Lanshan felt the warmth of the hand on his head, and his nose tinged with emotion, causing his eyes to involuntarily glisten. Leader, rest assured, Lanshan shall undoubtedly become the strongest weapon in your hands in the future. Upon hearing Lanshan's response, you felt a subtle sense of reflection. In this barren world of thought, winning people's hearts was indeed a straightforward endeavor. Yet, to be trusted so deeply felt quite gratifying. It was no wonder that Orochimaru had such a penchant for manipulating children. However, he was not one to stop here. Having commenced, he would strive for even greater accomplishments. Though somewhat insincere, if it could be maintained for a lifetime, what could be more genuine? You feigned a mild anger and declared, "What nonsense you speak. You are never merely weapons or sharp blades, but my kin, relatives upon whom I can genuinely rely." Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through the hearts of all present Uchiha, their gazes toward you filled with newfound determination. The leader remained as gentle as ever. This youth before them was the very future of the Uchiha for whom they would willingly lay down their lives to protect. Feeling the fervent gazes of his clan members, you experienced a twinge of self-deprecation. He had indeed changed, becoming hypocritical, morphing into the very person he had once detested. What is the essence of a mental stamp? Other than the figure that appeared in their most desperate moments, it was the daily reinforcement through words and demeanor that weighed heavily in the hearts of his kin, compelling them to be willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Though hypocritical, it was of utmost significance. Had this been prior to the system's upgrade, he would have surely garnered a significant amount of gratitude, at least 1,000 waves from each person. All right, let us take this half-dead fellow and head to our battlefield. This time, I will prove that the Uchiha, enduring since 1,000 years ago, remains an invincible clan in this world. Yes, leader. The surrounding Uchiha responded with resounding affirmation. A palpable aura of invincibility emanated from them. As long as the leader was present, there was nothing in this world that the Uchiha could not conquer. The surrounding common folk gazed at this scene in a daze, unable to articulate their feelings, but harboring a singular thought. The Uchiha were truly formidable, unmatched in strength. Upon witnessing their figures, Yunren turned and fled. This iconic scene was etched deeply in the minds of the civilians transporting supplies. Jiraiya, lost in thought, was examining the map on the table within the command tent. Yun had once again bolstered their forces, reportedly deploying the formidable Jinchuriki. An invisible pressure weighed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The reality was that Konoha had far too few shadow-level warriors. Other than himself, it seemed there was no one else capable of fighting. Reflecting on the past, there had been White Fang, himself, Minato, and Tsunade. Orochimaru. Now, only he remained in the village. Consequently, when faced with Yun dispatching tailed beasts, he found himself without a single ally. As he pondered where to make a breakthrough, a ninja from the Yamashiro clan entered the command center. Lord Jiraiya, the Uchiha's reinforcements have arrived, along with supplies from Konoha. Jiraiya lifted his head slightly, massaging his temples. Let us go. Together. We shall see what this impressive Uchiha child the Umbu spoke of truly looks like. With that, Jiraiya strode purposefully out of the tent, and the Yamashiro clan's ninja wore an expression of curiosity. Recently, strange news had circulated among the rear clans, one of which advised him to avoid offending the Uchiha leader and to strengthen ties whenever possible, due to the village's shameful affairs being vigorously suppressed by Sarutobi. Word had yet to reach the frontline ninjas, leaving him uncertain of the reasons behind it. When Yamashiro-ku first received this information, he had doubted whether there had been a miscommunication within the clan. After all, the village had consistently maintained a policy of suppressing the Uchiha, and now the leader was instructing him to cultivate a good relationship with them. There must have been some unseen shift in circumstances, with a desire to uncover the truth. Yamashiro-ku followed Jiraiya to the training ground, where he witnessed a peculiar scene. An elder leading a group of Uchiha confronting a young child leading another group of Uchiha. Chapter 88. The provocation from Uchiha Shana. I absolutely oppose Fugaku's folly of appointing a 7-year-old as the clan leader. Uchiha Shana glared fiercely at the smiling you. Elder Shana, this is not solely the leader's decision. The young clan leader's ascension has received the recognition of the entire family. Zongjia quickly positioned himself in front of you, casting a disdainful glance at the disrespectful elder. None of our clan members have consented to this. The most powerful ninjas of the clan stand here. Regardless of what those old geezers in the clan decide, we absolutely refuse to allow a child to be our leader. Don't you all agree? Uchiha Shana incited the crowd. Indeed. The clan has already faced exclusion in the village. Now they want a child to lead us? Is he merely a puppet supported by the third Hokage and others? Yes. Not only that, but the third has also sent a group of fledglings to the front lines to meet their demise. Their intentions are utterly despicable. The Uchiha behind Shana began to stir in agreement. Upon hearing that it was the new clan leader leading the charge, they were initially bewildered. They had not returned for a year, and suddenly the clan had appointed a new leader. Once they learned that the new leader was a mere 7-year-old, most of the clan members felt only rage, believing that their departure had allowed the third to install a puppet leader to better control the Uchiha. Just as the Uchiha following you were about to take action, you stepped forward with a leisurely stride, addressing Uchiha Shana, Elder Shana. Do you have an issue with my ascension? Humph. Can't you see that I have an issue? Uchiha Shana's expression was far from pleasant. You coldly glanced at the opposing clan members. You claim to be the strongest among the Uchiha. It is undeniable that you once were, but you are no longer. Brat, how dare you insult us so? Don't think that just because you are the clan leader, you can act recklessly. To be the Uchiha clan leader, one must demonstrate strength. Otherwise, we do not recognize you as our leader. A rebellious Uchiha with a tuft of red bangs stepped forward, shouting defiantly. From the way he held his head high, it was clear he was a troublemaker in the village. U.S. gaze turned icy. He remained silent and took a step back, signaling to teach them the proper attitude with which to address him. Yes, leader. With that, the Uchiha surrounding you unhesitatingly revealed their Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo. A sinister smile crept upon the corners of their mouths as they surged forward, fists raised, to confront the disrespectful individuals who had shown disdain for the clan leader. Uchiha Shana, initially prepared to enjoy the spectacle, suddenly found himself unsettled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized that the reinforcements were all members of the clan with 3 tomo Sharingan. His aged visage quivered involuntarily. Yet he was faced with an even graver challenge. 6 figures surrounded him, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered him immobile. What do you intend to do? I am an elder of the clan. Uchiha Shana stammered, a sheen of sweat trickling down his forehead. Humph. So now you acknowledge your status as an elder. Yet you openly defy the clan leader with your kin? Were it not for your past merits on the battlefield, you would already be dead. Uchiha Zongjia cast a cold glance at the old man, then signaled to Lanshan to teach this elder a lesson, reminding him to adopt a more humble demeanor when addressing the clan leader in the future. Understood, Brother Zongjia. Lanshan, already deeply moved by the clan leader, now displayed an exuberant expression, unreservedly revealing his kaleidoscope eyes. Upon witnessing those eyes, Uchiha Shana was engulfed in a wave of dread, his hands instinctively attempting to form seals in resistance, only to find his gaze suddenly entranced, rendered blank. In mere moments, Uchiha Shana crumpled to the ground, trembling and drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying profound terror. Old man, you are outdated. Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple. I shall have your eyes torn from their sockets and expel you from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zongjia whispered into Uchiha Shana's ear as he crouched beside him. Shana's body shook violently, his eyes narrowing in fear. How can you be so cruel to a fellow clan member? Cruel? A disloyal Uchiha does not deserve the identity of an Uchiha. Remember, Elder Shana, your old ways must be left behind. Do not stir trouble within the clan. Otherwise, the consequences I speak of will be your future fate, for from this moment forth, the entire clan must adhere to the clan leader's will. With that, Zongjia returned to Yu's side, his gaze silently observing the ongoing skirmish among the clansmen. Though rife with discord, the altercation remained relatively restrained, aside from physical techniques. They refrained from employing ninjutsu. Yu hovered atop his flying sword, lazily ruffling Lanshan's hair, acknowledging his performance. Lanshan, brimming with excitement, relished the gesture like a well-behaved kitten, while the others maintained a serious demeanor, fixated on the fighting clansmen, with no intentions of intervening. This scene struck deeply at Uchiha Shana's psyche. How could this be? He was a member of the Kaleidoscope clan, yet he appeared so willingly submissive to a mere child, and so abjectly so. At this moment, Shana could hardly comprehend. After all, those eyes were the mightiest within the clan, possessing the power to overturn the entire village, eyes he had long coveted. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and his companions observed silently, refraining from immediate intervention. 1. He desired to assess the strength of the newly arrived Uchiha reinforcements. 2. This conflict was merely an internal clan matter, not worth his effort to meddle. However, the outcome was utterly unexpected. The seasoned Uchiha were swiftly subdued by the newcomers, whose strength was astonishingly formidable, all possessing 3 tomo Sharingan. This revelation filled Jiraiya with astonishment and a burgeoning sense of intrigue. When had the Uchiha amassed such a number of 3 tomo Sharingan? Had the clan's talents flourished so remarkably over the past year that the elder had decided to alter his strategy to diminish the Uchiha's power? His thoughts were not unfounded. Over the years, he had grown wary of viewing his mentor through a naive lens. Observing the fallen and moaning clansman, you mused. Do you still consider me a puppet of the third Hokage? The battered Uchiha, now silenced, no longer dared to speak. Reality had delivered a heavy blow. They had once believed they would be dispatched to the front lines, their strength ranking among the clan's elite. Yet, the newly arrived clansmen had demonstrated, through sheer force, that they had fallen behind. Elder Shana, do you have anything left to say? You inquired lightly, gliding down on his flying sword to hover before the elder. Initially, Shana had intended to remain defiant, but upon meeting the 6 stern gazes behind you, he swallowed his words. I welcome the clan leader. At that moment, Uchiha Shana's heart brimmed with intense bitterness. How glorious it would have been had he led the Uchiha, avenging the humiliation dealt by the second Hokage. It appears you have learned to be more compliant. Humans are indeed fickle. They require a good beating before they are willing to converse amicably. Return and ensure your clansmen behave within the clan, otherwise. As Shana bowed his head, his eyes brimmed with resentment and defiance. He was an elder of the Uchiha, a figure of considerable power within the clan. How could he endure such humiliation from a mere junior? As he contemplated revenge upon this insolent child, an immense pressure suddenly bore down upon him, forcing his forehead to meet the ground, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. You leapt from his flying sword, stepping forward to pat the wide-eyed Uchiha Shana. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Do you truly believe your hatred is concealed so well? I look forward to your future actions. Yu's chilling words filled Uchiha Shana with profound shame, while simultaneously igniting a cold dread within him. As the Uchiha clansmen gradually regained their footing, they witnessed this scene. Their gazes toward you now tinged with a hint of fear. Very well, this matter concludes here. Considering it your first offense, I shall not hold a grudge for your provocation. Rest for a day and enjoy the clan's rewards. Yes, clan leader. At that moment, no Uchiha dared to maintain their defiance. Chapter 89. First foray into battle. Have you had your fill of the spectacle, Lord Jiraiya? After delivering a lesson to Uchiha Shana, you turned to the not-so-distant Jiraiya. The Uchiha clan leader is truly remarkable at such a young age. To be a clan leader at this tender stage is simply extraordinary. Jiraiya approached with a somewhat awkward smile. One should not strike a smiling face, seeing you like this. Lord Jiraiya, I too shall adopt a courteous demeanor, you replied amiably. Lord Jiraiya, you as well, achieving the title of the Sannin at such a young age. And now commanding an entire army, truly enviable. Those are but past glories. With the urgency of war pressing upon us, let us not linger here in idle conversation. Let us proceed to the command center, where I shall properly introduce you to the Uchiha's defensive line. As Jiraiya spoke, his gaze fell upon a figure being dragged not far behind you, pausing momentarily. You, following Jiraiya's line of sight, smiled. This is our capture, a team leader from the Cloud Village, attempting to intercept our supplies to Konoha. Do you have any objections, Lord Jiraiya? However, at that moment, both Jiraiya and the nearby Nakayama were taken aback. If their eyes did not deceive them, the disheveled, handless man being dragged was none other than Kirikage, one of the most trusted aides of the Raikage from the hidden Cloud Village, now dispatched to reinforce the border, a formidable elite jonin. The two exchanged astonished glances, and Jiraiya remarked, Uchiha clan leader, it seems you have achieved a significant accomplishment this time. If I am not mistaken, this individual is no ordinary Cloud Ninja team leader. Is this fellow a prized catch? But why does he appear so weak? You observed Kirikage, who resembled a lifeless fish being dragged along. A hint of confusion flickering in his eyes, not out of pretense, but rather due to the abundance of minor characters in the world of shinobi who occupied lofty positions. In the realm of anime, Amaterasu has never taken a life, nor has Tsukuyami ever rendered someone into a state of dementia, has it? Yu has always perceived himself to be merely in the presence of an ordinary jonin leading a team, which explains his lackluster performance and total absence of resistance. Both Jiraiya and Naruto displayed a hint of discomfort. Yu's words were overly ostentatious. Very well, Yu-kun, I shall report this matter to the village. Now, let us discuss more pressing issues. The situation on the front lines is dire. It is anticipated that tomorrow or the day after, the Cloud Shinobi will launch a full-scale assault on the borders of the Fire Nation. With that, Jiraiya pulled you into the tent. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Lightning, in the command center of the Cloud Shinobi, Burubi, the nephew of the former Third Raikage, and Yuki sat in silence within the conference room. Has the Black Thunder returned yet? Burubi inquired. No, Lord Burubi. Furthermore, the elite ninja team, led by Black Thunder, has yet to return, an aide respectfully replied. Damn it. Could it be that the intelligence from Konoha is a trap? Burubi cursed vehemently. No. We must initiate a full-scale attack tomorrow. We cannot delay any longer. This localized conflict has persisted long enough, and the land of Earth is already showing signs of restlessness. Continuing to stalemate with Konoha will severely impede the development of our village. Burubi anxiously paced the room, sensing an ominous premonition. Lord Burubi, shall I mobilize? Yuki rose to inquire. I would appreciate it, Yuki. Let Konoha witness the full might of our village's Jinchuriki. Yes, Lord Burubi. The following day, Yu hurriedly made his way to the front lines, as the Cloud Village had begun to trend towards a full-scale offensive. Among those assigned to Yu's camp were not only members of the Uchiha clan, but also ninjas from other clans within Konoha. Upon arriving at the battlefield, everyone witnessed a massive wave of Cloud Shinobi rapidly charging towards Konoha's encampment. Clearly, the news of the Uchiha's rotation had reached the Cloud Shinobi, prompting this surprise attack to catch them off guard. Quickly, prepare for defense. It is evident that the Cloud Shinobi are focusing their main assault on our direction. A Hyuga clan member shouted, his Byakugan activated. Prepare explosive tags. Fire. Numerous seasoned jonin, without waiting for Yu's command, bellowed to their respective teams. Countless kunai, expertly launched by Konoha's ninjas, sped towards the Cloud Shinobi's ranks, each embedded with explosive tags. However, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted, the surrounding air distorted slightly, and an invisible repulsive force forcefully deflected the kunai launched from Konoha. The kunai exploded around the Cloud Shinobi, filling the battlefield with the acrid scent of smoke. Charge! Annihilate the Konoha ninjas. A voice rang out. It was Troy, the Cloud Shinobi's magnet release user. What? The magnet release user renowned alongside the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Uchiha clan leader, what shall we do? A concerned jonin beside you asked, clearly aware of Troy's formidable reputation. Stay calm. We shall prevail. Yu's calm words seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly silencing the nearby Konoha jonin. Sosuke, lead the clan members forward. Yes, clan leader. With that, Sosuke organized the clan members and began forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Over 30 enormous fireballs, radiating intense heat, surged towards the 1,000 Cloud Shinobi. Observing this, Troy narrowed his eyes. Maintain formation. Frontline. Use Earth style, Earth wall to block the fire attack. The rest of you, throw your kunai into the sky. With that, Troy swiftly began forming hand seals. As the fireballs approached rapidly, an earthen wall rose from the Cloud Shinobi's front line. The two forces collided, igniting a brilliant explosion. Countless kunai, emerging from the swirling dust, sparkled with electrical energy, raining down towards Konoha. Dodge! Dodge! Do not let the kunai hit you. Yet, despite the warning, Konoha's ninjas wore expressions of dread. Evading such a dense hail of kunai was nearly impossible. A cold smile appeared on Yu's face. Ah, a commendable technique. Accelerating the kunai thrown by ordinary ninjas using magnet release's repulsive force? A clever idea, but it lacks maturity. Magnet release? I can wield it too. With that, Yu extended a hand towards the sky, where lightning crackled and serpentine bolts of electricity spread across the heavens, accompanied by a magnetic force controlling the metal. In an astonishing moment, the lightning vanished as Yu pressed his hand forward, causing the dense volley of kunai to halt mid-air as if time had paused. All the ninjas were profoundly shaken by this surreal spectacle. As Yu manipulated the magnetic force to redirect the kunai, the charging Cloud Shinobi turned pale. Beware! Evade! Troy shouted. Yet, within his horrified gaze, the very kunai he had just launched now sped back towards them at an even greater velocity, each one accompanied by a terrifying blast of air. At that instant, he knew without looking back that his squad would surely suffer significant losses. The speed was such that many had no time to react. Swish, swish, swish. An array of piercing sounds shot towards the Cloud Shinobi, as the kunai mercilessly pierced their bodies, erupting in clouds of crimson mist. Countless Cloud Shinobi, unable to react in time, were left decimated. Troy, utilizing his magnet release ninjutsu, barely managed to create a safe, repulsive space, attempting to alter the trajectory of the incoming kunai with his magnetic poles. However, the tattered state of his ninja attire revealed a large portion of flesh had been brutally sliced from one of his arms. As for the other Cloud Shinobi, while some fortunate souls evaded, the number of injuries and fatalities far outweighed them. The squad had lost half their numbers in a mere exchange. Damn it, Konoha ninjas. I will not forgive you. Troy roared, his eyes bloodshot from the devastation of his squad. The despair has only just begun. Is it too early for the lament of a defeated dog? Yu's gaze glimmered coldly. Sosuke, select 2 of your brothers. I want you to slaughter this group of Cloud Shinobi. Yes. Clan Leader. Chapter 90. The Two Tails Journey. Katsura. Chika. Follow me. Yes. Brother Sosuke. With that, the trio charged straight towards the remaining Cloud Shinobi forces. Seeking death, Troy glared fiercely at the approaching Uchiha trio, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, a magnetic force spread, polarizing the surrounding magnetic fields, generating a powerful pulling force directed at Sosuke and his companions. Enveloped by the magnetic force, the 3 were violently tugged in different directions, as though their bodies were about to be torn apart. Alarmed, they quickly activated their Sharingan, and a blue chakra surged around them. Susanoo. 3 colossal armored skeletal warriors materialized on the battlefield. A fierce whirlwind erupted, causing the surrounding ninjas to instinctively step back. What in the world are these monsters? Troy gazed in horror at the towering figures before him, realizing that his magnetic powers had no effect on these titans. However, Sosuke and his companions did not grant him a moment of respite. The 3 Susanoo simultaneously raised their blades, striking fiercely in his direction. 3 colossal slashes converged, instantly forming a gigantic cut that towered over the gathered Susanoo, reaching heights of more than 10 meters. No, Troy screamed in terror, realizing that the speed and scope of the strike were beyond his ability to evade. His horrified eyes reflected the approaching strike, as the earth beneath cracked and split, and his frail body was obliterated within the white cutting force, dissolving into a mist of blood, leaving only his unwilling roar echoing across the battlefield. The immense slash did not cease after crushing an insignificant ant. It continued relentlessly toward the nearby mountain. The ground trembled as the tremendous impact caused the entire battlefield to resemble a minor earthquake, splitting the mountain in 2 and leaving deep ravines in its wake. All the battling ninjas gaped, stunned by the spectacle, their throats involuntarily twitching. Is this the current Uchiha clan? 3 majestic Susanoo stood proudly at the center of the battlefield. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja, regaining their senses, were filled with dread, an impending sense of death enveloping them. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas were no better off. Staring blankly at the towering figures in the central battlefield, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, unable to regain their composure. On another part of the battlefield, Jiraiya, engaged in combat with a partially tailed beast transformation of the wooden man, abruptly halted, his pupils constricting as he peered toward the Uchiha side of the battlefield. The partially tailed beast-formed wooden man also turned, bewildered, toward the source of the commotion. That was where Troy had led his team. However, when she caught sight of the Susanoo standing in the distance, an unbidden wave of fear surged within her. This emotion stemmed not only from her, but also from the tailed beast within her. Wooden man, we must flee. A resonant voice echoed in her mind. Why, Uryu? The wooden man queried in confusion. The Uchiha have once again mastered those sinister eyes. They are the nemesis of our tailed beasts. Uryu replied, her voice trembling slightly. No, I must save my comrades. The wooden man shot Jiraiya a fierce glare, gritted her teeth, and swiftly maneuvered away from the battlefield, racing toward the Uchiha camp. Barubi, witnessing this, could only helplessly step forward to take her place, and quickly issued a temporary retreat order. With the wooden man gone, Barubi knew he alone could not stop Jiraiya, considering his strength paled in comparison to that of the tailed beast-formed wooden man. However, as the wooden man drew closer to the Uchiha camp, the fear conveyed by the 2 tails within her intensified, as the silhouette of Susanoo became increasingly distinct. Uryu recalled how her carefree past had been marred by bullying. With memories flooding back, her urge to flee grew stronger, especially with 3 such figures looming ahead. Yet, those who achieved perfect Jinchuriki status maintained an amicable relationship with their tailed beasts. She was reluctant to abandon the wooden man, her companion, and thus suppressed her inner turmoil. When the wooden man finally arrived at the scene, Her eyes were filled with crimson. The grotesque sights of countless fallen comrades from her village haunted her, blood nearly staining the earth. The valley was littered with fragmented corpses, some trampled into paste, others riddled with shuriken. The few surviving cloud ninjas, now terrified, stared as Susanu's merciless giant sword descended upon them. "Stop!" The wooden man roared, instantly entering a frenzied state, her partially tailed beast form transforming into its complete state, exuding a fierce aura. "Oh, a little kitty has appeared, just what I need for a pet. How delightful." You, fixated on the wooden man, spoke coldly, causing the nearby Konoha ninja to shudder. "Uchiha clan leader, that is a tailed beast, not a little kitty," protested a Konoha elite jonin, who had previously dismissed the youthful Uchiha leader. "You shot him a glance, I say it is. It is exactly that." Afterward, he turned his attention back to Sosuke and the others, who were still dispatching enemies effortlessly. "Sosuke, return." "Yes, leader." Sosuke swiftly eliminated the remaining cloud ninjas with a decisive stroke, and the three of them retracted their Susanoo, retreating to the center of their formation. "Leader, the task you assigned is complete. Not a single one was spared." "Understood. Well done. I have taken a liking to this little kitty. Prepare to capture it for my Uchiha clan." "Yes, leader." The three of them exchanged excited glances at you. You leisurely commanded the flying sword, appearing before the rampaging wooden man in an instant. The tailed beast-formed wooden man swiped at you with a massive claw. You lowered his gaze, disdainfully regarding the wooden man. Is this what it means to be controlled by power? Quite an unsightly sight. With that, he clapped his hands, and the enormous claw collided with the wooden man's. A resounding explosion followed. The wooden man's tailed beast form was sent flying, crashing into a nearby mountain, sending debris flying. With continuous enhancement from spiritual energy, Yu's physical strength had reached an unparalleled level. Do not underestimate the basic body techniques on Yu's skill panel. It encompasses a multitude of disciplines, including body refinement, agility, and martial skills. The system is a refined cultivation system that neglects to classify these crude paths, reserved for those lacking celestial talent. It is no exaggeration to say that Yu's physical strength had now reached the pinnacle of crystalline perfection. "Damn it! I will kill you! I will kill you!" The wooden man, surrounded by tailed beast chakra, erupted, shattering the rocks that concealed her and charging at you with incredible speed. Yet you did not relent. He reached out toward the charging wooden man. Instantly, the battlefield transformed dramatically, clouds darkening above, thunder rumbling, and flashes of lightning intertwining. A colossal hand formed of lightning rapidly coalesced, seizing the rampaging wooden man and pinning her to the ground. A cacophony of crackling electricity enveloped the wooden man, causing her body to convulse violently, the searing pain gradually restoring some of her rationality. Why must you slaughter my village's comrades?" The wooden man howled to the sky. "Ha! Your words amuse me. Was it not your village that instigated this war? Isn't it perfectly normal for some cloud ninjas to perish? Those who initiate war bear the responsibility. Do I need to elaborate? Not only that, but I have taken a liking to the kitty within you, and I intend to keep it as my pet. As the defeated party, I trust you can understand my request. After all, defeat always comes with a price." "Impossible. I will never hand Yoryu over to you. She is my most important companion." The wooden man, firmly pinned to the ground, uttered in fear and panic. "That decision is no longer yours to make." With that, you commanded the lightning hand to lift the tailed beast-formed wooden man into the air, positioning her belly toward himself. In the wooden man's terrified gaze, a hand resembling a little devil reached for her navel, where the tailed beast was sealed. A chilling touch sent her into a grim countdown. Formation: 5 elements severance array. Instantly, countless sealing runes unfurled in concentric circles around Yu's hand. A tremendous force gradually pulled out the two-tailed beast, which was desperately curled up inside the wooden figure. The wooden figure felt an excruciating tearing sensation emanating from its very soul, causing it to roll its eyes back and let out a painful wail. "No, no, no." The two-tailed beast struggled in terror, desperately trying to burrow back into the wooden figure. Faced with the child behind it, an overwhelming dread gripped it, far surpassing the fear it felt when confronting Madara or the first Hokage. The oppressive aura from a higher plane of existence made its very soul tremble. "Obey, little kitty. It is an honor to follow me. Who knows, you may even transcend this world in the future." Yu's cold voice continuously soothed the two-tailed beast, resonating in its ears like an ineffable truth. Its trembling body gradually relaxed, and a golden vertical mark on its forehead began to flicker, while its eyes grew increasingly dazed. Seizing this moment, you amplified his spiritual energy and swiftly extracted the two-tailed beast. Before long, a small cat with two tails and blue fur appeared in Yu's embrace. He stroked the cat's soft fur, feeling a surge of joy. Such a good kitty. Without sparing a glance for the now silent wooden figure, you took flight back to the Leaf Village. At that moment, the ninjas of the Leaf Village looked at you with trepidation. Cradled in the arms of that young boy was a tailed beast. How could this not instill fear? And what of the gigantic hand of lightning that descended from the sky? At this moment, even though they knew you was one of their own, a chill coursed through them. Congratulations, clan leader. You've acquired a remarkable pet. Zongjia quickly approached, accompanied by the Uchiha clan members, to offer their congratulations. Yes, it is quite obedient. I must take good care of it. You happily responded to his kin. Meanwhile, the two-tailed beast nestled in Yu's arms felt like crying. How could it not be obedient? Deep within its soul lay a golden mark. If it disobeyed, it would suffer unbearable pain. However, as long as it complied, that mark would emanate a power that would enhance its soul, allowing it to grow stronger. This feeling of power was something it hadn't experienced in centuries. Casting one last glance at the wooden figure, resembling a broken doll, a hint of sadness flickered in the two-tailed beast's eyes. Forgive me, wooden figure. If only you had listened and left, perhaps, sigh. The two-tailed beast sighed inwardly. Yet, upon sensing Yu's inexplicable gaze, it quickly rubbed its fluffy face against Yu's arm. Indeed, some things you will gradually forget, for time is the best healer. Besides, following such a useless master would only bring suffering. After uttering a few cryptic words, you resumed petting the two-tailed beast, now in its cat form.